An unprecedented crisis looms over HuaXia, triggered by the invasion and occupation of its fifth king-level territory by the forces of Dongying. The nation now stands on the brink of collapse. A chilling atmosphere of tension and foreboding blankets the entire land of HuaXia. At this critical moment, the country has entered a state of maximum alert. Entertainment facilities have ceased operations, and major television networks are repeatedly broadcasting an alarming red alert. Not long ago, Dongying employed underhanded tactics to seize HuaXia's fifth king-level territory. According to the National Destiny Lord system, any nation that loses 5 king-level territories will be completely erased within a month. This means that if HuaXia fails to reclaim its lost land within the next 30 days, it will face the dire fate of annihilation. In just 1 hour, a new wave of the myriad races battlefield will commence. The remaining 10 rookie lords of HuaXia carry the nation's last hope, tasked with the monumental responsibility of fighting for its survival. In Jiangchuan City, within a classroom at the Rookie Lord Academy of Jiangchuan University, 70 aspiring lords sit silently in their seats. Determination burns fiercely in their eyes, though their unease is hard to conceal. 10 years ago, a mysterious force descended upon Blue Planet, introducing the National Destiny Lord system to the world. Every human who reached the age of 18 was granted the opportunity to enter the myriad races battlefield and become a revered lord. Ming, a freshman at Jiangchuan University, is one of the rookie lords about to step into the battlefield. Suddenly, a hand claps him on the shoulder. It belongs to Jibuduan, an official son, who grins as he proposes to buy Yang Ming's battlefield slot for 10,000 yuan. When Jibuduan reveals that he intends to give the slot to a friend from Dongying, Yang Ming explodes with rage. Grabbing Jibuduan by the collar, he furiously denounces him for his treacherous behavior. Yet, Jibuduan remains unfazed, sneering as he extols the virtues of Dongying. Just as Yang Ming is about to teach Jibuduan a lesson, a system notification echoes throughout the universe. The new round of the Lords contest is about to begin, involving 857 Google life forms from Parallel Universe 14. Amidst flickering lights, the 10 rookie lords of HuaXia are successively transported to the myriad races battlefield. Overwhelmed by a wave of disorientation, Yang Ming finds himself in this entirely new world. The system promptly assigns him a basic territory and grants him a 3-day rookie protection period. To his astonishment, Yang Ming draws the SS-level talent, Supreme Overlord, from the Arctic. This extraordinary ability allows him to gain 1 point per second, which can be used to summon warriors or exchange for any item in a special territory. After surveying his rudimentary territory and the anxious native inhabitants, Yang Ming immediately summons 500 warriors. The soldiers rise to their feet, standing tall and awaiting his command. Yang Ming quickly organized his team and assigned tasks. Form your own groups. 30 people will head to the forest to gather lumber, 50 will collect stone by the river, 10 will work on cultivating farmland, and 15 will strengthen the territory's perimeter fence. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd before selecting 10 elite members. You will scout the surrounding terrain, resources, and power distribution. Yes, my lord. The warriors responded in unison, standing at attention before dispersing to their tasks. Watching their busy figures, Yang Ming opened the exclusive HuaXia chat channel. The channel was buzzing with discussions. Has everyone safely arrived at their territories? A message popped up. I'm so unlucky. There's a beast tiger with 71 combat strength near my territory. I don't even dare to go out to gather resources. I'm in the desert, and water is already a major problem. I'm by the river. If anyone is short on water, I can send some for free. Thank you so much. Can we add each other as friends? No need to thank me. We're all HuaXia compatriots. The topic soon shifted to talent awakening. I awakened in Flevel talent. Looks like I'll just be cannon fodder. I'm doing okay. My Clevel talent is barely usable. Has anyone awakened an 11 talent? Unlikely. Across the entire Blue Planet, fewer than 30 people can awaken an 11 talent. Don't lose hope. HuaXia's future rests on our shoulders now. Exactly. We need to develop a king-level territory within a month to save HuaXia. I suggest everyone share more intelligence. This channel is exclusive to HuaXia. Agreed. Absolutely. Seeing the unity in the channel, Yang Ming smiled and typed agreed. Just then, an injured scout hurried over. Report, my lord. The terrain within 3 kilometers has been fully scouted. Give me the details, Yang Ming said seriously. In the perilous battlefield of myriad races, terrain intelligence was the key to survival. To the south, we found a wolf den with approximately 20 elite-level demon wolves. To the west, there's a level 1 mining area rich in resources. To the east, the scout hesitated. It's the territory of a Dongying person. To the north, it's barren land. Dongying. Yang Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning sharp. Currently, Dongying and HuaXia were in a state of irreconcilable hostility. Moreover, One of HuaXia's king-level territories was lost due to a sneak attack orchestrated by the Dongying people. Yang Ming clenched his teeth at the thought, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Once the newcomer protection period ends, this potential threat must be eliminated immediately. When the 3-day protection period is over, the nearby Dongying forces will undoubtedly launch an attack. The pressing situation left Yang Ming with only one option: strike first. The top priority was to focus on amassing military strength within these 3 short days, eliminate this threat, and then concentrate on developing the territory. His gaze fell on the scout kneeling before him, and he nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Go and rest now. The injured scout retreated, and other warriors stepped forward one after another to report. Lord, we have completed the collection of 1,080 units of wood. Lord, 708 pieces of stone have been fully processed. Lord, the farmland has been cleared and is ready for planting. After tallying the resources, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. These materials were enough to upgrade the territory from basic to intermediate level. The system displayed the requirements. Basic territory upgrade conditions. Wood 10801000, stone 708700. System. Upgrade the territory immediately. Yang Ming commanded decisively. The system promptly responded. Upgrading in progress, cooldown time 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in the real world, within the imperial capital of HuaXia, a top-secret emergency meeting was underway. What is the current situation on the battlefield of the myriad races? Very dire. The United States has allied with Dongying, Nankan, Britannia, and 35 other nations to completely surround our territories. Despite our lords fighting desperately, we've barely managed to hold onto the last 4 king-level territories. Anger surged in the hearts of everyone in the meeting room. If they failed to expand the number of king-level territories to 5 within a month, HuaXia would face the risk of obliteration. Silence. The elderly man seated at the head of the table, his expression stern, spoke, and the room fell instantly quiet. What is the progress of the negotiations with the United States? They've demanded we cede 7 coastal provinces and hand over the staff of the Lord before they'll agree to withdraw their troops. A general, adorned with a 5-star insignia, slammed his hand on the table in fury. Hand over the staff? That is the cornerstone of HuaXia's sovereignty. Cede territory? Utterly preposterous. The attendees echoed in unison, Commander, we cannot agree to this. Surrendering the staff would mean giving up the lifeblood of our nation. We must fight to protect our country and its people. Everyone, calm down, the elderly man said in a deep voice. There is still hope if this group of newcomers can establish a new king-level territory. The tide of this battle can be turned. The elderly man seated at the highest position spoke with an unusually steady voice. He said slowly, success or failure hinges on this moment. Please, everyone, do whatever it takes to fully support these new lords. In the battlefield of myriad races, within the novice zone of the Blue Star region, Yang Ming paced back and forth anxiously in the center of his territory. Although upgrading his territory from basic to intermediate level only required 5 minutes, it felt like an eternity to him. According to the system, newcomers who completed their territory upgrades on the first day would receive a generous survival package. This extra reward made him particularly eager. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded. Dear Lord Yang Ming, your territory upgrade is complete. A layer of faint golden light instantly enveloped the entire territory. The originally 200,000 square meter domain expanded to 1 million square meters in the blink of an eye. Wooden stakes shot up like bamboo after a spring rain, and the Lord's residence transformed from a simple wooden hut into a sturdy brick house. The system sent a series of prompts. The territory had been upgraded to intermediate level, unlocking permissions for buildings such as the blacksmith shop, research institute, tavern, administrative office, and entertainment quarters. Additionally, Yang Ming received 3 soldier enhancement tokens and an extra reward, a golden resource chest for completing the upgrade on the first day. A pure gold chest descended from the sky and landed steadily in Yang Ming's hands. A golden resource chest? My luck is incredible, Yang Ming exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he examined the chest. However, he did not rush to open it, and instead decided to use the soldier enhancement tokens first. Surveying the warriors within his territory, Yang Ming's gaze finally settled on the most robust-looking soldier. He thought to himself, I need to cultivate a capable lieutenant first. Without leadership, even a large army is nothing but a scattered mob. You, come here, Yang Ming beckoned. The burly soldier immediately knelt on one knee. At your service, my lord. What is your name? Yang Ming asked. I have no name. I lost it along with my home, the soldier replied in a low voice. In that case, from now on, your name will be Chanjian, Yang Ming declared. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing me a name, the soldier said gratefully. Yang Ming retrieved one of the enhancement tokens and handed it to him. Take this and absorb its power. Chanjian pressed the token to his chest, and in an instant, a brilliant light erupted. When the enhancement was complete, his attribute panel appeared. Name: Chunjian. Combat power: 75. Potential: 2-star excellent grade. Loyalty: 90. Talent: one last push grade D grants the army under his command a 1-minute buff movement speed 20. Attack power 10, defense 10. A talent awakening? This is a rare gem, 1 in 100. Yang Ming thought with delight, deciding to focus on grooming this newly named lieutenant. To become a powerful lord, the first step is to build a formidable army. Yang Ming vividly remembered the survival principles he had learned in class. Stockpile resources, expand territory, seize resource fields. The higher the territory's level, the stronger the military power. At more advanced stages, towns could be expanded, eventually creating an entirely new kingdom. As the possessor of the SS-level Supreme Overlord talent, Yang Ming's greatest advantage was the ability to automatically gain 1 warrior every second. He decided to adopt a strategy of sustaining war with war and immediately summoned 5,000 warriors. With a dazzling flash of light, a neatly organized group of warriors appeared in the territory and shouted in unison, "Greetings, my lord." Yang Ming surveyed the surroundings and began assigning tasks. "Chen Jian," he commanded in a deep voice, "lead 3,000 warriors to attack the wolf demon lair to the south. This level 2 resource field won't be easy to conquer and will come at a cost." Mission guaranteed. Chen Jian accepted the order and marched south with his troops, their momentum overwhelming. Turning to the remaining warriors, Yang Ming continued issuing orders. 200 of you will head west to occupy the mines and extract ore. The rest will split into groups. Some will gather resources, while others stay to build facilities. The warriors, whose loyalty levels were generally above 90, executed their tasks with remarkable efficiency. Soon, the sounds of construction filled the territory. Hammering, carrying, and grinding noises intertwined. The outlines of granaries, barracks, smithies, dormitories, and training grounds began to take shape. Watching the bustling scene, Yang Ming silently appreciated his extraordinary talent. He then recalled the golden resource chest and eagerly opened it. As golden light radiated, a golden pill appeared before him. Marrow cleansing pill. Quality: excellent. Effect: greatly enhances the Lord's strength. With this, I won't have to worry about assassins anymore, Yang Ming said decisively, swallowing the pill without hesitation. A surge of heat coursed through his body, and he spent an entire hour calmly absorbing its effects. When he opened his eyes, he felt power coursing through him. His personal combat strength had skyrocketed to 125 points, even surpassing Chen Jian's. In this battlefield, the only ways to seize a territory were to kill its lord or occupy the lord's manor for 12 hours while the lord was away. Now, with his newfound strength, Yang Ming no longer had to fear being assassinated like weaker lords who lost their lands to cunning intruders. To survive longer on the battlefield of myriad races, one must ensure their own strength is sufficient. As Yang Ming reflected on this, a series of system notifications chimed in. Ding! The construction of the blacksmith shop and barracks has been completed. Shortly after, good news poured in. His trusted subordinate, Chen Jian, successfully eradicated a high-quality demon wolf nest, expanding the territory by 5,000 square meters and earning 5 points of national fortune. Additionally, another unit occupied a standard-grade mining area, further increasing the territory by 2,000 square meters. Not long after, a bloodied Chen Jian returned with 700 surviving warriors. He knelt on one knee and reported to Yang Ming, "My lord, the demon wolf nest has been eradicated. We've brought back all 15 demon wolf carcasses." Yang Ming carefully observed the returning soldiers. The combat strength of these survivors had generally increased from 17 points to around 20. However, out of the 3,000 who set out, only 700 survived, a casualty rate that underscored the dangers of a level 2 resource field. The gap between high-quality and standard-quality resources was as vast as the difference between the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage in the cultivation world. "Well done. Go and rest." Yang Ming nodded in approval. As he watched Chen Jian leave, Yang Ming fell into thought. Combat could indeed make warriors stronger, but that didn't mean they could be treated as expendable assets. For long-term development, it was crucial to invest in the training of existing soldiers. After all, in the later stages, sheer numbers would no longer be the decisive factor. He immediately opened the trading market to procure weapons and equipment for his warriors. The market was filled with basic resources like food, ores, pig iron, and firewood, but higher-level items such as spiritual crops, beast meat, and enchanted weapons were nowhere to be found. To his surprise, even ordinary weapons were completely unavailable. With the looming attack on the Easterners' territory in 3 days, time was running out. If not for the restrictions of the novice protection period, Yang Ming would have already taken up his blade to fight. Left with no other choice, he turned to the Novice Zone chat channel to seek opportunities. The chat was bustling with activity. Some were boasting about recruiting a high-quality warrior with a combat strength of 58, sparking envy among others. Others lamented their struggles. One complained about their territory near a snowy mountain where they were freezing and couldn't even build a barracks, while another spoke of their land near an active volcano where falling lava stones had already killed 2 farmers. One particular message caught Yang Ming's attention. I found a weapon forging blueprint in the forest. Yang Ming immediately contacted the person anonymously to propose a trade. The other party flatly refused, as a weapon forging blueprint was a rare item capable of producing an unlimited number of weapons. Without wasting words, Yang Ming revealed his offer: 500 pounds of high-quality demon wolf meat. This meat, rich in spiritual energy, not only provided nourishment, but also had the potential to enhance combat strength and quality, with a minimum increase of 1 point. Considering a single demon wolf weighed between 200 and 300 kilograms. First day, and you've already wiped out a level 2 demon wolf nest? The system message popped up instantly, the disbelief evident in the sender's words. Yang Ming glanced at it nonchalantly. A level 2 demon wolf nest meant at least 15 elite-grade demon wolves. Normally, lords would wait until their territories reached an advanced level before attempting to clear such a challenging den. Even the fastest record on Blue Star so far was set by an American player, who took a full 7 days to conquer an elite-grade dwarf mine. Yang Ming, however, had done it in just 1 day, even times faster. Yeah, just clearing a level 2 resource field. Is that supposed to be hard? Yang Ming replied casually. Wow, you're a pro. The other party's excitement was palpable. I can give you the weapon forging blueprint, but there's a condition: I want to be your friend. How about it? This is a blueprint for an elite-grade weapon, you know. Its value far exceeds 500 pounds of demon wolf meat. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Ming replied, deal. Soon, a friend request popped up. Junior Lord Zhang Wei requests to add you as a friend. This was immediately followed by a trade alert. Zhang Wei wants to exchange Tang Saber Forging Blueprint Elite Grade for 500 pounds of Demon Wolf Meat Elite Grade. Yang Ming retrieved the Demon Wolf meat from his granary and clicked accept. A flash of white light marked the transaction's completion. He immediately inspected the blueprint he had received. Tang Saber Forging Blueprint. Quality: Elite Grade. Effect: allows unlimited forging of elite grade weapons. Required materials: 10 pounds of raw iron, 1 pound of crude steel, 5 pieces of obsidian, 3 star stones. With this blueprint, I can forge 50 elite grade weapons in 2 days. And then, Yang Ming's gaze sharpened. I'll crush that Eastern Islanders' territory. The 200 warriors he had dispatched had already secured a standard grade mine, which would provide the necessary materials for forging. Without delay, Yang Ming headed to the blacksmith shop and handed the blueprint to the only blacksmith in his territory. I'll assign you 10 workers. You must forge at least 50 elite-grade weapons within 3 days, Yang Ming commanded with an authoritative tone. Understood, my lord, the blacksmith replied respectfully, taking the blueprint. Soon, the rhythmic sound of hammering echoed through the blacksmith shop. 3 days later, at 6 in the morning, half an hour before the novice protection period ended. My lord, the 50 Tang sabers have been forged. Please inspect them, the craftsman said, holding a saber with both hands in a deferential manner. Yang Ming took the straight saber, which weighed a solid 10 pounds, and carefully examined its attributes. Tang saber. Quality: Elite grade. Attributes: increases combat effectiveness by 20, up to a maximum of 40 points. Special skill: critical / every strike deals double damage, up to a maximum of 100 points. Clang. As the Tang saber was unsheathed, a sharp, resonant blade hum filled the air. Yang Ming swung the Tang horizontal blade and lightly struck a hard rock nearby. The moment the blade landed, the rock shattered into countless pieces, fragments scattering in all directions. Watching the cold gleam of the blade, Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. This finely crafted weapon truly lived up to its reputation. Chunjian, Yang Ming called out loudly. At your service. Chunjian immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, ready to receive orders. Gather the warriors and prepare to march with me. Understood. Chunjian obeyed and quickly rallied the troops. 3,000 warriors assembled in neat formation at the gates of the territory, their armor and weapons glinting in the sunlight. Yang Ming distributed the remaining 49 Tang horizontal blades to the warriors with the highest combat capabilities. Then, standing atop a protruding rock, he addressed the troops. Brothers, 3 kilometers east of our territory lies an enemy stronghold belonging to the eastern invaders. They are our foes. Follow me, and we shall crush their domain. Yes, the 3,000 warriors responded in unison, their voices echoing through the mountains and forests. As the gates of the territory slowly opened, Yang Ming led his 3,000 warriors in a grand and imposing march. Meanwhile, in the real-world HuaXia's highest leadership conference room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Commander, the Easterners have sent an encrypted message. A council member quickly stepped forward to report. The elderly leader at the head of the table nodded calmly. Open it. As the encrypted message played on the screen, the expressions of all the leaders in the room changed dramatically. It was revealed that 2 new lords from the eastern region had awakened to level talents. This news was like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Among the 8 billion people worldwide, only 37 individuals had awakened to level talents, and for the eastern region alone to produce 2 was beyond belief. What is the situation in HuaXia? The elderly leader asked gravely. Commander, among our new lords, most have awakened talents below Clevel. We have 1,000 with Clevel talents and 20 with Blevel talents. However, the council member hesitated for a moment. There is one new lord named Ming whose situation is unique. Even with the lord's staff, we are unable to detect any information about him. The technical team speculates he may be in some kind of perilous situation. A sense of despair shrouded the conference room, and even the revered elder seemed to age decades in an instant. At the same time, in the newcomer zone of the Blue Star domain on the battlefield of the races, HuaXia was feeling triumphant as he admired the 100-strong samurai army he had built in just 3 days. Once a 30-year-old Shuten who relied on his parents and immersed himself in the two-dimensional world of anime, his life had completely turned around after awakening in a level talent upon entering the battlefield of the races. Just then, his communicator suddenly chimed. Beep beep, you have received 99 new messages. At that moment, the system notification sound chimed. HuaXia, with his legs crossed, lounged lazily in his chair and opened the system message interface. Messages flooded in like a tidal wave. The screen was filled with lines of flattering texts. HuaXia, I heard you awakened in a level talent? That's amazing. Can we be friends? HuaXia and I have some interesting videos and photos here. Please accept my friend request. With HuaXia around, those useless newbies from HuaXia are no match at all. According to our intelligence team, the HuaXia rookies are actually trying to establish a king-level territory in the newbie zone. What a joke. HuaXia, you must lead us to crush those disgusting HuaXia people. Senpai, you are destined to become a hero of the Great East Empire. I will follow you forever. As he read these obsequious messages, HuaXia couldn't help but let a smirk curl at the corners of his lips. For someone who was an unpopular recluse in real life, this was the first time he had ever experienced such widespread attention and admiration. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Hello, everyone. This is HuaXia. There's a HuaXia territory right next to mine. Once the newbie protection period ends, we'll take them out for your entertainment. The moment this message was sent, the East Empire rookie channel erupted. HuaXia is so powerful. Long live Senpai. The righteous East Empire will surely annihilate the evil HuaXia people. Watching the flood of adoration on the screen, HuaXia's vanity swelled to new heights. His eyes locked onto the system countdown just 5 minutes until the newbie protection period ended. Haha, I'm going to be the first to conquer a HuaXia territory and become a hero of the East Empire. He was already envisioning the moment when the news of his victory would dominate the public chat. In his mind, he would become the most dazzling figure in the Blue Star Domain's newbie zone, embarking on his journey to the pinnacle of greatness. HuaXia burst into laughter, his voice brimming with anticipation for the glory that was about to unfold. At this moment, Ming, leading a force of 3,000 warriors, had already approached the territory of the nearby eastern invader. As he carefully observed the area, his brows furrowed slightly. It was a mid-level territory equipped with a level 2 training ground, level 3 defensive towers, and a level 2 blacksmith shop, all indicating the formidable strength of its lord. To develop a territory to this extent in just 3 days, this person's talent must be at least level, possibly even a level, Ming thought to himself. He felt fortunate to have arrived in time. If Chen Jian alone had led the warriors, it would have been challenging to deal with such a capable opponent. Faced with this formidable enemy, Ming pondered briefly before decisively issuing an order. Chen Jian, lead the 3,000 warriors in a frontal assault. Understood. Chen Jian responded firmly, stepping to the front of the formation. Raising his arm, he waved to the warriors behind him. Warriors, follow me. With that, he charged toward the enemy territory. Charge. Kill. Take down that eastern scum. The 3,000 warriors surged forward like a tidal wave, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Meanwhile, in the enemy territory, HuaXia, who had been boasting in the chat channel, suddenly heard a commotion outside. A panicked militia member burst in, dropping to his knees to report, "My lord, we have trouble. Enemy forces are attacking." "Humph, who dares to challenge me?" HuaXia scoffed arrogantly. "I'm a super genius with an awakened level talent. It's the nearby HuaXia forces, and they've brought at least 3,000 troops to attack," the militia member replied anxiously. HuaXia sneered disdainfully. Even if it were 5,000. So what? He waved dismissively. Send the order to assemble the samurai troops. Today, they'll show them no mercy. Soon, 100 burly samurai had formed ranks in front of the territory's gate. HuaXia strolled lazily to the entrance, gazing at the approaching enemy army with scorn in his eyes. Foolish HuaXia people. After I defeat you, they'll carry on the legacy of the 731 unit and have some real fun with you, he sneered. Suddenly, a black glow radiated from his forehead as he shouted, "Come forth, my undead warriors." The ground trembled as skeletal figures emerged from the earth. These undead soldiers, with a combat power of 70 each, were elite units possessing inflexible resurrection skill, allowing them to revive twice. This was the manifestation of HuaXia's A-level talent, the power of the necromancer. Go, my undead legion. Teach those foolish HuaXia people the price of provoking me. HuaXia laughed triumphantly. Under the command of the Eastern Warlord, 15 skeletal spirits charged toward Qianjian's forces. Faced with these grim and fearsome undead creatures, Qianjian showed no fear. Instead, his blood boiled with excitement as he let out a thunderous roar. Charge. Attack. Fight with everything you've got. Leading his 3,000 warriors, Qianjian advanced like a relentless torrent, colliding with the undead army in a deafening clash. At the forefront, Qianjian wielded his Tang horizontal blade and struck the nearest skeleton warrior. The blade sliced through the air, severing one of the skeleton's arms. Yet, the undead soldier, impervious to pain, lunged back with its bony claws extended. Qianjian moved nimbly, engaging in fierce combat with 3 skeletal warriors at once, his fighting spirit growing stronger with each blow. Meanwhile, Ming calmly assessed the battlefield, analyzing the situation in his mind. This Eastern summoner can command such powerful undead warriors. His talent must be at least a grade. He'll need to take this seriously. Closing his eyes, he recited an incantation, and in an instant, 8,000 armored warriors materialized behind him. The warriors knelt on one knee in perfect formation, declaring in unison, "Greetings, Lord. We are ready to charge into battle for you." Ming wasted no time issuing orders. Split into 2 groups. One will reinforce Qianjian from the front, while the other will flank the enemy's territory. "Yes, my lord." The warriors responded in unison. 4,000 soldiers surged into the main battlefield, engaging the skeletal spirits in fierce combat, quickly turning the tide in their favor. Meanwhile, the other 4,000 moved stealthily to flank the enemy, launching a surprise attack that caught HuaXia off guard. Report. A panicked militia soldier rushed to HuaXia. "My lord, the enemy has sent 4,000 reinforcements. The front lines are in critical condition, and the western wall is under heavy assault by another 4,000 troops." HuaXia's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Another 8,000 soldiers? Who is this man? Could he also possess an A-grade talent? Though shaken, he quickly regained his composure. This is my domain. He won't succeed here. Unleashing his trump card, HuaXia summoned 25 more skeletal spirits, each with combat power ranging from 70 to 80. Then, he called forth his most formidable warrior, 3.5 meteorites skeletal general draped in a cloak. This imposing figure carried a massive sword and radiated an aura of dread. Skeletal general attributes. Combat power, 119. Quality, superior grade. Skill 1. A grade resurrection can revive 5 times after death. Skill 2. A grade devour can absorb life forms to heal and temporarily increase combat power. Go. Kill that wretched HuaXia warrior. I will become a hero of the great Eastern Empire. HuaXia laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness. So, this is their trump card? Ming smirked disdainfully as he eyed the skeletal general summoned by HuaXia. If this was the extent of his opponent's strength, then this battle was destined to end prematurely. Decapitation strike. Commence. Wielding a gleaming tang blade, Ming's figure moved like lightning as he charged directly toward HuaXia's territory. With the tang blade enhancing his power, his combat ability instantly surged by 25 points, reaching an astounding 150. Meanwhile, the enemy's territory was already in chaos due to a flanking ambush by another team. Ming tore through the defenses as though no one could stop him, reaching the gates of the enemy stronghold in just 10 minutes. 2 skeletal soldiers guarding the entrance were effortlessly cut down in a single stroke. As he stepped inside, 10 samurai armed with katanas swarmed toward him. Pathetic insects, Ming sneered. With a graceful arc of his tang blade, the samurai were instantly cut in half, their blood staining the ground. Unstoppable, Ming carved a bloody path through the enemy's territory. 2 skeletal warriors with combat power of 70 finally blocked his way, their hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie green flames. Hisk, one of the skeletons swung a massive sword at Ming, but to him, the attack was sluggish, like a snail's crawl. His tang blade struck like lightning, piercing through one skeleton's chest before swiftly dismembering both with agile precision. Even with their ability to resurrect, the skeletons were no match for Yang Ming. Killing with every step, leaving no trail behind, Yang Ming pressed on relentlessly until he stormed into HuaXia's Lord's Manor, the final stronghold of the territory. If occupied for more than 12 hours, the entire territory would fall into enemy hands. Who are you? HuaXia recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back as Yang Ming strode in confidently. I'm the one here to kill you, Yang Ming declared, his steps steady and commanding. The cold glint of his tang blade reflected ominously under the light. Protect me. Someone, protect me. HuaXia shouted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The skeletal general and 5 skeletal warriors immediately formed a defensive formation around him. Yet, even with this protection, the oppressive aura emanating from Yang Ming made HuaXia's legs tremble. So, I hear you're planning to emulate the infamous Unit 731? Using our HuaXia people for your experiments? Yang Ming questioned coldly. I didn't. HuaXia stammered, his voice trembling as he internally screamed, damn it, why am I so afraid of him? What is this overwhelming sense of oppression coming from this man? Yang Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on HuaXia standing before him. Just moments ago, outside the Lord's Manor, he had clearly heard this man from the East Island spouting arrogance, declaring himself a hero of his nation, vowing to capture all the HuaXia people in the novice zone. The men would be enslaved as laborers, while the women would be imprisoned and subjected to unspeakable humiliation. No, I never said anything like that. Please let me explain. HuaXia's voice trembled, and his legs shook uncontrollably as fear overtook him. Yang Ming exuded an overwhelming aura of killing intent, as if he were born a harbinger of death. The oppressive force made HuaXia cower like a helpless kitten before a ferocious tiger. Explain? Go explain to God. Yang Ming gripped his tang horizontal blade tightly. My job is to send you to meet him. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Yang Ming had already turned into a streak of icy light, rushing toward HuaXia. Stop him. At the brink of death, HuaXia's survival instincts overcame his terror. With a piercing scream, he summoned a skeletal general and 5 bone skeletons to block Yang Ming's path. But such defenses were utterly futile. Boom. With his first strike, Yang Ming sent the towering skeletal general staggering back, severing both its arms. His second strike swept across with deadly precision, instantly shattering the 5 bone skeletons into fragments. Thighs is impossible. HuaXia's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a lord who had only arrived 3 days ago could possess such terrifying strength. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ming closed the distance between them, his tang blade tracing a sharp, chilling arc through the air. HuaXia collapsed to his knees, a foul stench spreading from his trousers as terror consumed him. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll sign a master-servant contract and serve you like a dog. Please, spare my life. Repent in hell. The tang blade descended with a whistling slash. HuaXia's head was severed cleanly, rolling a short distance before coming to a stop. With his death, his entire territory fell into disarray. All his troops froze in place, rendered incapable of fighting. At that moment, the public chat channel of the novice zone in the Blue Star domain echoed with a system-wide announcement. Congratulations to HuaXia Lord Yang Ming for successfully killing an East Island Lord, becoming the first Lord in the novice zone of the Blue Star domain to complete a kill mission. Additional rewards will be granted. Rewards are being distributed. Distribution complete. You have earned the title, First Blood. Combat power increased by 5 points. When the announcement spread across the novice area of the Blue Star domain, the entire chat channel erupted instantly. Players from HuaXia and Dongying engaged in lively discussions. The newbie protection period just ended 20 minutes ago, and there's already a first kill? HuaXia player Yang Ming claimed the first kill. Break out the champagne to celebrate. Who knows this Yang Ming guy? He's incredible. Someone, in the middle of directing militia to cultivate farmland, got so excited upon hearing the news that they kicked aside the nearby plowing ox and personally picked up the plow to start working the fields. However, as the central figure of the event, Yang Ming had no time to pay attention to the chatter. On the newly conquered territory, Yang Ming was busy directing his warriors to inventory the spoils of war. Although HuaXia had only managed the area for 3 days, the resources left behind were quite substantial. Reports from the warriors came in one after another. Report, my lord. We've discovered 300 pounds of rice in the granary. In the wooden house to the east, we found 103 silver ores, 508 pounds of raw iron, and 50 pieces of obsidian. We uncovered 20 ordinary iron broadswords. But what thrilled Yang Ming the most were 2 treasures found in the Lord's Manor. One was a high-quality item called spring water, capable of creating an inexhaustible water source wherever it was placed, with a daily output of up to 100 tons. Drinking it continuously for 20 days could even increase one's combat power by 1 point. The other was an equally exceptional item, Thorn of Protection. This special plant not only reinforced the territory's fences and repelled wild beasts, but also possessed carnivorous and fire-breathing traits. While Yang Ming was strategizing how to best utilize these gains, he summoned his deputy, Chen Jian, to inquire about the casualties from the battle. 1,071 killed, over 2,000 injured, Chen Jian reported, his words weighing heavily on Yang Ming's heart. These warriors were not just cold statistics. They were living, breathing lives. Immediately organize personnel to transport the supplies and wounded back to the territory. Make sure the injured are treated, Yang Ming ordered. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chen Jian's eyes. Understood, my lord. Half an hour later, as Yang Ming led his team back to the territory, they were greeted by the sight of over 100 ragged refugees gathered outside the gates. Before he could even ponder the origins of these natives, the group knelt down in unison. Honorable Lord, we are homeless refugees. Today, we stumbled upon your territory and humbly ask for shelter. We pledge to become your most loyal servants. The group knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads, their breathing quick and shallow, terrified of upsetting Yang Ming. Stand up, Yang Ming said in a deep voice. Then, turning to Chen Jian, he continued, prepare food for them and arrange their accommodations. Make sure to register their information and give me the records. Understood, Chen Jian responded immediately. Thank you, my lord. The refugees, overcome with emotion, spoke through tears, their words broken and incoherent. Go inside. From now on, you are part of this place, Yang Ming said as he watched the group follow Chen Jian into the territory, a plan already forming in his mind. Taking these people in was a strategic move for the future development of the territory. After all, one of the requirements for upgrading the territory was an increase in the native population. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Your territory's population has surpassed 100. You have been awarded 10 national fortune points. Yang Ming was not surprised. Through his studies in the real world, he had long understood the importance of population to the growth of a territory. He pondered silently. Summon warriors did not count toward the native population, so he would need to find ways to attract more natives in the future. Of course, this would require establishing a solid foundation first. The most pressing issue at the moment was addressing basic livelihood needs. Yang Ming took out the spring water item and prepared to place it near the residential area. The lack of a water source in the territory made resolving the drinking water problem an urgent priority. He selected an open space within the residential area. Place it here.
Yes.
As Yang Ming confirmed, the item emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, a crystal-clear spring shot up 5 meters into the air, water splashing everywhere. The miraculous scene left the surrounding natives utterly stunned. Could our lord be one of the legendary transcendents? I heard transcendents can summon rain, turn stone into gold. We are so fortunate to be under the protection of a transcendent. The natives whispered excitedly among themselves. Yang Ming scooped up a handful of the spring water to taste it. The sweet, pure flavor left him thoroughly satisfied. This high-quality resource item not only solved the water problem, but also contained spiritual energy capable of healing his warrior's injuries. System, display the detailed population information. Ding, your subordinate Chen Jian has completed the population registration. Please review. A virtual screen, visible only to Yang Ming, appeared before him. Total population, 125. Blacksmiths, 3. Doctors, 2. Carpenters, 4. Healers, 1. Ordinary people, 115. Additionally, there were 8,550 warriors. However, as non-natives, they were not included in the population count and could not take on specialized professions. They were limited to combat and physical labor. As Yang Ming was contemplating his next steps for development, Chen Jian hurried over and reported, My lord, the new refugees have been settled as per your instructions. However, both they and our soldiers are famished, pale, and weak from not having eaten in a long time. This statement jolted Yang Ming to his senses. Food is the foundation of survival, and the most urgent task at hand was to solve the issue of hunger. Without securing a stable food supply, how could these people develop a sense of belonging to the territory? How much food is left in the granary? Yang Ming asked immediately. Chen Jian thought for a moment before responding. Rice, dried meat, fruits, and vegetables combined total about 4,000 pounds. Only 4,000 pounds? Yang Ming frowned deeply. That amount of food would barely last everyone a single day. Without hesitation, he decided. Open the granary immediately and prepare all the food. Make sure everyone can eat their fill.
But
Chen Jian hesitated. If we use up all the food now, what will we do later? He had initially intended to secure a meal for the soldiers, but hadn't expected Yang Ming to be so bold. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder and spoke with firm resolve. Do as I say. We've won a battle today, and the soldiers deserve a reward. I will find a solution for tomorrow's food supply. Understood, my lord. Chun Jian's eyes sparkled with admiration. By nightfall, the tantalizing aroma of food permeated the territory. The rich scent of meat blended with the fragrance of freshly cooked rice, stirring everyone's appetite. The hungry refugees and soldiers lined up eagerly, waiting for their share of the meal. My goodness, it's eggs and fatty pork. Is this really for us to eat? The Lord is so kind-hearted. We've truly found a wise and benevolent leader. When the steaming hot meals were finally handed out, many were moved to tears. Just then, Yang Ming received a system notification. Ding, respected Lord Yang Ming, under your excellent leadership, the residents' sense of belonging has greatly increased. Public sentiment is in your favor. Reward, 10 national fortune points. Yang Ming pondered for a moment. National fortune points were crucial for upgrading the territory. To advance from a mid-level to a high-level territory, the following conditions had to be met. Wood, 7,500 units. Stone, 5,500 units. Population, 200 native residents. National fortune points, 200. Buildings, at least 3 level 2 structures. For Yang Ming, the population was the most valuable resource in the territory. Whether it was skilled individuals like blacksmiths and doctors, or the 8,550 battle-hardened soldiers whose combat abilities had been sharpened by war, every single person was indispensable. Yang Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he pondered to himself. He had 8,000 warriors under his command, and the issues with timber and stone were manageable. However, the national fortune value was a real headache. To address this, he decided to set out on an exploration the very next day. As night deepened, Yang Ming stretched and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, Yang Ming opened his eyes right on time. It was his 5th day on the battlefield of myriad races. After getting up, he immediately left the Lord's manor and summoned Chun Jian. My lord, what are your orders? Chun Jian asked, cupping his fists. Following his plan from the previous night, Yang Ming quickly issued his commands. Send 2,000 people to cut timber and another 2,000 to gather and polish stone. You will stay behind with 1,000 men to guard the territory. The rest will accompany me on an expedition to hunt wild beasts. Understood. Chun Jian acknowledged the orders and swiftly began making arrangements. Half an hour later, Yang Ming set out with a force of 3,000 warriors. These soldiers, having been tempered by battle, now had an average combat strength exceeding 20 points. A cold wind, tinged with the metallic scent of beast blood, blew past them. Under the morning sun, Yang Ming could clearly see the surroundings. The territory was built on a barren plain, surrounded by sparse grasslands dotted with strange plants, and in the distance, a dense forest loomed faintly on the horizon. Move out, Yang Ming commanded, leading the group eastward. He recalled that during yesterday's campaign against Meituan-Kuzi, he had discovered a secondary-level mining resource field in this direction. Today was the perfect opportunity to claim it. The 3,000-strong troop marched through the wilderness with such momentum that even wolf packs avoided crossing their path. Yang Ming advanced cautiously, fully aware that dangers on the battlefield of myriad races often lurked in the shadows. Before long, the scouts at the front of the formation suddenly halted and signaled to Yang Ming. Surprised, as he hadn't expected to reach their destination so soon, he quickened his pace to investigate. Ahead, a herd of large Tianjiao Qingniu heaven-horned green oxen had appeared. Their bodies were covered in a bluish-green hue. The system identified them as high-quality beasts with combat strengths ranging from 96 to 128. Known for their violent temperament, they attacked any creature encountered during their migrations. Yang Ming counted a total of 52, including a few calves still nursing. This is an opportunity we can't miss. Yang Ming immediately ordered his troops to encircle the herd. Each adult Tianjiao Qingniu weighed over 1,500 kilograms, and if they could successfully hunt them, food supplies for the next few days would be secured. As the team advanced to within 100 meters of the herd, Yang Ming gave the order, attack. Leading the charge himself, he drew his tang horizontal blade, which emitted a piercing hum. His eyes gleamed with determination as he sliced the nearest Tianjiao Qingniu cleanly in two with a single strike. The sudden assault threw the herd into chaos. The scent of blood awakened the wild instincts of the Tianjiao Qingniu. Their eyes turned blood-red as they launched a frenzied counterattack. Sharp horns impaled the chests of 5 warriors in an instant, while their massive hooves trampled more than a dozen into pulp. A brutal battle unfolded. Although the number of skyhorn blue oxen was limited, each one was a colossal creature with formidable combat power. Their thick hides and immense strength made them nearly invincible. Even 20 warriors working together struggled to bring one down. As the battle commenced, over 50 warriors had already fallen beneath the hooves of these massive beasts. Come at me, you beasts! Yang Ming roared, his Tang Dao flashing with a cold gleam in his grip. With one powerful swing, he sliced the leading Skyhorn blue ox clean in half. Seizing the momentum, he flipped agilely, his blade striking like lightning as it pierced through the skulls of two more Skyhorn blue oxen with precision. Yang Ming's valiant performance quickly caught the attention of the Skyhorn blue oxen's leader. The largest and most imposing of the beasts let out an earth-shaking roar, its hooves pounding the ground as it charged straight at Yang Ming. It unleashed its bull's rampage ability, knocking over more than 100 warriors in its unstoppable path. The Skyhorn blue oxen leader, with a combat power of 128, reached Yang Ming in the blink of an eye, its sharp horns aimed directly at his abdomen. Instead of retreating, Yang Ming's face lit up with excitement. He raised his blade and stepped forward to meet the charge. At the critical moment, he sidestepped nimbly, plunging his Tang Dao deep into the beast's abdomen. The giant creature let out a deafening wail of pain as blood gushed out. Yang Ming seized the opportunity, swiftly turning and delivering another blow that sliced off half of the leader's head. He didn't stop there, continuing to strike relentlessly until the enormous beast was completely incapacitated. With their leader defeated, the remaining Skyhorn blue oxen quickly scattered. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. Yang Ming, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, leaned on his blade for support. In this brutal fight, he single-handedly killed 21 Skyhorn blue oxen, nearly exhausting all his strength. As he surveyed the battlefield littered with carcasses, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in Yang Ming's eyes. The meat from these creatures would not only feed his people, but their horns were also premium forging materials that could be traded for valuable supplies. He immediately ordered all the spoils to be transported back to their territory and declared that everyone would feast on beef that evening. His announcement instantly boosted morale. The 500 surviving warriors quickly got to work, clearing the battlefield thoroughly. Although 338 warriors had been lost in the fight, those who survived gained valuable combat experience, each increasing their combat power by 1 or 2 points. After a brief rest, Yang Ming led the remaining 2,000 men eastward, their next target being a level 2 mine. In this world, the importance of mines could not be overstated. Whether for forging, upgrading, enhancing, or repairing weapons, a large supply of mineral resources was indispensable. Iron ore, in particular, was a critical strategic resource. After walking for about 15 minutes and crossing a hill, Yang Ming finally saw a rugged mining area filled with jagged rocks ahead. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the site. A level 2 excellent grade mining area with an estimated reserve of 500,000 tons, containing 25 types of metal ores, 10 types of energy minerals, and 3 types of gemstone resources. However, what made Yang Ming narrow his eyes were the busy figures moving within the mining area group of dark-skinned, short-statured beings. These were unmistakably dwarves, the most skilled craftsmen among the myriad races on the battlefield. Renowned for their exceptional forging skills, their intelligence was said to rival that of humans. Everyone, listen up. Move forward slowly and carefully, Yang Ming commanded, signaling an attack as he led his team cautiously toward the mining area. But the clever dwarves were clearly prepared. At a distance of 300 meters, the sound of arrows cutting through the air suddenly rang out, and over a dozen arrows came whistling toward them. 7 of his men were caught off guard and killed instantly. Realizing the ambush had failed, Yang Ming acted decisively. Spread out, avoid the arrows, and surround the mining area from all sides. His team quickly dispersed, reducing casualties, but breaking through the dwarves' advantage of a 300-meter range was no easy task. For Yang Ming, however, a Supreme Lord awakened with SS-grade talent, this was no challenge at all. He let out a cold snort, brandished his Tang horizontal blade, and charged forward alone. Dodging the rain of arrows with agility, he swiftly closed the gap to 100 meters. As the arrows came down in an even denser barrage, Yang Ming pressed forward instead of retreating. His blade moved like the wind, slicing through every arrow in his path. Once inside the mining area, he found himself surrounded by about 200 dwarves armed with weapons. Yet Yang Ming smiled confidently, as though victory was already in his grasp. You want to compare numbers? I won't lose. Summon 1,000 warriors. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and 1,000 warriors materialized out of thin air, crushing a few unfortunate dwarves underfoot. With their long-range advantage lost, the dwarves quickly fell into disarray and surrendered one by one. The system notification immediately sounded. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on defeating the dwarven tribe. Would you like to claim the mining area? Without hesitation, Yang Ming chose yes and was rewarded with 5 points of national fortune. Upon reviewing the mining area's details, he discovered that in addition to abundant iron ore and other metallic resources, the site also contained 2 crucial forging materials: precious rubies and star minerals. This is a huge win, Yang Ming said with a satisfied smile. Yang Ming lowered his head, scrutinizing the group of dwarves kneeling before him. Under his gaze, these small-statured creatures trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale as they repeatedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Brave Lord, please don't kill us. We're willing to serve as your slaves," they pleaded, their voices filled with fear. Watching the scene unfold, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Yang Ming's lips. Dwarves were naturally gifted blacksmiths, and if he could bring them under his command, the issue of weapons and equipment would be effortlessly resolved. "Stand up. If you swear your loyalty to me, I might consider sparing your lives," he declared. The dwarves, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to their feet, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you for your mercy, gracious and mighty Lord," they said in unison. "Among you, who can forge high-quality weapons?" Yang Ming asked, scanning the group. The dwarves exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to step forward. His expression hardened, and his tone grew cold. "If none of you can forge high-quality weapons, what use do I have for you?" I can." A timid voice broke the silence. Yang Ming turned toward the sound and saw a frail, white-haired girl trembling as she raised her hand. He immediately checked her details. Name, Kiki Light. Profession, blacksmith. Combat power, 3. Potential, 4 stars. Talent, craftsman's heart grade B weapon forging success rate 10 times higher than average. Description, a prodigious girl who began forging high-quality weapons on her own at the age of 14, with a bright future ahead. A treasure, Yang Ming thought, his heart leaping with joy. This white-haired girl's 4-star potential far exceeded that of Chen Jian, even after using the soldier enhancement talisman to reach 2 stars. "If you agree to follow me, they'll provide you with comfortable living quarters and ample food. As long as you work for me," Yang Ming said, softening his tone. At the mention of food, Kiki Light instinctively swallowed and nodded eagerly. "Great Lord, Kiki Light is willing to follow you," she said. The moment her words fell, her loyalty jumped from 0 to 50. Yang Ming immediately understood this group of dwarves must have been suffering from severe hunger. He pulled a packet of biscuits from his pocket and handed it to Kiki Light. "This is your reward," he said. The petite Kiki Light, standing just 1.4 meters tall, accepted the biscuits. The sweet aroma made her eyes light up with delight. Since being exiled from her dwarf clan 2 months ago, she hadn't encountered anything that smelled so appetizing. She couldn't wait to take a bite, her eyes widening at the crisp sweetness. "Delicious, so delicious," she exclaimed, before devouring the biscuits ravenously, one after another, unable to stop. At this moment, Cocolet's loyalty skyrocketed from 50 to 80. Her enthusiastic munching on the cookies made the dwarves behind her restless. A few ravenous dwarves couldn't resist reaching out, attempting to snatch some for themselves. Yang Ming quickly intervened to stop them. "Dwarves, let me remind you once again. As long as you choose to follow me and live in my territory, you will enjoy free access to rice, eggs, and pork." This promise made the dwarves' eyes light up, and they swallowed hard in anticipation. To them, these were luxurious delicacies reserved only for nobles. Overcome with excitement, the dwarves knelt down and shouted in unison, "Lord, we pledge our lives to follow you." At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds: hurry to the Lord's territory and feast to their heart's content. With the successful recruitment of the dwarves, control of the mining area was now firmly in Yang Ming's hands. After careful consideration, he decided to leave behind 1,000 warriors to guard and extract ore from the site. This number was more than sufficient for a mine located just 20 minutes from the territory, ensuring both timely reinforcements in case of attacks and smooth transportation of supplies. Glancing at the midday sky, Yang Ming instructed 500 warriors to escort the mined resources and the dwarves back to the territory. As for Cocolet, the 4-star potential blacksmith, he decided to keep her by his side for now to ensure the safety of this invaluable asset, someone who could give him a significant advantage in weaponry over 99 of the other new lords. Continuing eastward, Yang Ming led the remaining 2,500 warriors and Cocolet onward. As they progressed, the terrain began to change. Wild grass grew sparse, stones scattered across the ground became more numerous and orderly, and the barren land gradually flattened out. In the distance, the faint outline of a structure began to emerge. Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be an ancient building hiding rare treasures? Without hesitation, he ordered the group to quicken their pace. 10 minutes later, a road paved with bluish stone slabs appeared before them. Even more astonishing, a massive altar engulfed in blue flames loomed ahead. Atop it stood a sinister black statue, surrounded by several guards clad in bronze armor. Yang Ming scrutinized the guards carefully. Name, Evil God Altar Guard. Combat power, unknown. Quality, rare. Talent, insufficient strength to detect. Skills, insufficient strength to detect. Description, guards created by the evil god using strange powers, tasked with killing any living beings that approach the altar. However, they do not attack pilgrims who bring sacrificial offerings. Cold sweat trickled down Yang Ming's forehead, slowly dripping onto the ground from his face. He held his breath, his eyes fixed on the towering guards patrolling back and forth around the massive altar. These guards were imposing, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to even breathe. His system couldn't even scan their basic information. Just one guard is this strong. How terrifying must the boss behind this altar be? Yang Ming thought to himself. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he motioned for his team to retreat quietly. Venturing further into this sinister altar of the evil god at this stage was nothing short of courting death. After retreating to a relatively safe distance, Yang Ming couldn't resist the urge to glance back for one last scan of the altar. To his surprise, this time the system managed to capture detailed information. Name: Evil God Altar. Quality: Legendary. Description: The land of death of the hero Aminos. Once a human warrior who slaughtered countless demons, Aminos fell and became an evil god due to some mysterious reason. Current status: unclaimed. Note: you may trade with the evil god Aminos, but only if you offer your soul. After reading the information, Yang Ming turned away without hesitation and resumed retreating. Unless he had lost his mind, there was no way he would provoke such an entity at this stage. It would be wiser to return when he was strong enough. The team retreated in an orderly fashion along the original path. However, after walking just 500 meters, Kiki Light, who was following closely beside Yang Ming, suddenly stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Huff, huff. The young girl was pale, her legs weak as she lay there gasping for breath. What's wrong? Yang Ming hurriedly helped her up. My lord. I'm fine, just a little tired. Kiki Light replied groggily. It was only then that Yang Ming remembered her combat strength was a mere 3 points. The long trek combined with the oppressive aura emanating from the evil god altar had clearly pushed the frail girl to her limit. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some jerky and water, handing them to her. Take a break and eat something to regain your strength. Thank you, my lord, Kiki Light said gratefully, accepting the food. She carefully took a small bite, savoring the rare taste of meat. Unlike the last time when she devoured her food hungrily, this time she sat on a rock by the roadside, cherishing every bite. Tears glistened in her eyes. She couldn't even recall the last time she had eaten meat. While the team rested, Yang Ming ordered the group to set up camp temporarily. He found a rock to sit on, took out a pen and some paper, and began sketching a map. His plan was to mark all the resource points and terrain routes they had discovered over the past few days, using his territory as the center to prepare for the development of the land in the future. 10 minutes later, he had completed a simple map covering a radius of 10 kilometers to the east and 3 kilometers in other directions, all centered on his territory. On the map, Yang Ming marked the evil god altar, located 100,000 meters to the east of the territory, with a red pin, designating it as one of the forbidden areas. Although the map was still rudimentary, it would undoubtedly become more detailed as exploration continued. After a brief rest, Yang Ming ordered the group to return. The journey back was unexpectedly smooth. Not only did they encounter no dangers, but they also discovered a herd of ordinary mountain goats by a small river. These goats, weighing about 60 pounds each, were of moderate size and completely defenseless. Yang Ming's team quickly captured all 30 of them. Take them all back. Tonight, we'll feast, Yang Ming commanded, and the warriors cheered enthusiastically, swiftly hoisting the prey onto their shoulders. As the sun began to set, Yang Ming led his team closer to the territory. Suddenly, a faint yet distinct smell of blood wafted through the air, clearly coming from the direction of the territory. Yang Ming's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. Soon, he saw that the fences surrounding the territory were stained with blood, evidence of a fierce battle. As he stepped into the territory, several subordinates hurriedly approached him, followed shortly by Qian Jian, who had rushed over upon hearing of Yang Ming's return. What happened? Yang Ming asked in a deep voice. Qian Jian respectfully clasped his fists and replied, My lord, around noon, 3 elite demon wolves led a pack of wild wolves in an attack on the territory. Fortunately, we managed to eliminate them all. Hearing this, Yang Ming silently praised his earlier decision to leave Qian Jian behind to guard the territory. Otherwise, the consequences could have been disastrous. Well done, he said, stepping forward to give Qian Jian a firm pat on the shoulder. You, my friend, are a true hero. This recognition made Qian Jian tremble slightly with emotion, his voice growing even more resolute. My lord, I am willing to give everything for you, even my life. At that moment, Qian Jian's loyalty soared to 95 points. Anything else to report? Yang Ming continued to ask. Yes, my lord. Not long ago, a group of refugees arrived near the territory. Their village was destroyed by beasts, and they sought shelter. Following your instructions, I have taken them in. Well done, Yang Ming said with satisfaction. The development of the territory depended on population growth. He pointed to the goats behind him and instructed, select a few cooks from the new residents and have them prepare these goats. Also, Take some demon wolf meat and Tianjiao green ox meat from the warehouse and cook them together to reward the warriors for their excellent performance. As night fell, the territory was brightly lit. Several large pots bubbled on the open ground, the boiling water releasing a rich aroma of meat. Bones and chunks of meat softened over the roaring fire, and the tantalizing scent spread to every corner of the territory. The news of Ming distributing free mutton soup spread like wildfire across the territory. Before long, a hungry crowd had gathered around the large pot, their eyes fixed on the chunks of meat rolling in the boiling broth as the tantalizing aroma filled the air. "Mom, I'm so hungry. When can we eat?" A ragged little boy tugged at his mother's sleeve from within the crowd. The boy had only arrived today and hadn't eaten for 2 whole days. "Be patient, sweetheart. Just a little longer, and you'll have food," the woman whispered gently, even though her own stomach growled with hunger. The rich scent of mutton continually teased the appetite of those waiting, and murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. "Is it true? Free food for everyone? The Lord is so kind. Our dwarven clan will follow him forever." Who would have thought someone would still give out food for free in these times? Thank the Mother Earth. Amen. Meanwhile, Ming stood atop a high platform, reviewing the progress made that day. 10,000 units of lumber and stone had already been stored away, and 4 level 2 buildings, the blacksmith shop, the Lord's Manor, the spring resource treasure, and the warehouse were now completed. Only one final requirement remained: accumulating 200 points of national fortune to upgrade the territory's level. But he currently had only 65 points, leaving him with the urgent task of finding the remaining 135 points in a short time. Time was running out. If a king-level territory could not be established within a month, HuaXia would face a dire crisis. On top of that, vigilance was required against the covetous eyes of the allied forces of Dongying, South Korea, and the United States. With just 25 days left, upgrading the territory had become an immediate priority. Suddenly, an idea struck Ming a way to quickly gain national fortune points. Painting a grand vision, he strode toward the crowd, cleared his throat, and called out, "Silence!" The crowd immediately dropped to their knees, bowing. "Greetings to the Lord. Stand up, all of you." Ming gestured for them to rise. "Before we eat, I have an announcement to make." He paused deliberately, then raised his voice. "We're building a city." The 2 words echoed in the air, leaving the crowd looking at each other in surprise. Ming continued, "I am going to establish a city where no one goes hungry, where people can live in peace and prosperity. Eventually, we will create a nation that everyone dreams of, a land of freedom and equality. From today onward, this place will be called HuaXia City. I promise, in the future HuaXia City, everyone will have enough to eat and wear, their own home, the chance to marry and raise a family, and the security to enjoy their old age." This bold declaration left the crowd in a daze. "My lord, does such a utopia really exist?" someone in the crowd asked timidly. Ming didn't respond immediately. Instead, he spread his arms and retrieved a massive amount of food from the system's inventory. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the scene unfolded like a magic trick. Food appeared out of thin air, leaving everyone wide-eyed and gasping in disbelief. "An extraordinary being. The Lord is actually one of the legendary extraordinary beings," gasped someone in the crowd. In this world, extraordinary beings who could tear apart evil dragons with their bare hands were revered as the most noble existence. And now, they were under the protection of such a figure. Ming tossed several packets of food toward the crowd, his voice firm and commanding. "Follow me. When the future HuaXia becomes the ruler of this world, you will be the founding heroes. A prosperous era of freedom, equality, and peace is coming, and you, yes, all of you are the true heroes." His words ignited a spark of hope in everyone's hearts. The crowd erupted in cheers, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at Ming. "Long live the Lord. We swear to follow you to the end." The system notification sounded immediately. "Ding, inspired by your words, the residents' sense of belonging and happiness within the territory have increased significantly. National Fortune Point 70. Tianjian and Kikalit's loyalty has reached 100, awarding an additional 40 national fortune points each." Hearing this, Ming was delighted. It seemed that rallying people's hearts with grand visions truly did accumulate national fortune points. He now had 215 points, enough to meet the promotion criteria. System, I want to upgrade the territory. Upgrading in progress. Estimated time, 6 hours. Friendly reminder, during this period, the territory's overall combat power will decrease by 10. Please do not leave the territory. As Ming began strategizing for the post-upgrade plans, his stomach growled at an inopportune moment. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "Let's eat." The crowd cheered, lining up to receive their food. Everyone was served a steaming bowl of lamb stew, and the warriors were given an extra piece of high-quality wolf meat that enhanced combat power. Kikalite stood in line, holding her generously portioned lamb stew. The rich aroma was irresistible. She couldn't help but grab a piece of meat with her hand and pop it into her mouth. The intense flavor exploded across her taste buds. "Mom, it's so delicious," she murmured, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She recalled being 7 years old, scavenging a small piece of discarded pork belly from a dwarf noble. Back then, she had dreamed of eating meat once a month. Now, that dream had finally come true. As Kikalite wept and savored her lamb stew, she glanced up at young Ming standing on the platform. In her heart, she silently vowed to dedicate everything she had to repay the Lord for his kindness. This sentiment quietly took root in the hearts of the other residents as well. Inside the Lord's manor, after finishing his meal, Yang Ming sat at his desk, pen in hand, planning the future development of his territory. The top priority is strengthening defenses, he thought while writing. Today's demon wolf attack had made him keenly aware of the importance of fortifications. He decided to plant high-grade protective thorns around the territory tomorrow, creating a double-layered defense alongside the existing fences. His gaze shifted toward the warehouse. Although the demon wolves hunted today provided a substantial supply of meat, even high-quality meat couldn't be preserved for long. The food issue must be resolved soon. Farming is the only sustainable solution. Yang Ming opened the HuaXia chat channel, where a flood of messages was scrolling across the screen. Despite the late hour, the channel remained lively. Upgraded to a mid-level territory in just 5 days. One message caught his attention. That's impressive. 2/3 of people are still stuck at the beginner level. Wood is such a pain to gather. 25 workers only manage to chop 50 units in a day. Carving stone blocks is even worse. Moving the stones isn't enough. You also need an extra hour to refine them. The conversation soon shifted to developments in other regions. I heard someone in the US secured a high-quality resource field yesterday. What a powerhouse. I tried to clear an excellent-grade logging camp today and nearly lost my entire team. Complaints began to pour in one after another. This cursed place, water's scarce, food short, and there aren't enough hands. Once the beginner period ends, even wild beasts start attacking. If only I had an upgrade talent. Keep dreaming. I'd be thrilled with upgrade talent. Can anyone really develop a king-level territory in just 25 days? The last question brought a brief silence to the channel. Yang Ming observed for a while and noticed that most people were struggling with their progress. Of course, the true experts were usually the ones lurking quietly. Switching to the trading section, Yang Ming began searching for staple foods. He specifically looked for items like potatoes, rice, and sweet potatoes, which were easy to store. While wood and stone were the most sought-after resources at the moment, the relatively small populations in most territories meant food was somewhat more abundant. However, reality quickly dashed his hopes. Most of the food listings were small quantities, ranging from a few to a dozen pounds, with no bulk trades available. To improve efficiency, Yang Ming decided to take the initiative. Using an anonymous identity, he listed 50 pounds of demon wolf meat for trade, offering the terms: 1 pound of demon wolf meat for 10 pounds of potatoes or sweet potatoes, or 5 pounds of rice. Other staple foods are also acceptable. Yang Ming had just set the transaction amount when the system immediately popped up with a notification. After he confirmed listing 50 pounds of dire wolf meat, the meat in his warehouse disappeared instantly. To his surprise, the entire batch was snapped up within seconds. The system notification chimed: "Transaction successful. Your warehouse now contains 300 pounds of potatoes, 100 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of sweet potatoes." Yang Ming stood frozen in place, astonished at how sought-after the high-quality dire wolf meat was. Clearly, he had underestimated people's demand for this rare food that could directly boost combat power. For lords with low combat strength, this was an invaluable treasure. After a brief moment of thought, he revised his trade terms. 1 pound of dire wolf meat could now be exchanged for 15 pounds of rice, or 30 pounds of staple foods like potatoes or sweet potatoes. This time, he listed a total of 5,500 pounds of dire wolf meat. Although the transactions were slightly slower than before, orders continued to pour in steadily. Meanwhile, the HuaXia chat channel was buzzing with excitement. "Oh my god! A big shot just appeared in the trading zone. Look at this. Over 5,000 pounds of high-quality dire wolf meat, and you only need 15 pounds of rice to get a pound. I'm so lucky. I traded 35 pounds of rice for 2 pounds of meat. Damn it, I don't have any staple foods right now. Missing this chance is such a shame. My combat power is only 20, but if I could eat more of this, I might be able to push it up to 25. Half an hour later, all the dire wolf meat was sold out. Yang Ming had specifically restricted the transactions to HuaXia lords. While opening it up globally might have brought in higher returns, he firmly believed in keeping the benefits within his own community. The system notification followed: "Dear Lord Yang Ming, your warehouse now contains 14,000 pounds of rice, 35,600 pounds of potatoes, and 22,500 pounds of sweet potatoes. It is recommended to expand your warehouse soon, as the current space is nearing capacity, Yang Ming was highly satisfied with this trade. With these staple foods, he wouldn't have to worry about food supplies for at least the next 10 days. More importantly, with his SS level talent, he could continue dispatching warriors for hunting missions. However, to ensure sustainable development, cultivating farmland, building plantations, and establishing livestock farms remained essential priorities. After a busy day, Yang Ming felt exhausted. Stretching his body, he lay down on his bed to rest. His territory was still upgrading, and by the time he woke up, he would be greeted by a brand new, advanced domain. At 6 o'clock the next morning, a mechanical system notification startled Yang Ming from his sleep. Dear Lord Yang Ming, your territory has successfully upgraded. Yang Ming immediately jumped out of bed and walked briskly out of the Lord's manor. What greeted his eyes was a faint light screen enveloping the territory. The originally on a million square meter land was expanding visibly, eventually reaching 5 million square meters. Several brand new 6-story dormitory buildings had sprung up. The perimeter fence had been reinforced, and even the Lord's manor had undergone a complete transformation, looking more magnificent than ever. Check territory information, Yang Ming commanded eagerly. A series of details appeared. HuaXia City Territory Name. Advanced Lord's Manor. Lord, Yang Ming. Location, 14th Parallel Universe, 404 Server, 996 Blue Star Region, 10086 Beginner Zone. Area, 5 million square meters. Population, 376 human natives, excluding 9,400 summon warriors, and 102 dwarves. Buildings. Includes 2 granaries, 2 warehouses, 10 dormitory buildings, 1 farm, 1 fish pond, 2 blacksmith shops, etc. Wealth, 0. National fortune value, 215. After reviewing the information, Yang Ming found the number of buildings was clearly insufficient. To upgrade the territory from advanced to superior level, the following conditions needed to be met. 10,500 units of wood, 9,500 units of stone, 10 white crystal cores, 1,000 human natives, 700 points of national fortune, at least 5 level 3 buildings and 25 level 2 buildings, 2 level 3 resource fields, and 7 level 2 resource fields. If not for the SS grade talent, I'd probably still be struggling with a mid-level territory, Yang Ming muttered to himself. The most urgent task now was to visit Kiki Light. With the current strength of the territory, launching a direct assault on a level 3 resource field would be suicidal. The field was guarded by elite monsters. Even deploying tens of thousands of summoned warriors in a numbers-based strategy would be a costly failure. However, if Kiki Light could forge an elite-grade weapon, the chances of success in conquering a level 3 resource field would increase significantly. Yang Ming headed toward the residential area. Along the way, residents sleeping by the roadside rose to bow respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Lord." Since the residential area had not yet been fully developed, most people had no choice but to sleep outdoors. When he arrived in front of Kiki Light, the petite white-haired girl, standing only 1.4 meters tall, visibly tensed up. Coco Light had been sleeping next to a pile of hay. Upon seeing Yang Ming, she immediately scrambled to her feet, her small hands nervously clutching the corner of her yellowed, worn-out dress. "Good morning, my lord," she said timidly. Yang Ming frowned as he looked at the small figure curled up by the haystack. "You slept here last night?" "Yes, my lord," Coco Light nodded, her voice stammering with nervousness. "Follow me," Yang Ming said as he turned and walked away, silently berating himself for forgetting to make arrangements for her the previous night. Coco Light quickly ran to catch up. Yang Ming led her to a blacksmith shop and stopped in front of it. It was one of the only 2 blacksmith shops in the territory. It had already been cleaned up the day before, and was even equipped with a bathroom and a bedroom. Considering Coco Light's potential to forge high-quality weapons, he decided to let her manage the shop independently. Yang Ming turned to look at the ragged little girl in front of him. "Go inside, take a bath, and change into new clothes before coming out to see me." Coco Light obediently entered the blacksmith shop and soon found the bathroom. However, after just a moment, she came running out with an expression of surprise and delight, carefully holding a light blue dress in her hands. "My lord, is this beautiful dress for me? Can I really wear it?" she asked, her voice trembling with excitement. Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was just a simple dress, nothing more than an ordinary garment that wouldn't even stand out at a street market in the real world. Yet for Coco Light, who had only ever worn dull, grayish-black clothes, it was undoubtedly a luxurious treasure. "Yes, it's for you. Put it on," he replied. Coco Light's dirty little face flushed with joy as she bowed repeatedly. Thank you, my lord. Go on, wash up quickly. I have tasks to assign to you. I'm sorry. I'll hurry," she said, clutching the dress as she rushed back into the bathroom. Yang Ming waited outside. It was still early, just 6 in the morning, and the sky remained faintly dark, so there was no rush. 10 minutes later, a completely transformed Cocolite emerged. The light blue dress accentuated her petite frame, and her freshly washed face, though marked with a few scars, revealed a youthful and delicate charm. Her bright, innocent eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you for the dress, my lord," she said solemnly, giving the highest salute of her dwarf kin. Yang Ming glanced at her briefly and got straight to the point. "No need for thanks. You mentioned before that you could forge high-quality weapons, correct?" "Yes, I can. From now on, you will manage this blacksmith shop," Yang Ming said, gesturing around the space. "You can live here, or you can choose a single room in the dormitory building. All in all, do your best to forge an exceptional grade weapon for me," Yang Ming said seriously. "We'll take full responsibility for your living needs, food, clothing, and any other supplies you require. They'll also assign people to protect you." Upon hearing this, Cocolette's eyes lit up, but she quickly showed a troubled expression. "My lord, well, without an exceptional grade blueprint, the success rate of forging an exceptional grade weapon is only 1 in 1,000. 1 in 1,000? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying that even without an exceptional grade blueprint, you still have a chance to forge an exceptional grade weapon?" Cocolette nodded gently, her voice soft. "Yes, that's my innate ability. I can give weapons a chance to be upgraded to a higher quality, but the probability is very low, currently only 1 in 1,000. This unexpected revelation thrilled Yang Ming. No wonder the system rated her with 4 stars. Her potential was indeed extraordinary. He smiled and said, "That's fine. Start by forging a fine-grade weapon. I happen to have a blueprint for a Tangheng Dao. You can begin with this. As for the exceptional grade blueprint, they'll find a way to get one." As he spoke, he handed the blueprint to Cocolette. Then, he summoned 2 warriors with combat power around 30 and stationed them at the entrance of the blacksmith shop. "These 2 will be responsible for your protection," Yang Ming said, pointing to the guards at the door. "If you need any materials or assistance, feel free to let them know." "Understood, my lord," Cocolette replied respectfully. "Then get started. I'll leave you to it." Yang Ming turned and left the blacksmith shop. Watching the lord's figure fade into the distance, Cocolette clenched her small fists and silently vowed to herself, "I must do my best to repay the lord's kindness with my work." With Cocolette around, there was no need to worry about weapon supplies in the short term. Yang Ming stepped out of the blacksmith's shop to see 10 6-story dormitory buildings neatly lined up before him. Each building stood tall and imposing, capable of housing thousands of residents. A crowd had already gathered around, gazing up at the suddenly appearing structures and whispering among themselves. Scanning the crowd, Yang Ming quickly spotted Chen Jian. "Chen Jian, come here," he called out. Chen Jian immediately jogged over and respectfully addressed him, "My lord, you'll be in charge of assigning rooms in the dormitory buildings," Yang Ming instructed. However, Chen Jian's expression turned hesitant. "How exactly should I do that? Just make sure everyone has a place to stay?" "I'm not really sure about this," Chen Jian said, scratching his head. It was then that Yang Ming realized a problem. While Chen Jian was a capable warrior, he was clearly not adept at handling daily administrative tasks. For the long-term development of the territory, it was essential to recruit skilled professionals from various fields. With no other choice, Yang Ming personally drafted a detailed chart, meticulously outlining room assignments, dormitory numbers, and other essential details. Watching Chen Jian hurry off with the chart in hand, Yang Ming stretched lazily and thought to himself, "If only I had a highly intelligent assistant or steward. Otherwise, having to handle everything personally is exhausting. No amount of multitasking could keep up with this." Before long, the notice boards in the residential area were filled with recruitment postings. Architect must possess knowledge of building design and be able to plan urban layouts and transportation. Benefits include meals, housing, a private dormitory, and a monthly salary of 5 pounds of high-grade meat. Agricultural expert must have extensive farming experience and the ability to increase crop yields. Benefits include meals, housing, a private dormitory, and a monthly supply of 30 pounds of rice and 15 pounds of meat. Doctor must be able to treat illnesses. Benefits include meals, housing, a private dormitory, and a personal bodyguard. There were also some niche positions, such as researcher in spatial displacement of rectangular silicate materials and classical gas dynamics in pipelines. The announcements immediately drew a crowd of curious residents. Although most of them had only been in this place for a couple of days, they already understood one thing. Compared to the chaos outside, HuaXia City was a haven. No one wanted to be cast out, and everyone was eager to settle down and build a life here. "Wow, they're offering high-grade meat. I've been farming for 10 years. Can I apply to be an agricultural expert? I've designed villages spanning millions of square meters. I'm perfect for the architect role. I'm strong. I can plow fields faster than an ox. I have a great ability. They'll take a chance as a doctor." Seeing the enthusiasm of the applicants, Yang Ming felt a sense of relief. Although his ideal assistant or steward had yet to appear, the large turnout meant that the territory's infrastructure development could finally begin. He was confident that, in the near future, A thriving HuaXia city would rise from the ground. Hmm? Has the sun risen that high already? Yang Ming looked up at the sky. The morning light was already shining brightly, and it was around 8 o'clock. As a lord, he knew it was unwise to confine himself to the safety zone. To become a qualified leader, the first requirement was to become a powerful transcendent, someone with a combat power exceeding 500. Qinjian, come here, Yang Ming called out in a deep voice. Qinjian quickly approached, bowing respectfully with his fists clasped. Lord, what are your orders? From now on, I appoint you as the first general of HuaXia City. While I am away, the defense of the territory will be in your hands, Yang Ming said solemnly, staring into Qinjian's eyes. Qinjian's body stiffened as he responded firmly. If the enemy dares to invade, I will fight to the last moment. Seeing Qinjian's loyalty reach the maximum value of 100 points, Yang Ming felt gratified and patted him on the shoulder. After giving his instructions, he once again led 3,000 soldiers out to explore, just as he had the day before. Having already mapped out 10 kilometers to the east, today he decided to head west. As soon as he stepped out of the territory, the untamed wilderness filled him with excitement. The desire to explore the unknown world seemed to be etched into his very being. I need to find a few high-quality plants to bring back for cultivation, he thought to himself. After traveling 500 meters westward, the terrain began to change. Compared to the east, the environment here was noticeably more humid. The dark, damp soil was covered in dense weeds, suggesting the area might be rich in water resources. At the 1-kilometer mark, the group arrived at a familiar small mining site. This was one of the first places Yang Ming had claimed upon arriving at the battlefield of all races, and it was the primary source of materials for forging Tang horizontal blades. About 200 miners were working there. After distributing some supplies to them, Yang Ming ordered the group to move on. When they reached the 4-kilometer point, the scene ahead caught Yang Ming's attention. By a small stream, around 100 large red-feathered chickens were drinking water. These birds stood nearly half a meter tall, their feathers bright and eye-catching. The system displayed the following information: name, red-feathered chicken, quality, none, combat power, 2.5, description. A chicken raised for 2.5 years, with exceptional taste. All troops, listen up. Yang Ming signaled with his hand. Surround them and capture these red-feathered chickens alive. The 3,000 soldiers spread out stealthily like leopards. Once the encirclement was formed, Yang Ming gave the command. In an instant, the elite warriors, each with combat power exceeding 30, pounced on their targets. Despite the red-feathered chickens scattering in panic, they were no match for the overwhelming strength of the soldiers. All 158 were swiftly captured alive. Yang Ming was overjoyed and immediately assigned 200 men to escort this valuable flock back to the territory. These large, docile poultry could not only provide half a pound of eggs each, but also serve as a consistent source of delicious meat, making them an essential asset for developing the territory's livestock industry. After a brief rest, Yang Ming led the remaining group onward. Barely a minute had passed when an extraordinary glow suddenly appeared ahead. Before their eyes lay a strikingly prominent resource field. Whoa, is this a level 3 resource field? Yang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. In front of them was a small lake emitting a soft blue glow, approximately 6 by 10 meters in size. Plump fish occasionally leaped out of the water, sending sparkling droplets into the air. Yang Ming immediately scanned the lake's details. Jade Spirit Lake Level 3, excellent grade. Storage capacity, unlimited. Fish species, Dragon Mark Fish Superior Grade. Jade Bamboo Fish Excellent Grade. Azure Scale Fish Superior Grade. Features, can sustainably produce fish as long as it remains undisturbed. Current status, occupied. Unlimited high-quality fish resources. Yang Ming's heart raced. If he could take control of this resource field, he would never have to worry about a shortage of meat again. But his excitement was quickly dampened by reality. 3 massive black bears were guarding the lake. These bears, with their thick, rugged hides, stood an imposing 3 meters tall when upright, exuding a menacing aura. The scan revealed their details. Blackrock Giant Bear Excellent Grade. Combat Strength, 325400. Traits, low intelligence, aggressive temperament, with a particular fondness for fish. Skills, Hardening D Grade. Temporarily hardens muscles to the strength of black rock, tripling defense. Fearless Charge C Grade. Increases speed and attack power by 50 during a charge. Beast Soul Form B Grade. Summons a beast soul to create an impenetrable defense, reflecting 100 of damage. With a combat strength of 400, any one of these Blackrock Giant Bears could easily swat Yang Ming away. As he hesitated, a furious roar echoed from the lake's edge. One of the Blackrock Giant Bears was clumsily swiping at the water, struggling for a long time only to catch a single azure scale fish barely enough to fill a gap between its teeth. Frustrated, the bear threw its head back and let out an enraged howl. So that's how it is, Yang Ming murmured thoughtfully. It was clear that this level 3 resource field required a specific method for efficient harvesting, something these low-intelligence bears were incapable of. A bold plan began to take shape in Yang Ming's mind. It was risky, but if it succeeded, he wouldn't just claim the precious level 3 resource field, could also take down 3 excellent grade Blackrock giant bears. Fortune favors the bold. Yang Ming decided to take the gamble. Take a gamble, turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Yang Ming muttered to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Even if I fail, it's no big deal, I can always just make a run for it. But to execute this plan, I need to get my hands on an excellent grade big fish first. Only an excellent grade fish could lure the Blackrock giant bear. Yang Ming opened the chat channel, and the familiar chaotic screen appeared before him. The players' messages scrolled rapidly. Someone was offering a high price for a fine-grade broadsword. Another was urgently requesting medical supplies, and yet another was calling for help after their territory was attacked by a pride of lions. A message about a Kraid special mission sparked a brief discussion, but the excitement quickly faded when people noticed the poster only had 15 combat power. Just as Yang Ming was about to post a bounty, a desperate plea for help caught his attention. Damn it! I finally caught a bone serpent fish, and now 2 Japanese bastards are chasing me relentlessly and have surrounded my territory. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Bone serpent fish, a rare excellent grade species. The poster included detailed information. The bone serpent fish could boost combat power by 20 to 50 points and had a 50 chance of granting a grade water skill. Even more enticing, they were also offering a blueprint for crafting a fine-grade red fire gun, a critical tool for building an army. Looking closer, Yang Ming realized the poster was an old acquaintance, Zhang Wei, the same guy who had previously sold him the Tang Dao crafting blueprint. The coordinates Zhang Wei provided indicated that his location was only 11,000 meters away. Without wasting any time, Yang Ming quickly gathered his subordinates and set out for the coordinates 2586, 3972. The destination was a picturesque hilly area rich in resources, but it was now shrouded in the shadow of war. 2 Japanese lords, leading hundreds of soldiers, had completely surrounded Zhang Wei's territory. Listen up, you Chinese inside. One of the Japanese lords shouted at the top of his lungs. Come out and kneel and surrender, or you're as good as dead. Don't even think about resisting, you Chinese, the other lord bellowed. Submit to the great Japanese Empire, or be prepared to be turned into human swine. Their troops were launching a fierce assault on Zhang Wei's territory, and the situation was growing increasingly dire. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sounds of impact echoed repeatedly as the gates of the territory shook violently under the relentless assault. Cracks had already started to spread across their surface. Standing atop the city wall, Zhang Wei clenched his teeth, his right arm still throbbing with pain from the injury. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the 2 arrogant Japanese attackers outside the gates. Not long ago, Zhang Wei had endured countless hardships in a cavern, even sacrificing a rare high-quality item to capture the precious snake-bone fish. But these 2 Japanese invaders had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. Just as Zhang Wei succeeded in capturing the snake-bone fish, they launched a surprise attack, shattering his right arm with a single strike. Though Zhang Wei managed to escape back to his territory with great effort, the 2 attackers pursued him relentlessly and launched a fierce assault on his stronghold. His carefully trained army of 100 soldiers had already suffered heavy losses, with more than half dead or wounded. The gates were on the verge of collapse, and the surrounding defensive walls were engulfed in raging flames. Report, my lord. 2 panicked militia members rushed to him. We can't hold out much longer. The gates are about to fall. Before their words could even settle, a deafening crash resounded as the gates crumbled to the ground. Zhang Wei's heart sank, a flicker of despair crossing his face. Despite possessing upgrade talent, his combat abilities were inherently limited. Now, with his army in shambles, there seemed to be no chance of turning the tide. The Japanese forces surged into the territory like an unstoppable wave, pillaging and setting everything ablaze. One of the Japanese leaders burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, foolish Chinese, you've lost. Hand over the snake-bone fish if you know what's good for you. In just a month, your entire country will fall. Why bother with this futile resistance? Kneel and surrender, you might as well become a province of Japan. As the flames devoured the buildings, Zhang Wei was forced to retreat to the Lord's Manor, the final line of defense in the territory. If the manor were occupied for more than 12 hours without being reclaimed, he would lose his status as a lord forever and would never be able to return to the real world. The enemy forces swarmed around the manor, encircling it completely. One of the Japanese leaders stepped forward with a mocking grin. Chinese lord, I suggest you surrender. I've heard you awakened a support-type grade talent. It seems quite useful, as long as you're willing to sign a master-servant contract and obediently serve as a lapdog for our great empire of East Ing. We'll spare your life. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's heart sank. How did these East Ing people know so much about his awakened ability? Before he could figure it out, Zhang Wei had already raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he glared at them. Huh. Even if I die, I would never betray my country. A flicker of impatience crossed the face of the Easting leader, who then said coldly, there's an old saying in HuaXia. The wise adapt to the times. I assume you wouldn't want your limbs broken, would you? Get lost. Zhang Wei spat, his left hand swiftly drawing the tang horizontal blade from his waist. If I'm going to die today, at least one of you is coming with me. He had already resolved to sacrifice himself for his country when the Lord's manor was surrounded. Seeing Zhang Wei's defiance, the Easting leader's expression turned grim. Very well. We'll break your arms and legs and drag you back as a slave. Let's see how long you last then. Attack. Before the words were fully spoken, over 200 soldiers charged forward. Zhang Wei, seething with rage, gripped the tang blade tightly. Come on. You think I fear you? If I die today, so be it. In 20 years, I'll be a hero again. With a roar, Zhang Wei launched himself into the enemy ranks. Though his ability was only at upgrade level and not combat-oriented, his speed was as swift as lightning. As his blade swung, blood splattered, and in an instant, 7 or 8 enemies fell to the ground. However, an old injury in his right arm severely hindered his combat capabilities. Within just 5 minutes, fresh wounds began to appear on his body. Blood soaked his clothes, but Zhang Wei seemed oblivious to the pain. Instead, he grew fiercer with each passing moment, his blade continuing to claim lives. Everyone, take him down together. 2 Easting commanders coordinated an attack from both sides. Already gravely injured, Zhang Wei found himself in a dire situation. Though he fought with all his might, he was no match for their combined assault. At a critical moment, one of the Easting soldiers spotted an opening and slashed at Zhang Wei's wrist, severing the tendons. Ah! Zhang Wei cried out in pain as the tang blade slipped from his grasp. Another soldier seized the chance to swing his blade, aiming for Zhang Wei's left arm. Is this the end for me? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, trying to fight back, but his severed tendons left him powerless. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, a towering figure suddenly descended from the sky. Easting dogs, your grandpa has arrived. Yang Ming's thunderous roar boomed like an explosion. Take this. Yang Ming's sharp tang horizontal blade moved with a fluid grace, its gleaming edge flashing like flowing water. He struck with lightning speed, sweeping the blade in a single motion, effortlessly slicing through the weapon in the hands of the Japanese fighter. Who are you? The 2 Japanese men staggered backward in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The weapons they had prided themselves on were shattered in an instant, and their opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations. Yang Ming's eyes flickered with disdain as he replied coldly, Humph, you're not even worthy of knowing my name. Infuriated by the insult, one of the Japanese men shouted, we admit you're strong, but we're both great awakened individuals. Besides, our forces have already surrounded this place. Do you really think you can take us on alone? Enough talk. Fight me, Yang Ming said, raising his blade and striding forward. The 2 Japanese men exchanged a quick glance before yelling in unison, attack together. Take him down. Before the words had fully left their mouths, one of them began to undergo a grotesque transformation. His body swelled to 3 times its size, sprouting thick, coarse fur all over. His fangs elongated, and his nails extended into razor-sharp claws. In an instant, a werewolf stood in his place, his combat power surging from 78 to 129. The werewolf let out an ear-splitting roar and lunged at Yang Ming. But Yang Ming merely smirked in contempt. Is that all? You dare challenge me? With a flash of his blade, Yang Ming brushed past the werewolf. Blood sprayed through the air as the werewolf's head was severed cleanly from his body, and his massive form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The gruesome sight left the other Japanese man paralyzed with fear, frozen in place before he could even make a move. Your turn, Yang Ming said, turning to him with a chilling tone. The man's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees, trembling. Please, don't kill me, he begged. As Yang Ming raised his blade, ready to strike, the man hastily pulled out a rolled parchment. Wait, please, spare me. Look, I have a master-servant contract. He'll sign it willingly if you let me live. Yang Ming's gaze shifted to the parchment in the man's hands. Name, master-servant contract. Quality, superior. Description. Upon mutual agreement, the contract allows the master party A to issue unconditional commands to the servant party B, who must obey without question. Should the master die, the servant will also perish. This unexpected item piqued Yang Ming's interest. From this, it was clear that their attack on Zhang Wei's territory had been meticulously planned. Yang Ming bent down and reached out, preparing to take the parchment from the hands of the Japanese man. In that instant, a cold glint flashed beneath the parchment, a sharp dagger, thrusting straight toward his heart. Damn Chinese, they'll kill you. Die, snarled the Japanese man viciously. Watch out! Zhang Wei shouted anxiously from a distance, but it was too late. The timing of the ambush was precise, striking at the exact moment Yang Ming grabbed the parchment, when the two were closest to each other. Ha ha ha, die already. The dagger was just inches from Yang Ming's skin. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The dagger failed to pierce Yang Ming's heart, blocked firmly by a tang horizontal blade. Yang Ming looked down at the Japanese man, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. Did you really think I wasn't prepared? You people, with your despicable and dishonorable tactics, I've seen through it all. Before his words even finished, the tang blade sliced through the air with a cold gleam, decisively severing the man's head. Zhang Wei stood nearby, dumbfounded. This mysterious figure had effortlessly taken down two Japanese experts who had awakened level talents. Just a minute ago, Zhang Wei had been ready to sacrifice himself, never expecting such a powerful savior to appear out of nowhere. Brother, thank you so much for saving me, Zhang Wei said gratefully as he hobbled closer. I saw your SOS message in the chat channel, so I rushed over, Yang Ming replied with a smile. As they exchanged pleasantries, they quickly recognized each other. Yang Ming was the very person Zhang Wei had previously traded with for the blueprint of the Tang Blade. Overjoyed, Zhang Wei immediately handed over the promised payment the snakebone fish and the red fire gun blueprint to Yang Ming. During their conversation, Yang Ming learned that Zhang Wei had not only awakened two level talents luck enhancement and double drop rate but was also a prodigy who had started graduate school at just 18, specializing in finance, management, and several other fields. No wonder Zhang Wei's territory was so well developed, with buildings arranged in an orderly manner, already resembling the blueprint of a city. Zhang Wei enthusiastically offered to draft city construction blueprints for Yang Ming. After chatting for a while, Yang Ming took his leave, eager to return to Yuling Lake. It was a level 3 resource field, and if he could claim it, he would have access to an endless supply of high-quality fish. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. It only took Yang Ming 10 minutes to run from Zhang Wei's territory back to Yuling Lake. When he was about 1,000 meters away from the destination, he ordered his warriors to stay put while he scouted ahead alone. Against the Blackrock giant bear with a combat power of 400 points, sending in warriors would be futile. Yang Ming moved stealthily to a large boulder about 500 meters away from Yuling Lake. From his system inventory, he retrieved a snake-bone fish, and immediately, a rich, savory aroma wafted into the air. This 10-pound snake-bone fish was crystal clear, with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly with a blue light. Its mouth-watering scent was utterly irresistible. No wonder it's classified as an exceptional grade fish. Its quality probably surpasses even the finest delicacies on Blue Star by 100-fold, Yang Ming thought to himself. Whether I can take over Yuling Lake depends entirely on this snake-bone fish. He opened the system's trading interface and spent 5 minutes searching for the necessary item mandrake grass. This premium-grade herb, which grows in swamps, contains a potent sedative in its juice that can induce absolute unconsciousness if more than 5 milliliters is consumed. After some bargaining, Yang Ming exchanged 10 pounds of skyhorn ox meat for 2 stalks of mandrake grass. He immediately crushed the mandrake grass and thoroughly infused its juice into the snake-bone fish. This step was crucial. After all, he had invested a fortune into this priceless fish. Holding his breath, Yang Ming cautiously moved forward and placed the snake-bone fish in a clearing before swiftly retreating behind the boulder. The tantalizing aroma of the fish quickly spread, drifting toward the 3 Blackrock giant bears slumbering by the lake. The sudden scent startled them awake. The rich fish aroma made the 3 giant bears restless, prompting them to let out deafening roars. For these massive creatures, fish was already one of the most exquisite foods in the world, let alone an exceptional grade fish like this. A war! A piercing howl shattered the silence. The 3 massive Blackrock bears grew agitated, their heavy breaths sniffing the faint scent of fish lingering in the air. Before long, they located the snake-bone fish that Yang Ming had carefully laid out by Yuling Lake. In an instant, these colossal creatures seemed to lose all sense, scrambling frantically toward the bait. The largest of the Blackrock bears used its size advantage to seize the snake-bone fish first. However, before it could savor the prize, the other 2 bears simultaneously launched their fearless charge skill, slamming into it and sending it flying 5 or 6 meters. Though the impact didn't harm the thick-skinned, muscle-bound beast, it enraged the self-proclaimed alpha beyond measure. With a furious roar, it activated its own fearless charge skill, instantly boosting its speed and attack power by 50. Under normal circumstances, such a display of dominance would have been enough to make the other bears retreat. But this time, the irresistible allure of the snake-bone fish drove the other 2 to fight with reckless abandon. When it came to such a delicacy, even Blackrock bears were willing to risk their lives. The ground shook with thunderous clashes as the 3 massive beasts engaged in a brutal battle. Hidden behind a boulder, Yang Ming watched in fascination. This level of combat made the 225 kilograms tiger battles back on Blue Star seem like mere kitten play. Half an hour later, the largest blackrock bear emerged victorious, decisively overpowering its rivals. Ecstatic, it grabbed the snake-bone fish and began devouring it with gusto. So absorbed was it in the feast that it failed to notice the traces of mandrake sap mixed in. After consuming the entire 10-pound fish, the massive creature licked its lips in satisfaction and started heading back toward the lakeside to rest. Yet, after just a dozen steps, the mandrake's effects began to take hold. The mighty beast staggered a few times before collapsing with a resounding thud. Holy crap, it actually worked! Ming shouted in excitement, unable to contain his glee. He hadn't held out much hope for the plan, considering that even a high-grade mandrake might struggle to subdue such a powerful creature. After confirming that the largest blackrock bear had fallen into a deep slumber unlikely to wake for at least 6 hours and that the other two had perished in the skirmish, a system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Yuling Lake is currently unclaimed. Would you like to claim it? Without hesitation, Ming selected yes. This was a level 3 resource field, and securing it would give him a significant edge over other lords. Ding! The system notification sounded. You have occupied Yuling Lake, earning 200 points of national fortune. With this message, Ming gained access to view all information about the fish species in Yuling Lake and their capture methods. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already see the promising future of continuously catching high-quality fish. As his gaze swept across the lake's surface, detailed information about the fish immediately appeared before him. Dragon pattern fish superior quality. Consuming it can increase combat power by 1 of 5 points, with a very low chance of skill acquisition. It requires a unique capture method, fishing with dragon scale fruit as bait. Jade bamboo fish excellent quality. Its consumption has astonishing effects. It can boost combat power by 20 to 50 points, offers a chance of skill acquisition, and may even awaken a second innate talent. However, its capture method is bizarre. Only a young maiden can catch it using her jade-like feet, and the flavor of the cooked fish varies depending on the angler. This jade bamboo fish, Ming murmured, stunned by the absurdity of the setting. Refocusing his attention on the slumbering blackrock giant bear, the lurking danger still troubled him. Even in its unconscious state, the beast's defenses were terrifyingly strong. Even if he swung the tang blade with full force at its neck, the blade would likely break before the bear suffered any harm and continued to sleep undisturbed. Suddenly, an image of the evil god altar flashed in Ming's mind, and his eyes lit up. Everyone, gather around me. His voice echoed across the lakeside. 3,000 warriors quickly assembled, standing in perfect formation as they saluted. Greetings, Lord. Ming issued his command. Those with a combat power of 31 or above, stay behind to guard Yuling Lake. At his order, 2,000 warriors remained in place. As a level 3 resource field, Yuling Lake's security was of utmost importance. Pointing to a warrior with a combat power of 36, Ming asked, "What's your name?" "I appoint you as the guardian of Yuling Lake, responsible for its management and protection." The man knelt on one knee. "Honorable Lord, my surname is Zhang. My given name was lost when my homeland was destroyed. If enemies come, I will cut them down without mercy." His words revealed the harsh reality of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Losers not only faced the ruin of their nations, but were also imprisoned and had their memories erased. Ming sighed softly. "Do you wish to save your homeland?" "I do." The warrior surnamed Zhang looked up, his gaze as resolute as steel. Ming lowered his head to look at the man before him. From those resolute eyes, he could see an unshakable conviction. This unwavering determination moved Ming, and he spoke softly. "In that case, let me give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Zhang Lingfeng. If you achieve enough merit, I promise that when I rule the world, I will help you rebuild your homeland." Zhang Lingfeng immediately struck his right fist against his chest with a solemn expression. "Thank you, my lord, for bestowing me with a name. I vow to be your most loyal knight." At that moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. "Ding! Zhang Lingfeng's loyalty to you has risen to 100. Reward, 40 national fate points." This unexpected surprise made Ming pause for a moment. He then took out a soldier enhancement talisman from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Lingfeng. "Attach this to yourself and absorb its power. With your current strength, I fear you won't be able to defend Yuling Lake." "Understood, my lord." Zhang Lingfeng took the enhancement talisman and pressed it onto his muscular arm. A dazzling light flashed, and his stats received a significant boost. Name, Zhang Lingfeng. Loyalty, 100. Combat power, 85. Potential, 2 stars. Talent, rock solid grade C. Passive effect, increases defense by 50. Active effect, summons a protective barrier that reduces enemy combat power within its range by 20. Ming hadn't anticipated that Zhang Lingfeng would awaken a talent. The enhancement talisman had certainly proven its worth. With this newfound strength, even high-ranking beasts would think twice before approaching Yuling Lake. After securing the defense of Yuling Lake, Yang Ming led the others back. The next task was to deal with the unconscious black rock giant bear. His plan was straightforward. Drag the bear to the eastern evil god altar and offer it as a sacrifice to the evil god Aminos. No matter how powerful the black rock giant bear was, it would be nothing but a feeble creature before the altar. Yang Ming ordered his men to bind the bear's limbs with several thick ropes and instructed the warriors to drag it toward the altar. As for the other two bear corpses, he commanded that they be transported back to the territory as well. After all, the value of high-ranking beasts was self-evident. Half an hour later, when the three massive black rock giant bears were brought back to the territory, a commotion erupted. The local residents swarmed in, craning their necks to get a better look at the colossal creatures. Their chatter filled the air. My goodness, are these monsters? I've never seen black bears this massive. Look at those fangs. Could these be high-ranking beasts? Our Lord subdued even beasts like these? He's practically a god. Chun Jian arrived upon hearing the news. Yang Ming gave him a simple instruction. Take the two dead bears to the warehouse and ensure they are properly secured. After issuing these orders, Yang Ming wasted no time and immediately led his team to continue escorting the unconscious bear to the evil god altar. Despite the bumpy journey, the potent effects of the mandrake sedative ensured that the bear remained in a deep sleep, completely unaware it was being led to its final fate. 2 hours later, with the coordinated efforts of over 1,000 people, the massive black rock giant bear, weighing 2,500 kilograms, was finally transported near the altar of the evil god. The altar stood tall and imposing at the center of the ruins, with blue flames silently dancing atop it, exuding an ancient and unsettling aura. Even from a kilometer away, Yang Ming could clearly feel the terrifying oppressive force emanating from the altar. Numerous guards patrolled the area around it, each radiating the formidable presence of rare-tier monsters. Lord Commander, are we really going to approach that thing? Someone in the group couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Yang Ming simply waved his hand. Don't be afraid. Keep moving. The team continued dragging the giant bear forward. When they closed the distance to 300 meters, a chilling scene unfolded. All the altar's guards simultaneously turned their heads, their countless eyes locking onto Yang Ming and his group. Despite the boost from Tang Hongdao, which elevated his combat power to 150 points, Yang Ming found it difficult to withstand the immense pressure. Followers of the evil god. Yang Ming stopped in his tracks and raised his voice. I mean no harm and am not your enemy. I have brought an offering to sacrifice to the evil god. As soon as he finished speaking, the hostility of the guards visibly diminished. An elder with the face of a goat demon on his upper body and the torso of a human, dressed in a pitch-black formal suit, approached them. Human, are you also a follower of Lord Aminos? The elder spoke in a hoarse, grating voice. Instinctively, Yang Ming scanned the figure. Name, Evil Goat Priest. Class, Evil Spirit Mage. Rarity, Perfect Tier. Combat Power, Unknown Level 2 Low. Talent, Unknown Level 2 Low. Skills, Unknown Level 2 Low. A Perfect Tier NPC monster. Yang Ming was stunned. Human, answer my question, or die. The evil goat priest demanded sharply. Yang Ming quickly pointed to the black rock giant bear behind him. Yes, this is my offering for the great evil Goda black rock giant bear. The evil goat priest glanced at the still unconscious bear, his expression softening slightly. An excellent tier offering? Though of low quality, it barely meets the requirements for sacrifice. Human, you have come with sincerity. Lord Aminos will bestow his favor upon you. With that, he raised his staff, and a ghostly green light enveloped the bear. The massive body slowly lifted into the air, drifting toward the altar. The blue flames consumed it entirely, reducing it to ashes. A system notification promptly appeared. Respected Lord Yang Ming, the offering you presented has pleased the evil god Aminos. Favorability increased by 5 points. Your territory has established diplomatic ties with the evil god's altar. Current relationship status, cooperative. As the ritual of sacrificing the black rock giant bear was completed, the expression of the evil sheep priest visibly relaxed. He gazed at Yang Ming and spoke slowly. Lord Yang Ming, the black rock giant bear you offered is very much to the liking of the dark god. If you are willing to continue the sacrifices, I can provide you with some rare items in return. Just as Yang Ming was about to respond, a familiar system notification sounded in his ear. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the Clevel Quest Evil Sheep Priest's deal. Quest requirement. Sacrifice no fewer than 15 excellent grade exotic beasts to the dark god, Aminos, within 30 days. Quest reward. 1 excellent grade forging blueprint. Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and almost instinctively, he blurted out, I accept the quest. This deal was like a gift from the heavens. Exchanging 15 excellent grade exotic beasts for a forging blueprint that could be copied infinitely was an absolute bargain. Seeing Yang Ming agree so readily, the evil sheep priest forced a stiff smile. As a gesture of goodwill, You may choose one of my guards to protect your territory. However, this guard is only permitted for defense and cannot be used for offensive purposes. This unexpected bonus filled Yang Ming with joy. The guards of the altar were all rare-grade warriors. With such strength joining his forces, the defensive capabilities of his territory would see a significant boost. After careful observation, Yang Ming finally chose a tall male guard wielding a long halberd. The system immediately displayed his information. Name: Yang Fifan Dark God's Altar Guard. Grade: Rare. Potential: 5 stars. Combat power: 1026. He was once a steadfast human demon slayer who followed the hero Aminos into battle. However, during a confrontation with the infernal demons, he somehow fell and became a guard for the Dark God. Talent: Heart of the Hero Grade B. As long as his faith remains unbroken, his body is immortal, possessing astonishing regenerative abilities. Skill 1. Flames of Destruction Grade B. Awakens extraordinary power, allowing control of fire for large-scale attacks. Skill 2. Wrath of the Flame Dragon Grade B. Summons a fiery dragon to assist in combat. Absolutely perfect. Yang Ming silently praised. With such attributes, any lord would be tempted. The evil sheep priest's voice suddenly turned stern. Lord Yang Ming, this guard now belongs to your command. But do not forget our agreement. If you fail to complete the sacrifice within 1 month, the wrath of the Dark God will descend upon your territory. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. Yang Ming replied steadily. With his current strength, hunting 15 excellent grade exotic beasts in a month was more than achievable. Afterward, Yang Ming left the altar with the silent Yang Fifan and, after a brief rest, led his forces back to his territory. The day's journey had yielded tremendous gains. The Redfire Spear Forging Blueprint, the Level 3 Resource Field Jade Spirit Lake, and the powerful guard Yang Fifan. Each of these was a treasure of extraordinary value. It was nearing dusk, and Yang Ming's team was methodically making their way back to their territory. The wilderness was overgrown with weeds, and eerie, towering shadows occasionally flickered in the distance, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Report, my lord. After half an hour of marching, a scout at the front suddenly issued an urgent warning. Enemies sighted 500 meters ahead. A group of goblins. Goblins? Yang Ming frowned slightly before signaling with a gesture. Let's go take a look. The main force behind him immediately understood and followed his lead. Guided by the scout, Yang Ming ascended a hill. Looking out across the barren land, he saw over 100 small-statured goblins gathered, enthusiastically waving their arms. Upon closer inspection, Yang Ming realized that the goblins had surrounded a group of human maidens. The young women were collapsed on the ground, their faces pale with fear, completely encircled by the goblin horde. Ha ha ha! The goblin leader laughed uncontrollably as he eyed the group of delicate, youthful girls. Brothers, tie these women up and take them back. Tonight, we'll enjoy ourselves properly. The maidens instinctively clutched their chests, trembling as one of them asked in a shaky voice, "What do you want from us?" Hee hee. The goblin leader grinned wickedly. We goblins don't like to waste anything. Pretty little things like you are perfect for making babies. A girl wearing a golden crown shouted angrily, "You shameless beasts! If you dare lay a hand on us, the goddess of light will never forgive you." Dare? The goblin leader sneered dismissively. Is there anything us goblins wouldn't dare? We dare to do anything. Brothers, would you dare? Dare. The goblin army roared in unison. Good. That's the spirit. The leader laughed heartily and declared, "Tonight, line up proper lithers enough for everyone." Yeah, the leader is wise. The goblins cheered jubilantly. As a race unable to reproduce on their own, capturing women of other species was the only way for goblins to continue their lineage. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding, you have triggered a level free choice mission. The Maidens and the Beasts. This mission offers 4 options. A. Defeat the evil goblin army and rescue the distressed maidens, with a chance to earn the favor of the goddess of light. B. Stand by and respect the fate of others. C. Join the goblin army and line up for tonight's festivities. D. Eliminate everyone. Loot and pillage, take the spoils for yourself. Yang Ming was slightly surprised at his good fortune today, but quickly made his decision. Choosing option A was a no-brainer, since he needed the natives to expand the population of HuaXia City. However, before taking action, he scanned the goblin leader's stats. Name: Goblin Leader. Quality: Superior grade. Combat power: 86. Skill: Amplification. A grade can enlarge or extend any part of the body, significantly boosting attack and defense. Only 86 combat power? Not a threat at all, Yang Ming thought, feeling reassured. Everyone, listen up. Attack. Take down those goblins. At Yang Ming's command, over 1,000 warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. For a mere 100 or so goblins, there was no need for him to take action personally. This was the perfect opportunity to let his troops gain some battle experience. The warriors' battle cries shook the heavens, and the goblin army was thrown into chaos. Seeing the overwhelming human forces closing in like a flood, the green-skinned creatures were instantly filled with panic. 1,000 against 100, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Quick, retreat, run. The goblin leader broke into a cold sweat, desperately ordering its kin to fall back. But their escape route was swiftly cut off by the encircling human forces. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield was littered with corpses, and fewer than 20 goblins remained alive. Clutching its spiked club tightly, the goblin leader's eyes burned with defiance. Brothers, stand up. I will lead us out of here. With a fierce leap, it swung its spiked club down, instantly taking out 2 human warriors. However, this action exposed its back, and 2 tank-style sabers pierced through it. Roaring in pain, the goblin leader swung its left arm, knocking back its attackers, and smashed the heads of 2 more warriors with a single blow of its club. The battle grew increasingly intense, but the outcome was already decided. As the last of its kin fell, the goblin leader lost all reason. It swung its spiked club wildly, sending 7 or 8 warriors flying in one frenzied burst of strength. Everyone, together, finish it off. The warriors shouted in unison, swarming forward. Finally, a blade pierced the goblin leader's heart, followed by 2 more strikes that severed its arms. When a third blade removed its head, the battle was finally over. The rescued human girls burst into tears of joy. Among them, a voluptuous blonde girl dressed in a redand white shrine maiden outfit stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Great Lord, we are followers of the Church of the Goddess of Light. Thank you for saving us. May the goddess always bless you. The Church of the Goddess of Light? Ming studied the girl before him, instantly gathering her information. Name, Anna. Quality, excellent. Combat power, 11. Potential, 3-star. Talent, Holy Light Healing Grade C. Possesses miraculous abilities to heal severe injuries, including severed limbs. Whoa, that's a bona fide healer. Ming exclaimed in amazement. The ability to heal severed limbs was far beyond the scope of modern medicine, utterly extraordinary. Professions like healers, nurses, and priests are universally regarded as invaluable, no matter where they are. Ming wore a gentle smile as he softly said to the young girl in front of him, "No need to thank me. Helping those in need is a long-standing virtue of our HuaXia culture. But I am curious, why were you all captured by goblins and brought to a place like this?" At the mention of this, Anna's previously bright eyes dimmed. She pressed her lips together, her voice trembling slightly. "We used to live in a small town 20 kilometers west of here, home to a branch of the Church of the Goddess of Light. 5 days ago, a demon army of over 1,000 soldiers suddenly invaded. Against such overwhelming power, the town's guards stood no chance. We were forced to flee, hoping to seek refuge at another branch of the church 30 kilometers away." Ming examined Anna closely. The girl was disheveled, her face pale and gaunt, clearly having gone without a proper meal for a long time. "Miss Anna, in your current condition, traveling 30 kilometers on foot is no different from walking to your death." Anna's hands instinctively clasped together against her chest, her eyes filled with desperate pleading. "We originally had 10 guards escorting us, but they were all brutally killed by the goblins. Esteemed Lord, I have a humble request. Could you please take us in, even if temporarily?" This was precisely the request Ming had been waiting for. He immediately nodded in agreement. "I can, but you'll need to work for me." With so many injured in his territory, having a healer like Anna could significantly reduce the mortality rate. "Work for you." Anna's face grew tense, her slender fingers twisting nervously. After a long silence, she let out a resigned sigh. "Great Lord, if you are willing to shelter us, then my untouched body is yours to command." Ming froze for a moment before hastily clarifying. "You misunderstand. I want to invite you to serve as a healer in my territory. You'll be paid for your work." Hearing this explanation, Anna visibly relaxed. "My lord, Anna would be honored to work for you." Pleased with her response, Ming immediately instructed his warriors to clean up the battlefield and gather any useful supplies. On their way back to the territory, he took the opportunity to learn more about Anna and her group. Besides Anna, there were 3 junior priests who also practiced healing arts, though their skills were far less advanced than hers. There were also 2 twin chefs who specialized in preparing high-grade and superior quality ingredients, enhancing their innate, beneficial effects. For instance, a piece of superior-grade wolf meat might naturally boost combat strength by 15 points, but after their cooking, the effect could increase to 27 points. The higher their culinary expertise, the greater the enhancement. The most intriguing member of the group was a witch named Tang Kiki. She wore a crown and a redand white mica-style robe. Her skin was flawless, and her beauty was striking. According to Anna, Tang Kiki was highly skilled in weather magic, capable even of controlling rainfall. The remaining girls in the group were ordinary individuals. Yang Ming thought to himself that he must find a way to make these talented individuals willingly stay in HuaXia City. As the sun set, Yang Ming returned to HuaXia City. Upon hearing the news, Chun Jian immediately came out to greet him, bowing respectfully. Any beast invasions today? Yang Ming asked directly. None. However, we did take in a new group of refugees, Chun Jian replied. About 60 people, led by an elder chieftain. Hearing the words elder chieftain, Yang Ming's eyes lit up. This was exactly the managerial assistant candidate he had been searching for. He immediately instructed Chen Jian to lead him to the elder chieftain. Before long, Yang Ming met an elderly man dressed in a green robe. As soon as the elder saw Yang Ming, he knelt to the ground, his voice trembling. Merciful Lord, thank you for taking us in. We swear to the heavens to always be your most loyal subjects. Yang Ming silently scanned the elder's attributes. Name Carl. Quality, common grade. Combat strength, 4. Talent, security, grade. Possesses exceptional wisdom, capable of improving residents' happiness and reducing crime rates within his jurisdiction. Rise, Yang Ming said, motioning for the elder to stand. He then inquired, you've been in HuaXia City for half a day. Do you have any suggestions regarding its management? Carl pondered for a moment before speaking confidently. The biggest issue right now lies in the welfare distribution system. I suggest allocating food and housing based on individual abilities, while quickly establishing a currency system to stimulate the residents' work enthusiasm. After hearing Carl's analysis, Yang Ming made a swift decision. You shall serve as HuaXia City's first security officer, assisting me in managing the city. I am honored to serve you. Carl knelt again, pledging his loyalty. After instructing Chen Jian to assist Carl in implementing the new policies, Yang Ming headed to the blacksmith's workshop. Inside, a young girl in a blue outfit, Cocolet, was fully engrossed in forging weapons, so much so that she didn't notice Yang Ming's arrival. You've crafted 20 tang horizontal swords today? Yang Ming's voice startled the focused girl. Cocolet quickly set down her tools. Lord, I've been working hard. Do you think this efficiency is acceptable? If not, I can try to increase it to 30 swords per day. Your efficiency is excellent, but don't push yourself too hard, Yang Ming said gently. Your health is more important. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Cocolet said, touched. Actually, I almost forged an excellent grade weapon this afternoon, but I ran out of strength at the last moment. Hearing this, Yang Ming retrieved the last soldier enhancement talisman from the system inventory and handed it to Cocolet. Place this on yourself and absorb its power. Cocolet reached out and took the enhancement seal. Although she didn't know what it was, her trust in Yang Ming was unshakable. She rolled up her sleeve and gently pressed the seal against her wrist. In an instant, a soft blue glow enveloped her entire body. What is this? Cocolet exclaimed in surprise, staring at her arm bathed in light. The members of the Church of the Goddess of Light, standing behind Yang Ming, all widened their eyes in unison. A holy seal? Is this a holy seal? Anna gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She had once seen such a treasure at an auction in a major city of some kingdom. A single holy seal could fetch an astronomical price of 5 gold coins. This world operated with 3 types of currency: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. A single gold coin was enough to purchase 2 young catgirl slaves. My lord, you just gave her something so valuable? Anna couldn't help but ask, inwardly screaming. That's a holy seal worth 5 gold coins. Yang Ming turned to glance at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. What's so strange about that? Any resident of HuaXia City who contributes enough can enjoy such benefits. A thought briefly surfaced in Anna's mind. If only I could join them, but she quickly dismissed it. No, I can't. I must not betray the goddess of light, she firmly told herself. At that moment, the blue glow around Cocolet began to fade. Compared to Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng, her enhancement process clearly took longer. Once the process was complete, her attribute panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name, Cocolet. Profession, blacksmith. Quality, fine grade. Combat power, 24. Potential, 5 stars. Talent, craftsman's pure heart grade AA passion for crafting weapons akin to a first love, with a crafting success rate 20 times that of ordinary people, and a chance to upgrade weapons. 5-star potential? Yang Ming was momentarily stunned before breaking into a wide smile. This meant that with proper training, Cocolet had the potential to become a perfect grade blacksmith in the future. My lord, thank you for bestowing such a precious gift upon me, Cocolet said respectfully, bowing deeply. Though young, she could clearly feel the profound changes in her body. Yang Ming gently patted her head. You've worked hard today. Go take a bath and rest. They'll have some food sent to you. Understood, my lord, Cocolet replied, her voice filled with gratitude. Afterward, Yang Ming led Anna and her group to the medical center. This was one of the most important buildings in the territory, and after 3 upgrades, it was spacious enough to accommodate all of them. You will stay here from now on. Food will be delivered shortly, Yang Ming said, gesturing at the medical center. Anna immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, great lord. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. I'm not offering you free food and lodging for nothing. During your stay, you'll be responsible for healing the injured in the territory. Anna placed her fist over her chest, her gaze resolute as she declared, I swear by my loyalty to the goddess of light that I will do everything in my power to heal all the wounded. Satisfied with her promise, Yang Ming turned and left the clinic, taking the twin chef sisters along with him as he departed. The news of the clinic's opening spread like wildfire throughout the territory. What? The Lord has invited a miracle healer who can even mend severed limbs. Is that true? I lost a leg fighting a skyhorn bull the other day. Does this mean I might have a chance to recover? I was born blind in one eye. I wonder if it can be cured. People flocked to the clinic, and soon a long line of dozens of individuals formed at the entrance. The first to step inside was a warrior whose leg had been bitten off by a skyhorn bull. With no proper treatment, the wound had festered and begun to rot. Excuse me, is there any hope for someone like me? The warrior stammered nervously. Without timely intervention, the infection would likely claim his life. Dressed in a white robe, Anna gestured toward an empty bed and said gently yet firmly, please lie down here. The warrior lay down apprehensively, pleading, please, save me. I don't want to go back to that dark prison. As someone summoned by Yang Ming from the darkness, he knew all too well that death would mean returning to that dreadful place. Having seen the light, how could he endure eternal darkness again? Relax. Everything will be fine, Anna reassured him softly. She extended her fair, jade-like hands and activated her innate ability, holy light healing. In an instant, a radiant, sacred light poured from her palms, brimming with pure life energy, enveloping the warrior's severed limb. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. The festering wound healed visibly, and new flesh and tissue regenerated under the holy light. Before long, a fully intact leg had grown back. Is this real? My leg has actually grown back, the warrior murmured in disbelief. Anna smiled and said, you can try standing up and taking a few steps. Feeling the strength return to his legs, the warrior dropped to his knees in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, angel in white. Hearing herself called an angel, Anna froze for a moment. No one had ever addressed her this way before. Could a mere mortal be worthy of such a lofty title? After sending off the first patient, Anna immediately began treating the next wounded individual without pause. Meanwhile, back at the Lord's Manor, Yang Ming received a system notification. Didn't you have an unclaimed item? Upon checking, he found it was a town construction blueprint sent by Zhang Wei. Lord Yang Ming, as per your request, I've designed the blueprint to be as perfect as possible. It includes detailed plans for the defense system, drainage system, industrial zones, and residential areas. Yang Ming quickly scanned the blueprint and couldn't help but nod in approval. The design rivaled the scale of a first-tier city, with every detail meticulously thought out. Thanks, he replied succinctly, already making up his mind. Construction will begin tomorrow? Yang Ming brought the twin chefs back to the Lord's Manor to test their culinary skills. In the spacious kitchen, he arranged 4 types of rare exotic beast meat on the solid wooden table: demon wolf meat, celestial horned green ox meat, dragon-scaled fish, and black rock giant bear meat. How many of these ingredients can you handle? Yang Ming asked, his gaze fixed on the twin sisters standing before him. The elder sister, Lilith, was tall and elegant, exuding a mature charm, while the younger sister, Lilia, was petite and lively, radiating energy. The two carefully examined each piece of meat, feeling the texture and freshness with focused attention. Lord Yang, we can cook all 4 of these ingredients, they replied in unison after a brief pause. All right, I'll leave it to you then, Yang Ming said with a satisfied nod. While the twins busied themselves in the kitchen, Yang Ming opened the chat channel. Compared to a few days ago, casual chatter had significantly decreased, replaced by discussions about trade offers and strategies for resource fields. Excellent iron armor for sale, 20 defense. Buying forging blueprints, any grade, common excellent. Flame tiger meat, excellent grade, 79 silver coins per pound. The market was gradually stabilizing. Excellent grade meat, prized for its rarity and dual benefits both filling and enhancing combat power, was often snapped up the moment it was listed. Building materials like stone and wood also remained in high demand, as they were essential for upgrading territories. However, Yang Ming's needs were quite different. What he urgently sought were crop seeds, especially excellent grade ones. Seeds of this quality could increase the yield of ordinary crops by 3 to 5 times. For instance, excellent grade rice could produce 5 times the yield of its normal counterpart. He immediately posted a trade offer in the chat channel. offering 1,000 pounds of celestial horned green ox meat in exchange for excellent grade crop seeds any type. The message quickly attracted a lot of attention. In this era where strength reigned supreme, items that could boost power were highly coveted, let alone rare resources like excellent grade exotic beast meat. Yang Ming had just posted his trade information when he was inundated with responses. Boss, how about trading a pound of crystal wheat for your Tianjiaoqing beef? I've got 10 excellent grade black pepper seedlings. Can I exchange them for 2 pounds of beef? Dried golden corn, guaranteed to sprout 20 pounds for 5 pounds of beef. Adopting a policy of accepting all offers, Yang Ming completed each trade one by one. In the end, he exchanged 500 pounds of Tianjiaoqing beef for 100 pounds of essential crop seeds, including wheat, corn, and various fruits and vegetables. Looking at the newly cultivated farmland, Yang Ming planned to arrange for workers to begin planting the next day. Just then, the system suddenly issued an important announcement. To all lords in the Blue Star 10086 Novice Zone, congratulations on approaching the end of your first week. Tomorrow, the system will roll out 2 updates, the leaderboard and the global chat channel. The leaderboard will reset every 7 days, with the first place reward being 2 golden resource chests, and the second and third places each receiving 1. The announcement immediately sent the chat channel into an uproar. Golden resource chests? That's an incredible reward. I've been exploring for 7 days and only found 1 bronze chest. Your luck must be way better than mine. I heard the chest can contain items like marrow cleansing pills or excellent grade forging blueprints. I wonder if we from HuaXia can make it into the top 10 and bring glory to our nation. Not likely. We don't have any scrayed talent lords here. Over at Little Days, they've got 2 scrayed talents. The US has 1 too, and they've reportedly already secured a level 3 resource field. This topic quickly brought up events from a year ago. Back then, HuaXia was thriving, boasting 20 king-level territories and even acquiring the legendary Scepter of the Lord, a perfect grade artifact that earned them widespread renown. To counter threats from other galactic civilizations, Blue Star nations signed a mutual defense treaty. HuaXia rallied 5 king-level lords to compete with alien forces for the level 6 resource field, the Rune Cavern. After a grueling month-long battle, victory was within reach. However, Little Days, under the instigation of the US, leaked intelligence to the aliens, leaving the 5 king-level lords surrounded and ultimately leading to their deaths. Seizing the opportunity, Little Days launched a surprise attack. While the US led a coalition of over 30 nations to encircle HuaXia, their true goal was to seize the Scepter of the Lord. Under immense external pressure and internal strife, the HuaXia lords fought valiantly but managed to retain only 4 king-level territories in the end. As Yang Ming was lost in thought, staring at the chat channel, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the voices of Lilith and Lilia. Lord, dinner is ready, the sisters announced carefully, carrying 3 steaming platters of meat and placing them on the table. The rich, savory scent snapped Yang Ming out of his daze. Looking at the feast before him, Yang Ming thought to himself, not only is the meat of these exotic beasts delicious, but it also provides a significant boost to combat strength. Instead of wasting time overthinking, it's better to focus on improving my power. Once I establish a king-level territory and resolve the crisis in HuaXia, I'll head to the battle zones to teach those Americans and Japanese a lesson. Resolutely, he exited the chat channel and turned his attention to the dishes in front of him. Golden, crispy stir-fried demon wolf meat, tender and juicy steamed dragon-patterned fish, and steaming hot braised celestial horned bull soup. Each dish exuded an irresistible fragrance. Famished, Yang Ming didn't bother with appearances and grabbed a wolf leg, tearing into it with gusto. Delicious, he exclaimed sincerely. After consuming about a pound of demon wolf meat, he felt a strange energy coursing through his body, and his combat strength soared from 125 points to 128 points. The effect was astonishing. Normally, high-quality exotic beast meat would be considered excellent if it increased combat strength by a single point. Yet, after being prepared by the sisters, the effect had tripled. Encouraged by the results, Yang Ming's appetite grew, and he quickly moved on to the other dishes. In no time, he had devoured all 3 platters of meat. Lord, are you satisfied with our cooking? Lilith asked cautiously, knowing that this lord held the fate of over 40 members of the Church of the Goddess of Light in his hands. It's delicious. I'm very satisfied, Yang Ming replied with a smile. He truly was. His combat strength had now surged to 165 points, making him capable of taking on 33 adult men single-handedly. What surprised him even more was that the sisters' cooking had enhanced the meat's effectiveness. Typically, the same quality of exotic beast meat could only be consumed 5 times, with each piece increasing combat strength by 1 to 5 points depending on the eater's aptitude. This meant high-quality meat could provide a maximum of 25 points. Yet, he had gained an impressive 40 points, an additional 15 entirely thanks to the sisters' culinary skills. It seems that the role of a chef on the battlefield of the myriad races is far more important than I imagined, Yang Ming mused. Seeing his satisfaction, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully bowed. Lord, it is our honor to receive your praise. Noticing their unease, Yang Ming assured them, don't worry. As long as you're in my territory, I will ensure your safety. Work diligently, and you'll be rewarded accordingly. Now, go to the kitchen and take 20 pounds of demon wolf meat as your reward for today. 20 pounds of demon wolf meat? Lilith was stunned, frozen in place. She knew all too well the value of such meat. My lord, are you really giving us this much precious food? Lilith stared at the demonic wolf meat in front of her, her voice filled with disbelief. Of course, Yang Ming responded with a warm smile, nodding to confirm. As the night deepened, Lilith and Lilia walked out of the Lord's manor, each carrying 10 pounds of demonic wolf meat in their arms, still immersed in overwhelming joy. Lilia's hands trembled slightly with excitement as she recalled their days in the small town. Even with extreme frugality, it would take an entire month to afford just 1 pound of premium quality meat. Sister, let's hurry back. The other girls must be worried, Lilith urged. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the clinic was unusually tense. Anna, the leader of their group, had been pacing back and forth at the entrance for 2 hours, her eyes constantly scanning the direction of the Lord's manor. 2 younger girls stepped out from inside, trying to console her. Anna, you've been standing here for 2 hours. Please, come inside and rest. Anna let out a heavy sigh. Lilith and Lilia haven't returned yet. How can I rest? Her heart was filled with concern. When Yang Ming had asked to take the 2 sisters with him, Anna had initially wanted to refuse. She knew all too well what it could mean when a powerful man took 2 beautiful twin girls away. But before she could voice her objection, the sisters had already agreed they understood all too well the consequences of offending the Lord in such times. Dear Goddess of Light, please protect them and keep them safe, Anna whispered, gazing up at the starry sky in silent prayer. Just then, a sharp-eyed girl suddenly exclaimed, Anna, look, they're back. Anna rushed toward the 2 sisters, grabbing their shoulders as she caught her breath. Why did it take you so long? Are you all right? Did that Lord? Lilith immediately understood Anna's concerns, her cheeks flushing red. Anna, you've misunderstood. The Lord is not that kind of person. Yes, Lilith is right. The Lord is a good man, Lilia quickly added. Anna froze in surprise as the sisters recounted everything that had happened and showed her the 20 pounds of demonic wolf meat gifted by the Lord. Lilith beamed with joy as she said, Look, this is what the Lord gave us. He truly is a good person. Seeing the sisters return safely and bearing such a precious gift, Anna finally felt the weight lift from her heart. In this twisted world, it was astonishing to encounter someone so upright and kind-hearted. Inside the Lord's manor, Yang Ming had just finished eating and drinking his fill and was about to head to bed. Suddenly, an urgent system notification shattered the tranquility of the night. He quickly opened the chat interface and saw several urgent messages from Zhang Wei. Big boss, check the chat channel now. There's explosive news. Someone found a crystal core in our region. It might not be far from your territory. Hey bro, are you there? Don't tell me you're already asleep. The moment Yang Ming saw the words crystal core, he was instantly wide awake, sitting up abruptly. Crystal cores were critical for upgrading territories. In the early stages, population, stone, and wood were sufficient, but later on, these rare, non-tradable resources became indispensable. Without crystal cores, territories couldn't be upgraded. To make matters worse, each novice zone only refreshed a limited number of crystal cores per month. Additionally, crystal cores couldn't be traded or looted from defeated enemies. He immediately opened the chat channel, which was already buzzing with activity. What's going on? It's only been 6 days since we arrived, and crystal cores are already appearing. Is this for real? Of course it's real. The news is everywhere. Someone quickly explained, 2 hours ago, all lords with perception, divination, or prophecy-related talents received a message at noon tomorrow. 3 crystal core refresh points would appear in the novice zone. The coordinates were 11, 95, 27, 689, 1123, and 24, 39, 3900. The announcement sent the channel into a frenzy. Wow, 3 locations. They're too far from me. They'll never make it in time. 50 kilometers? By the time I get there, I'll be over. Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat. The third set of coordinates was only 20 kilometers from his territory. However, someone quickly doused his excitement with a dose of reality. The first location has already been claimed by the EU. The second one is in US territory. Forget about it. The third one, though remote, has already drawn the attention of a joint effort between Japan and South Korea. The atmosphere in the chat channel turned somber. The Japanese side even has 2 new lords with ranked talents. These 3 spots are all bad news for us. Going there would be like walking into a lion's den. If only we had a lord with ranked talents on our side. Eventually, many people started suggesting giving up. Maybe we should wait it out? Better to stay safe than sorry. Yeah, we've endured this long. What's a few more days? I say we back off, conserve our strength, and wait for a better opportunity next time. At this moment, Yang Ming had firmly engraved the third coordinate in his mind. Although the alliance of Japan and South Korea had tightly guarded this location, it did nothing to shake his resolve. If they can go there, so can I. Tomorrow, I must seize the crystal core. Yang Ming clenched his fist, his tone unwavering. Without the crystal core, it would be impossible to upgrade the territory level, which would lead to China's total downfall. If that happened, not only would all the lords be wiped out, but the people in the real world would also have their memories erased and be imprisoned in a place called the Dark Cage. This Dark Cage was the system's prison for populations of failed nations. For instance, the warriors Yang Ming summoned came from there. Even if he couldn't secure the crystal core in the end, Yang Ming was determined not to let it fall into the hands of the Japanese and South Korean lords. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Yang Ming was already up. It was the 7th day since he had arrived on the battlefield of all races. As he pushed open the doors of the Lord's manor, a crisp voice greeted him. "Good morning, my lord. I've prepared breakfast for you." Lilith stood at the entrance, holding a steaming tray with an assortment of appetizing breakfast items. "Did you just make this? You got up before dawn?" Yang Ming asked, glancing at the tray. Lilith lowered her head, her voice soft. "Yes, I wanted to thank you for providing us with food last night. From now on, Lilia and I will take care of all your meals. Just let us know any time." Yang Ming picked up a meat-filled bun and started eating as he walked. Not bad. Come with me." Lilith, like a dutiful maid, carefully carried the tray and followed behind him. Before long, the two arrived at Kokolit's blacksmith shop. There were still a few hours left before the crystal core battle against the Japanese and South Korean alliance at noon. Yang Ming had come specifically to pick up his weapon. Inside, the petite Kokolit was swinging a large hammer, striking a piece of iron. Despite her small stature of only 4 feet 9 inches, the strength-enhancing rune she used allowed her to handle the heavy hammer with ease. "Kokolit," Yang Ming called out. "My lord," Kokolit exclaimed excitedly, setting down the hammer. "You're just in time. I had incredible luck last night and managed to enhance a special weapon. Want to take a look? Could it be an exceptional grade Tang Hengdao?" Yang Ming's eyes lit up. Kokolit stuck out her tongue playfully. "It didn't quite advance to the next grade, but this Tang Hengdao is imbued with lightning power." She handed the weapon to Yang Ming as she spoke. The moment Yang Ming gripped the hilt, a tingling electric current coursed through his body. This weapon, named Lightning Tang Hengdao, was of superior quality. It not only boosted combat power by 25 up to a maximum of 50 points, but also came with 2 powerful skills: critical strike on every hit and lightning infusion. Each strike delivered double damage up to 150 points critical damage and added 20 lightning destruction. What a magnificent blade! Yang Ming marveled. This was undoubtedly the most powerful weapon he had ever seen. If it were placed in the trading market, it would surely cause a frenzy. Yang Ming retrieved all the high-quality Tang horizontal blades stored in the blacksmith shop. These 150 finely crafted blades gleamed coldly in his hands, each one capable of making an ordinary warrior significantly more formidable. At this stage, most lords were still racking their brains for a single high-quality weapon, while he already possessed enough to arm an entire army. Quickly, Yang Ming summoned Chen Jian and ordered him to assemble the troops. Moments later, over 7,500 warriors stood in formation on an open field. Each of them was strong and robust, with combat power ranging between 25 and 35. Yang Ming stepped onto a large, protruding rock, overlooking the gathered army from above. "Brothers!" Yang Ming's voice rang out powerfully. "Do you know who our enemies are here on the battlefield of myriad races?" The sudden question left the warriors exchanging puzzled glances. Without waiting for a response, Yang Ming continued, "It's the Japanese. Every single Japanese lord is a sworn enemy of our HuaXia city. I named our territory HuaXia city for one reason: to eradicate these Japanese beasts. They once invaded our land, slaughtered innocent civilians, and spared neither the elderly, women, nor children. This hatred must be avenged." The fury in Yang Ming's words ignited a fire within everyone present. These warriors, loyal to Yang Ming, shouted in unison, "We are willing to fight for our lord, to brave any danger, and to flatten the Japanese lands." Right now, a group of Japanese is scheming to monopolize a crystal core refresh point, trying to block the development of our HuaXia city. Yang Ming's voice brimmed with determination. "Let's crush them." The warriors were eager, their fighting spirit reaching a boiling point. "Good." Yang Ming clenched his fist. "As warriors of HuaXia city, remember this. If anyone offends HuaXia, no matter how far, they must be punished." This declaration instantly ignited the morale of the entire army. Yang Ming left 300 soldiers behind to guard the territory, with the rare-grade human hero Yang Fifan overseeing its security, ensuring the safety of HuaXia City. The rest of the troops proudly marched to the battlefield under Yang Ming's command. At coordinates 2439, 3900, a fierce battle for the crystal core was about to erupt. As one of the most precious resources on the battlefield of myriad races, the emergence of a crystal core had drawn hundreds of lords. Among them, the most prominent was an allied force of Japanese and South Korean lords, loyal lackeys of the United States, who had already secured the most advantageous terrain. From their elevated position, the Japanese forces glanced disdainfully at the sparse number of HuaXia lords in the crowd. One of them sneered, "Yesterday, I made a bet in the chat channel to see who could kill 150 HuaXia people first. What a shame these HuaXia cowards hardly showed up, and there are fewer than 10 of them here now. Heh, the people of HuaXia truly are cowards." A Japanese lord stood on high ground, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Hearing the mighty name of our great Japanese empire, they cower in their homes and don't even dare to come fight for the crystal cores. His mocking voice echoed across the open field. The other Japanese lords present joined in laughter, brazenly ridiculing HuaXia's perceived weakness. Ever since HuaXia had been severely weakened under the directives of the United States a year ago, these Japanese forces had grown increasingly arrogant. Not only were they planning to annex HuaXia's territory, but they had also shamelessly propagated the absurd claim that the true legacy of HuaXia resides in Japan, blatantly distorting and fabricating history. Among the crowd, the HuaXia lords clenched their fists, the veins on their faces bulging with anger. Over the past year, the relentless siege and blockade by the coalition forces led by the United States had caused HuaXia's national strength to dwindle. To preserve their power, most HuaXia lords had chosen to withdraw from this crystal core competition. Yet, a few fearless HuaXia lords had come to fight, undeterred by the threat of death. Among them was a lord named Wang Yi, who, despite only awakening a clever talent, arrived with a resolute determination to sacrifice if necessary. At this moment, around 10 HuaXia lords had gathered in an open area, each accompanied by their most elite troops. They exchanged knowing glances. Even if they couldn't claim the crystal cores, they would never let them fall into Japanese hands. As noon approached, the tension in the air grew heavier. Suddenly, a strange light erupted from the center of the area, and the ground began to tremble slightly. 10 pristine crystal cores emerged from the earth, glowing enticingly at various locations. My God, crystal cores have really appeared. There are 10 spawn points. Charge! In an instant, over 1,000 lords and their armies surged toward the spawn points. The sight of these basic white crystal cores sent everyone into a frenzy. Within just 3 minutes, countless soldiers had fallen, their blood staining the ground a dark crimson. The battle for the cores had only just begun. The lords of HuaXia moved swiftly, targeting the nearest crystal core refresh point. Brothers, remember, don't get greedy. Grab the crystal cores and run. It'll cover you. With that command, the group charged into the refresh point. Cheers erupted soon after. Haha, we got 3 white crystal cores. I got one too. Though their numbers were small, their seamless teamwork allowed them to secure several crystal cores successfully. However, just as they were about to retreat, the situation took a sudden turn. A well-trained squad of warriors emerged from all directions, surrounding them completely. 3 hook-nosed lords from Dongying strode forward arrogantly. Heh, you damn HuaXia people. Don't you know this refresh point has long been claimed by us Dongying? The leader sneered coldly. Exactly, get out of here. You worthless fools, tired of living, are you? Seeing us Dongying people and not knowing to tuck your tails and act like dogs? The other Dongying lords mocked. Hand over the crystal cores obediently. Trash like you doesn't deserve to touch them. One of the hot-tempered HuaXia lords immediately retorted, Dongying scum, you've got some nerve. This refresh point was clearly ours first. Stop spouting nonsense. The hook-nosed leader smirked mockingly. Ha ha ha, you're truly stupid. My fists are bigger, so it's ours. Is that reason good enough for you? The other Dongying lords chimed in. Ridiculous. HuaXia has really hit rock bottom, sending brainless people like you to the battlefield of nations. Don't you understand? Truth only exists within the range of the cannon. A HuaXia lord, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward and shouted, Dongying scum, do you dare to fight me? Let's have a real man's duel. Whoever wins gets the crystal cores. The hook-nosed man licked his lips and sneered, afraid of you? Not a chance. Today, I'll defeat you fair and square, and let the whole world see how pathetic you HuaXia people are in front of the mighty Dongying warriors. His eyes gleamed with malice. I was going to kill you all, but I've changed my mind. Send out your strongest lord. If they can defeat one of my subordinates, they'll let you go. But if you lose, I'll edit the footage and post it in the chat channels and forums, so everyone can see how spineless you HuaXia people are. These words turned the faces of the HuaXia lords pale with anger. Fury burned in their eyes. They would rather die in battle than endure such humiliation. "I'll fight you." A young man with short hair stepped forward resolutely. This was Chen Zhanbei from Jiangchuan University in Jiangchuan City. At just 19 years old, he had been chosen by the system to enter the battlefield of nations. The hook-nosed man chuckled. "Oh, got some guts, huh? But if you lose later, remember to kneel down, kowtow a few times, and call me grandpa. Maybe then I'll let you keep your whole body intact." Chen Zhanbei let out a cold laugh, mercilessly mocking. "You? I only need to make a slight move to twist your pathetic head off." The hook-nosed man's face darkened as he waved his hand, signaling, "Nichikawa Gangban, my fiercest warrior. Go teach that HuaXia man a harsh lesson." From the army stepped out a towering giant, standing at an imposing height of 2.5 meters. This was Nichikawa Gangban, whose massive broadsword glinted coldly under the sunlight. He was a warrior meticulously trained by the hook-nosed man. On the battlefield of the myriad races, lords could choose to either cultivate powerful hero units or enhance their own strength. The hook-nosed man had chosen the former, while Chen Zhanbei, who possessed a level combat talent, had opted for the latter. In the open field, the two faced off. Chen Zhanbei showed no fear and took the initiative. "Take this," he shouted as he charged forward like lightning, his right fist aiming straight for Nichikawa Gangban's abdomen. Nichikawa countered with claw-like hands, and their fierce collision produced a deafening sound. "Huh?" Chen Zhanbei sneered, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, he raised a long blade in his left hand. "Didn't expect this, did you?" "Im left hand." The blade moved like a flash of lightning, targeting Nichikawa's head. The HuaXia lords erupted in cheers of excitement. "Yes, beautiful strike. Go, show them the might of HuaXia." Just as victory seemed imminent, a hidden dart flew from the direction of the Easterners, striking Chen Zhanbei's wrist with precision. He cried out in pain, and Nichikawa seized the opportunity, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Chen Zhanbei's forehead. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body was sent flying backward. "You cowards! Resorting to sneak attacks? Have you no shame, you Eastern scum?" The HuaXia lords were furious. The Easterners, however, laughed brazenly. "What? Not happy? Prove it if you can. This is how we do things. If you don't like it, too bad." With one hand incapacitated, Chen Zhanbei's combat ability was significantly reduced. Nichikawa soon sent him flying dozens of meters with a powerful kick, leaving him unconscious. The hook-nosed man, smug and triumphant, ordered his men to edit out the footage of the hidden dart and prepare to upload it to the global chat channel. He sneered at the remaining 9 HuaXia lords, taunting, "You useless lot. Who's next? If no one dares, then kneel and call me grandpa." As the HuaXia lords boiled with rage, a thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. "You little brats, don't get too cocky. I'll fight you myself." The loud voice immediately drew everyone's attention. Under the sunlight, a young man riding a tall, majestic black horse appeared slowly, his confident and spirited demeanor instantly becoming the center of focus. This was Ming. In fact, Ming had set off long ago, but he encountered several waves of rampaging beasts along the way, which delayed his arrival. The magnificent black horse beneath him was a mount he had tamed on the spot during his journey. "Who are you?" The man with the hooked nose stared intently at Ming, his brows furrowed deeply. An invisible pressure emanated from Ming, wrapping around him like unseen chains, filling him with an involuntary sense of dread. Shocked, he thought, this man's combat power is definitely above mine. Since when did such a powerful lord emerge in HuaXia? This kind of oppressive feeling only occurred when the difference in combat power between two individuals was too vast. Those spies from the east had long infiltrated HuaXia and gathered intelligence on these new lords. None of the data mentioned an A-level talent holder. Yet the overwhelming presence of this young man left him questioning everything. "My name is Ming," the young man said nonchalantly. "Remember this name, because starting today, I will be the nightmare of you people from the east." The hook-nosed man quickly scanned behind Ming, relieved to see no reinforcements. No matter how strong, what could one person possibly achieve? "Ming, is it? Are you here to challenge me?" he asked menacingly. "Challenge you?" Ming sneered. "Ha, you overestimate yourself. Someone as weak as you isn't even qualified to be my opponent." The insult enraged the hook-nosed man, and he immediately barked an order. "Nichikawa-kun, take him down for me." "Understood, my lord." Nichikawa Steelblade stepped forward, gripping his sword. Ming casually glanced at his opponent. Name: Nichikawa Steelblade. Quality: excellent grade. Combat power: 112. Talent: Shadow Blade level faster mastery of bladed weapons compared to ordinary people. For 80 of lords, such an opponent would be incredibly difficult to defeat. Unfortunately for Nichikawa, he had encountered Ming. Sensing Ming's overwhelming strength, Nichikawa's steel blade dared not hold back. He immediately unleashed his full power. Ha! He roared, charging at Yang Ming with lightning speed and executing his strongest technique, draw slash. This strike showcased the pinnacle of Japanese swordsmanship, so fast that it elicited exclamations from the onlookers. It was clear that he hadn't gone all out in his earlier fight against Chen Zhanbei. Covering 100 meters in 3 seconds, his speed was nothing short of extraordinary to the average person. But to Yang Ming, it felt as though time had slowed down by dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, Nichikawa's steel blade was upon Yang Ming, his sword slicing downward toward Yang Ming's forehead. The crowd gasped in alarm. Watch out! Dodge it! You can't block this, it's lethal. Seeing Yang Ming remain completely motionless, the hearts of the HuaXia leaders were in their throats as they anxiously called out to warn him. Meanwhile, cheers laced with mockery erupted from the eastern camp. Yes, chop off the head of that coward who doesn't dare to move. Ha ha ha, he looked impressive when he entered. But turns out he's just an empty shell. As Nichikawa Gongban's blade neared Yang Ming's neck, the crowd of Easterners grew even more ecstatic. Many couldn't wait to activate their system recording functions, eager to preserve this moment to demoralize the HuaXia camp. At the very last moment, Yang Ming slowly raised his left hand. I told you, you're really weak. Everyone present was dumbfounded as they witnessed the scene. Yang Ming had effortlessly caught Nichikawa Gongban's full force strike with his bare hand. The sheer impossibility of the act left everyone stunned into silence. The hook-nosed man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe that the hero he'd invested so many resources into was rendered so powerless. Impossible. This must be a trick. Nichikawa Gangban, kill him now. Nichikawa Gangban desperately tried to withdraw his weapon, but it wouldn't budge. Yang Ming calmly reached for the tang horizontal blade at his waist with his right hand, its razor-sharp edge shimmering with lightning under the sunlight. It was a divine weapon, tempered by thunder and lightning. To die by my hand is your greatest honor. Without any unnecessary flourish, Yang Ming executed a simple horizontal slash. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones snapping, Nichikawa Gongban's body was severed cleanly in half. The once mighty warrior with a combat power of 112 was instantly slain. The shocking sight plunged the battlefield into a moment of deathly silence. The hook-nosed man stared at Yang Ming in disbelief, while the previously arrogant Eastern crowd fell utterly silent. Seated atop his black horse, Yang Ming gazed coldly down at the Eastern camp and asked, "Weren't you all so arrogant earlier? Who's next to die?" Faced with Yang Ming's overwhelming presence, the Easterners instinctively stepped back. The hook-nosed man quickly shouted, "Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. Together, we can take him down." His words reignited the Easterners' fighting spirit. Under the hook-nosed man's command, the Eastern forces began advancing toward Yang Ming. What's this? Can't win unknown. So now you want to gang up on me? Is this what you call a true man's fight? Yang Ming mocked. Victory is all that matters. Die! The hook-nosed man snarled viciously. Yang Ming shrugged. If it's numbers you're counting on, I'm afraid you're at the disadvantage. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ming tilted his head back and let out a sharp, clear whistle. In an instant, warriors hidden in the surrounding valleys, forests, and ravines surged out, completely encircling the area. The East Asian invaders, who had initially believed victory was within their grasp, were struck dumb when they saw the sudden emergence of countless warriors covering the mountains and plains. Their vacant eyes scanned the massive army before them, an overwhelming force beyond their imagination, leaving their minds nearly paralyzed. On the 7th day of arriving at the battlefield of all races, even a lord with an awakened rank talent could muster an army of no more than 500. Yet, at this moment, the army that appeared out of nowhere numbered close to 10,000. The hook-nosed man's face turned deathly pale as he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Ming. This is impossible. Where did you find so many reinforcements? A relaxed smile played at the corners of Yang Ming's lips. Isn't it possible that all of them are my subordinates? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The hook-nosed man shook his head vehemently. Even if you had awakened in strength talent, there's no way you could have built such a massive army in just 7 days. Is that so? Then open your eyes and take a good look. Yang Ming sneered coldly, raising his right hand and signaling for an attack. Everyone, hear my command, annihilate these East Asian invaders. Yes, Lord. The resounding cry echoed through the heavens. That single shout of Lord shattered the hook-nosed man's understanding of reality. His pupils contracted sharply as he muttered in disbelief. Could it be? Has he awakened a talent even stronger than strength? Is there anyone in all of East Asia who could match such power? Charge! Leave no invader alive. The warrior's battle cries snapped the hook-nosed man out of his stunned state. By the time he regained his senses, the soldiers of HuaXia City were already surging forward like a tidal wave. Against this formidable force, The East Asian invaders crumbled like paper, their ranks decimated in less than 10 minutes. Staring at the bodies of his fallen comrades strewn across the battlefield, the hook-nosed man muttered to himself in despair, "How could this happen? We deployed 5 Branklords, including myself, and over 20 Cranklords, and we were defeated by a single young man from HuaXia? Still dreaming before you die?" A cold voice echoed beside him. The hook-nosed man looked up to see a young warrior wielding a tang blade crackling with lightning, seated atop a black horse, glaring down at him. Seeing the murderous intent in Yang Ming's eyes, the hook-nosed man fell to his knees, begging for his life. "Please don't kill me. My father is one of East Asia's generals. If you kill me, he will never let you go. My name is Higashino K." Before he could finish, a flash of cold light swept past, and he felt a sudden chill at his neck. "Sorry, but you talk too much. I have no interest in knowing your name," Yang Ming said coldly. With a swift motion, his blade descended, and the hook-nosed man's head fell to the ground. Even in his final moments, the man from the east never managed to finish saying his name. With the fall of their leader, the remaining Eastern lords instantly lost all morale and were quickly annihilated by Yang Ming's warriors. As the battle came to an end, a system notification sounded at just the right moment. "Ding, your army has defeated all enemies and secured a crystal core production site. Would you like to begin harvesting the crystal cores?" Yang Ming's gaze was drawn to the floating crystal core before him. It was a translucent object suspended 50 centimeters above the ground, emitting a pure white glow and radiating a heart-stopping energy. "What immense power," Yang Ming murmured in awe. As the rarest resource in this world, the value of crystal cores was truly beyond measure. He strode quickly toward the core and began to harvest it. The others around him could only watch in silence, not daring to intervene. Before long, 10 white crystal cores were in Yang Ming's hands. The system immediately issued a warning. "Warning. You have reached the daily limit for harvesting crystal cores. Please stop immediately, or the cores will be automatically destroyed." Reluctantly, Yang Ming withdrew his hand. Each crystal core, though only palm-sized, had a surprising weight around 2 pounds. He quickly checked the attribute information of the cores. Name: White Crystal Core. Quality: Legendary. Ownership: bound to Yang Ming. Description: one of the most precious energy sources in the universe. When fully combusted, a single white crystal core releases enough energy to destroy a star. Properties: non-tradable, cannot be looted by others, exclusively used for upgrading territories. Once bound to a player, it cannot be unbound. Whoa, legendary quality? Yang Ming was utterly stunned. Even the lowest tier white crystal cores were of legendary quality, which explained the numerous restrictions. Considering that a single core could destroy a star and surpass the combined destructive power of all nuclear weapons on Blue Planet, he quickly came to terms with its immense value. Just as he was storing the crystal cores in his inventory, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Yang Ming, is that you?" Turning around, he saw none other than his classmate, Chun Jianbei. One of Chin's arms was broken, and he winced in pain, but he still managed to grin. "Of course, I couldn't just let the crystal cores fall into the hands of those guys. I had a teleportation scroll on me when I arrived, so I came here to fight for it." Out of consideration for their shared history as classmates, Yang Ming took out a bottle of healing potion made by Anna and handed it to him. "Here, take this. It'll help with your injuries." While it was only of ordinary quality, it was highly effective for treating fractures and bruises. Chun Jianbei accepted it without hesitation and drank it in one gulp. After chatting casually with Qin Jianbei for a bit, Yang Ming prepared to return to his territory. Before leaving, he helped the other HuaXia lords collect the remaining crystal cores. With the mission accomplished, there was no reason to stay any longer. "Yang Ming, let's add each other as friends." Qin Jianbei quickly stepped forward, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink. You saved my life, and you'll never forget this kindness." "Sure." The two quickly exchanged friend requests. Waving goodbye, Yang Ming led his warriors away with heads held high. On the battlefield, the lords who were still locked in combat instinctively paused, making way for him. They watched with reverence as his godlike figure disappeared into the distance. The journey back was exceptionally smooth, with no large beasts blocking the way. It took only half the time of the initial trip to return to the territory. "Welcome back, Lord." The residents greeted Yang Ming in unison upon his return. Yang Ming nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Chen Jian. "Take the injured to the medical hall for treatment. I won't let my soldiers bleed in vain." These warriors who survived the battlefield were elites, each one invaluable. After Chen Jian escorted the wounded away, Yang Ming immediately summoned the system to check the conditions for upgrading the territory. "Respected Lord, your territory does not yet meet the conditions for an upgrade. Please continue your efforts." The system's cold prompt made Yang Ming furrow his brows. The requirements for upgrading from an advanced territory to a special grade 1 were listed. Would 10,500 met? Stone 9,500 met, tin white crystal cores met, population 1,000 not met, national fortune value 700 not met, building requirements 5 level 3 buildings, 25 level 2 buildings, not met, resource fields 2 level 3, 7 level 2, not met. It didn't take long for Yang Ming to identify the main issue. Insufficient infrastructure was limiting population growth, which in turn hindered the increase of the national fortune value. Without delay, he summoned Carl, the administrative officer he had appointed yesterday. With frank talent for public order, Carl was well suited to assist in planning the territory's development. I handed over the city construction blueprints and privileges to you yesterday. What have you accomplished today? Yang Ming asked directly. Carl respectfully replied, My lord, I've completed 3 tasks today. The plantation is now in full operation, with vast farmlands being sown with corn, wheat, vegetables, and various fruits. Meanwhile, infrastructure projects within the city are progressing at a vigorous pace. Construction sites for the cafeteria, granary, barracks, and public restrooms are bustling with activity. Old Carl stood before Yang Ming, reporting his major plans with a serious expression. My lord, in addition to these projects, I also intend to introduce an independent currency system and public security regulations for HuaXia City. Yang Ming looked at the capable elder in front of him with some surprise. He hadn't expected Carl to exhibit such clear vision and decisiveness right after taking office. Your ideas are quite good. Receiving the Lord's approval, Carl visibly breathed a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with a satisfied smile. How long would it take to construct 5 level 3 buildings? Yang Ming asked further. After a brief moment of thought, Carl responded, It would take about 3 to 5 days to complete 1 level 3 building. All right, you may go. Yang Ming gestured for him to leave, though he couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. A 3-day construction period was too long. It was clear that upgrading the territory today would be impossible. To develop a king-level territory within a month, he needed to find a way to accelerate the construction process. Just as Yang Ming opened the system panel to check the chat channel, he noticed 2 new buttons on the main page, Leaderboard and Blue Star Chat Channel. These were part of yesterday's system update, but he had been too busy to explore them. Driven by curiosity, Yang Ming clicked on the leaderboard page. The top-ranked spots were dominated by powerful lords from various countries. First place, Gaius Julius Caesar from the US, with 515 points. Second place, Temep from the US, with 440 points. Third place, Alice from the US, with 423 points. Fourth place, Miyamoto Shikizo from the Eastern Kingdom, with 422 points. Fifth place, Dimitri from the Bear Kingdom, with 410 points. Sixth place, Emily from the Sun Never Sets Empire, with 390 points. Yang Ming scrolled down and finally found his name at the 11th position. HuaXia Lord Yang Ming, with 341 points. This ranking left him somewhat puzzled. As a lord who had awakened the SS level talent, Supreme Overlord, why was he placed so far behind? After carefully reviewing the scoring rules, Yang Ming suddenly understood. The rankings were determined by a combination of factors, including population size, infrastructure scale, city defense, the number of resource fields occupied, and national fortune value. Over the past few days, he had been focused on external expansion and capturing resource fields, neglecting internal development of the territory, particularly city defense, which he had entirely relied on young fiefin to manage. This unbalanced development had caused his overall ranking to fall short. With only 5 hours left until the leaderboard reset, Yang Ming sighed softly. Well, it is what it is. 11th place it is. Let's check out the Blue Star Chat channel. This channel served as a platform for lords from all nations within the 10086 novice zone to communicate. The chat channel was bustling with activity, filled with lively discussions. With 5 hours left until the leaderboard update, the players' excitement was reaching its peak. Haha, the leaderboard rewards are almost here. I can't wait. Hey, what rank are you at? Top 200. You'll be getting 2 bronze treasure chests. Wow, that's impressive. Teach me your ways, master. Suddenly, a glaring message caught everyone's attention. Master? Him? Take a look at the players from the US. They're the real pros. The top 3 spots are all theirs, and they dominate half of the top 50. True, the US being the #1 powerhouse is no exaggeration. They top the charts every time, way ahead of HuaXia. HuaXia? You mean that joke of a country with only 1 player in the top 50? Even South Korea outshines them. And they're always bragging about their so-called 5,000 years of civilization, yet they're so weak. A player from Japan chimed in, Heh, don't be fooled by the fake history of the HuaXia people. The real heritage of HuaXia lies in Japan. Even their so-called pride, Qin Shi Huang, was actually Japanese. Seriously? Qin Shi Huang was Japanese? Of course. HuaXia's civilization has always been part of Japan's history. Not to be outdone, a Korean player joined the fray. Exactly. The 4 great inventions were clearly from Korea. along with Chinese characters, the Dragon Boat Festival, and even kimchi. All of it is part of our cultural heritage. But the HuaXia people twisted history to claim it as their own. Where are the cowards from HuaXia now? If you've got the guts, come out and argue with us. The provocative remarks kept flooding in. Yang Ming clenched his fists as he stared at the barrage of comments distorting history and insulting HuaXia. A wave of anger surged within him. You've left me no choice, he muttered through gritted teeth. Rank 1 on the leaderboard? Yang Ming, will claim it. 5 hours? That's more than enough. If you're going to be this shameless, then don't blame me for fighting back and slapping you all in the face. Faced with the insults from the Eastern Islanders, Yang Ming and all the other Chinese lords were thoroughly enraged. The Chinese chat channel exploded instantly, with messages flooding in at an unbelievable speed. Those despicable little islanders dare to bark nonsense and insult our country on the World Channel. Do they think I don't have a temper? This is absolutely intolerable. Does anyone have the coordinates of their territory? I'll go and fight them right now. One furious message after another kept appearing. Everyone present wore a dark expression, their eyes blazing with anger. China, a great nation that has stood strong for 5,000 years, had never been subjected to such humiliation. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a few calm voices emerged at the right moment. Everyone, calm down. This is a provocation by the Eastern Islanders. Don't fall for it. The Americans are pulling the strings behind the scenes. They're trying to disrupt our morale. Remember our goal, developing a king-level territory. That's the key to saving China. Ignore their provocations. Focus on development. That's the right path. These rational words gradually quelled the crowd's anger. Indeed, it was likely a conspiracy by the Eastern Islanders and the Americans, and China only had 1 month left to turn the tide. Even so, Yang Ming found it difficult to swallow his anger. He silently vowed to himself, I will claim the top spot on the leaderboard, no matter what. Now, only 5 hours remained until the leaderboard results were finalized. Yang Ming was desperately searching for a way to overtake his competitors, even attempting to seek help from the system. System, is there any benefit that grants God or items right from the start? The system replied coldly, Lord Yang Ming, this is not a novel. Please proceed with realistic development. Left with no alternative, Yang Ming decided to use his ultimate weapon, money. He immediately opened the system interface and entered the trading zone, listing 2,000 pounds of Skyhorn ox meat and 600 pounds of Blackrock giant bear meat for trade, making it accessible to everyone on the blue planet. Although the value of high-quality meat had dropped slightly after 7 days in this world, the superior-grade Blackrock giant bear meat still held considerable worth. Currently, selling premium-grade exotic beast meat is akin to starting a card game with a pair of threes, and immediately drawing a king bombit caused an instant sensation in the Blue Planet Trading District. The chat channel, which had been flooded with derogatory remarks about HuaXia from the Dongying people, completely shifted its tone the moment Yang Ming listed the Black Rock bear meat. Premium-grade meat? That's impossible. Even a grade talent lord would need at least 15 days to hunt a premium-grade exotic beast. Wait, it's a HuaXia lord? Countries reacted swiftly, eagerly extending olive branches. From the Bear Kingdom, we are willing to form an alliance, as long as we can trade for Black Rock bear meat. Dongying quickly backtracked. Our previous remarks were due to a system error. We're willing to pay a premium for the meat. The United States made an even more shocking offer. Provide all the Black Rock bear meat, and we'll grant you a green card on the spot. In just 1 minute, Yang Ming's private messages were flooded with 200,000 trade requests. Remaining calm, he set specific trade conditions, only accepting high-quality building speed-up tools or pre-built level 3 construction resources. This instantly filtered out most inquiries, but over 20,000 still met the criteria. An array of peculiar and rare items appeared before Yang Ming. One particular piece of fine-grade equipment caught his attention: a madman's work outfit crafted from great horned antelope leather, which could boost workers' construction efficiency by 20. The other party was willing to trade it for just 1 pound of Skyhorn green ox meat, and Yang Ming accepted the deal without hesitation. Even more tempting was an excellent grade upgrade scroll, capable of instantly upgrading a level 2 building to level 3. Just as Yang Ming was about to initiate a private chat with the seller, the other party directly revealed his identity. Yang Ming, it's you, isn't it? Yang Ming grew cautious. He had clearly set his profile to anonymous, with only nationality and gender visible, yet the other party seemed to know everything. Bro, it's me, Zhang Wei. The reply came, causing Yang Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei explained, who else on the entire blue planet could hunt a premium-grade exotic beast besides you? I recognized you immediately. Just tell me what you want. I'm in a hurry, Yang Ming said. 20 pounds of Black Rock bear meat? I'll give you 30 pounds. Just make sure to show me any good stuff first in the future. Yang Ming agreed after a brief moment of thought, considering their friendship. Deal. Thanks, bro. Zhang Wei replied, grinning from ear to ear. Over the next 10 minutes, Yang Ming busied himself trading with other lords. He exchanged 850 kilograms of heavenly horned green ox meat and 390 kilograms of blackrock giant bear meat for 21 various items. Just as he was about to wrap up the transactions, a new item listing caught his attention. It was a message from a lord originating from HuaXia. Greenhouse chicken coop, excellent grade resource treasure. Special effect. Growth inside the coop is 30 times faster than the outside, with no side effects. Growth cycle. Achieves the equivalent of 2.5 years of growth for an ordinary native chicken in just 1 month. Space requirement. Flatland of at least 300 square meters. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. This was exactly the facility his newly captured flock of red-feathered chickens desperately needed. Even better, it was a level 3 building. Hello, are you interested in trading? Yang Ming proactively initiated a conversation. The other party quickly replied, give me 300 kilograms of blackrock giant bear meat, and the greenhouse chicken coop is yours, 50 kilograms. Yang Ming countered bluntly, offering a price far below the initial ask. Deal. The other party's straightforward response surprised Yang Ming. He had anticipated some intense bargaining, and had even mentally prepared to settle at a bottom line of 200 kilograms. The trade request promptly popped up. HuaXia wants to trade the excellent grade resource treasure, greenhouse chicken coop, with you for 50 kilograms of blackrock giant bear meat. Do you accept? HuaXia? Yang Ming recognized this as the usual ID of Chinihan, his beautiful class monitor. Since the other party was so decisive, he didn't dwell on it, and confirmed the trade immediately. Having gained more than enough, Yang Ming closed the trading interface and headed off to find workers. A few days ago, his recruitment notice had included positions for architects, and among the locals, there happened to be an experienced building designer. My lord, how can I assist you? Zhou Mingrui asked respectfully, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Being summoned by the lord personally left him feeling anxious. Yang Ming got straight to the point. Can you construct 3 level 3 buildings and 25 level 2 buildings within 4 hours? Zhou Mingrui smiled wryly and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. My lord, that's entirely impossible. A single level 3 building requires at least 100 workers working continuously for 5 days to complete. What if I provide you with 2,000 workers? 2,000? Zhou Mingrui pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. It still wouldn't be enough. What if I add these items to the mix? Yang Ming laid out all the tools and resources he had just traded for, displaying them one by one before Zhou Mingrui. These items are tools designed to accelerate the construction and upgrading of buildings. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Mingrui and motivated him with an enticing promise. If you can complete this task, I will appoint you as the chief architect of HuaXia City. All building projects will be under your command. Hearing this opportunity, Zhou Mingrui's voice trembled slightly. My lord, am willing to give it a try. Good, go for it. Yang Ming immediately allocated 2,000 warriors to support the construction efforts. Thus, a massive project began. Just as Yang Ming was contemplating the next phase of his plans, a series of hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Coquelite came rushing in like a whirlwind, clutching a uniquely designed straight blade in her arms. She was so excited that she nearly stumbled, but fortunately, Yang Ming caught her in time. My lord, Coquelite panted, her face flushed. I forged an excellent grade Tang horizontal blade. Yang Ming took the blade in astonishment, and immediately felt an extraordinary energy emanating from it. This weapon, named Sky Splitter Blade, not only possessed excellent grade quality but also boasted incredible attributes. A 40 combat power boost, a maximum of 100 points, plus lightning enhancement and 3 powerful skills. Critical Slash could deal double damage, Lightning Strike unleashed a 100-meter blade beam with triple power, and Thunder Flash triggered a wide-range lightning attack. With such a weapon, even facing excellent grade beasts would be manageable. Coco, you're amazing! Yang Ming exclaimed joyfully, ruffling her hair. To Coquelite, Yang Ming was the light that had rescued her from the darkness of the mines, and she was willing to give her all to repay him. Yang Ming spoke kindly. Tonight, let Lilith and Lilia prepare a lavish dinner to reward you. For now, go rest, take a bath, and change into some fresh clothes. Watching Coquelite skip away happily, Yang Ming had already made up his mind about how to use the upgrade scroll would upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 3, providing Coquelite with an even better working environment. After all, blacksmiths capable of forging excellent grade weapons were exceedingly rare in this era. A system notification immediately popped up. Would you like to upgrade the blacksmith shop from level 2 to level 3? This will consume 1 upgrade scroll. Yes, Yang Ming confirmed. The upgrade scroll was successfully consumed, and the blacksmith shop began its upgrade, estimated to be completed in 2 hours. With the rift blade firmly in his grasp, Yang Ming's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He felt he now possessed the strength to hunt elite-grade beasts. If he could secure another level 3 resource field before the leaderboard tally, his territory could be upgraded to a special grade domain. ensuring the top spot would inevitably be his. To achieve this goal, Yang Ming immediately mobilized all his scouts for a thorough search. Within just 20 minutes, one of the scouts returned with critical information. My lord, 5 kilometers to the north, we found a level 3 resource field, but it's been occupied by a group of goblins. Goblins? Yang Ming frowned slightly. Could it be the same group that captured Anna and the others earlier? He realized there might be a hidden goblin lair near HuaXia City, a threat that could not be ignored. With the rift blade in hand, dealing with a few goblins was no longer a challenge. Yang Ming decisively issued the order, gather all the warriors and follow me to eliminate the goblin lair. Soon, 5,000 warriors, excluding the injured, were fully equipped and ready. To ensure absolute success, Yang Ming called upon his entire main force, including Chunjian. Riding a jet-black warhorse, Yang Ming straightened his posture and addressed his troops with pride. Brothers, after this battle, those who return alive will feast on meat and drink their fill tonight. At the mention of wine, the warriors couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. On this battlefield in a foreign world, the allure of a mouthful of strong liquor was beyond imagination. Charge! Their thunderous battle cry echoed across the skies. Following the scouts' provided route, the army advanced northward. The terrain grew increasingly desolate, with the ground taking on a strange black hue. Ferocious beasts occasionally emerged, but Yang Ming effortlessly dispatched several careless creatures along the way. 20 minutes later, their destination came into view. Even from 2 kilometers away, a rich and enticing fruity aroma filled the air. It was a golden fruit grove, classified as a level 3 elite-grade resource field. The grove could yield 1,000 pounds of fruit daily, with a production season lasting 10 months each year. The sight of the golden, luscious fruits was mouth-watering, but the grove had already been occupied. Upon closer inspection, Yang Ming realized the situation was more dire than anticipated. At least 10,000 goblins were lurking among the trees, moving in and out of a spacious natural cave. From time to time, he could see human girls being dragged inside. What worried him even more was the presence of some formidable figures, goblin elders. This goblin army's strength is indeed remarkable. According to intelligence, they consist of 3 categories of elite combat units. Standard goblins, small in stature with a combat power of 86, possess an level stealth talent, allowing them to become invisible for 3 minutes when fleeing. Giant one-eyed goblins, with a combat power of 112, have a level berserk talent that causes deadly spikes to sprout from their bodies when enraged. They also wield a level blood-sucking skill, enabling them to rapidly heal by draining their enemy's blood, though this ability comes with severe side effects. Finally, there are the fire-wielding goblin priests, with a combat power of 99. They possess a level fire magic talent that allows them to cast powerful spells like fireballs, albeit at a slower casting speed. They also have a level fire protection skill, enabling them to form a fiery armor for self-defense, though they are completely vulnerable to water-based attacks. No wonder these goblins have managed to occupy a level 3 resource field for so long. However, Yang Ming's forces are not to be underestimated, especially with the significant boost in combat power provided by their weaponry. After a moment of thought, Yang Ming quickly formulated a battle plan. Chunjian, he called out. Yes, my lord. Awaiting your orders. Chunjian immediately stepped forward. Take 300 men and patrol near the Jinling fruit grove. Lure the goblins out, Yang Ming instructed, tossing a thunder element tanged out at Chunjian. This is the strongest weapon after the rift blade. It's yours now. Chunjian saluted firmly and replied with determination, I will complete the mission. Without hesitation, he led 300 warriors towards the Jinling fruit grove. Yang Ming then issued another command. Archers, take your positions. Rows of soldiers armed with dwarven-crafted bows and arrows quickly formed ranks, arrows nocked and ready to fire. As Chunjian's troops approached the Jinling fruit grove, the goblins immediately noticed the intruders. Wielding crude weapons like spiked clubs, wooden sticks, and iron picks, they let out sharp, grating cries. Wa, gada gada, myoda, sinuda. Brothers, charge! Chunjian shouted boldly, quickening his pace. The two sides clashed in no time. With a single sweep of his thunder element Tang Dao, crackling with electricity, Chunjian reduced 5 goblins to charred remains in an instant. The weapon's power far exceeded his expectations. Under Chunjian's leadership, the first wave of goblins was swiftly annihilated. But this scene enraged the main goblin force hidden within the Jinling fruit grove. With a deafening roar of Gongada, several goblin priests and one-eyed giants emerged, leading a swarm of over 1,000 goblin minions surging toward Chunjian's position. Seeing the overwhelming tide of goblins surging forward, Chunjian decisively led his men to a rapid retreat. Behind them, the furious roar of the goblin priest echoed. You despicable humans, stop right there. Chunjian and his warriors retreated in an orderly manner as planned, successfully luring the goblin army into the preset trap area. As the goblins came within the archer's range, Ming gave a sharp command, "Release the arrows." In an instant, a dense rain of arrows poured down like a curtain. Lines of archers took turns, continuously unleashing deadly volleys upon the goblin army. Though not every arrow hit its mark, the sheer quantity compensated for their inaccuracy, and large swathes of goblins fell under the relentless assault. "Some are still alive. Finish them off," Ming ordered. The warriors immediately charged forward, swiftly dispatching the remaining goblins. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of their enemies. "Chunjian, keep using the same tactic to lure them in," Ming commanded. "Understood." Chunjian promptly complied. The strategy worked flawlessly twice, but by the third wave, the goblins had grown wary and realized the trap, refusing to fall for it again. Seeing this, Ming withdrew Chunjian and decided to shift to an aggressive assault. "All troops, prepare for a full-scale attack." Ming, astride a black horse, led his forces toward the golden fruit forest. Within the forest, a heavily armed group of goblins stood ready. It was clear that the goblin leader had sensed the threat and fortified their defenses. The two sides faced off for a moment, 50 meters apart, before a towering, golden-haired goblin emerged from the forest. This goblin king exuded an imposing presence. Ming quickly assessed its attributes: elite grade, combat power 328, with special abilities including infinite reproduction level, corrupted body level, and Goblin King's heart level. "Humans, we have not provoked you. Why do you invade us?" the Goblin King asked in a deep, resonant voice. Ming sneered and fabricated a reply: "You kidnapped the women of our tribe. How dare you ask why?" "Your women? When did this happen?" the Goblin King pressed further. Ming's tone turned threatening. "In the past 2 days. This is your final warning. Release them immediately, or this day next year will be your memorial." The Goblin King fixed his gaze on Ming. It was not so much fear of the man himself, but rather an unmistakable wariness toward the straight blade in his hand. The rift blade in Ming's hand emitted a menacing aura, causing the Goblin King to feel deeply uneasy. His instincts warned him that this blade was indeed capable of ending his life. After a brief internal struggle, the Goblin King ultimately chose to compromise. "A couple of days ago, we did capture a group of women. If I release them, will you retreat?" "Of course," Ming replied firmly. "I only came here to rescue my people. Release them, and I will leave immediately." "All right." The Goblin King nodded in agreement and gestured to 10 of his subordinates. Moments later, over 50 young women were brought out from the cave. "Are these the people from your tribe?" Ming was about to inspect them carefully when a young girl in a yellow dress with an oval face threw herself at his feet. "My lord, please save me," she pleaded tearfully. "I am a princess from the kingdom of Eldora. If you rescue me, I promise to reward you generously." At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Respected Lord Ming, congratulations on triggering a Grade B mission. Rescue the captive princess. Mission objective: rescue and ensure the princess's safety. Completion rewards: establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Eldora and receive 500 gold coins." This unexpected surprise led Ming to accept the mission without hesitation. "She is one of the people I am looking for," he said, pointing to the girl who claimed to be the princess. The girl, upon receiving his approval, expressed her profound gratitude, bowing repeatedly and promising a reward of 500 gold coins upon her safe return to the kingdom. Seeing this, the other women knelt down one after another, pleading for help. Some offered to do housework or warm his bed. Others promised to dance and serve him, and even a self-proclaimed 500-year-old dark elf proposed signing a master-servant contract. Faced with their desperate pleas, Ming did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the Goblin King. "I don't see my people here. Are there others still in the cave?" The Goblin King frowned for a moment before admitting, "There are, but they are all pregnant. No matter what, bring everyone out," Ming insisted. "I want to check thoroughly no one is to be left behind." The Goblin King summoned a dozen of his subordinates and dragged the women out of the cave. These women were barely clothed, their bodies covered in scars, clear evidence of severe abuse. "Bring them here. I need to confirm whether they are from my tribe," Ming said in a calm tone. The Goblin King squinted his eyes warily and replied, "You can come alone to check, but the rest of your people must stay where they are. Otherwise, the deal is off." Ming shrugged lightly, nudging his horse forward by 20 meters with a gentle kick. The Goblin King then signaled 3 Cyclopes to escort the women closer. "Point out which ones belong to your tribe," one of the Cyclopes demanded in a gruff voice. "All of them," Ming said with a faint smile. "What?" The Cyclops was momentarily stunned. "I made myself very clear," Ming raised his voice. "Every single one of these women belongs to our tribe." "What? Can't you understand human speech?" The Goblin King quickly realized Ming's ploy and shouted, "Retreat! Take them back." This human is trying to trick us. But Yang Ming had anticipated this. His plan all along was to eliminate the goblins in one fell swoop. His blade, the rift blade, was drawn in an instant, its surface crackling with electricity. Thunder slash. This was a clever skill of the rift blade, capable of dealing triple damage, extending the blade's reach to 100 meters, and delivering electric shocks with a paralysis effect. A dazzling arc of light swept across the necks of the three cyclopes, and their heads fell to the ground in unison. Come here, quickly. Yang Ming shouted to the women. The rescued women scrambled to Yang Ming's side, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. The Goblin King, now furious, turned red with rage. You wretched human, kill them all. Let these arrogant fools witness the power of the goblin race. As the goblin horde surged forward, Yang Ming's warriors prepared themselves for battle. Raising the rift blade high, he issued the command to attack. The sound of horns echoed through the air, and the energized warriors charged like unleashed stallions. Yang Ming led the charge, cutting down dozens of goblins with each swing of his blade. He was like a sharp spear piercing straight into the enemy's ranks, with his warriors close behind him, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Although the warriors were nearly half the number of the goblin army, the unfolding battle turned out to be unexpectedly intense. Blood quickly soaked the ground as the number of fallen bodies grew. For a grueling 10 minutes, both sides were locked in a brutal stalemate on the battlefield. Yang Ming's gaze was fixed intently on the massive Goblin King at the center of the field. The thought, capture the leader to break the enemy, flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he leapt off his warhorse, gripping his Skybreaker blade, and charged deep into the enemy ranks. Goblins lunged at him along the way, but each one was cleaved in two by his blade. As Yang Ming drew closer, the Goblin King finally sensed the imminent threat. The human leader is coming. Protect the king. At his command, 5 goblin elders, 6 goblin shamans, and 7 one-eyed goblin giants formed a wall of defense around him. A smirk of disdain appeared on Yang Ming's lips. Do you really think these brainless hulks can stop me? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he summoned all his strength. With the Skybreaker blade amplifying his power, his combat strength surged from 165 to an astonishing 231. Take this thunder flash. In an instant, lightning erupted in all directions. Yang Ming seemed like the embodiment of a thunder god, with powerful electric currents radiating outward from him. Amplified by his passive skill that ensured critical strikes, the damage was doubled, and goblins within a 20-meter radius collapsed, their bodies charred and lifeless. After dispatching the lesser foes, Yang Ming pointed his blade directly at the Goblin King. You're next. The Goblin King let out a furious roar and drew a tumter-long spiked club. Human, don't get cocky. I'll cut you down myself. With that, he charged forward, swinging his massive weapon. Their first clash was deafening. The sound of metal crashing against metal echoed across the battlefield, and the sheer force of the impact sent both of them staggering back a few steps. Despite his trembling hands from the shock, Yang Ming burst into laughter. That felt great. Come on, let's go again. Without hesitation, he launched a new wave of attacks, executing sweeping strikes, heavy slashes, and a devastating overhead chop. Enraged, the Goblin King's body turned crimson as he unleashed his rank skill, Corrupted Body. Though the Goblin King's combat strength was clearly superior, Yang Ming's Skybreaker blade doubled his own power, allowing him to fight on equal footing. This was the true might of an exceptional grade weapon, giving Yang Ming the confidence to challenge foes far beyond his level. After 2 hours of fierce battle, the exhausted Goblin King finally exposed a fatal weakness. Die! Yang Ming roared, gripping the rift blade tightly in both hands. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. Thunder slash. The skill's radiant light burst forth as Yang Ming poured every ounce of his strength into the strike. Even the Goblin King, with his formidable combat power of 328, couldn't withstand it and was gravely injured in an instant. The Goblin King let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from his mouth. Yang Ming showed no mercy, delivering strike after strike until the mighty foe was utterly defeated. The system notification followed promptly. Respected Lord Yang Ming, your army has defeated the Goblin forces and secured victory in this war. Would you like to occupy the level 3 resource field, the Golden Spirit Fruit Grove? Occupy it. Yang Ming agreed without hesitation. The system immediately responded. Occupation successful. You have gained control of the Golden Spirit Fruit Grove and earned 200 points of national fortune. This brought the national fortune value of HuaXia City up to 750 points. Entering the grove, Yang Ming looked up to see golden fruits hanging abundantly from the branches. The enticing aroma made him swallow involuntarily. The system displayed. These are high-quality golden spirit fruits, which, when consumed, grant immunity to most negative effects, including petrification, entrapment, curses, paralysis, dizziness, and poison. Seeing the injuries of his warriors, Yang Ming promptly ordered, "Brothers, pick one golden spirit fruit each and recover quickly." The soldiers, deeply moved, swiftly harvested the fruits and devoured them eagerly. As the fruits settled in their stomachs, they felt instantly rejuvenated and refreshed. The group then began clearing the battlefield. Chun Jian soon discovered 3 large chests of currency in the goblin's cave, 31 gold coins, 300 silver coins, and over 1,000 copper coins. Yang Ming ordered the wealth to be transported back to their territory. Even more significantly, Chan Jian found a dungeon deep within the cave. Yang Ming went to investigate personally. In the dark, damp dungeon, 2 rows of cages held numerous men and women. "Help us. The goblins kept us here as livestock for food. Please, give us something to eat. I'm starving." The prisoners, seeing Yang Ming, desperately reached their hands out from the cages, pleading with despair in their voices. These people were slaves captured by goblins. Inside the cages, the women appeared emaciated, treated as mere tools for reproduction, forced to give birth repeatedly until death. The men faced an even grimmer fate, becoming food for the goblins, their bodies covered in scars. Yang Ming observed this hellish scene and sighed softly. Turning to Chen Jian, he said, "Free them all and ensure they are properly settled before bringing them back to the territory. We need a significant population to support our development." "Understood, my lord. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Chun Jian promptly gathered over 20 subordinates and began freeing the enslaved captives from their cages. The rescued individuals knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Yang Ming. "Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. We are willing to serve you with utmost loyalty." Time was running out, with only an hour left before the leaderboard settlement. Yang Ming quickly organized his team to clean up the battlefield, leaving 2,000 men to guard the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. He then set off on the return journey with the spoils of war and the freed slaves. As soon as they returned to the territory, the architect Zhou Mingrue came running over with excitement. "My lord, the construction of all 3 level 3 buildings has been completed." "Excellent," Yang Ming replied with delight. "From now on, you are the chief architect of HuaXia City." Hearing this, Zhou Mingrue was overjoyed, practically jumping with excitement. Yang Ming quickly opened the system panel. Among the level 3 buildings, the training ground covered 5,000 square meters and could raise soldiers' combat power to 40 points. Additionally, there was a blacksmith shop and a greenhouse chicken coop. After confirming that all upgrade conditions had been met, he immediately commanded, "System, upgrade the territory." The system notified that the upgrade would take 12 hours and warned that the territory would be vulnerable during this time. Fortunately, Yang Ming was well prepared. He promptly retrieved 12 territory upgrade cooldown reduction scrolls items he had traded for using heavenly horned ox meat. As the 12 scrolls were swiftly used, the system announced the upgrade's completion. In an instant, the entire territory was bathed in a faint golden glow. As night fell, the public chat channel on Blue Planet buzzed with activity. At 7:55 p.m., just 5 minutes before the leaderboard settlement, players were eagerly discussing the upcoming rewards. "Only 5 minutes left. That golden treasure chest is as good as mine. Please carry me, pros. I need help to climb up the ranks. Sigh, I'm ranked over 10,000. Guess I'll just settle for a bronze chest as a consolation." The conversation soon shifted to the top 3 players on the leaderboard, who were all from America. As everyone marveled at the strength of the American faction, a player with the ID Tay Meipu spoke up. "Hello everyone. I'm Tay Meipu from America, currently ranked 2nd. I'm going to establish the American Alliance, and I welcome anyone to join." "What are the requirements to join?" someone asked immediately. Tay Meipu replied, "The requirements are simple. First, you must follow orders. Second, you must sever ties with HuaXia and join us in sanctioning them." He continued, "A year ago, we Americans led the Allied forces to war against HuaXia because we had evidence that HuaXia was colluding with foreign races in the war zones, attempting to use them to unify Blue Planet." This statement caused an uproar. "What? HuaXia colluding with foreign races? That's despicable. I'm joining the American Alliance. Down with HuaXia." At that moment, a loud red announcement interrupted the chatter. "Ding, server-wide announcement. Congratulations to HuaXia Lord Yang Ming for becoming the first player in Blue Planet Region 10,080 SIXS Novice Zone to upgrade to a Superior Lord's Manor. Achievement unlocked. First Glimmer of Brilliance. Rewards: 500 National Luck Points, 50 Gold Coins, 1 Diamond Treasure Chest, and 1 Random Resource Treasure." The announcement instantly silenced the chat channel, followed by an even louder uproar. "What the fuck? Upgraded to a Superior Lord's Manor in just 7 days? That has to be a bug. Definitely cheating. Report him." Check the leaderboard. Jumped to first place in the last minute. Meanwhile, HuaXia players rallied to Yang Ming's defense. "Cheating? Are you crazy? The 10,000 races battlefield doesn't have bugs." American players and those from Dongying, Keep running your mouths and see what happens. Back in HuaXia City, a dazzling golden light shot into the sky. Ming basked in the warm energy surrounding him as he surveyed his now transformed territory. The original 5 million square meters of land had expanded to 20 million square meters, and the wooden fence had been upgraded to a timber-high concrete wall. Everything looked brand new. The dramatic transformation startled the residents of his territory. They stepped out of their homes, gazing in awe at the sudden changes. Unbelievable! As a dazzling light flashed across the territory, all the buildings were instantly transformed, looking brand new. The residents stared in awe at the miraculous sight, their cheers echoing through the air. Anna, Lilith, Lilia, and the others gazed at Ming in shock, their eyes filled with reverence. Just then, the sky suddenly split open, revealing a golden portal. From it, 2 radiant golden treasure chests descended, which Ming caught with ease. Anna, what's going on? Lilith asked in astonishment. Are these treasures bestowed upon the Lord by a deity? Anna shook her head thoughtfully. Ever since we arrived in HuaXia City, everything has been so extraordinary. Could it be that the Lord has made a pact with a god? Does that mean the Lord is a divine emissary? The others gasped in disbelief. As followers of the goddess of light, they were well aware of the power of deities. Anna solemnly warned everyone, no matter what happens in the future, we must always show the utmost respect to the Lord. Unaware of the dramatic increase in his prestige due to the territory's upgrade, Ming stored the golden treasure chest in the warehouse and began calculating today's gains. 1 diamond treasure chest, 2 golden treasure chests, and various resources. But the most significant reward was unlocking the special shop tied to the SSS talent, Supreme Overlord, after the territory's upgrade to the superior level. This talent not only granted him 1 point per second to summon warriors, but, more importantly, allowed him to exchange for anything imaginable in the special shop. Eager with anticipation, Ming opened the shop interface, and a futuristic screen appeared before him. The points balance displayed, 602,100. These were painstakingly saved by Ming, reserved for exchanging better rewards in the special shop. As he browsed through the list of items, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The first item alone left him speechless. Name-controlled nuclear fusion technology. Quality excellent. Price 305,000 points. Description refers to the ability to control the speed and scale of nuclear fusion under certain conditions, enabling the energy generated to be utilized in societal production and daily life. Note items exchanged in the special shop can be used in both the multiverse battlefield and the real world without any restrictions. What? Even after returning to Blue Star, I can still use my abilities? Ming's eyes widened, and his fingers trembled involuntarily. It was only now that he realized he had severely underestimated the power of an SS-grade talent. The thought that top scientists had spent decades struggling to crack controllable nuclear fusion technology without success, while he could master it completely with just 4 days' worth of points, left him utterly stunned by the overwhelming disparity. Calming himself, he continued browsing through the other items in the special store. The king-level territory upgrade scroll immediately caught his attention. This rare item, priced at 2.51 million points, could directly upgrade a special-grade territory to a king-level territory. 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes per hour. Ming quickly did the math. That's a maximum of 86,400 points per day, which totals 2.592 million points in a month. In other words, if I save every single point for just 22 days, I can upgrade HuaXia City to a king-level territory. This realization left him momentarily deep in thought. Should he start taking it easy, or keep pushing forward? Putting the question aside for now, he continued scrolling. The store's inventory was truly dazzling. The Pegasus 25A planet, with a diameter of 1.39 million kilometers and priced at 30 million points, was even more suitable for human habitation than Blue Star. An everlasting spring capable of supplying water for 20,000 people daily, priced at 110,000 points. The legendary Dragon Slayer Blade, which had once killed an evil dragon, priced at 580,000 points. The Kuanpeng, an ancient, ferocious beast with properties too advanced to view, priced at an astronomical 11.2 billion points. The most astonishing item, however, was a chance to meet the creator for just 1 point. This exchange allowed one to ask 3 questions, but the opportunity was only valid for 24 hours and could only be redeemed once. The store had everything imaginable, from white stockings worn by goddesses to blue pills that could bring someone back to life. There were even bizarre items like daddy candy and love-binding curses. As long as you had enough points, you could get anything. As Ming was engrossed in browsing, the voices of Lilith and Lilia suddenly came from outside the door. Lord, are you in there? What's the matter? Do you need something from me? Ming snapped back to reality. Lord, it's already quite late. Lilith's soft voice came through, tinged with a hint of nervousness. I wanted to ask what you'd like to eat tonight, so I can prepare it for you. Her words reminded Yang Ming of something his stomach had already started protesting. It was indeed time to fill up. Yang Ming shook his head and said to them, "No need. Tonight, we're having a celebration feast. I want to reward the warriors properly. You should join us too." "All right," the two women replied in unison. As night fell, an enticing aroma filled the air above the territory. The open space in the residential area was brightly lit, and long tables were laden with an array of delicious dishes. Golden, crispy roasted fish, rich and fragrant braised wolf meat, steaming bowls of beef noodle soup, savory pan-fried fish, golden, flaky fried pancakes, and fresh, juicy lychees. The tantalizing sight and smell made everyone present swallow involuntarily. Standing on a high platform, Yang Ming looked down at the lively crowd below. His powerful voice echoed across the gathering. "Today, we achieved a double victory. We not only defeated the Eastern Lord and seized the crystal cores, but also repelled the Goblin army and claimed the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest, successfully upgrading our territory. All of this is thanks to each and every one of you. The development of HuaXia City is built on your hard work and dedication. Tonight, I've prepared a feast for everyone. Eat, drink, and enjoy to your heart's content. No one leaves sober." A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. In this world ravaged by hunger, being able to eat until full was a luxury, let alone feasting on such exquisite food. "Long live the Lord! Ill follow the Lord forever." The shouts of admiration echoed one after another. The residents eagerly began to enjoy the feast, exclaiming in delight with every bite, "This is incredible! This drumstick is so flavorful! I never thought people like us could eat such high-quality meat." The Lord's promise to build a free and equal city for everyone is real. Yang Ming, holding a bottle of wine and a pack of food, made his way to the territory gate. There, Yang Fifan stood upright, a former rare-grade human hero who had fallen from a demon-slaying warrior to the guardian of an evil god's altar. "Care for some food?" Yang Ming asked, shaking the food in his hand. Yang Fifan's vacant eyes barely moved as he shook his head. "You don't need to eat?" "I don't," Yang Fifan rasped. "I'm no longer human. As long as the evil god exists, I can't die, and I don't need food." Yang Ming chuckled. "Look at it this way, even if it were poison, it wouldn't harm you. So why not have some wine?" He popped the bottle open, letting the rich aroma waft through the air. Yang Fifan took the bottle and downed it in one gulp. "Good wine," he said hoarsely. "Even when I was a human hero, I never had wine this fine. Are you trying to win me over?" He sneered at himself. "Too bad I'm long dead. Now, I'm just clinging to existence through the evil god. You guard the territory. I offer you food and drink. It's that simple," Yang Ming replied, placing the rest of the food and wine on the ground before turning to leave. In the dim light, Yang Fifan sat down and silently began to eat the food. That night, Yang Ming slept exceptionally soundly, but on the other side of the earth, the high-ranking officials of Dongying and the United States tossed and turned, unable to find peace. In the private communication channels of Dongying, a wave of anger surged. "Damned HuaXia! Why does another powerful individual keep emerging from there? Can't they just accept their fate and wait to perish? There's only 1 month left before their nation falls." The discussion in the channel gradually shifted towards sinister plans. "We must stop HuaXia from developing a 5th king-level territory. Why not follow the approach from a year ago and contact the Americans? Yes, let's find out the exact coordinates of Yang Ming's territory and have the Americans take him out. We still have informants within HuaXia. This can be arranged." And just like that, Yang Ming's name was added to Dongying's hit list. Meanwhile, in HuaXia, the lights in the top-level conference room remained on late into the night. All senior officials had gathered, including a highly respected elder who was present in person. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, and no one spoke a word. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses burst into the room, out of breath. "Commander, major news." The general, adorned with 5 stars on his chest, asked sternly, "What is it?" "The special grade territory has just been established in the novice zone of the 10,000 races battlefield," the bespectacled man reported breathlessly. At these words, the room erupted into commotion. "Only 7 days? Isn't the record 14 days? Could it be that the Americans haven't grade talent? We don't even have a grade talent in HuaXia." The usually composed officials now revealed expressions of despair. "No, it's not the Americans," the bespectacled man quickly clarified. "It's a HuaXia lord." This revelation was like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone in shock. Even the elder at the head of the table couldn't resist pressing for more details. When the bespectacled man finished recounting every detail of what had occurred on the 10,000 races battlefield, the once somber conference room erupted in excitement. A general slammed the table in exhilaration. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being a son of HuaXia. Chairman Mao was right. Heroes of the moment are found in our time. Take immediate action," everyone declared in unison. "Seal all of Yang Ming's files, Erase any online information and classify this as top secret. Continue dispatching the top special forces. Ensure the safety of Yang Ming's family at all costs and bring them to the capital immediately. The elderly man sitting at the head of the table ordered in a deep voice. The man with glasses immediately turned around and walked away briskly. Though the elder's face showed signs of exhaustion, a faint smile of relief appeared at the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, China finally had hope. At 6 a.m. the next morning, before the sun had risen, Yang Ming was already up. It was his 8th day on the battlefield of myriad races. After a quick wash, he opened the door to find Lilia, dressed in a flowing blue gown, standing respectfully outside. "Good morning, my lord." Lilia greeted gracefully, bowing slightly. She held a tray in both hands, laden with steaming breakfast items: bread, eggs, HuaXia, fish dumplings, fried dough, and fresh lychees. "What time did you wake up?" Yang Ming asked. "At 5 in the morning," Lilia replied softly. It was clear that she and her sister Lilith had agreed to take turns preparing breakfast for him. Taking a bite of the HuaXia, Yang Ming said to her, "No need to wake up so early in the future. Preparing it around 7 or 8 is fine. By the way, have you eaten yet?" Learning that Lilia hadn't eaten, Yang Ming immediately instructed, "From now on, make sure you prepare a portion for yourself when making breakfast. Eat your fill before attending to me. This is an order, and make sure to tell your sister as well." "Understood, my lord," Lilia responded respectfully. The two chatted as they walked to the expansive 500,000 square meter plantation area. Fields had already been sown with a variety of seeds purchased from the trading zone, and many native residents were hard at work tending the crops. Suddenly, 7 or 8 men and women hurried over, kneeling before Yang Ming and pleading, "My lord, please grant us work. We are willing to do anything." It turned out that Chief Administrator Carl had recently implemented a currency system. Those without work had no income, and without income, they would end up homeless and might even be expelled from the territory. On the other hand, those with skills could earn higher wages and lead better lives. Seeing the eagerness in their eyes, Yang Ming nodded and said, "All right, you can work as cleaners, responsible for maintaining public spaces. Your monthly salary will be 4,500 copper coins." Overjoyed, the group expressed their gratitude profusely before eagerly starting to clean up the litter on the ground. Ding! A crisp system notification sound interrupted Yang Ming's thoughts. It was the alert for a private message from a friend. As someone with only 2 friends, Zhang Wei and Qin Zhanbei, Yang Ming quickly opened the chat panel. Zhang Wei's message popped up immediately. "Bro, Bai Shueji said she has something important to discuss with you. Want to talk to her?" Who is Bai Shueji? Yang Ming felt unfamiliar with the name. She's the daughter of General Bai, the commander of the Eastern Theater Command. How do you not know her? Zhang Wei's message carried a hint of surprise. The name stirred Yang Ming's memory, and he recalled seeing her on television before. "All right, send me her ID number, and I'll add her." Since Yang Ming had set his ID to private, he could only add friends himself. After receiving the ID number, Yang Ming promptly sent a friend request. The other party accepted instantly and quickly sent the first message. "Yang Ming, NATO has their eyes on you, because I ranked first?" Yang Ming asked sharply. He was well aware of NATO's significance as a military alliance led by the United States with over 30 member countries. "No," Bai Shueji explained, "the issue is that you established a top-tier territory within 7 days. The US will never allow our country to have a 5th king-level territory. To them, you must be eliminated. Moreover, your territory's coordinates might soon be exposed." "How could they get my coordinates?" Yang Ming's heart tightened. "Spies," Bai Shueji answered bluntly. "My father said that internal infiltration in China is severe, so he asked me to warn you." After a moment of silence, Yang Ming asked, "Can you help me get their coordinates?" "You're planning to?" Over the past year, our nation has suffered repeated setbacks against the US, leading to a decline in national morale and fortune. This must change. Yang Ming typed each word with determination. "I will use a war to show the Americans and the Japanese that if you offend China, no matter how far you are, you will be punished." "You're going to take on the entire NATO by yourself?" Bai Shueji was clearly astonished. "Don't worry, I've never been alone," Yang Ming replied calmly. He could summon an army of millions at any moment, and with his SS-level talent, dominating the battlefield in this beginner's zone was hardly a challenge. "Are you really confident about this?" "Trust me. I alone am an unstoppable force." "All right, they'll help you, but it'll take some time." Bai Shueji finally agreed. "Thanks." Since war was inevitable, Yang Ming decided to prepare in advance and strengthen his military forces. System: show me the territory information. HuaXia City, a special-grade territory located in the 14th parallel universe, Server 404, Blue Star Region 996, in the newbie Zone 10086, has been completely transformed. Spanning an area of 20 million square meters, it is home to 1,074 human natives and 7,500 summoned warriors coexisting harmoniously. The city is densely packed with structures, high-quality facilities like the blacksmith shop, greenhouse chicken coop, and training grounds, alongside an advanced-grade spring water system. The land is rich in resources, boasting a superior-grade jade spirit lake, a gold spirit fruit grove, and 2 mines, one advanced grade and the other standard grade. The city's wealth stands at 31 gold coins, 300 silver coins, and 1,050 copper coins, while its national fortune value has reached 805 points. However, Ming noticed a concerning issue. With the territory upgraded to special grade, the land area had quadrupled, but the number of warriors had decreased to just 7,000. To strengthen the military force, he headed to the Level 3 training grounds, a facility capable of raising the warriors' combat power to 40 points. I want to summon 7,000 warriors, Ming silently declared. A dazzling white light flashed, and 7,000 new warriors materialized out of thin air, kneeling in unison and proclaiming, "Greetings, Lord." This number was not chosen arbitrarily, but was calculated as the maximum the city's current food supply could sustain. Pointing towards the training grounds, Ming issued his command. "From now on, this will be your training site. Work hard to reach a combat power of 40 points as soon as possible." "Yes, my lord." The new recruits responded in unison before marching into the training grounds to begin their drills. After handling military affairs, Ming turned his attention to 3 treasure chests, 1 diamond chest, and 2 gold chests. The gold chests were guaranteed to yield high-quality items, while the diamond chest promised rare-grade treasures. To focus on opening the chests, Ming returned to the Lord's manor and shut the door. He placed the 3 chests on the floor, their weight producing a heavy thud. The gleaming gold chests and the radiant diamond chest stood side by side, exuding an irresistible allure. After some deliberation, Ming decided to test the waters by opening one of the gold chests first. As the lid lifted, a brilliant golden light nearly blinded him. When the radiance faded, a single item lay quietly inside the chest. A container labeled Plant Growth Accelerator Spray appeared in front of Ming. It was a high-quality spray with a net content of 1,000 milliliters, capable of accelerating the growth of premium-grade crops by 1 year for every 1 milliliter applied over an acre of land. Food is always the most important resource, no matter the time, Ming said with a smile as he looked at the spray in his hand. With the fields already being sown, this growth spray had arrived just in time. Carefully, he stored the spray in the warehouse and then turned his attention to the second golden treasure chest. "Hopefully, I'll get a skill book," Ming silently prayed. While his combat power was high, he lacked strong offensive skills. With a crisp, unlocking sound, the golden light radiating from the second chest gradually faded, revealing an ancient book. "No way, it's really a skill book." Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He eagerly picked up the book and immediately began scanning its information. Name: Thunder Overlord /Skill Book. Quality: Grade upgradable. Description: Summons heavenly thunder to unleash a devastating slash, embodying pure strength and righteousness, capable of annihilating all malevolent spirits. Attribute: Can only be learned by 1 person. The system immediately prompted him. "Dear Lord Ming, would you like to learn the skill book Thunder Overlord /?" "Yes," Ming confirmed without hesitation. Instantly, a flood of information poured into his mind. He gained a basic understanding of the Thunder Overlord /, though mastering it to perfection would require continuous practice. Skill proficiency levels range from beginner, skilled, proficient, perfect, to mastery. The final diamond treasure chest now stood before Ming. However, as he prepared to open it, the system issued a warning. "Your combat power is too low to open the diamond chest." It turned out that unlocking the diamond chest required a combat power of 200 points. In the multiverse battlefield, there were simple ways to increase combat power, either through rigorous battle training or by consuming extraordinary items such as exotic beast meat or golden spirit fruits, which contained immense power. Ming decided to venture out and explore. Although he already possessed a special grade territory, upgrading it to a king grade territory required meeting the following conditions: wood, 57,000; stone, 29,000; population, 5,000; national fortune value, 2,500; blue crystal cores, 10. Building requirements: at least 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings. Resource field requirements: at least 1 level 4 resource field and 5 level 3 resource fields. In 22 days, he could use his points to exchange for a king grade territory upgrade scroll. But Ming was never one to settle for the status quo. Deep down, he had always yearned to explore and challenge the unknown. Half an hour later, Ming led a group of 3,000 people to explore a new map. He planned to fully map out the terrain and geography within a 100-kilometer radius of HuaXia City over the next few days. During this time, he focused on gathering resources, hunting exotic beasts, enhancing combat power, and most importantly, repeatedly practicing the crucial skill Thunder Tyrant /. 5 days of intense training and battles steadily increased Yang Ming's personal combat power from 165 to 185. However, during this time, a meticulously planned conspiracy by the United States and Dongying was quietly unfolding. At the coordinates 69, 58, 24, where mountains and rivers intertwined, a group of Dongying warriors armed with katanas had fully gathered. A scout ran over, panting heavily, and report. The terrain ahead has been scouted, and the exact locations of 2 HuaXia territories have been confirmed. Hearing this, the leader in black revealed a sinister smile. Yoshi, it seems the coordinates provided by those 2 traders were accurate. The other Dongying warriors chimed in. Ha ha ha, that's typical of the HuaXia people. Back in 1937, many became traders, and even now, some are willing to be our lapdogs. With these exact coordinates, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop this time. Minazin commenced the operation. 4 Dongying lords led their respective troops to encircle the 2 HuaXia territories. This ambush targeting HuaXia lords was not an isolated incident. Forces from Dongying, South Korea, the United States, the British Empire, and Viet White Wolf Nation launched simultaneous attacks in the beginner zone. Due to the leaked territory coordinates and the overwhelming disparity in military strength, many HuaXia lords were captured before they could mount any effective resistance. In just one day, over 100 HuaXia lords were taken prisoner. They were bound tightly and escorted to a dirt pit at Dongying's main camp. Let me go, you damn Dongying scum. If you're so tough, untie me and fight like a man. Curse you Dongying dogs, always colluding with the Americans. You ungrateful Viet White Wolves, if I make it out alive, I'll make sure your country is wiped off the map. Angry curses echoed one after another. At this moment, a Dongying man appeared at the edge of the pit, looking down at the captives with a smug expression. Done cursing? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Bin Ihan, from Hokkaido. I awakened a level talent, and I represent Dongying. Your capture was entirely my idea. Zhang Bin scum, do whatever you want. If I so much as flinch, I'll call you my son. Someone immediately shouted in rage. Zhang Bin Ihan smirked coldly. Capturing you isn't about killing you. Then what do you want? Of course, it's to deal with Yang Ming. A lewd smile spread across Zhang Bin Ihan's face. They captured us to deal with Yang Ming? This statement caused a stir in the pit. Everyone immediately realized Zhang Bin Ihan's intention. They were to be used as hostages to threaten Yang Ming. I'd rather die than drag HuaXia down. An indignant voice shouted from the pit. Zhang Bin Ihan revealed a sinister smile, looking down at them condescendingly. Wanna die? Heh, now that you're in my hands, your life and death are no longer up to you. He paused for a moment, his tone turning tempting. However, if you're willing to pledge loyalty to the emperor and become lapdogs of Dongying, I can grant you Dongying green cards. A month from now, even if HuaXia is destroyed, you'll be able to live peacefully in Dongying. So, what do you say? If you want the green card, kneel and beg me. He burst into laughter. Meanwhile, as dusk settled, Yang Ming was returning triumphantly after a full day's battle. It was his 12th day on the Myriad Races battlefield. The Lord has returned again. His arrival at the territory caused a commotion among the residents, and exclamations rippled through the crowd. What's that red creature? That's a fine-grade beast, the fire python ram. They say its meat is incredibly delicious. Oh my, is that a winged wyvern? Capturing an excellent grade beast, our Lord, is incredible. Yang Ming called Carl over to handle the spoils of the hunt, and then headed back to the Lord's manor to wash off the grime and beast blood. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom after his shower, the system suddenly sent an urgent notification. So urgent? Is it Shirayuki? Yang Ming muttered to himself as he opened the friend chat interface. Shirayuki got straight to the point. Yang Ming, your coordinates have been exposed. Got it. Yang Ming replied calmly. Do you understand the situation you're in now? Shirayuki asked anxiously. The United States, Dongying, South Korea, the British Empire, and South Vietnam all want you dead. Yang Ming responded coolly. They simply want to stop me from establishing a king-level territory and saving HuaXia. The hostility from the East Asian countries was straightforward. While Europe viewed Rome as a historical legend, for East Asian nations, HuaXia was an eternal Romean enduring presence that had overshadowed them for thousands of years. As long as HuaXia remained strong, Dongying, South Korea, and South Vietnam could never truly rise. Thus, they were desperate to see HuaXia fall. Yet, despite their current animosity toward HuaXia, but as soon as HuaXia falls a month from now, they'll immediately jump out to claim legitimacy, HuaXia said to Yang Ming. Just like when Rome fell, and all the European nations scrambled to declare themselves the rightful successor. These people are just that insecure, sensitive, and obsessed with appearances. Seeing Yang Ming remain silent, HuaXia pulled up a video. Let me show you something. High Lord HuaXia has sent you a video. Do you want to accept it? Yang Ming clicked accept and started watching. On the screen, A group of over 10 people with HuaXia features knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down their faces. We're sorry, friends from all over Blue Planet. We are ashamed to be HuaXia citizens. On behalf of HuaXia, we apologize to the world. For the sake of military power, HuaXia colluded with foreign forces a year ago. They turned to the camera. Dear international friends, do you know why Ming has been leveling up so quickly? It's because he's been receiving aid from foreign forces. He's nothing but a puppet propped up by outsiders. One of them even added, "Thank you to Japan for granting me permanent residency, allowing me to join their nationality." After watching the video, Ming remained expressionless and asked, "What is this about?" 3 days ago, some lords were captured and imprisoned by Japan and the US. This is what they recorded, HuaXia explained. "Oh, they've become traitors," Ming said coldly. HuaXia urgently tried to persuade him. "This video has already spread across the chat channels. The US and Japan are likely to use this as an excuse to lead NATO against you. Why don't you relocate your territory for now?" This carefully orchestrated conspiracy quickly stirred up a storm in the Blue Planet's chat channels. The video was pinned, and lords from various countries began to speak out in condemnation. This is proof that HuaXia has colluded with foreign forces. We're already at a disadvantage on the battlefield of 10,000 races, and HuaXia dares to invite the wolf into the house. Ming is a traitor to humanity and must be executed. At this moment, the third-ranked lord on the leaderboard, an American named Termipe, issued a statement. To stop this traitor from endangering the Blue Planet, the United States has decided to carry out justice. 3 days from now, we will declare war on HuaXia and spare no effort to eliminate Ming. Termipe's declaration of war caused an uproar in the chat channels. Shortly afterward, a representative from the British Empire also made an announcement. In support of justice, the British Empire will send its strongest lord to join forces with the United States in the campaign against HuaXia. If America's declaration of war was a bombshell, then the statement from the British Empire was undoubtedly fuel to the fire. The consecutive declarations of war from two permanent members of the United Nations Security Council instantly set the game's chat channels ablaze. Player messages scrolled by like an avalanche. Even the British Empire is joining? Are we about to witness World War III in the beginner's zone? Relax, this is just the beginner's zone. It won't affect real-world international politics. Looks like this is the end for HuaXia. But the real shock was yet to come. Just as the uproar over Japan's declaration settled, countries like South Korea, Turkey, Canada, the Netherlands, and Australia jumped in one after another. In just 10 minutes, over 40 nations had declared war on HuaXia, a fifth of the world's 200-plus countries. The chat channels were flooded with comments. America deserves its title as the global leader. They can rally so many countries with a single move. HuaXia is doomed this time. Not even a deity could save them now. Reading these hostile remarks, Ming simply smirked coldly. This was typical of America's smear tactics. Whether on Earth or in the battlefield of myriad races, they dominated public opinion, twisting narratives as they pleased. Just then, HuaXia sent him a message. "See? I told you, NATO was bound to make a move against you." Ming didn't respond directly but instead asked, "I've always been curious, why is NATO, led by America, so fixated on targeting us?" "It's because of the Scepter of Dominion," HuaXia replied. This was a secret she had learned by chance from her father. "What is that?" HuaXia explained. "The Scepter of Dominion is a perfect-tier artifact, incredibly powerful. A year ago, America and its allies launched an attack on HuaXia specifically to seize this artifact." Ming was puzzled. Could a single perfect-tier artifact really be worth risking the outbreak of a third world war? After all, even mythic-tier artifacts could be exchanged in the Supreme Overlord's special shop. "You've never seen the Scepter of Dominion, so you don't understand how extraordinary it is," HuaXia sighed. "Let me put it this way, HuaXia was able to become the world's #1 power a year ago entirely because of this artifact." Ming finally understood the truth. He stared at the message from HuaXia, his expression grim. The true purpose behind America's declaration of war on HuaXia was to seize the Scepter of Dominion and reclaim its position as the world's leading superpower. "You are in grave danger right now." HuaXia's message was filled with urgency. "Your existence will directly determine the outcome of the war between America and HuaXia." On the surface, America has rallied over 40 nations to declare war on HuaXia, but in reality, their sole aim is to eliminate you. She explained further, "If you die, HuaXia will lose the chance to establish a 5th king-level territory. At that point, the outcome 18 days from now will already be sealed. But as long as you survive and successfully build the 5th king-level territory, HuaXia can turn the tide against all odds." "So you're here to persuade me to relocate my territory?" Ming asked bluntly. HuaXia admitted frankly, "Yes, that is my father's intention. The commander has activated the Scepter of Dominion to create an absolutely safe haven for you. If you stay there for just 1 month, no one will be able to harm you. I appreciate the commander's kindness, but I must refuse." Yang Ming replied firmly. Are you insane? Bai Shiweji practically gritted her teeth as she typed. America has mobilized nearly all its forces just to eliminate you. Are you really planning to sit there and wait for death? If I go into hiding, what will happen to the rest of you? Yang Ming countered. If the allied forces of America can't find me, they will inevitably vent their anger on other HuaXia lords. Bai Shiweji took a deep breath. Even if all of us die, it doesn't matter. You are HuaXia's last hope. You are the only one who must not die. Her words stirred something warm in Yang Ming's heart. He changed the subject. Bai Shiweji, do you trust me? Of course I trust you, but… No buts. Yang Ming interrupted confidently. You just need to trust me and follow my lead. What exactly are you planning to do? A faint smile appeared on Yang Ming's lips. Do you remember what I said before? Through this war, I will make the Americans and the Japanese understand that the tides have turned from now on. You plan to fight against the allied forces of over 40 countries alone? You're out of your mind. 40 countries? That's nothing. Yang Ming sneered. One day, I will complete what Mr. Ing Zhang couldn't finish and achieve true unification. I will see the red flag planted in every corner of the world. Bai Shiweji was so stunned by his words that she couldn't respond for a long time. Finally, she cautiously asked, Can you tell me what level your talent is? S-level talent, Supreme Overlord. Bai Shiweji felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. Someone on Blue Planet had actually awakened in S-level talent? No wonder even the Scepter of Dominion couldn't detect his abilities. All right, I'll follow your lead. Bai Shiweji finally conceded. Yang Ming immediately issued a command. Help me locate the coordinates of the strongest lords in America, Japan, and the British Empire. You want to? A cold glint flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. I never wait to be attacked. They say they'll strike in 3 days? Then I'll make the first move and take out a few of them in advance. I'll have their territory coordinates ready for you by tomorrow morning at the latest, Bai Shiweji said. After hearing this, Yang Ming closed the chat window. Time was of the essence, with the battle looming tomorrow. He resolved to strengthen himself tonight. Yang Ming summoned the sisters Lilith and Lilia. My lord, what would you like to eat tonight? They asked respectfully. Yang Ming retrieved 3 types of high-quality exotic beast meat from his storage space. Black rock bear meat, jade bamboo fish, and twin-wing dragon meat. He laid them neatly on the table. Can you cook all of these? Lilith extended her slender fingers, gently touching each type of meat before nodding. It shouldn't be a problem. Then let's go with these, Yang Ming instructed. The sisters immediately picked up the ingredients and headed to the kitchen. Taking advantage of this gap, Yang Ming sent for Qianjian and Zhang Lingfeng, who had been stationed at Yuling Lake. The two arrived at the Lord's manor almost simultaneously. My lord, what are your orders? They asked respectfully. Join me for dinner, Yang Ming said with a smile. Seeing their hesitation to take a seat, he added, That's an order. Before long, a variety of aromatic dishes were brought to the table. Lilith and Lilia's culinary skills were on par with Michelin 5-star chefs, bringing out the exquisite flavors of the exotic beast meat. Yang Ming picked up a piece of braised bear paw and began to devour it with gusto. As the high-quality exotic beast meat entered his stomach, a warm current coursed through his body. The energy contained in the meat was gradually absorbed, much like consuming elixirs in novels. The effects of eating exotic beast meat varied from person to person. Some required dozens of pounds to see a slight increase in combat power, while those with extraordinary talent could achieve the same results with just a few pounds. 20 minutes later, Yang Ming let out a satisfied burp. This meal had increased his combat power from 185 to 220 points. Qianjian and Zhang Lingfeng's combat power also rose to 157 and 149 points, respectively, making them top tier even by the standards of the Blue Star Novice Zone. By the way, here are 2 weapons for you, Yang Ming said. Yang Ming retrieved 2 weapons from the HuaXia gleaming silver spear and a jet black Xian iron longsword and tossed them to Zhang Lingfeng and Qianjian respectively. The silver dragon spear was of excellent quality, capable of boosting combat power by 30 up to 200 points. It also possessed 2 powerful skills, the Blevel Dragon Soul, which could summon a silver dragon phantom inheriting all of the user's combat power, and the Clevel Dragon Break Strike, allowing the user to instantly appear behind an enemy within 30 meters to deliver a fatal attack. The Xian Iron Longsword was equally of excellent quality, with the same basic attribute enhancements. Its special skill was the Blevel 7-fold Blade Strike, which stacked damage with every slash, up to a maximum of 7 layers. Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng were stunned as they caught the weapons, unable to believe that their lord had bestowed such valuable equipment upon them. Tomorrow, I want each of you to lead your armies and take down the territories of America, South Korea, and Japan. Do you have the confidence? Yang Ming asked firmly, looking directly at the 2 of them. Yes, they replied resolutely. The next morning, on the 13th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races, he was abruptly awakened by the system notification sound. It turned out to be a message from Shiryuki Heim, providing the coordinates she had promised the day before locations of those who had threatened to declare war on HuaXia in the Blue Star chat channel. Before dawn, Ming decided to launch a preemptive strike. A sharp blast from a war horn pierced the silence of the early morning, instantly rousing the soldiers from their slumber. Within just 3 minutes, all troops had assembled in formation in the largest open area of the territory. Standing atop a high platform, Ming looked down at the gathered soldiers. "Brothers, how has life been for you in HuaXia City?" "With food and drink, it's been great," the soldiers responded earnestly. Being summoned by the Lord from the dark prison was already a blessing. "Now we can live like normal people. This is paradise." Ming nodded in satisfaction before his tone turned cold. "But because HuaXia City is thriving so well, we've drawn the greed of others. I just received news that an alliance army is planning to attack us, not only to steal our resources, but to raze HuaXia City to the ground and kill everyone here. Can you stand by and watch that happen?" These words immediately ignited the fury of the soldiers. For those who had once been imprisoned in darkness, HuaXia City was their sanctuary. Angry shouts erupted from the crowd. "To hell with anyone who dares touch HuaXia. I'll wipe out their entire family. We finally have a place to call home. We won't let anyone destroy it. Cut down every enemy who wants to destroy HuaXia City. Kill. Kill them all." Deafening roars of anger echoed throughout the military camp. The warriors' faces were filled with fury, their eyes glinting with cold determination. Ming stood before the army, calmly delivering the shocking news. Over 40 nations had simultaneously declared war on HuaXia. As soon as the words left his lips, the entire camp erupted in an uproar, the collective outrage seeming to shake the heavens. "In 3 days, an alliance of over 40 nations, led by Migwa, will march to our gates. Are you going to sit idly by and await your doom?" Ming's voice resounded across the camp. "Lord Commander, lead us into battle. Let's fight them with everything we have." Thousands of warriors responded in unison, their voices rolling like thunder. "Excellent." Ming stood tall and resolute. "Waiting passively has never been the way of HuaXia City. In this battle, we must take the initiative and show the world the power of a reawakened lion. Fight!" The warriors' battle cries reverberated through the ground. Sensing the surge of morale, Ming immediately began issuing orders. "Chunjian, step forward." "Lord Commander, I am here," Chunjian responded, stepping out with determination. "From this moment on, you are appointed as the commander of HuaXia City's 1st Army Corps, the Azure Dragon Corps. Led 5,000 warriors to strike these coordinates: 258, 365, and 269, 4552. Ensure their territories are completely eradicated. Consider it done." Chunjian straightened his back, now understanding why Ming had invited him to dinner the previous night and gifted him a superior-grade weapon. "Zhang Lingfeng, step forward." "Present." "You are appointed as the commander of the 2nd Army Corps, the White Tiger Corps. Similarly, lead 5,000 warriors to attack the strongholds at coordinates 668, 21 and 7585, 2569. "Yes, Lord Commander." The 2 corps then set off on their respective missions. This marked the first counterstrike in HuaXia City's defensive campaign. Meanwhile, Ming embarked on a solitary journey to the main base of Dongying. Officially, his mission was to rescue over 100 HuaXia leaders captured by Dongying and Migwa forces. In truth, his goal was to confront the Dongying leader who had awakened an A-grade talent. Dongying had previously boasted 2 A-grade talent awakeners, but Ming had already eliminated Meichuan Kuzi. Now, it was time to deal with the other. By noon, news of Migwo's impending invasion in 3 days had spread across the globe. The general consensus was that HuaXia was destined to fall against the combined might of over 40 nations, especially with NATO's full strength behind them. However, to everyone's astonishment, that very afternoon, territories belonging to the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, South Korea, Dongying, and South Vietnam were struck by swift HuaXia offensives. The Azure Dragon Corps, led by Chunjian, had already successfully captured the territories of a South Vietnamese leader and a Sun Never Sets Kingdom leader. On another battlefield, Zhang Lingfeng achieved a significant victory, successfully capturing 2 well-known lords from the United States and Australia. This news quickly caused an uproar in the Blue Planet chat channel. "Breaking news," someone loudly announced in the channel. At around 11 a.m. today, the territories of Avril from the United Kingdom, Wan Jiming from Vietnam, Kim Jae-un from Korea, and Jack Sawyer from Australia were all destroyed by the HuaXia people. "Is this for real?" "Of course it's real. We'll send you pictures right now." As soon as the pictures were posted, the channel erupted. "Whoa, HuaXia is this powerful? Aren't these the same guys who just declared war on HuaXia yesterday? They were completely crushed in just 1 day? HuaXia is seriously tough. Haha, this is going to be interesting. I want to see if HuaXia can really take on all 40 of them." Meanwhile, Ming, following the coordinates provided by Shirayuki, located Zhang Bin Yihan's territory on his own. This lord from Hokkaido possessed an agreed talent, and while his exact strength was unknown, for Yang Ming, single-handedly overpowering a territory was no longer a challenge. To ensure the safety of the hostages, Yang Ming chose to infiltrate silently. He skillfully avoided the patrolling samurai, moving through the territory like a shadow. After 10 minutes of searching, he finally found his fellow HuaXia citizens tied up in a pit. Yang Ming leapt into the pit, the sound of his landing startling the hostages. "You little bastards, coming to torture me again," someone cursed angrily in the dark. "Trying to get intelligence on HuaXia for me? Dream on. I'd rather die than betray my country." "Relax, I'm here to rescue you," Yang Ming said in flawless Mandarin. "Whoa, that accent. Who are you?" The tied-up individuals couldn't make out his face in the dim light. Without a word, Yang Ming pulled out a dagger and swiftly cut the ropes binding them. Freed from their restraints, the hostages expressed their gratitude. "Brother, where are the others? Don't tell me you came alone?" "Yeah, it's just me," Yang Ming admitted calmly. "Are you out of your mind? This place is a death trap. What if they catch you?" the group asked anxiously. Yang Ming chuckled lightly. "If they catch me, so be it. Worst case, it'll just kill them all. You took out all the enemy soldiers by yourself?" This bold statement, uttered by a boy of only 17 or 18, immediately caught the attention of everyone present. The crowd stared at the young man in shock. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Brother, may I ask your name?" "My name is Yang Ming." The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell silent for a brief second before erupting into gasps of astonishment. Some even audibly sucked in their breath, exclaiming in disbelief, "No way you're the Yang Ming, ranked number 1? I always thought you were a 30-year-old major general groomed by the military." "Ha ha ha, amazing. Truly, heroes emerge from the young," someone shouted in admiration. "With the strongest leader of HuaXia here, why should we fear the enemy?" The crowd, brimming with excitement, began to rally around Yang Ming, fervently pleading, "Brother Yang Ming, lead us out of here. We'll do whatever it takes, just help us wipe every last one of them out. Yes, we won't rest until every single one of them is dead. Please, lead us to victory and bring glory to HuaXia." Moved by their patriotic fervor, Yang Ming nodded in agreement. "All right, they'll lead you. But before that, you all need to regain your strength." With that, he retrieved 102 golden spirit fruits from his system warehouse, handing one to each person. "These are premium-grade golden spirit fruits. They'll restore you to peak condition instantly and grant immunity to most negative effects." "Unbelievable. One of these is worth half a territory," someone exclaimed in awe. "Yang Ming, I want to pledge myself as your godson." A man in his 30s blurted out, overwhelmed with emotion. "You're way too old for that. He's only 17 or 18, someone teased. "Age is just a number," the man retorted. Amidst the laughter, everyone consumed their golden spirit fruit, quickly recovering to their best possible state. "Yang Ming, what's the plan now?" someone asked anxiously. Yang Ming gave a confident smile. "All you need to do is charge out and cut down anyone in your path. Leave the rest to me." With the boost from the golden spirit fruits, the crowd's morale soared. "All right, well, follow your lead. Come on, brothers, charge." 3 days ago, if they hadn't ambushed us, we wouldn't have been captured. This grudge must be avenged. If I take down one, I break even. If I take down two, I'm ahead. With Yang Ming leading us, what do we have to fear? With deafening battle cries, the leaders of HuaXia surged out of the pit like unleashed wild horses. They were determined to make their enemies pay tenfold for the humiliation they had endured. One man wielded a massive hammer, smashing through dozens of enemy militia in a single sweep. Another summoned flames, setting the surrounding buildings ablaze as fire roared into the sky. Yet another activated a slaughter mode, slicing through the enemy ranks with a deadly blade, reaping heads with unrelenting ferocity. And so, a brutal battle of vengeance erupted. The counterattack of HuaXia had begun fierce, unstoppable, and earth-shaking. Inside the Lord's mansion, Zhang Benihan was seated around a long table with a group of Japanese individuals, discussing plans to coordinate with the United States in an attack on the HuaXia territories 3 days later. Suddenly, the doors were flung open, and a laborer, drenched in sweat, stumbled in. "Report, my lord. The HuaXia prisoners we kept in the pit have somehow escaped. They're acting like madmen, killing over 100 of our people and burning down 1/10 of the buildings." Zhang Benihan shot to his feet, his expression dark. "Impossible. I personally drugged them to suppress their strength to less than 1%. How could they possibly escape?" Before he could finish speaking, another laborer burst in. "The north gate has fallen. The HuaXia people have taken control of the gate. The watchtower has been destroyed, and fires are breaking out everywhere." The barrage of bad news made Zhang Benihan's expression even darker. But soon, he composed himself, a sinister smile curling his lips. "Heh, I knew HuaXia would send someone to rescue them. Now, who could it be?" The Daughter of the Eastern War Zone Commander, by Shueji? Ming Tian, the one with dual-grade combat talents? Or that mysterious powerhouse Ming who recently topped the rankings? He licked his lips. No matter who it is, no one is leaving here alive today. Brothers, come out. From the shadows, over a dozen Japanese lords emanating a bloody aura slowly emerged. At the same time, the enraged HuaXia lords unleashed extraordinary power, capturing a third of the territory in just 10 minutes. As they fought, they cheered and exchanged news of their victories. However, just as the tide of battle seemed to favor HuaXia, a highly trained samurai army charged out of the lord's mansion, quickly halting the HuaXia offensive. Shortly after, Zhang Benihan himself entered the fray. I wanted to keep you as hostages, but since you're so eager to die, I'll break your limbs and throw you back into the pit, he shouted harshly, activating his great ability, Battle Formation Master. Under his buff, the combat strength of the Japanese soldiers skyrocketed, their morale surging. The HuaXia lords were forced to retreat repeatedly, gritting their teeth to hold their ground. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Yang Ming's gaze was locked on Zhang Benihan. His grip tightened around the rift blade, its edge glinting with a chilling light. Perfect. Your head is mine, Yang Ming said coldly. Huh. Yang Ming steadied his breathing, the splitting sky blade in his hand glinting coldly under the light. His gaze remained locked on Zhang Benihan, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. The instant Zhang Benihan turned his head, Yang Ming shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The blade carved a sharp arc through the air, aiming directly for his opponent's vital point. Clang! The crisp clash of blade against sword reverberated through the air. Two men clad in black samurai uniforms suddenly emerged from the shadows, their katanas crossing to block Yang Ming's lethal attack. At the same time, two more samurai burst forward with lightning speed, one targeting Yang Ming's head and the other his abdomen, forcing him to retreat quickly. It's you. Zhang Benihan finally got a clear look at his opponent. His tongue flicked over his cracked lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to show up. Well, looks like I've caught a big fish. How do you know who I am? Yang Ming asked, his face expressionless. I know all about you Chinese, Zhang Benihan sneered, shrugging. Including you, of course. Yang Ming let out a cold snort. It seemed Shirayukiheim had been right. There was indeed a traitor among the upper echelons of HuaXia, leaking information about the lords. I expected HuaXia would send someone to rescue the captives, Zhang Benihan remarked, studying Yang Ming with amusement. But I didn't think you'd dare to come alone. Should I call you brave, or just foolish? Oh, you think I can't kill you on my own? Huh. Zhang Benihan scoffed. I've summoned the 4 strongest rookie lords in Japan just to deal with you. Do you really think you, by yourself, can stand against all of Japan? The strongest 4 lords? Yang Ming's expression remained calm as he retorted. All I see are a bunch of nobodies. The insult struck a nerve in Zhang Benihan. Koyatsujiro, Kamita Meikai, Kawashima Shulong, Uchiha Tengwatak together. Show this arrogant fool what we're capable of. The 4 lords instantly surrounded Yang Ming, each empowered by Zhang Benihan's battle formation buff. Koyatsujiro, level talent in rapid regeneration, combat power 136. Kamita Meikai, level talent in contact-based copying, combat power 121. Uchiha Tenghua, dual level talents in blood eye mutation and flame manipulation, combat power 147. Kawashima Shulong, dual level talents in beast mastery and summoning, combat power 51. Facing Japan's top 4 rookie lords, Yang Ming's eyes sharpened. If that's the case, then I suppose it's time I got serious. Yang Ming slowly unsheathed his blade, speaking each word with deliberate precision. Come on, all of you. Attack me together. Today, I will make you people of Dongying understand one truth. Since ancient times, your nation has always been defeated by HuaXia. It was true in the past, it's true now, and it will remain true in the future. As long as HuaXia stands, you people of Dongying better keep your heads down and tails tucked. Before his words fully settled, Yang Ming charged at Xiao Lang like a ferocious tiger unleashed. His speed was astounding, crossing a distance of 10 meters in an instant, his blade aimed directly at his opponent's vital points. Xiao Lang's pupils contracted sharply. In his panic, he could only raise his arms to block. With a crisp crack, Xiao Lang's arms broke instantly. He immediately activated his innate healing ability, but his expression quickly turned to horror. His regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage inflicted by Yang Ming. Xiao Lang, hold on. Kamita Meikai shouted as he rushed forward. Outwardly, it seemed he was coming to assist his comrade, but in truth, he had an ulterior motive. He wanted to get close to Yang Ming and replicate his abilities. Yang Ming detected his intent and swung his blade to intercept. Kamita Meikai, however, did not dodge or retreat, choosing to sacrifice an arm just to make contact with Yang Ming. The moment he touched him, he shouted, Replication, but that became the last thing he ever said. Through replication, he felt an incomprehensibly terrifying power surge into him. His body, unable to withstand such overwhelming strength, exploded into a grotesque mess of blood and flesh. At that moment, Uchiha Tanghua seized her opportunity and unleashed her dual abilities, her mutated bloodline and flame manipulation. Flaming Dragon Barrage. 3 massive fire dragons roared as they surged towards Yang Ming, aiming to leave him no escape. Is that it? You think these little flames are enough to tickle me? Yang Ming sneered, slashing his blade through the air. The sharp gust from his strike shredded the 3 fire dragons into nothingness in an instant. Uchiha Tanghua stood frozen in disbelief, unable to process how her most prized technique had been effortlessly nullified. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, Yang Ming had already appeared silently behind her. In the middle of a fight, and you dare to lose focus? You truly have a death wish. Before she could react, Yang Ming's rift blade had already pierced through her abdomen. In just 2 minutes, the blade in Yang Ming's hand flashed, and 3 Japanese samurai fell one after another. Blood spread across the ground as Kawashima Shulong stared at his opponent, who seemed like the embodiment of death, his legs trembling uncontrollably. However, he masked his inner fear well and instead roared, "Yang Ming, how dare you kill my comrades? I will avenge them." As he spoke, Kawashima Shulong quickly formed hand seals, his hands weaving intricate patterns. "Come forth, my summoned beast, twin-winged bone dragon." With his incantation, a massive bone dragon materialized out of thin air, its skeletal wings unfurling menacingly. An exceptional grade beast? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. For someone like Kawashima Shulong, whose combat power was only 51, summoning such a powerful creature was indeed unexpected. Yang Ming, die. Kawashima Shulong roared ferociously, but what he did next was surprising. Leapt onto the bone dragon's back. "Zhang Bin, rest assured, I will avenge you." Kawashima Shulong's voice echoed from the sky as his figure gradually faded into the distance. Zhang Bin stood dumbfounded, clearly not expecting to be abandoned by his teammate. Unable to fly, Yang Ming turned his attention to Zhang Bin. "Your teammate ran away. Now, it's your turn." Cold sweat dripped down Zhang Bin's forehead. Before the battle, he had been confident, but he hadn't anticipated Yang Ming dismantling his carefully laid plans with just 3 strikes. The strongest lords in their group were either dead or had fled. This was a terrifying testament to Yang Ming's strength. "Yang Ming," Zhang Bin gritted his teeth, "I admit you're strong, but don't underestimate me. I can sacrifice all my samurai and militia to take you down with me. How about this, you take your people and leave? I'll even offer you compensation, and we call it even." Heh. Yang Ming let out a cold laugh and rejected the offer. "Don't even think about it. Today, I will take your life." With that, he gripped his blade and stepped forward menacingly. Realizing he couldn't negotiate, Zhang Bin decided to gamble everything. "If that's the case, then we'll die together." Battle Formation Spirit, Blood Sacrifice Technique, activate. As an A-rank Battle Formation Master, Zhang Bin unleashed his ultimate skill. With a series of explosions, all the militia simultaneously self-destructed. Their life essence poured into the remaining samurai, boosting each one's combat power beyond 60. "Ha ha ha, Yang Ming, are you scared now?" Zhang Bin's laughter echoed across the desolate battlefield. "No matter how strong you are, can you possibly stand against my army of 1,000 warriors?" He arrogantly gazed at the densely packed formation of warriors before him and continued, "This is all your fault. The side effects of the blood sacrifice ritual for battle array masters are too severe. They'll be bedridden for the next month because of it. So now, you can just die for me." With a wave of Zhang Bin's hand, the 1,000-strong warrior army, each with a combat power exceeding 60 points, instantly launched into a full-scale charge, surging toward Yang Ming and the HuaXia lords behind him. Across the entire novice zone, this army's strength was indeed unmatched. "Yang Ming, watch out. Yang Ming, get out of the way. There are too many of them." "Yeah, don't fight them, Hedon. We need to figure out a way to wear them down." The HuaXia lords behind him shouted warnings, but Yang Ming stood motionless. The past few days of relentless adventuring and monster slaying had filled him with confidence in his own strength. Yang Ming took a deep breath and gripped the hilt of his rift blade. In an instant, Heavenly Thunder Flash was activated, and his entire body began to radiate dazzling arcs of lightning. But that wasn't all. This was the perfect moment to unleash the new skill he had been tirelessly practicing. Dark clouds quickly enveloped the battlefield. A deafening thunderclap shattered the silence, and a bolt of lightning struck down, channeling directly into the rift blade in Yang Ming's hand. Thunder King Slash. With a furious roar, Yang Ming unleashed a brilliant slash that tore through the darkness, sweeping across the battlefield with unstoppable force. The 1,000-strong warrior army, charging with such ferocity, didn't even reach him before they were obliterated by the devastating strike. Zhang Benihan stared at the mangled remains strewn across the ground, his mind blank and his stomach churning. No, how is this possible? Is he a god? How can anyone be this powerful? Overwhelmed by fear, he began trembling uncontrollably and collapsed to his knees. Please don't kill me. Spare me. They'll do anything you ask. Yang Ming approached him with his blade in hand, a cold smile on his face. What were you saying earlier? And now you have the audacity to beg for mercy? Zhang Benihan was so terrified he wet himself, repeatedly kowtowing. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm nothing but a dog, a worthless mutt. We East Island people are all wild dogs. Woof woof, woof please, just spare me. I'll be your dog, you'll eat dirt if you want. I'll be your lackey, curse out my own people in public channels, even betray them if that's what it takes. Yang Ming coldly watched his pathetic display, raising the rift blade slowly. Stop dreaming. I won't spare a single one of you East Island lords. With a swift slash, the blade gleamed, and Zhang Bin-Yihan's head fell to the ground. The death of Zhang Bin-Yihan marked the end of the war. With the fall of this eastern lord, his territory collapsed instantly, and the scales of victory tipped decisively in favor of HuaXia. We won. We won. Cheers erupted across the battlefield as the long-awaited triumph brought joy to everyone. Even though Zhang Bin-Yihan possessed an A-level talent, he ultimately couldn't escape his fate. This exhilarating victory made everyone present burst into laughter. Over the past year, HuaXia had first suffered a surprise attack from Dongying, followed by being blockaded by NATO forces led by the United States, leaving it in an extremely passive position. Such a decisive victory had not been seen in a long time. All thanks to Yang Ming, someone suddenly remembered the key figure behind today's success. Wait, where did Yang Ming go? Unnoticed, Yang Ming had already left the battlefield and begun his journey home. Through the chat channel's barrage of messages, he learned that Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng had successfully captured parts of Australia, South Korea, and the Sun Never Sets Empire. These nations, which had been taunting HuaXia in the chat channel just yesterday, were now tasting the bitter consequences. Yang Ming's overwhelming counterattack had silenced the chat channel significantly. The news quickly spread through the channel. The death of a Dongying lord with awakened A-level talent caused a massive uproar. Even someone with A-level talent can be taken down? There are fewer than 10 lords with A-level talents across the entire blue planet. It was the HuaXia people who did it. Dongying hasn't dared to make a peep today. HuaXia's strength might be far more than what it seems on the surface. The shocking news soon reached the ears of the Americans. Surprisingly, the United States, typically arrogant and domineering, remained unusually silent after learning of their allies' devastating loss. Other NATO member states also fell into silence, creating a strange and unsettling atmosphere across the novice zones. Meanwhile, in the highest-level conference room of the White House on Blue Planet, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed officials sat upright in their formal suits. At the head of the table, the U.S. president slammed the desk in frustration. Can someone tell me who this Yang Ming is? Where did he come from? In front of each attendee lay documents and photos related to Yang Ming. Everything that had transpired in the novice zone, including Yang Ming's incredible feat of single-handedly defeating multiple NATO lords, was already in the hands of the White House. This was undoubtedly a severe blow to the United States authority. Mr. President, one advisor replied in a low voice. Yang Ming's personal information has been classified as top secret by HuaXia. Our spies have been unable to obtain any additional details about him. The President of the United States turned beet red upon hearing the answer, his fists clenching tightly. Suddenly, he slammed the table in fury. The mere college freshman, barely an adult, has been playing all of you like fools? His voice carried an undeniable authority. Issue my orders. Gather every piece of information on Yang Ming at all costs. Once we know our enemy, find a way to eliminate him. There are only 17 days left before HuaXia's downfall. I will not allow any unforeseen variables at this critical moment. Use any means necessary. HuaXia must not be allowed to develop a 5th king-level territory. If all else fails, initiate the S3 plan. Yes, Mr. President. The crowd responded in unison. By the way, the president suddenly asked, as if recalling something, have we contacted Caesar? Caesar, the strongest among the new generation lords of the United States, possessed an A-level talent. We haven't been able to reach him. Caesar has always been unpredictable. However, we have established contact with Temurp. Temurp, who had dual level talents, was second only to Caesar in strength. The president's expression darkened. Temurp will do. Inform him that Yang Ming must be dealt with within 3 days, by any means necessary. HuaXia must not rise again. The sooner it's resolved, the better. Once HuaXia falls, the scepter of dominion will be ours, and the entire blue planet will come under our control. Meanwhile, in the battlefield of myriad races, within Temurp's territory, the U.S. lords were convening to discuss their strategy against Yang Ming. Temurp got straight to the point. The president has just issued an order. He wants us to launch an offensive against Yang Ming tomorrow. What are your thoughts? Tomorrow? That soon? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Didn't we agree in the chat channel to wage war 3 days from now? Won't this damage the image of the US? Temerp explained. The president's directive is to strike swiftly and decisively. Yang Ming must not be given any chance to develop further. Otherwise, no one may be able to stop him in the future. Is Yang Ming really that formidable? Is he worth all this effort? One lord questioned. Temerp's expression grew serious. According to intelligence reports, he is highly likely to have awakened in S-level talent. This revelation sent a collective gasp through the room. Then we have to eliminate him unless he's willing to join the United States, someone suggested. Temerp smirked coldly. We'll come up with a random excuse to declare war on HuaXia in the chat channel later. Anyway, the other nations will side with us. The others nodded in agreement, preparing to launch the assault the following day. They were determined to teach HuaXia a lesson for crossing the US. None of them believed Yang Ming could single-handedly withstand an army of over 100,000 troops. Meanwhile, Yang Ming had safely returned to HuaXia City. Good news awaited him. Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng had not only completed their mission but had also successfully captured 4 lords from NATO member states. My lord, mission accomplished. Chen Jian stood in the spacious hall of the lord's mansion, reporting to Yang Ming. He gestured to the 4 tightly bound individuals beside him. The territories at those 4 coordinates have been destroyed, and these people have been captured. Now, how should we deal with them? Beheading or quartering? The 4 captives were Wan Jiming from the southern Yu Kingdom, Avril from the Sun Never Sets, Kim Jaeun from South Korea, and Jack Sawyer from Australia. Just yesterday, these 4 had represented their respective nations in declaring war on HuaXia. As the most loyal followers of America, these nations had relentlessly slandered HuaXia, which was the primary reason Yang Ming decided to send troops. Yang Ming. Avril struggled in panic upon hearing the word execution. You can't kill me. My aunt is the permanent Secretary of State for the Sun Never Sets. If you kill me, relations between our countries will completely deteriorate. Yang Ming cast a cold glance at her, his tone indifferent. When you declared war publicly in the chat channel yesterday, why didn't you consider that? How do you think this debt should be settled? Avril bit her lip. As an influential figure with significant sway in the novice area, she had never expected the usually restrained HuaXia to suddenly launch an attack on 5 nations. If you let me go, I promise the Sun Never Sets will immediately withdraw its troops. That's all you're offering? Do you think that's enough? Yang Ming sneered with disdain. Then what do you want? Avril asked through gritted teeth. Simple. Yang Ming said as he leaned back in his chair casually. Compensation. If you have money, pay in cash. If not, compensate with resources, grain, minerals, upgrade materials. I'll take anything. Faced with the threat of death, Avril could only nod in agreement. Satisfied, Yang Ming waved his hand and instructed, Chen Jian, lock them in the dungeon. Once the compensation is delivered, release them. They can also serve as hostages during the war. Yes, my lord. Chen Jian immediately led the captives to the dungeon. Meanwhile, the Blue Star chat channel was in an uproar. HuaXia's sudden assault had left America humiliated. Just yesterday, America had been rallying NATO and other forces to apply international pressure on HuaXia to submit. Who could have predicted that HuaXia would abandon its usual restraint, launch a proactive attack, and capture the highest lords of 4 of America's staunch allies? This marked America's most embarrassing moment in a year, drawing countless onlookers to the chat channel, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Half a day has passed, and there's still no response from America? The discussion in the chat channel continued to heat up. Could it be that America chickened out? No way. They're the world's #1 superpower. I think they're probably preparing something big. They might even launch an S-3 directly. Just as the speculation grew, the figure of America's representative in the newbie zone, Taimipu, appeared in the channel. His words were like a hammer striking down. Today, a member nation of our NATO alliance was attacked by a lord from HuaXia. According to the rules, attacking any NATO member is equivalent to declaring war on the entire NATO alliance. This act by HuaXia is a serious provocation against the great United States of America. Taimipu then announced an overwhelming coalition. To uphold world peace, America will unite with Canada, Australia, Germany, Italy, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and today we will conquer HuaXia. Tomorrow, we will deploy a 1,000,000-strong army to wage an all-out war against HuaXia. The chat channel instantly exploded. It's happening. The big fight is on. America truly lives up to being the world's #1. Look at this lineup. HuaXia is doomed this time. NATO's forces are 20 times theirs. Bets quickly began flooding the channel, with wagers flying in one after another. 10,000. Betting HuaXia will lose. 100,000. HuaXia is going down. $10. Betting HuaXia can win. Just $10? Are you joking? Alright, $10 and 1 cent. Betting HuaXia can hold off NATO. Yang Ming, who was watching the channel unfold, let out a cold snort before responding solemnly in the chat. HuaXia's stance has always been consistent. If you want to talk, our doors are open. If you want to fight, we'll be ready to the end. HuaXia's territory has never been open to invasion. If friends come, we offer fine wine. If wolves come, we greet them with guns. Those who offend HuaXia will be punished, no matter how far away they are. I, Yang Ming, accept this battle. After sending his golden ID declaration, Yang Ming immediately exited the channel and began preparing for the war. He opened the special shop that came with his SSS talent, Supreme Overlord, and quickly zeroed in on a critical item. Name: Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll. Rarity: Rare. Price: 120,000 points limited time discount. Effect: summons a Dark Spirit Peacock from another realm with a combat power of 10001200, lasting for 2 hours. This scroll was sure to catch the enemy off guard at a crucial moment. A single Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll might not determine the outcome of a war, but what about 10 or 20? A thought sparked in Yang Ming's mind, and he immediately decided to purchase 10 of them. Might as well take advantage of a special deal, he thought. However, just as this idea formed in his head, the system notification doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Warning: limited time discount items can only be purchased once. I see, Yang Ming muttered, suddenly understanding why the Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll was so cheap. Even so, having just one was still worth it. At this stage, the power of a rare level beast was enough to annihilate an army of 100,000 soldiers. This was because once a combat power value surpassed 500, one could awaken extraordinary abilities, instantly elevating their strength. Simply put, the difference between a combat power of 499 and 500 was as vast as the gap between an ordinary person and a transcendent being. After storing the Dark Spirit Peacock Summoning Scroll in his warehouse, Yang Ming continued browsing through the special shop. Soon, he set his sights on 5 other practical discounted items. First was the Fearless Horn, of excellent grade quality, priced at 170,000 points. It could grant his warriors a powerful buff, a 20 boost to attack power, a 20 increase in defense, and a 10 enhancement in movement speed. At the same time, it could impose a debuff on enemies, drastically reducing their defense by 50. The second item was the Shield of Resilience, also of excellent grade quality, priced at 160,000 points. It could deploy a wide-range energy shield, providing perfect defense against group damage, making it a valuable asset for troop charges. The cooldown time was 5 minutes. After purchasing these items, Yang Ming felt significantly more confident. However, there was still one important item he had yet to use: the diamond chest. Following today's battle against the Eastern forces and consuming some excellent grade beast meat, his combat power had reached 220, just enough to meet the requirement for opening the chest. Boom! The diamond chest landed on the ground with a dull thud. Yang Ming's heartbeat quickened as he silently prayed to obtain a practical rare grade item. He carefully opened the chest, and a dazzling burst of light erupted, forcing him to squint his eyes. As the radiance subsided, Yang Ming focused his gaze on the contents of the chest. Inside lay a snow-white pearl, the Awakening Orb, a rare grade item. It granted an additional chance to awaken a talent, but only for one talent. The probability was as follows: 100 chance for an F level talent, 90 for a level, 70 for D level, and so on, decreasing incrementally to a 0.000001 chance for an SS level talent. Notably, the awakening probabilities were calculated independently, and if multiple talents were awakened, the one with the highest quality would take precedence. Yang Ming's breathing grew rapid as he stared at the pearl in disbelief. If I could awaken another SS level talent, what would there be to worry about in tomorrow's battle? Yang Ming thought to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the Awakening Orb. Respected Lord Yang Ming, do you wish to use the rare item, the Awakening Orb? The system's prompt sounded. Stop with the nonsense. Use it. As a flash of light appeared, the system continued. Talent is being drawn. Talent levels range from F to SSS. Suddenly, the system's tone changed. Beep beep beep. System error. An unknown force has forcibly interfered. The probability of drawing your talent will now be recalculated. Respected and mighty Lord Yang Ming, congratulations. You have obtained an SS level talent, Divine Possession. Yang Ming was momentarily stunned. Another SS level talent? He couldn't help but reflect on himself. Aside from his face that was 10 times more handsome than Eddie Pong or Daniel Wu, his 187 centimeters height, his perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs, and a voice as captivating as a superstar's, there didn't seem to be anything particularly extraordinary about him. System, show me the talent details. The system promptly displayed the information. Talent, Divine Possession. Effect, you can summon any deity who truly existed in HuaXia's history and wield all of their divine powers. Note, The deity you can summon and the extent of their powers depend on your current personal strength. The higher your combat power, the stronger the deity you can summon. Yang Ming's eyes lit up, but he quickly realized the limitations. Summoning a god as powerful as Pengu right now would likely cause his body to be overwhelmed and destroyed by such immense divine energy. Still, with this new talent and the protection of the rare-grade human hero Yang Fifan, his chances of victory against the forces of the United States tomorrow had significantly increased. As night fell, Yang Ming went to bed in high spirits. At exactly 6 o'clock the next morning, Yang Ming woke up on time. It was the 14th day since he had arrived on the battlefield of myriad races. After getting dressed and finishing his morning routine, he opened the door to find Lilith, dressed in her black and white maid outfit, already waiting outside. "Good morning, my lord," Lilith greeted him. "I've told you and Lilia before, there's no need to wake up so early. I can wait until after 7 for breakfast," Yang Ming said helplessly. "Next time." "For sure," Lilith replied, lowering her head. Looking at the meticulously prepared breakfast, Yang Ming picked up a rujiamo and took a big bite. "Not bad, it tastes great." Receiving the compliment, Lilith beamed with a sweet smile. "Thank you for your praise, my lord." Yang Ming stood on a high vantage point, overlooking the entire map of HuaXia City. Below the city walls, crowds of people bustled about, as residents prepared fervently for the impending war. "How's the security in the territory today? Are there any signs of residents fleeing?" Yang Ming asked. Just yesterday, he had issued an announcement informing everyone about the large-scale war that was about to break out. Old Carl stepped forward briskly, his expression resolute, and responded, "My lord, although the residents are aware that several forces will attack today, not a single person has shown any intention of fleeing. On the contrary, they are actively volunteering to defend the city against the invaders." He gestured toward the busy crowds below. "Look, every single person is contributing to the defense of HuaXia City." Indeed, the city was a scene of tense but orderly activity. Craftsmen reinforced the defensive walls, blacksmiths worked tirelessly, forging and sharpening weapons, laborers strengthened barricades, and warriors on the training grounds stood fully prepared for battle. "My lord," Old Carl's voice trembled slightly, "we were once homeless refugees. Without your shelter, we would have long been devoured by beasts. You gave us food, a home, and a new life. To us, HuaXia City is a utopia, a sacred place worth dying to protect. Everyone believes that you can lead us to defend this homeland." These words touched the softest part of Yang Ming's heart. He turned to face his trusted aides Old Carl, Chen Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Zhou Mingruian asked in a deep voice, "And what about you? Will you betray the trust of the residents? If the enemy dares to invade, I will stand at the forefront of tens of thousands, blade in hand, ready to dye the skies red with my blood." Chen Jian and Zhang Lingfeng answered in unison. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Pass down my command. At noon, the entire army will march out of the city and face the Americans heat. Let the whole world see that HuaXia is invincible." By noon, the NATO alliance forces had already closed in on HuaXia City. This coalition of over 40 countries, including the United States, Australia, Canada, Germany, Italy, and Japan, had precisely pinpointed Yang Ming's location through intelligence provided by spies. Under the coordination of the United States, an army of over 300,000 soldiers and more than 1,500 lords had completely surrounded HuaXia City. Mr. Temup, a lord representative from Australia, couldn't help but speak up. "Is it really necessary to mobilize such a massive force just to deal with one Yang Ming? Gathering this many lords is unprecedented in history." As the second-in-command of the American Novice Zone and the commander of this operation, Temup frowned and replied, "This is a direct order from the president." "Are you questioning it?" "No, not at all." The Australian lord representative quickly bowed his head in denial. "Even the president of Australia has to bow and scrape before the president of the United States." Tempe scoffed with a cold snort, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. "And he's just a minor lord, how dare he utter such words?" Straightening his posture, he exuded the authority of a NATO commander and gave a commanding order. "Everyone, move forward. If Yang Ming refuses to surrender, storm the city immediately." "Yes, sir." The thunderous shout of over 300,000 soldiers echoed like a tidal wave, shaking the very air with its force. At this moment, HuaXia City was completely surrounded by the NATO alliance army, led by the United States. Inside the city, Yang Ming had already completed the assembly of his troops. 14,000 warriors stood in a neat phalanx, their eyes sharp and determined, awaiting their commander's orders. Standing at the highest vantage point, Yang Ming surveyed his soldiers below. "Brothers, tell me, do you want a home of your own? Do you want to settle down, start a family, marry a virtuous wife, and raise healthy children?" "Yes." Their resounding response was filled with fervent longing. Yang Ming pounded his chest and declared with unwavering resolve, "I promise you this. If you survive and return, each of you will receive at least one home. Those who distinguish themselves in battle will be rewarded with a standalone house. With a home of your own, finding a good match will no longer be a concern. We are the warriors of HuaXia City. We request to fight. The soldiers shouted in unison. Tell me, how will you respond? By charging into battle and burying every enemy who dares to invade. Yang Ming nodded with satisfaction. The enemy has surrounded our homeland, seeking to breach our gates, burn our homes, and enslave our people. We will not sit and wait for destruction. There is only one option. Fight. As the city gates groaned open, Yang Ming, mounted on a black horse, led Qinjian, Zhang Lingfeng, and the entire army forward with heads held high. The sight immediately caught the attention of the NATO forces. Lord Tempe, look. The HuaXia forces are coming out of the city voluntarily. Tempe's eyes widened in disbelief. By all logic, Yang Ming should have fortified the city and relied on its natural defenses. To launch an offensive was akin to walking into a trap. As Yang Ming's forces fully emerged and stood before the NATO army, a collective gasp rippled through the enemy ranks. Over 10,000 warriors radiated an indomitable aura, like ferocious tigers unleashed from their cages. This can't be possible. How does he have such an elite force? I've poured everything into training a mere 100-man squad, yet he has an army of this caliber? No wonder the US president is willing to go to any lengths to eliminate him. Such potential is truly terrifying. The murmurs of astonishment quickly gave way to the pounding rhythm of marching feet. The two armies had finally come face to face. At this moment, Yang Ming's army and the NATO coalition forces led by Tai Pu Lang were locked in a standoff, separated by a distance of 200 meters. The battlefield was deathly silent, with only the faint rustling of flags in the wind breaking the stillness. Tai Pu Lang was the first to break the silence, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Lord Yang Ming, he began, bringing so many of your people out of your territory, is this your way of surrendering? Heh. Yang Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze filled with undisguised mockery. Tai Pu Lang noticed the derision in Yang Ming's tone but held his head high as he continued. Yang Ming, though you are from HuaXia, our president has always valued talent. If you are willing to surrender and take up U.S. citizenship, the president himself will bestow upon you a military rank, making you the youngest 5-star general since MacArthur. Not only that, but we will also arrange for your family and friends to relocate to the United States, where they will enjoy the highest level of privilege and treatment. The words caused everyone present to gasp in shock. The rank of 5-star general was an exceedingly rare honor in U.S. history. And if I refuse? Yang Ming's voice was as cold as frost. Tai Pu Lang's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he spat. Then today will be the day you die. You think you weaklings can kill me? Yang Ming sneered, then took a deep breath and let out a thunderous roar. Tai Pu Lang, if you have the guts, send your strongest NATO soldier to fight unknown against a warrior from HuaXia City. Do you dare to accept? Tai Pu Lang's face turned crimson with anger. Under the watchful eyes of leaders from various nations, he dared not show weakness. To do so would cause the United States' international reputation to plummet. Seeing this, Yang Ming laughed even more brazenly. What's the matter? The mighty United States doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Fine, then let's skip the pleasantries and go straight to war. Who says I don't dare? Tai Pu Lang roared furiously, waving his hand toward a general beside him. Ruan Suchong, you're up. Make him submit. Ruan Suchong, the representative leader of South Vietnam, boasted dual-grade combat talents and was the strongest leader from his nation. He immediately bowed and accepted the order. Yes, Lord Tai Pu Lang. Straightening up, he strode confidently toward the center of the battlefield. As Yang Ming watched the South Vietnamese leader's figure, a wave of fury surged in his heart. This was a nation that had once received countless forms of aid from HuaXia, yet now it had become a lackey of the United States in utter betrayal. In 1950, when France invaded South Vietnam, China extended a helping hand by providing material aid worth $20 billion and secretly dispatching military advisors for support. However, this goodwill was ruthlessly betrayed under the instigation of the United States. South Vietnam not only massacred and expelled overseas Chinese, but also launched armed invasions into Chinese territory, even illegally occupying most of the islands in the South China Sea. This forced the newly established People's Republic of China to engage in a decade-long self-defense counterattack against Vietnam. Zhang Lingfeng, take him down for me, Yang Ming commanded, his gaze fixed on the distant enemy forces with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He had long lost all goodwill toward these ungrateful traitors. Rest assured, my lord, I will bring back his head. Zhang Lingfeng gripped his silver dragon spear tightly. With a flash, he appeared directly in front of HuaXia. The two stood 30 meters apart, the tension in the air crackling like electricity. You think you're a match for me? HuaXia broke the silence first. Zhang Lingfeng tightened his grip on the silver dragon spear, pointing its tip directly at HuaXia. That's right. Your head will be mine. Ruan Siqiang let out a cold snort, his face twisting into a sinister grin. You really think your mere 10,000 troops can stand against our 30,000-strong ATO-backed army? Such arrogance. I only know one thing, Zhang Lingfeng replied, his expression unchanging. You'll soon die by my spear. Ruan Siqiang's eyes gleamed with malice. If it weren't for you Chinese refusing to cede the provinces of Guang and Yun back then, South Vietnam would have already unified Southeast Asia. You have so much land, what's the harm in giving us a little? Such selfishness. He raised his black spear with a roar of fury. Die. The battle erupted in an instant. Zhang Lingfeng's silver dragon spear struck like lightning, aiming straight for Ruan Siqiang's vital points. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed violently. Ruan Siqiang spun his body, unleashing his black flame spear technique, which enveloped his spear in black flames, thrusting it toward Zhang Lingfeng's leg. But Zhang Lingfeng, with a combat power of 147 and the enhancement of the silver dragon spear, was no easy opponent. With a casual horizontal sweep, he effortlessly deflected the entire assault. That weapon, is it a superior grade artifact? Ruan Siqiang gasped in shock. As a representative of South Vietnam's leadership, even with his awakened dual-level talents, he had never possessed such a rare weapon. Envy and rage consumed him. If I kill you, that weapon will be mine. Ruan Siqiang launched another ferocious attack, but Zhang Lingfeng no longer held back. Activating his level skill, Dragon Soul, a phantom silver dragon spiraled around the silver dragon spear, channeling 100 of Zhang Lingfeng's combat power. The spear unleashed an astonishing force, hurtling straight toward Ruan Siqiang. Zhang Lingfeng gripped his spear tightly as the phantom of a massive silver dragon coiled and swirled around him. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto Ruan Siqiang on the other side. Ruan, he declared, his voice cutting through the tension, prepare to die. The spear sliced through the air, gleaming coldly. Zhang Lingfeng seized the initiative, aiming the spearhead directly at Ruan Siqiang's vital points. Ruan Siqiang sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. You think you can kill me? I am the strongest lord of Nanyu Kingdom, and you're nothing more than a foot soldier under Yang Ming. With that, he effortlessly deflected Zhang's relentless attacks. The battle erupted fiercely as the two clashed. While Zhang Lingfeng was of average talent, his combat power of 147, combined with his exceptional grade weapon, made each strike powerful and unrelenting. On the other hand, Ruan Siqiang, with a combat power of only 124, relied on his dual-grade combat skills to hold his ground, matching Zhang blow for blow. Energy rippled and exploded between them, each collision resonating with thunderous cracks. The intense aftershocks of their battle carved fissures into the ground beneath their feet. 30 minutes passed, and both fighters were nearing their physical limits. Yet Zhang Lingfeng remained astonishingly focused, his eyes as sharp as ever. Suddenly, Ruan Siqiang's movements faltered, exposing a fleeting opening. Zhang Lingfeng's eyes lit up, and with a thrust as swift and fierce as a dragon, he drove his spear toward Ruan's heart. Dragon Break Strike, he roared. This was a Kraid skill-piercing attack within a 30-meter range. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the silver dragon's spear struck true, piercing Ruan Siqiang's heart. Blood erupted in a crimson spray. General Zhang is unstoppable. The warriors of HuaXia City erupted in cheers. But Tai Meipu's face darkened with fury. He bellowed, Ruan, I don't care if you die, but don't lose. Get up. To everyone's shock, the dying Ruan Siqiang suddenly lunged forward, ignoring the spear embedded in his chest. He latched onto Zhang Lingfeng with an unyielding grip. His body began to swell and redden ominously. If I die, he hissed, then you're coming with me. Art Ice Explosion. Zhang Lingfeng's pupils contracted as he sensed imminent death, but it was too late to escape. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, an energy storm engulfing both fighters. The NATO forces erupted in cheers. A comeback. Those HuaXia fools don't even know how to dodge. When the smoke finally cleared, Ruan Siqiang was nowhere to be seen, and Zhang Lingfeng lay gravely injured on the ground. Quick, get him back. Yang Ming commanded without hesitation. Two warriors rushed onto the battlefield, carrying Zhang Lingfeng back to safety. Zhang Lingfeng collapsed to the ground. Despite his severe injuries, he was stubbornly holding on, refusing to lose consciousness. My lord, I'm sorry. I managed to kill him, but I got careless and was injured, he said with difficulty. It's all right, you've done very well. Go and get treated, Yang Ming said gently, offering comfort. With Anna around, Zhang Lingfeng's injuries wouldn't be a major issue. Half a day of recovery would be enough to heal most of them. However, what concerned Yang Ming more was the explosion earlier. It was clearly not part of Ruan Siqiang's abilities or skills, but rather some kind of explosive device implanted in his body. Ha ha ha. Timapu let out a triumphant laugh. Yang Ming, is this the best your people can do? They can't even withstand an explosion like that. So, Who will you send to their death next? Before Yang Ming could respond, Chen Jian stepped forward and volunteered. My lord, let me handle this. I can avoid an explosion of that level. All right, you go. Yang Ming agreed with a nod. Among the warriors he was currently focusing on training, there were only Zhang Lingfeng and Chen Jian. With Zhang injured, he had no choice but to send in Chen. Chen Jian stepped onto the battlefield, his tall and imposing figure like an unshakable rock. As one of Yang Ming's earliest summoned warriors, he had not only undergone enhancement with the soldier's fortification talisman, but had also endured 14 consecutive days of practical combat training, making him noticeably stronger than Zhang Lingfeng. You, the one with the little mustache Hitler, right? It's your turn, Timapu called out. This strongest lord of the Germanic nation, with dual-level combat talents, was an even greater threat than Ruan Suqiang. As both sides took their positions, Hitler was the first to speak. I am Hitler, lord of the Germanic nation. Let's begin. Chen Jian was just about to return the courtesy. Chen Jian, commander of the Qinglong Legion of HuaXia City. But before he could finish, Hitler launched a sudden and underhanded sneak attack, aiming directly at Chen's lower body. Despicable scoundrel! Chen Jian roared in anger, quickly retreating to evade the strike. He then seized the opportunity, slashing his blade toward Hitler's hands. Unexpectedly, the strike landed with surprising ease. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Hitler let out a sinister cackle as his severed arms twisted and transformed, swelling into massive vines. Countless roots rapidly sprouted and grew, entangling Chen Jian in an instant. At this point, Hitler's limbs had completely mutated, transforming into roots and vines covered with sharp thorns. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal, a chilling khkhk sound spilling from his throat. The vines surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire battlefield and turning it into a sprawling green nest. Chen Jian found himself forced into a defensive position, his black iron broadsword swinging relentlessly to cut down wave after wave of vines. Yet these vines seemed immortal, regenerating instantly each time they were severed. The NATO audience, witnessing Hitler gaining the upper hand, erupted into cheers. As expected of Lord Hitler, what incredible talent, they exclaimed, mocking Chen Jian as well. With such pitiful skills, you dare challenge us? HuaXia is truly pathetic. Amid the jeers surrounding him, Chen Jian's expression grew calmer. He carefully observed Hitler's mutations and began analyzing his opponent's characteristics. The vines had low offensive power but grew at an astonishing rate, likely tied to a regeneration ability. While Hitler's entire body had transformed into vines, his head remained human-like, which could very well be his weakness. Realizing this, Chen Jian devised a strategy. If he could deal enough damage to clear the vines, he could go straight for Hitler's head. However, against these incredibly resilient vines, ordinary attacks simply wouldn't suffice. Looks like it's time to use the sevenfold vibration slash, Chen Jian thought to himself. This was a tire skill of the black iron broadsword, allowing each strike to stack its damage onto the next, up to 7 layers. The first slash landed, severing vines within a 2-meter radius. The second slash doubled in power, clearing a 4-meter area. With the third and fourth slashes unleashed in rapid succession, the accumulated damage caused his attacks to grow exponentially stronger. By the 5th slash, he had finally carved out a path before him. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jian charged toward Hitler with his sword. The 6th slash aimed directly at Hitler's head, and with his eerie smile still intact, the black iron broadsword struck true, severing his head cleanly. However, to everyone's shock, Hitler did not collapse despite losing his head. Fell for it, did you? Keh, my head is actually my strongest weapon, Hitler's sinister voice echoed, sending chills through the air. A smug smile appeared on Hitler's face. Ha ha ha, feel the taste of being devoured. Before his voice faded, the ground trembled violently. From where Hitler stood, countless vines burst out of the earth, 3 times as many as before. Only then did Chen Jian realize that his opponent had already set a trap beneath his feet, just waiting for him to fall into it. No matter, a sharp glint flashed in Chen Jian's eyes. My blade's momentum is fully charged. Sevenfold blade strike, the 7th slash. With a powerful roar, Chen Jian unleashed his strongest attack. The indestructible blade light instantly obliterated all the vines, erupting in an even more shocking wave of energy than before. When the dust settled, the battlefield was left with only Chen Jian's figure standing amidst the shattered remains of countless vines. We won. Incredible. Commander Chen has won. The warriors of HuaXia City erupted into cheers. But just as Chen Jian allowed himself a moment of relief, a vine seed on the ground suddenly burrowed into his thigh at an alarming speed, spreading upward rapidly. Overwhelmed by the searing pain, Chen Jian dropped to one knee. Timup burst into laughter. Didn't see that coming, did you? With the awakened class abilities of demonic vine body and parasitic growth, Hitter won't die even if reduced to a single seed. Ha ha ha, HuaXia, this time you've lost. Chun Jian's face turned ashen. The seed had already begun rooting inside him. If he didn't act quickly, his fate would be sealed. No, I can't fall here. Chun Jian gritted his teeth. I must not betray the Lord's expectations. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Chun Jian, without hesitation, raised his blade and sliced open his own abdomen. Without flinching, he reached into the wound and swiftly pulled out the seed. Crushing it in his palm with all his strength, he reduced it to dust. The sight made the soldiers of the NATO alliance shudder. Yet Chun Jian seemed impervious to the pain. Dragging his wounded, bleeding body, he stood tall and walked straight to Yang Ming. My lord, mission accomplished. The enemy has been eliminated. Seeing the blood still dripping from Chun Jian's open wound, Yang Ming immediately ordered, go to the infirmary and have Anna treat you at once. But the battle isn't over. Chun Jian tried to protest. That's an order, Yang Ming said firmly. Leave the rest to me. All you need to do is recover. Tonight, we'll celebrate with a victory feast. After Chun Jian left, other soldiers stepped forward, volunteering to fight. But Yang Ming shook his head and refused. No need. Stay alert and hold your position. From here on, he'll personally finish them off. Yang Ming rode his black horse slowly onto the battlefield. He stood alone at the center, facing an army of over 300,000 NATO troops. His solitary figure cast a long shadow under the sunlight. Seriously? This is only the third battle, and Lord Yang Ming is already stepping in himself? Don't tell me you don't have anyone else capable of showing up, mocked Timipu, standing at the forefront of the crowd, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yang Ming's expression remained calm, his gaze steely. I simply don't want to waste time. From now on, I'll take all of you down myself. You? Take all of us down by yourself? An Italian lord burst into laughter, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Yang Ming shot him a cold glance. Don't believe me? You're welcome to come up and test your luck. The Italian lord snorted dismissively. Yang Ming, challenging me isn't out of the question, but you'll have to prove you're worth it first. He signaled with a wave of his hand, and a short, frail militiaman stepped forward hesitantly. The soldier, with a combat value barely reaching 8, was clearly sent out as cannon fodder. Lord Yang Ming, go ahead. If you can beat him, then maybe you'll have earned the right to challenge me, the Italian lord sneered. If you're so eager to die, I'll gladly oblige, Yang Ming said, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his 5 fingers curling into a claw. In an instant, dazzling lightning began to gather in his palm. Thunderstrike. A massive bolt of lightning burst forth from Yang Ming's hand, piercing through the chest of the Italian lord 100 meters away. It struck his heart with pinpoint accuracy. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was frozen, shocked by the sudden and devastating display. To take a life from such a distance, this kind of power sent chills down the spines of all present. Who's next? Anyone else want to challenge me? Yang Ming's voice echoed across the battlefield. This time, even Timipu wisely kept his mouth shut, his expression turning grave. After a brief pause, a blond man stepped out of the NATO ranks. Lord Yang Ming, I'd like to test your skills, he said, his tone humble, a stark contrast to the arrogance of the others. Fine, Yang Ming replied curtly. The blond man approached Yang Ming and performed a formal knight salute. Lord Yang Ming, my name is Balin, from the nation of France. Please understand, opposing HuaXia is not my personal wish. I hope we can engage in a sparring match with restraint. Fine. I'll ensure you have an intact corpse, Yang Ming agreed with a nod. Balin gave a wry smile, drawing a rapier and assuming a classic European knight's stance. He cautiously advanced toward Yang Ming, testing his opponent's reactions with every step. Lord Yang Ming, watch yourself, Balin warned as he suddenly accelerated, his rapier thrusting directly at Yang Ming's vital spot. Facing Balin's attack, Yang Ming merely raised his right hand slightly, effortlessly catching the incoming rapier between 2 fingers with pinpoint precision. This casual gesture made Balin's expression shift. The probing strike, carefully calculated before being launched, was neutralized so easily. However, as the strongest lord of France with a combat power of 145, Balin did not panic. He immediately activated his grade talent, Spatial Shift. The rapier that Yang Ming had caught vanished in an instant, and Balin's figure mysteriously appeared behind him, the sword's tip aimed at his back, just 10 centimeters away. Sensing the chill behind him, Yang Ming swiftly moved his rift blade to block the attack. But Balin once again utilized Spatial Shift, this time reappearing at Yang Ming's side, aiming the rapier directly at his shoulder. All of his probing strikes had been carefully orchestrated to set up this fatal blow. Seeing Balin's strategic execution, Yang Ming decided to take the fight a bit more seriously. Heavenly thunder flash, he uttered in a low chant. In an instant, Yang Ming's entire body erupted with lightning, unleashing a massive area-effect electrical attack. Although Balin's rapier managed to pierce Yang Ming's shoulder, he was sent flying by the surge of lightning. His skin charred, Balin fell unconscious. Considering that Balin hadn't used lethal force, Yang Ming only inflicted minor injuries on him, ensuring he would recover within a few days. Who's next? Yang Ming said casually. 2 minutes passed without a challenger stepping forward. He then called out directly, Timipu, how much longer do I have to wait? Send someone stronger this time, didn't bore me. Timipu was inwardly furious but had no choice. Without an upgrade talent himself, he could only silently curse the absence of the strongest among them, Caesar, the lone wolf who never followed orders. As the second-in-command, Timipu had no choice but to press on and lead this siege. From the kingdom of Indra, send out your strongest lord, Timipu commanded. A man from Indra stepped forward immediately, exuding an inexplicable confidence as he approached Yang Ming. My name is Amir Khan, from the great kingdom of Indra. Remember this name, for I am the one who will kill you. Yang Ming had never encountered someone so confident before. Despite having consecutively defeated 2 opponents, this Indian man named Amir Khan still stood arrogantly with his chest puffed out, a look of disdain in his eyes. You awakened in a level talent? Yang Ming asked with a frown. No, Amir Khan replied, raising his head high. But I can absolutely defeat you. As a Brahmin noble, I can never lose. Without an A-level talent, where does your confidence come from? I just took down 2 level talents earlier. Come on, Yang Ming said, assuming a combat stance. Amir Khan, however, dismissively waved his hand. I'm stronger than you. You should be the one attacking me. I'll even let you take the first 3 moves. Yang Ming's brows furrowed tightly. The man's arrogant attitude made him want to strike him down on the spot. Come here, and I'll let you take 5 moves, he said, suppressing his anger. 5 moves? That's nothing, Amir Khan replied, his arrogance growing. Come punch me. I'll stand still, and if I so much as flinch, I'll admit defeat. Yang Ming could no longer hold back. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish, he roared, unleashing a punch that smashed into Amir Khan's chest. Arg! Amir Khan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. I underestimated you. I didn't dodge, he muttered before passing out. Timipu, standing nearby, was furious, stomping his foot in anger. Damn it! Are these Indians here just to embarrass themselves? He silently vowed never to trust the people of India again. The subsequent battles were utterly one-sided. Under Timipu's orders, Turkey's strongest lord lasted only 3 minutes before being defeated. Greece's summoned creatures were obliterated in an instant. Israel's lord met a similarly crushing defeat. One after another, they fell, until the 7th challenger collapsed. The crowd fell silent. Yang Ming waited 5 minutes, but no one dared to step forward. Coldly, he asked, what's wrong? Is there no one else willing to fight? The NATO alliance army was struck dumb with fear. After witnessing the earlier battles, they had finally understood that Yang Ming's strength far surpassed everyone present. Even dual-level talent fighters with combat power as high as 150 couldn't last more than 5 minutes against him. Timipu, are you all surrendering? Yang Ming turned to ask. Timipu's face darkened. He had calculated everything but failed to anticipate Yang Ming's overwhelming power. His initial plan to wear him down with sheer numbers had backfired spectacularly, as Yang Ming effortlessly defeated 7 lords as if he were invincible. Don't get too cocky, Yang Ming, Timipu snarled through gritted teeth. The stronger you appear, the more certain it is that you must die today. Yang Ming cast him a glance, his tone indifferent. Oh, really? Then hurry up and cut me down. Or better yet, why don't you step up yourself and fight me this time? Timipu remained silent. He knew all too well that stepping forward would be tantamount to walking to his own death. Seeing no response, Yang Ming continued to provoke him. What's the matter, Timipu? Are you too afraid? Then bring everyone together. No matter how many of you there are, come challenge me. They'll take on 10 at once. This arrogant declaration left everyone present in shock. But what was even more frustrating was the undeniable truth: no one could defeat him. Yang Ming, since you're so full of yourself, I'll take my time and play along with you, Timipu said, though his mind was already plotting. Agreeing to a unknown duel was merely a stalling tactic. He had secretly dispatched another army, which was quietly making its way to the rear of Yang Ming's territory. At this moment, with Yang Ming and his main forces stationed at the front lines, the defenses of HuaXia city were at their weakest. Timipu's plan was simple. If the rear assault succeeded, victory would belong to the Teplang faction. As the fierce battle raged on the front lines, a coalition of 20,000 troops from Dongying, South Korea, and the Philippines had already infiltrated the rear of HuaXia city. Target is 200 meters ahead, the coalition commander whispered. Our mission is to create chaos, charge in, kill on sight, set everything ablaze, and coordinate with Lord Timipu for an inside-out attack. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison. As the coalition forces slipped into the territory, Yang Fifan, stationed at the main gate of HuaXia City, quickly noticed something was amiss. As a rare-tier guardian of the evil gods, his combat power exceeded 1,000 points. A mere 20,000 strong contingent was no threat to him. While the coalition soldiers were smugly mocking Yang Ming for taking all his forces to the front, calling him utterly foolish, the sky suddenly darkened. In the pitch-black gloom, a terrifying and ominous towering figure slowly emerged, as if it had crawled out of the depths of hell. The projection of the evil god had descended. What kind of monster is this? A terrified scream pierced through the sky. A projection of an evil god, towering over 30 meters high, suddenly materialized out of thin air. Its pitch-black body was covered in grotesque patterns, and its blood-red eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of dread. Just a single glance from afar was enough to send shivers down the spines of everyone present. Good heavens! A ghost in broad daylight. Help! A demons crawled out from the depths. Panicked screams echoed one after another. The invading forces could no longer withstand the suffocating pressure of death emanating from the projection. In utter fear, they scattered in all directions. Yang Fifan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. With just a thought, the evil god's projection raised its massive, shadowy hand and struck toward the fleeing crowd. Each sweep of its hand drained the life force from a dozen people, leaving behind lifeless, shriveled corpses on the ground. Whether they were Japanese, South Korean, or Filipino, none were spared. When the invaders realized that the entrance they had come through was now inexplicably sealed, despair painted itself across every face. In the end, the entire coalition force was annihilated, leaving no survivors. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Temep stood on high ground, staring perplexedly toward the still and silent HuaXia City in the distance. What's going on? Why is there no movement from the Japanese and South Korean coalition? 2 hours have passed, and there hasn't even been a signal flare. Suddenly, a burst of cheers erupted from behind him. Lord Temep is incredible. Even 10 people together can't take down the Lord. Turning around, Temep saw Yang Ming standing like a war god amidst the groaning bodies of 10 defeated figures. These 10 were NATO's elite commanders, sent by Temep to buy time, yet they had all been defeated in just 10 minutes. Temep, the 10 people you sent are useless, way too weak, Yang Ming said with a dismissive twist of his neck, his expression full of disdain. Are you telling me that among the 40-plus NATO member nations, you don't have a single decent fighter? Temep's face darkened as he stood silent. At this moment, he finally understood why the White House had issued orders to either recruit Yang Ming at all costs or eliminate him. If someone of this caliber were allowed to grow unchecked, the entire planet might one day fall under his power. Temep, I bet you're stalling for time. Aren't you? Yang Ming's lips curved into a confident smile. How did you know? Temep's heart skipped a beat. Because from the very beginning, I knew exactly what kind of schemes you were planning. Yang Ming was well aware that Timipu was deliberately stalling for time. Not only did he see through the opponent's scheme, but he also decided to turn the tables and use this opportunity to deplete NATO's forces. Timipu, there's no need to wait any longer, Yang Ming said with a faint smirk of mockery on his lips. The army you sent for a sneak attack has probably been wiped out by now. With Yang Fifan, a rare-tier evil god guardian, protecting his territory, he had no concerns about its safety. Timipu's expression changed drastically. You were playing me all along, he asked through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with rage. It's not that I was playing you, Yang Ming said nonchalantly with a shrug. It's just that you're too stupid. Humiliated again and again, Timipu could no longer suppress his fury. He roared, Yang Ming, do you really think you alone can take on over 1,000 of us NATO leaders and an army of 300,000 troops? He had initially planned to take Yang Ming down at minimal cost, which was why he had arranged for the sneak attack. But now, he no longer cared about the price. Killing Yang Ming was all that mattered. You think you're a match for me? Yang Ming sneered coldly. 1,000 leaders? 300,000 troops? So what? I've never considered any of you worth my attention. If you want to fight, I'll give you a fight. Do you think I'd be afraid of you? Timipu completely lost his composure. Raising his right hand high, he shouted, Everyone, listen to my command. As the Supreme Commander of NATO, I order the entire army to prepare for battle. The battlefield instantly grew tense, the air thick with a murderous aura. Yang Ming's expression turned serious as he slowly raised the sky-splitting blade, its tip pointing directly at the NATO forces. Good. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Starting today, I will make it clear to the world and to the Americans that anyone who dares to oppose HuaXia should be ready to face annihilation. Timipu knew there was no turning back. To retreat now would be to announce to the world that the entire NATO alliance was no match for a single person from HuaXia, and America's international prestige would plummet to rock bottom. Summon the battle pets and prepare for combat. Temipu commanded. The NATO leaders immediately began summoning their respective war beasts. A 10-meter-tall silver bear with bulging muscles roared, its claws capable of demolishing houses. A double-head crimson-feathered bird spread its 20-meter wingspan, circling the skies. A multicolored abyssal serpent erupted from the ground, its massive jaws capable of swallowing 5 men whole. One after another, the war beasts appeared, creating a spectacular and intimidating scene. Young Ming, I'll ask you one last time, Temipu said coldly. Surrender and pledge allegiance to the United States of America, or die. These pathetic battle pets? You dare bring them out to face me? Yang Ming mocked mercilessly. With a flick of his wrist, an abyssal peacock summoning scroll appeared in his hand. Today, I'll show you what true power looks like. Without hesitation, Yang Ming activated the summoning scroll. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains trembled, as though an ancient beast from the depths of the abyss was awakening. The ground suddenly shook violently, with cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. The sudden and unexpected phenomenon threw everyone present into chaos. The battle pets and exotic beasts, in particular, seemed to sense some kind of suppression in their bloodline, becoming restless and letting out low growls. A thunderous, earth-shaking cry echoed through the skies, and the entire heavens darkened in an instant. At that moment, a massive portal appeared above Yang Ming's head, its sheer size unprecedented. Even the usually composed Temipu showed signs of unease. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a terrifying giant beast slowly descended from the portal, a pitch-black dark spirit peacock, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. With just a gentle spread of its wings, it obscured the sky for hundreds of meters, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating aura. A dark spirit peacock, a rare-grade flying beast with a combat power ranging from 1,000 to 1,200, Temipu stammered in shock, unable to form a complete sentence. For such a rare-grade beast to appear in the blue planet's novice zone was an event unheard of in history. The terrifying aura swept through the scene, silencing everyone in fear. Sensing the morale plummeting, Temipu tried to project confidence, saying, "Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just a rare-grade beast. Take down this peacock, and Yang Ming will have no cards left. Victory will be ours, and everyone will be rewarded handsomely." Though Temipu spoke nonchalantly, the wise among them could see the danger. Just as some began to hesitate, Yang Ming's voice rang out coldly. "Today is a matter between HuaXia and the United States. Those forced into this fight can leave now, and I won't hold it against you. But if you insist on standing against Met, here will be no mercy." Temipu immediately countered. "Anyone who dares retreat will be standing against the United States and NATO. Don't be intimidated by his bluff. Victory will belong to our great America." However, some nations had already assessed the situation. Almi Khan from India quickly led his subordinates to retreat, citing the excuse that his wife was giving birth. Following suit, the representatives from the Philippines used the same reason to slip away. Even the delegates from Somalia concocted similar excuses to flee, while the South Korean representative, in a stroke of ingenuity, claimed, "My brother's wife's child might be mine," and disappeared with such speed that it left everyone speechless. Before long, the lords of 7 or 8 nations began retreating one after another. Termeep's face turned ashen with rage, and he roared, "Damn it! Do all of you have the same wife or something?" From a distance, Almi Khan suddenly turned back and responded mockingly, "No, but they did give birth on the same day." Termeep was enraged by this remark, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed, "Anyone else who dares to desert will become an enemy of America. An enemy of Initio face the consequences." This threat immediately had its intended effect, and those who were contemplating escape fell back in line. To boost morale, Termeep revealed his trump card 3 top-tier summoning scrolls for mythical beasts. "Yang Ming, you have your aces, and I have mine. Behold the strength of the world's most powerful nation." At his command, 3 fearsome beasts were summoned: the Ironclaw Earth Dragon, the Flame 3-headed Wolf, and the 6-tailed Lion Beast. Though not as formidable as the Dark Spirit Peacock, their presence reinvigorated NATO's troops. Wasting no time, Termeep raised his right hand high and commanded, "Everyone, attack! Forward, forward, forward! Go, my battle pets!" The 3 beasts charged ahead, leading the surge of NATO forces like an unstoppable tide. Yang Ming took a deep breath, raised his rift blade, and called out, "Brothers, after this battle, we'll go home to drink and feast." Above him, the dark spirit peacock transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling toward the enemy's 3 beasts, its body engulfed in dark flames. "I will lead the charge." Yang Ming mounted his black steed, gripping his rift blade tightly, and dashed into the enemy ranks like an arrow. Behind him, his warriors erupted in a thunderous cheer. "Charge! For HuaXia rise!" Though outnumbered, the warriors of HuaXia City exuded unmatched determination and spirit. The two armies clashed, shaking the heavens and the earth. Yang Ming spearheaded the assault, wielding thunder as he tore through enemy lines. No longer holding back, he fought like a god of war, unstoppable in his onslaught. Within 2 steps, 100 foes fell. He was like a razor-sharp blade, carving a path through the NATO forces. In just 5 minutes, over 1,000 enemy soldiers lay defeated under his blade. Yang Ming, your opponent is me. Termeep could no longer stand by and, accompanied by numerous lords, encircled Yang Ming. Yang Ming sneered, with a bunch of lackeys like this, you think you can take me down? Termeep smirked coldly, Yang Ming, I came prepared just for you. Want to know what my talent is? What is it? Termeep laughed triumphantly as his body began to emit an eerie red glow, connecting him to 20 surrounding individuals. I have 2 talents. One of them allows me to channel the strength of multiple people into a single being. Under the pull of the red lines, the lead individual began bleeding from all 7 orifices, but saw their combat power skyrocket to 400 points, becoming a humanoid beast of unparalleled ferocity. Yang Ming quickly realized this state wouldn't last long. All those connected by the red lines would perish within an hour. Yang Ming, your life ends here. The humanoid beast charged at him with unrelenting ferocity. Yang Ming took a deep breath and said calmly, if that's the case, then I'll fight with everything I've got. I will summon the gods. He activated his second SS level, talent divine possession. A mysterious energy instantly connected with his consciousness, flooding his body with immense power. A bold, resounding voice echoed in his mind. I am Zhang Ida of Yin. Even if 1,000 dare stand against me, I shall press forward. Is this the mighty general from the 3 kingdoms, Zhang Fei? In Yang Ming's consciousness, a towering and imposing figure emerged. The figure wielded a massive serpent spear, exuding an overwhelming aura, as if it could split the heavens and earth with a single strike. Though Yang Ming had intended to summon a deity from Chinese mythology, he had unexpectedly connected with the heroic spirit of this ancient warrior. But at this moment, Yang Ming had no time to ponder the how and why. He could feel the surge of power coursing through his body, his combat strength skyrocketing past 500 points. With one arm, he could lift tens of thousands of pounds. The unprecedented sensation of strength made his blood boil with excitement. General Zhang, I humbly ask for your aid in vanquishing these foreign invaders who insult our homeland, Yang Ming said, his tone respectful yet resolute. Yes, Zhang Fei's brief but powerful response instantly ignited Yang Ming's fighting spirit. At that moment, the humanoid beast, having absorbed the strength of 20 men, charged toward him. Despite its incredible speed covering 100 meters in a second in Yang Ming's enhanced state, its movements appeared sluggish, as if in slow motion. Ha ha ha, Yang Ming, die now. The beast roared as it launched its attack. Then let's see how divine possession measures up. Yang Ming replied calmly, the rift blade in his hand flashing out of its sheath. The blade's light streaked through the air, swift as a lightning bolt. No one could track its trajectory. Only the crisp sound of bones shattering could be heard. In an instant, the humanoid beast, with a power level of 400 points, was cleaved in 2. Its body collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around the remains. Termeep, who witnessed the scene, felt his dreams shatter in an instant. He couldn't believe his HuaXia single strike had taken down such a powerful opponent. His legs gave out, and he fell to his knees, his face ashen. With a single step, Yang Ming closed the 300-meter distance between them, pressing the rift blade against Termeep's throat. Do you surrender now? He asked. Never. Termeep spat, meeting Yang Ming's gaze defiantly. Go ahead and kill me. Even if you do, I will never surrender. Warriors of the great United States will never be slaves. Yang Ming, uninterested in further discussion, knocked him unconscious with the hilt of his blade. The battle was far from over. Turning away, he charged back toward the battlefield. Hold on, brothers. I'm coming. Yang Ming shouted, raising his blade high as he plunged into the enemy ranks. Heavenly thunder flash. As Yang Ming charged into the midst of the enemy forces, his entire body erupted with dazzling blue-white lightning. Countless streaks of electric arcs danced around him, instantly forming a 100-meter-wide field of electricity that sent the surrounding enemies flying. Thunderblade slash. Thunder tyrant strike. The lightning condensed into a blade in his hands, and with every swing, hundreds of enemy soldiers fell. Yang Ming resembled a true god of thunder descending upon the battlefield, leaving only cries of despair and chaos in his wake. The Lord is invincible, unstoppable. The Lord is my God. Brothers, follow the Lord in charge. Even in death, let us be wrapped in the flag of HuaXia. Victory is ours. The stalemate on the battlefield was shattered the moment Yang Ming joined the fray. His eyes glowed with an awe-inspiring intensity, and every strike claimed the lives of hundreds, even thousands, of enemy soldiers. In just 10 minutes, The tide of the battle had completely turned, and the morale of the NATO alliance army crumbled entirely. Listen up, NATO forces. Yang Ming stood at the center of the battlefield, his commanding voice echoing in all directions. Your supreme commander, Timipu, has been captured alive by me. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Anyone who dares resist will be executed without mercy. Overwhelmed by Yang Ming's overwhelming power, the NATO alliance soldiers knelt one after another, surrendering and shouting, "We pledge allegiance to Lord Yang Ming." The battle ended decisively, with HuaXia achieving a stunning victory against overwhelming odds. We've won. The Lord is unbeatable. Glory to HuaXia City. The soldiers' cheers resounded across the battlefield. At that moment, a voice rang in Yang Ming's mindit was Zhang Fei. Well done, young man. General Zhang, it's all thanks to your guidance. Yang Ming replied respectfully. Zhang Fei let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you're too modest, young brother. But your body is still too frail, it can only handle a mere fraction of my divine power. Train hard and aim to join me on the battlefield of the gods within 2 centuries. Battlefield of the gods? Yang Ming asked, puzzled. General Zhang, haven't you already died? Zhang Fei interrupted. Am alive and well. My brothers and I ascended to godhood 2,000 years ago. We even gave that 8-headed serpent from Japan, Yamada no Orochi, a good beating. As Yang Ming pressed him for details on how to reach the battlefield of the gods, Zhang Fei left him with only one word. Ascend, General Zhang, until we meet again. Fighting alongside you was exhilarating. Yang Ming cupped his fists in farewell. Ha ha ha. Likewise. As Zhang Fei's hearty laughter faded, the projection of his divine power within Yang Ming gradually dissipated. An hour later, the smoke of battle had cleared, and the remnants of debris and weapons were completely cleaned up. Chen Jian strode quickly to Yang Ming, his expression solemn as he reported, My lord, we've finished dealing with the prisoners of war. In total, we've captured 632 lords and their army of 80,000. What are your orders regarding their fate? A faint, meaningful smile played on Yang Ming's lips. It's simple, make them sign treaties and pay reparations. This time, we'll make sure countries like America, Japan, and South Korea pay a heavy price. And if they refuse to cooperate? Chen Jian pressed further. Then execute them, Yang Ming replied coldly. They're already prisoners. If they still don't know their place, keeping them alive is just a waste of air and rice. In the grand conference room of the Lord's Manor, Yang Ming sat at the head of the table, waiting for the representatives of the captured nations to arrive. One by one, soldiers escorted the delegates into the room. Representatives from the British Empire, France, Germany, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Japan, eventually the main aggressors America, Britain, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, Russia, and Austria were all present, along with delegates from Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain. Gentlemen, does this scene feel familiar to you? Yang Ming asked, his gaze sweeping the room as a knowing smile lingered on his face. The American representative, Temup, struggled to suppress his anger as he replied, Yang Ming, what exactly are you trying to do? Let me test your memory, Yang Ming said leisurely. What happened 123 years ago, in 1901, that involved all of your countries? Temup, barely holding back his frustration, snapped, enough with the games. Just say what you mean, or kill me already. Yang Ming's expression turned icy as he locked eyes with Temup. If you're so eager to die, I'll gladly oblige. And while I'm at it, I'll send the other 35 American lords to join you. Kill me if you must, I'll accept it. Temup gritted his teeth. But leave my people out of this. Then stay quiet, Yang Ming warned. Temup immediately fell silent. Straightening his posture, Yang Ming's sharp gaze swept over everyone in the room. You all led your armies to attack us, causing immense damage to HuaXia City. Now, how do you plan to settle this debt? A tense silence filled the room. After a long pause, the representative from the British Empire spoke up. Yang Ming, we all know we lost this war, and we'll accept the consequences. Just tell us what you want. Straightforward, I like that. Yang Ming said with a satisfied nod, clapping his hands. The next moment, 12 identical black and white documents were neatly laid out on the table before them. The bold title on the cover read, Treaty of Jiuqin, its characters exuding an air of stern authority. Timipu stared at the documents in utter confusion. What is this? As someone infamous for dozing off in history class, he had no clue about the significance of this treaty. Yang Ming's lips curved into a faint smirk. Why don't you open it and find out? His tone carried a hint of amusement. This treaty was strikingly similar to the Boxer Protocol signed by the Qing government in 1901. However, since 2024 marked the Jiuqin year, it was fittingly named the Treaty of Jiuqin. With hesitation, Timipu flipped open the first page. A quick glance was all it took for his face to flush deep red. The contents left him utterly speechless. Clause 1. Reparation terms. The NATO alliance must pay 450 million taels of silver, to be repaid over 39 years with an annual interest rate of 0.4. Clause 2. Apology Declaration. All participating nations must publicly issue video apologies in the global chat channel. Clause 3. Land Cession Agreement. Each NATO member must cede either 5 secondary resource fields or 1 tertiary resource field. Clause 4. Ceasefire Regulation. During the novice phase, wars against Xia civilization lords are strictly prohibited. The treaty continued through an astonishing 999 clauses, with the final 2 standing out prominently. Clause 998. Everything Yang Ming says is correct. Clause 999. In case of disagreement, refer to Clause 998. Timipu trembled all over, his face as red as a ripe tomato. What the? He cursed loudly. This appetite is bigger than the U.S. president's. Yang Ming casually observed the grim expressions around him, his tone light. Once you've finished reading, just sign it. Pay the reparations and you can go home. You've got to be kidding. Timipu struggled to suppress his anger. These terms are absolutely impossible to fulfill. 450 million taels of silver? You'd have to dig up the entire novice zone to even come close. The representative from the British Empire chimed in agreement. This is just the novice zone, it doesn't affect the global balance on Earth. What's the point of signing this? Yang Ming broke into a radiant grin. True, there's no real point. But it makes me feel great. Ha ha ha. In the end, under Yang Ming's undeniable pressure, the representatives from all 12 nations were forced to sign the treaty. Even Timipu had no choice but to comply. From that moment on, the novice zone of the battlefield of 10,000 races underwent a dramatic transformation. Yang Ming, single-handedly defeating NATO's 300,000 strong army, became a symbol of Xia's resurgence. The once slumbering lion had finally awakened, shaking the entire world to its core. While Yang Ming was discussing the details of reparations with the defeated nations' lords, a heated debate erupted on the Blue Planet's chat channel. What's the situation between the US and HuaXia in the war? Who dares to check out the front lines? Don't be stupid. With over 40 countries sending troops, going to the front lines is a death wish. HuaXia only has Yang Ming who can fight. With hundreds of thousands of troops closing in, they'll probably be wiped out soon. As speculation ran wild, an ID named Timipu suddenly appeared in the channel and initiated a live projection. This action immediately drew in hundreds of thousands of viewers to the live stream. Everyone eagerly awaited news of the war's outcome. However, the Timipu that appeared on screen looked haggard, his tone heavy. I, Timipu, Lord of the United States and NATO's Supreme Commander, hereby admit to committing war crimes and solemnly apologize to HuaXia. This statement detonated like a bomb in the live stream chat. Viewers were stunned, staring in disbelief at the screen. What they had expected to hear was news of HuaXia's defeat, but instead, they were met with Timipu's confession and apology. An unbelievable truth emerged. HuaXia, single-handedly, had repelled the NATO coalition forces. Timipu continued to read a series of declarations, including promises not to wage war during the novice phase and to fully compensate for damages. The once proud NATO commander now appeared like a remorseful child, speaking in a subdued tone. Afterward, representatives from the other participating nations took their turns. Avril of the British Empire, as well as representatives from Japan, South Korea, Germany, France, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, each appeared in the livestream to offer their apologies to HuaXia. These stunning scenes made lords around the world finally face the truth. HuaXia had won the war. This ancient nation with a 5,000-year civilization had once again risen to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Meanwhile, within HuaXia City, the atmosphere was entirely different. Slowly, this batch of rice is premium-grade crystal rice. It's incredibly precious, so be careful while transporting it. Don't spill any on the ground. A joyful smile lit up old Carl's face as he busily directed the soldiers and militiamen, who were working in an orderly yet tense manner to transport supplies. Compensation materials from NATO member states were being continuously delivered to HuaXia City through the teleportation array, piling up like mountains and keeping the administrator extremely busy. Mr. Carl, warehouse number 1 is already full. Warehouse number 5 is packed too. There's no room left in warehouse number 13. Another ton of high-grade meat just arrived. Where should we put it? Reports came from all directions, leaving old Carl both surprised and delighted. Who would have thought that one day he would be troubled by having too many supplies? Left with no choice, he went to consult Yang Ming. After listening to old Carl's concerns, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. The compensation from over 40 countries at once was indeed overwhelming. Just stack them in the open space for now. I'll figure something out. As soon as old Carl left with the instructions, Yang Ming opened his private messaging system and contacted by HuaXia. Are you there? Yang Ming, I knew you could do it. Bai HuaXia replied almost instantly, her excitement evident. Just the day before, she had repeatedly offered to lead a team of elite HuaXia lords to assist him, but Yang Ming had firmly declined. With his second SS level talent awakened, Yang Ming had been confident of victory. I told you yesterday there was no way I'd lose, Yang Ming replied. By the way, can you come to my territory? Now? I happen to have a teleportation scroll. Yes, now. Moments later, a flash of white light illuminated the area, and a young woman in her early 20s appeared in the territory. She sported a neat, chin-length bob haircut, her delicate oval face complementing her well-proportioned figure. Radiating a confident and heroic aura, she gracefully approached Yang Ming in black high heels, her long, slender legs catching the eye. What do you need? Bai Shueji asked directly. Yang Ming gestured toward the piles of supplies. Help me deal with these. His gesture encompassed an astonishing array of items, equipment, food, exotic beast meat, wood, stone, ores, and weapons, everything imaginable in staggering quantities. All of this was compensated by NATO? Bai Shueji asked in amazement. This is just 20%. The other 80 is still on its way. Yang Ming replied with a grin. Bai Shueji teased. Are you planning to just give some of it to me? Though her tone was joking, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. Yes, Yang Ming said seriously, nodding. Not just to you, I want to share it with many others. I look forward to a prosperous era where the red flag flies in every corner of the world, and where HuaXia produces people as mighty as dragons. Everyone, like a dragon? Bai Shueji murmured, repeating the 4 words, her gaze distant and unfocused. As someone well-versed in history, a phrase immediately surfaced in her mind. Turn the tide and save the collapsing building. Throughout the long course of history, whenever the Chinese nation faced existential crises, heroic figures would emerge to turn the tide. Zhang Juzheng, Yu Fei, Guazi, Yu Qian, Zhuge Liang, Mr. Zirin. At this moment, as she gazed at Yang Ming before her, she couldn't help but wonder. Could he be the savior of this era? Noticing her gaze, Yang Ming lightly touched his nose and said, Bai Shueji, my thoughts are actually quite simple. Instead of one person becoming a dragon, why not aim for every Chinese citizen to be like a dragon? I have ample resources, and instead of wasting them, I'd rather use them to nurture a few truly patriotic warriors. He looked directly into Bai Shueji's eyes and continued. I need you to recommend a few outstanding candidates. They must possess patriotism, high aptitude, great potential, a sense of responsibility, and unwavering loyalty. I don't want to end up fostering ingrates. All right, they'll fully support you. Bai Shueji nodded solemnly. I'm going to create a group. Help me add 7 people, and make sure to vet them carefully, Yang Ming said as he swiftly operated his device. In no time, he had created the group. After a moment of thought, he named it Breaking Dawn, symbolizing the first ray of light piercing through the darkness before dawn. Yang Ming first added Zhang Wei and Chen Zhanbei to the group. Zhang Wei had 2 level talents, showing immense potential, while Chen Zhanbei was his college classmate who had performed outstandingly in resisting the Japanese forces. As the daughter of the Eastern War Zone's commander-in-chief, Bai Shueji quickly identified 7 other elite candidates. One by one, the group members joined. Huang Lu, Ming Tian, Zhang Shiqian, Chun Han. Thus, the Breaking Dawn organization, led by Yang Ming and composed of the most exceptional Chinese lords in the novice area, was officially established. Oh my gosh, it's really Yang Ming, the legend. Huang Lu was the first to speak. I'm such a huge fan of yours. The other members began introducing themselves as well. To everyone's surprise, Chen Han and Qin Zhanbei turned out to be classmates. Class monitor. I didn't expect to see you here, they exclaimed in delight as they greeted each other. The group's atmosphere gradually became lively as everyone chatted and got to know one another. As the group leader, Yang Ming posted the first message in the chat. His words carried sincerity through the text. Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Ming. I believe you're all aware of the purpose of this group. If you need any supplies, feel free to let Bai Shueji know. She's currently in my territory and will handle the packaging and delivery of supplies for you. All supplies are completely free, so don't hesitate to ask. This generous statement immediately sparked an enthusiastic response in the group. Thank you so much, Yang Ming. You're my hero. Huang Lu replied excitedly. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Yang Ming. Your kindness goes beyond words. I, Ming Tian, will definitely repay this in the future. After sending the message, Yang Ming appointed Bai Shueji as an administrator, entrusting her with the responsibility of handling communication with the other members. This was precisely why he had brought Bai Shueji in. Under her management, various supplies were delivered to the group members in an endless stream. With these abundant resources, the speed at which the 10 members upgraded their territories was nothing short of astonishing. Soon, a global announcement echoed across the public chat in the Blue Planet's novice zone. Ding, a global announcement. Congratulations to the HuaXia Lord Zhang Wei for becoming the second in the Blue Planet 10086 novice zone to upgrade to a Supreme Lord's Mansion, achieving the milestone Emerging Talent. Rewards: 450 national luck points, 45 gold coins, 2 golden treasure chests, and one random resource artifact. This announcement immediately caused an uproar in the chat channels. HuaXia again? The second supreme territory is also a HuaXia player. Is HuaXia really this strong? Having Yang Ming is one thing, but now there's Zhang Wei too. Looks like HuaXia is on the rise. Don't read too much into it. This is just the novice zone. The real international stage is the battlefield of 10,000 races. Exactly. The US has 4 superlords who've been developing for 10 years in the war zone. Can Yang Ming compare to them? Just as the heated discussion continued, a second global announcement rang out. Ding, congratulations to HuaXia Lord by HuaXia for becoming the third in the Blue Planet 10086 novice zone to upgrade to a Supreme Lord's mansion. The chat channel fell into silence. No one had expected HuaXia to claim the top 3 spots. This was an achievement previously exclusive to the US. However, the real shock was only beginning. The announcements kept coming. Ding, congratulations to HuaXia Lord Ming Tian for becoming the 4th to upgrade to a Supreme Lord's mansion. Ding, congratulations to HuaXia Lord Qin Han for becoming the 5th to upgrade to a Supreme Lord's mansion. And finally, ding, congratulations to HuaXia Lord Zhang Shiqian for becoming the 10th to upgrade to a Supreme Lord's mansion. A series of 10 consecutive global announcements boomed like thunder, instantly causing an uproar among all the rookie lords on Blue Star. Shock and confusion from lords of various nations erupted across the global channel. This is impossible. Hasn't HuaXia always been suppressed by the US in the war zones? How did they suddenly become so strong? The top 10 spots on the leaderboard are all dominated by HuaXia. There's still an hour until the final tally, and my rank dropped from 9th to 19th. Looks like the myriad races battlefield is going to be ruled by HuaXia now. The lords from different countries were abuzz with speculation, and some even started considering migrating to HuaXia. A player claiming to be an 18-year-old lowly from North Bear Country quickly extended an olive branch in the channel. 161 centimeters, FCUP, willing to video verify any HuaXia brothers want to marry me? However, the HuaXia players responded in unison. Apologies, but women only slow down the speed at which HuaXia men draw their swords. Meanwhile, HuaXia City was bustling with activity. Yang Ming urgently ordered the construction of 20 granaries and 10 warehouses to barely accommodate the compensation materials from NATO member states. Among the spoils were 12 rare corpses of excellent-grade exotic beasts. Now, Yang Ming was only 3 excellent-grade exotic beasts away from completing the Evil God Altar quest. In high spirits, Yang Ming summoned the steward, Carl. Despite being in his late 60s with snow-white hair, Carl moved with agility and carried himself with respectful composure. Tonight, the entire city gets a holiday. We're hosting a celebration banquet to reward everyone's contributions, Yang Ming declared. There will be plenty of wine, meat, and desserts, and everyone can claim their contribution rewards. The news spread, and the whole of HuaXia City erupted in excitement. At 8 p.m., the largest open space in the city was ablaze with rows of bonfires lighting up the night sky in a fiery glow. Exotic beast skeletons sizzled on iron racks, while the aroma of charcoal-grilled skyhorn green ox, roasted blackrock giant bear leg, and red feather chicken filled the air. The most captivating sight was the 3 massive excellent-grade exotic beasts, each weighing over 3,000 pounds, with their meat renowned for being far more exquisite than Blue Star's top 3 delicacies. Is all of this really free to eat? The residents asked in amazement. Of course. Everything except the excellent-grade ingredients is free for all to enjoy. Wow, Mom. A refugee wiped away tears and said excitedly, before coming to HuaXia City, I couldn't afford even a piece of fatty meat in a whole year. Now I can eat meat until I'm full and drink until I burp. The Lord is truly a savior sent from heaven. Cheers erupted around the bonfire. Wow, premium-grade red feather chicken. A man's eyes lit up. I love chicken the most. Can I have a whole drumstick? Of course, said the staff distributing food with a smile, handing it over. Here, this 2-pound drumstick is for you. If you finish it, you can come back for more. Brothers, it's been so long since we had a drink, someone exclaimed, holding up a bottle and chugging it down. Gulp, gulp one bottle down in one go. Amazing. Wait, is this premium-grade wheat fruit wine? Oh my God, I can't believe I get to drink such fine wine in my lifetime. Occasionally, the sound of sobbing could be heard from the crowd. Don't cry, someone comforted a companion, patting their shoulder. The Lord said that as long as your contributions are significant, you can earn your own house and start a family. Really? Even someone like me, a refugee, could have such a chance? Of course it's true. Then I swear, I'll dedicate my life to protecting this city. Midway through the banquet, Yang Ming stepped onto a high platform, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd fell silent instantly, their gazes filled with reverence as they turned toward him. My people, Yang Ming's powerful voice echoed across the area. Pause for a moment, I have a few announcements to make. HuaXia City's progress to this day wouldn't have been possible without all of your efforts. Each one of you is a hero. Today, I want to reward those who have performed exceptionally well. When I call your name, please come up to receive your award. He paused briefly before continuing. Miss Anna, please come to the stage. Anna, standing among the crowd, froze in surprise until Lilith gently nudged her. Sister Anna, the Lord is calling you. Blushing deeply, Anna made her way up to the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. She stammered, Lord, I don't know what to say. Yang Ming pulled out a green staff and handed it to her. You've saved many warriors. Thanks to you, HuaXia City has avoided the loss of at least 3,000 lives. This healing staff is for you. Anna's hands trembled as she accepted the staff, disbelief written all over her face. Is this really for me? It was an exceptional grade healing staff, equipped with powerful healing, protection, and defensive capabilities, as well as 2 strong skills, Guardian's Hymn and Holy Shield. Such a weapon was priceless. Selling the entire Church of the Goddess of Light wouldn't be enough to afford it. Of course, it's for you, Yang Ming said with a warm smile. Additionally, every member of the Church of the Goddess of Light will receive 5 pounds of premium-grade exotic beast meat. You can eat it here or take it home. Anna's beautiful eyes widened again as she murmured, 5 pounds of premium-grade beast meat? Everyone gets 5 pounds? Oh my, great Goddess of Light, what should I do if I don't want to leave this place anymore? After Anna left, Yang Ming scanned the crowd below and called out in a steady, powerful voice, Commander of the Azure Dragon Legion, Chen Jian, who had been prepared for this moment, still felt his heart skip a beat when he heard his name. The usually composed commander strode up to the platform, standing tall as he declared, My lord, I am here. Yang Ming reached out and patted his shoulder, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Chen Jian, you've been by my side since day one, contributing greatly to HuaXia City with countless victories. Tell me, what is it that you desire? Chen Jian furrowed his brows, hesitating briefly before dropping to one knee. My lord, I have a bold request. Speak freely. My lord, you gave me my name, but I would like to change my surname to yours. Yang Ming responded instinctively. Yes, he nodded fervently, his excitement evident. Then it settled. From now on, your name will be Yang Jian. Yang Ming agreed without hesitation. Yang Jian expressed his gratitude with enthusiasm, and Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder again. The Azure Dragon Legion has been instrumental in these recent battles. I have a roasted black rock bear skeleton weighing over 3,000 pounds. It will be yours to distribute among your men. Additionally, you can claim a villa in the residential area as your new home. Yang Jian bowed deeply in thanks before stepping down. Yang Ming's gaze swept over the crowd again before he chuckled and called out, Cocolit, stop focusing on your fish and come up here. And don't forget to wipe your mouth. Startled, Cocolit, who had been enjoying her meal at the table, blushed deeply. She quickly wiped her mouth and hurried to the platform, bowing repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry, my lord. The fish was so delicious that I almost didn't hear you call me. Yang Ming affectionately ruffled her hair. Now, tell me, what is your wish? This skilled blacksmith, who had crafted numerous exceptional weapons from the rift blade to the silver dragon spear, from the black iron greatsword to the healing staff, had made undeniable contributions. My wish? Cocolit's eyes briefly showed confusion. My lord, can I stay in HuaXia City forever? Of course you can. Is there anything else? Summoning her courage, Cocolit's eyes lit up with hope. Actually, I've never forgotten what you said about building a nation that everyone dreams of, a place without war, without crime, without social hierarchies. My lord, will you take me to see such a golden age? Yang Ming gently stroked her hair, making a solemn promise. I assure you, one day, that golden age will come, just as you wish. It will arrive. Dreaming foolishly? Cocolit's face lit up with a radiant smile. Even if I don't live to see that day, you will. And if you don't, our descendants surely will. It's important to dream. What if it actually comes true? My lord, I believe in you. Yang Ming smiled and said, Go to the residential area and claim your villa. I'll also have another house built for you near the blacksmith's forge. You can choose to live wherever you prefer. My lord, you're so kind. Cocolit cheerfully bounced away. Yang Ming continued reading the list aloud. Zhang Lingfeng, commander of the White Tiger Legion, Carl, Lilith and Lilia. One by one, the honored individuals stepped forward to receive their rewards, their faces beaming with joy. This reward system greatly motivated everyone else. After all, who wouldn't want a house of their own? After the rewards were distributed, a hungry Yang Ming called for Lilith and Lilia to prepare dinner. He planned to hunt a few elite-grade beasts tomorrow to complete the task at the Cursed God's altar as soon as possible. Tonight, he needed to replenish his energy. The two maids quickly brought over plates of glistening fish. Yang Ming eagerly picked up a piece and tasted it. The fresh, savory flavor earned his praise. However, after a few bites, he noticed something unusual. Once the fish's aroma faded, a peculiar taste emerged. It reminded him of the damp, musty smell of lace white socks inside Mary Jane's shoes, soaked by rain and left on all afternoon before being removed. What kind of fish is this? Yang Ming asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice. Blushing, Lilia murmured softly, It's jade bamboo fish that I caught. Meanwhile, Yang Fifan stood guard at the territory's gate, gazing at the lively celebration in the distance. A mix of emotions churned within him. How could these people find such joy in a place like Thesa battlefield where lives were as fragile as grass? In a world where the rich feasted while the poor starved, happiness should have been a rare luxury. Two residents approached, carrying a large barrel of ice-chilled wine. The Lord said you enjoy drinking, so he specifically asked us to bring this to you. Leave it here, Yang Fifan said in a low voice. Thank you for protecting HuaXia City, they said, setting the barrel down before departing. Yang Fifan grabbed a bottle and drank deeply, only to pause in surprise at the taste. It was excellent grade wine. As a former human hero, the best wine he'd ever tasted in life had only been of fine-grade quality. To think the best wine I've ever had would be after death. Yang Fifan chuckled bitterly, gazing at the bright, festive HuaXia City. If only I could stay here forever. But alas, I died long ago. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through, Yang Ming marked his 15th day on the battlefield of all races. Just as he stretched lazily, the system notification chimed in. Respected Lord Yang Ming, the rewards from yesterday's leaderboard settlement 2 golden treasure chests have been delivered to your warehouse. Congratulations on maintaining your first-place ranking. Yang Ming then remembered that yesterday had been the second weekly ranking settlement. He had almost forgotten about it amidst the celebrations. I'll open the treasure chest tonight. For now, I need to focus on completing the mission for the evil god altar, he thought to himself. After washing up, he opened the door to see a splash of red. Lilith was standing respectfully at the entrance. Good morning, my lord, she greeted with a graceful bow. Despite Yang Ming's repeated attempts to dissuade them, Lilith and her sister insisted on preparing breakfast early every morning before he woke up. Today's breakfast was a lavish spread. Cheese, toasted bread, pizza, milk, and a steaming bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. After finishing his meal, Yang Ming headed straight to the training grounds. Chun Jian, he called out, and a tall man quickly approached him. My lord, please call me Yang Jian, the man corrected with a fistopalm salute. Ah, my apologies, slipped my tongue, Yang Ming replied with a smile. Assemble the Azure Dragon Legion. Today, we're heading out to hunt high-grade beasts. In no time, 5,000 soldiers of the Azure Dragon Legion were ready and waiting. Yang Ming had already mapped out his plan. In addition to the current Azure Dragon and White Tiger Legions, he intended to establish the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise Legions. Each would be led by a capable general, ensuring a balanced offense and defense. This would create a comprehensive military structure for HuaXia City. With the Sky Splitter blade at his side, Yang Ming mounted a black warhorse and led his legion, along with the carcasses of 9 high-grade beasts, out of the city. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star in the real world, the atmosphere in the highest-level conference room of the White House was tense. The U.S. president's face was dark as he scanned the room, addressing the nation's top officials. So, we lost, the president growled through gritted teeth. Over 300,000 NATO troops defeated by an 18-year-old boy from HuaXia, and Temup signed the humiliating Juchin Treaty? He slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. This is a national disgrace. Although international regulations dictated that events in the novice area should not impact global politics, for the United States, this was an indelible humiliation. The room fell into a heavy silence, with no one daring to respond. This moment will reveal a truth to the entire world. The so-called invincible America is nothing more than a mortal that can bleed. Once the divine aura is shattered, no matter how much power it holds, it will face countless challengers. Mr. President, sir, we have a serious problem. The conference room door was flung open as a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes burst in, panic written all over his face. The American president's sharp gaze turned toward the intruder. Nicholas, even if you're my nephew, you need to show basic manners. This display of panic, what sort of decorum is this? Nicholas quickly bowed his head in apology, though he couldn't mask the urgency in his tone. I'm sorry, Mr. President, but something extremely serious has just happened. France has announced its withdrawal from NATO. What? The president shot to his feet, planting his hands firmly on the table as his eyes widened in disbelief. Those surrender-prone fools dare to leave NATO, the alliance we, the great United States, created? Explain this in detail. At 8 a.m. this morning, the French president delivered a public speech condemning our sanctions and blockade against China as inhumane. He also announced the establishment of diplomatic relations with China. Nicholas pulled a photograph from a file and placed it on the table. This photo has already gone viral worldwide. In the photo, the French president was seen smiling and shaking hands warmly with the Chinese leader, a scene that stung the American president's eyes. Ridiculous. The president growled through gritted teeth. The dust hasn't even settled from the rookie zone debacle, and they're already rushing to side with China? For the past year, he had poured immense effort into seizing the scepter of dominion from China. NATO forces had relentlessly pursued the Chinese leader on the battlefield of nations, while back on Earth, over 10,000 sanctions had been imposed to blockade China on every front. With just 15 days left to deliver the final blow, France's betrayal at such a critical moment was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb on the Western alliance. The president took a deep breath and sat back down. Pull up the global trending news. I want to see this for myself. The large screen in the conference room lit up, displaying the top 10 global trending topics, all of them related to China. France visiting China to establish diplomatic ties, the Russian president arriving in Beijing, Britain seeking a visit to China, Vietnam extending goodwill, and the Indian prime minister planning an upcoming trip. Bang! The president slammed his hand on the table, his expression cold as a sinister smile crept across his face. Very well, China. So, you want to play big, do you? Fine. On behalf of America, I accept the challenge. Ding. The system notification sounded as Ming successfully defeated an excellent-grade bloodthirsty Cerberus and 2 giant-mouth fire cranes. Additionally, he occupied a Tier 3 resource field known as the Seven-Colored Mine, earning a reward of 200 national fortune points. The system then reminded him that he had collected 15 excellent-grade beasts and could now proceed to the evil god altar to complete his mission. After 5 hours of intense hunting in the wilderness, Ming and the Azure Dragon Legion successfully accomplished this challenging task. Following the pre-marked map, Ming traveled 10,000 meters east of HuaXia City to reach the evil god altar. A straight path paved with bluish stone slabs led directly to the altar. In the distance, a massive altar engulfed in bluish flames came into view, topped with a sinister black stone statue. Stop! Ming commanded, raising his hand. The Azure Dragon Legion immediately halted. He then issued further orders. Send 100 men to transport the beast corpses. The rest will remain here and must not approach the altar. Yang Jian quickly selected 100 warriors and joined Ming in escorting the beast corpses into the altar's area. The patrolling guards in the vicinity, all possessing rare-grade combat strength, showed no hostility upon seeing Ming. Instead, they willingly stepped aside to clear a path. Before long, a peculiar figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly man dressed in a black ceremonial robe, with the face of a demonic goat. The elder goat priest greeted them with a friendly smile. Ha ha ha, Lord Ming, I didn't expect you to complete the task so quickly. Well done. Please proceed. At Ming's signal, the warriors laid the 15 beast corpses in front of the altar. The elder goat priest raised his staff, emitting a green light that enveloped the corpses and lifted them toward the altar. Instantly, the bluish flames consumed the offerings, completing the sacrificial ritual. The system promptly issued a notification. The evil god Aminos is highly pleased with this sacrifice, increasing favorability by 10 points. The diplomatic relationship between HuaXia City and the evil god altar has been elevated to a friendly level. The system further noted that once favorability reaches 60 points, military support from the evil god altar will be unlocked. This potential reinforcement filled Ming with quiet satisfaction. It was undoubtedly a significant trump card, giving him more confidence for the future when the novice zone transitions into the conflict zone. At this moment, the evil ram priest suddenly spoke. Lord Ming, you have completed the task. As agreed, I will reward you with a blueprint for crafting an excellent-grade weapon. While speaking, the priest took out 3 faintly glowing blueprints from his robe: the Phoenix Feather Trident, Dragon Claw Blade, and Overlord Spear. Ming's gaze swept back and forth over the 3 blueprints, unable to make a decision immediately. As essential tools for building an army, each blueprint was immensely tempting to him. After careful consideration, Ming ultimately chose the Overlord Spear. On the battlefield of all races, spears were the most suitable weapons for equipping troops. The saying 3 arrows are no match for 1 blade, and 3 blades are no match for 1 spear, was a time-tested truth derived from centuries of warfare. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding, task completed. Evil Ram Priest's trade. Reward received. Overlord Spear crafting blueprint. Holding the blueprint, Ming felt a surge of excitement. If he handed the blueprint to Kiki Light, with her unique talent, she could not only mass-produce excellent-grade weapons, but might even elevate the quality to the rare-grade level. Although the chance was slim, success would yield a priceless treasure in the conflict zones of the battlefield of all races. Lord Ming, are you willing to offer more sacrifices? The evil ram priest suddenly asked. Of course, but I need to know the terms of the trade first. Ming responded cautiously. The priest explained slowly. It's simple: hunt a rare-grade beast and sacrifice it to the evil god. In return, you will receive rare-grade weapons. The system immediately presented a prompt. Ding, brank task triggered. Evil ram priest's second trade. Requirement: Sacrifice 1 rare grade beast to the evil god Aminos within 30 days. Reward: 2 rare grade weapons. Yang Ming frowned, deep in thought. For most people, trading a rare grade beast for 2 rare grade weapons was an excellent deal. However, with Kiki Light's abilities, this offer held little appeal for him. Priest, Yang Ming began. If you can agree to one condition, I will accept this task. What condition? The priest asked. I hope you can sever all ties between the guardian you gave me last time and the evil god's altar, making him entirely mine, Yang Ming stated. The evil ram priest shook his head, his voice low. A guardian of the evil god may seem insignificant, but you must understand that these guardians have already experienced death. Their lives are now sustained entirely by the power of the evil god. If the connection is severed, they will instantly become nothing more than corpses. This unexpected response left Yang Ming lost in thought. He had originally hoped to recruit Yang Fifan into his ranks and make him the new legion commander of HuaXia City. However, it now seemed that this plan faced an unforeseen obstacle. After Yang Ming's territory was upgraded to the king level, the novice area would merge into the war zone. Season 3 would begin, transitioning into the national war arc, with the ultimate goal of unifying Blue Star and sinking the island nation. Yang Ming sat before the evil god's altar, his brows furrowed in thought. Seeing this, the goat priest spoke urgently. Lord Yang Ming, I am willing to transfer the authority over Yang Fifan's life and death to you, along with a piece of free information. The condition is simple. You only need to offer 2 rare-class exotic beasts as sacrifices in the future. The priest's anxiousness was not without reason. For 5 years, he had been bound to the altar by a curse, unable to leave. Finally, someone had approached willingly to offer sacrifices. Besides, those forging blueprints and rare weapons held little value to the evil spirits. Agreed. Yang Ming nodded. I want to know the location where blue crystal cores can be found. These cores were the key materials needed to upgrade his territory to the king level, a task he planned to complete within 5 days. The goat priest revealed a satisfied smile. Very well, I can provide you with this information. May our cooperation be fruitful. A system notification chimed in, confirming that their relationship had been upgraded to friendly and informing Yang Ming that he now held control over Yang Fifan's life and death. However, it came with a caveat. If the evil god perished, Yang Fifan would die as well. The priest raised his staff and began chanting as green light flickered around him. O great evil god beyond this era, mysterious ruler of the Cthulhu world, sovereign of the eerie void, reveal to us when and where the blue crystal cores will appear within a 100-mile radius. Moments later, the green light coalesced into a set of coordinates. 3 days from now, at 758:2569. Until we meet again, the goat priest said with a smile, lowering his staff. The more rare class offerings you provide, the greater the rewards I can bestow. After bidding farewell, Yang Ming led his warriors away from the altar. The immediate priority was to upgrade his territory to the king level. This required fulfilling conditions such as obtaining blue crystal cores, increasing population, and acquiring resource fields. With the sacrificial task complete, Yang Ming pulled out his handmade map. The 20-kilometer radius centered on HuaXia City had already been explored, except for the southeastern direction. With that decided, they would venture into the unknown area. It was midday, with overcast skies and a light breeze. The cool air carried a sense of anticipation as the journey began. After walking about 5 kilometers, Yang Ming suddenly noticed the faint silhouette of a village ahead. The distant sound of anguished screams and rising plumes of thick smoke immediately put him on alert. As he got closer, a chaotic scene unfolded before his eyes. A dozen bandits, their heads wrapped in black scarves, were riding on horseback, brandishing swords and shields as they rampaged through the village, burning, looting, and killing indiscriminately. Villagers were fleeing in all directions, their terrified cries echoing through the air. It's the bandits again. Run. They're here to steal food and take the girls, children and women. Hide in the mountains. Witnessing this horror, a sudden notification from the system rang out. Ding S-Class Special Mission triggered. Mission options. A. Join the bandits and participate in the looting. B. Protect the villagers and fight off the bandits. C. Save the fallen young goddess, Aphrodite. D. Take the young Aphrodite home and raise her, only to die in front of her when her divine nature awakens at 18. This unexpected S-Class mission left the usually composed Yang Ming momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, he issued the command. All troops advance. Defeat the bandits and protect the villagers. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon Legion responded immediately, and Yang Ming himself charged forward on his black horse, leading the attack. Meanwhile, in a house on the southern edge of the village, a heart-wrenching scene was unfolding. 2 bandits were pounding on the door, their sinister laughter cutting through the air. Hehehe, come out already. Our patience is running out. If you don't open the door in 30 seconds, you're dead. Inside, A little girl trembled in fear as she clung to her mother. "Mommy, I'm scared," the girl said, her voice shaking. "Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Mommy will protect you," the mother whispered softly, trying to comfort her. As the door threatened to give way under the relentless pounding, the woman knew she had to make a decision. She gently loosened her grip on her daughter. "Sweetheart, hide in the cellar. No matter what you hear or see, don't make a sound." "No, Mommy, don't leave me," the little girl sobbed, pleading with her mother. But in the end, she could only watch helplessly as her mother stood and walked resolutely toward the door. Young Aphrodite huddled in the dark corner of the cellar, her hands tightly covering her mouth as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Through the cracks in the cellar, she witnessed her mother, trembling with fear, open the door. Two burly men barged in immediately, grabbing her mother forcefully. "You filthy woman! Took you long enough to open the door. Do you have a death wish?" One of the bandits snarled, slapping her mother hard across the face. "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all the money and food," her mother pleaded through sobs. The two bandits let out chilling laughs. "That's more like it. But money and food aren't enough. Your body looks like it could entertain us as well." Tears streamed down her mother's face as she begged. "Please, I'm begging you. Let me go. We're bandits. If we don't bully women, how can we call ourselves bandits?" "Huh. The louder you cry, the more fun it is for us." One of the bandits sneered as he began tearing at her mother's clothes. Unable to bear it any longer, Aphrodite burst out of the cellar. Her legs were weak with fear, but she still shouted, "You villains, let go of my mother." The two bandits froze in surprise. Well, what do we have here? A little beauty hiding away? 13 or 14, fair-skinned, and so delicate-looking, one of them said, leering. They were instantly drawn to her beauty, abandoning her mother, who they knocked unconscious before turning their attention to the girl. "Stay back," Aphrodite cried, retreating in terror. "Little beauty, if you play a game with us, we might just let your mother go." "How about it?" one of the bandits said with a lecherous grin. "You'll really let my mother go?" Aphrodite asked, trembling all over. "Of course," they replied, reaching out their rough, dark hands toward her. Aphrodite closed her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Please, save me, dear gods." At that moment, Ming burst into the room, wielding his powerful blade of the rift. He immediately recognized the breathtakingly beautiful girl Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love and beauty. Though confused as to why a Greek deity had appeared in the form of a young girl, he knew there was no time to dwell on it. His priority was to rescue her. "Let her go," Ming commanded in a low, firm voice. To avoid traumatizing the girl with unnecessary violence, he flipped his blade and used the blunt side to knock the two bandits unconscious. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now. They'll protect you," Ming said gently. Aphrodite slowly opened her eyes. For a moment, she was stunned. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating the gentle and handsome young man before her. His figure seemed like a savior descending from the heavens, reaching out his hand toward her. Who are you?" Aphrodite lifted her head, her voice trembling slightly. Ming gently rubbed his nose. "I'm here to save you. Those two bandits who were bullying you have already been knocked unconscious by me." "Huh. Oh, thank you for saving me and my mother." Aphrodite finally snapped out of her daze. "Stand up," Ming said, still holding out his hand. "Big brother, thank you." Aphrodite mustered her courage and lightly placed her small hand in Ming's. The moment their skin touched, a strange current seemed to course through her entire body. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Ming's mind. "Ding, you have completed this level special mission. Reward. None." "Oh?" Ming looked confused. "What? No reward for completing this level mission?" The system continued. "Esteemed Lord Ming, you have gained the absolute trust of the love goddess Aphrodite. She is not a reward." Ming finally understood and calmed down slightly. Aphrodite hurried to check on her mother, discovering that she was merely unconscious. She let out a sigh of relief before turning back to Ming. "Big brother, may I ask who you are?" Ming studied the little girl in front of him, thinking to himself that she truly lived up to being the future goddess of love. Even at such a young age, her beauty was extraordinary. He replied warmly, "I am Ming, the lord of HuaXia city. I came here to save your village. The invading bandits have all been eliminated by us." Ming, that name was forever etched into the heart of the future goddess of love. On the village square, the Azure Dragon army had piled up all the bandits' bodies in just over 10 minutes. The villagers, who had been hiding, began to emerge one by one, kneeling to Ming in gratitude. "My lord, thank you for saving us. We are willing to serve you in any way." Ming surveyed the scene. The roughly 2,000 villagers were all kneeling devoutly. He gestured for them to rise, and then cleared his throat. "Everyone, I am the savior sent by the heavens to rescue you, and I am also the lord of HuaXia city. If you are willing to become my people, I will protect you." As the villagers exchanged uncertain glances, Yang Ming waved his hand, signaling for his men to bring out several large baskets filled with fragrant dried meat pies, and steamed buns. The enticing aroma immediately captured everyone's attention. "Oh my, is that meat? It smells so good. I've never seen so much meat before. There are eggs and white steamed buns too. Am I dreaming?" Seeing the villagers' eager expressions, Yang Ming made a solemn promise. "If you join HuaXia City, I guarantee you'll be able to eat steamed buns, eggs, and meat every day." Under the temptation of food, the villagers wholeheartedly believed Yang Ming's words. Looking at the mountain of provisions before them, their eyes gleamed with hope. Yang Ming calculated in his mind, to upgrade HuaXia City to a king-level territory, at least 5,000 residents were required. These starving villagers were just what HuaXia City needed to significantly boost its population. More importantly, the development of the city depended on residents with various life-related professions. He envisioned the incredible benefits these professions could bring. Rare quality priest could heal everything from cancer to uremia, rabies to leukemia, and even ALS, with the ability to revive the dying. Meanwhile, an exceptional grade chef could prepare a dish using exotic beast meat, granting the diner astonishing abilities, like running 100 meters in just 4 seconds. At that moment, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles shakily approached Yang Ming. This was Darwin, the village chief, who respectfully said, "Lord, there are still many villagers hiding in cellars and houses, too scared to come out. May I go and gather them?" Of course, Yang Ming replied at once, signaling 2 warriors to bring over large baskets filled with meat. He turned to the old village chief and said, "Find some people to spread the word in the village. Tell them that anyone willing to follow me back to HuaXia City will be guaranteed enough food to eat every day." The elderly chief, trembling with excitement at the sight of the mountains of meat, quickly led a group of villagers through the village, beating drums and loudly announcing the good news that the bandits had been eliminated. He invited everyone to come to the village entrance to enjoy free food. Hearing the news, the villagers gradually emerged from their hiding places. Some tearfully recounted the atrocities of the bandits who had stolen their grain and killed their loved ones. Others hesitated, wondering if the promise of free food was too good to be true. Guided by the village chief, they flocked to the village entrance and, upon seeing the baskets filled with large white steamed buns, eggs, and slices of meat, their eyes lit up with joy. 2 hours later, after every villager had finished their rare, satisfying meal, they knelt before Yang Ming, begging him to take them to HuaXia City. "Lord, as long as we can eat our fill, we're willing to do anything," they pleaded sincerely, seeing Yang Ming as their savior. Yang Ming roughly counted the number of villagers there were about 4,000 of them. With the population requirement of 5,000 now met, the upgrade to a king-level territory was finally within reach. Standing before the villagers, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Please, everyone, rise. I promise to bring all of you safely to HuaXia City. Once there, you will receive free housing, clothing, and food." "Thank you, my lord." The villagers knelt, bowing repeatedly, their faces filled with gratitude. After a brief rest, Yang Ming led his warriors in escorting the villagers on their journey back. The young deity, Aphrodite, also accompanied the group. Under Yang Ming's protection, the journey was peaceful and uneventful. Midway through the journey, Aphrodite hurried over to Yang Ming. The little girl nervously clutched at the hem of her clothes, her voice trembling as she said, "Big brother, I think my mother is sick. Can you help her?" Instinctively, Yang Ming scanned her information. Name, Aphrodite. Class, Goddess of Love. Status, Sealed Divinity awakens at age 18, or unsealed automatically upon entering the battlefield of the gods. Combat power, 4. Potential, 12-star maximum. Talents, Divine Protection of Love God level. That which she protects is immortal and indestructible, beyond the cycle of reincarnation. Spear of the End SS level, the ultimate weapon forged from the power of love and faith. Skills, Love's Enchantment S level, can make any being fall in love with and obey her. Law of Love S level, absolute control over love. Vision of Desire SS level, the most powerful illusionary beauty trap. So this is the strength of a god? Yang Ming marveled inwardly. Even with her combat power sealed at 4, her talents were still overwhelmingly powerful. Seeing Yang Ming remain silent, Aphrodite's eyes welled with tears. "Big brother, please, I beg you, save my mother. All right, take me to her." Aphrodite instantly broke into a smile through her tears and led Yang Ming to her unconscious mother. After examining her condition, Yang Ming deduced that it was likely caused by shock. He retrieved a golden spirit fruit from his storage and handed it to Aphrodite. "Feed this to your mother and she'll be fine." "Such a large fruit? Is this an exceptional grade spirit fruit?" Aphrodite asked in astonishment as she carefully took the fruit with both hands. "Yes, just let her eat it." Thank you so much, big brother. The young girl expressed her gratitude repeatedly before gently feeding the golden spirit fruit to her mother. Soon, her mother's complexion began to improve visibly. Aphrodite was carefully feeding her mother the golden fruit pulp, while Yang Ming stood quietly nearby, watching the scene unfold. Witnessing this living, breathing deity before him left Yang Ming deeply shaken. It reminded him of the theism theory proposed by the scientific community a decade ago, when the National Destiny Lord system first began binding with Blue Star. Scientists speculated that such a system, which seamlessly merged the virtual and real worlds, might be the creation of some divine being. Yet, until now, only Yang Ming had seen an actual god with his own eyes. Einstein must be rolling in his grave. Turns out God is playing dice. Yang Ming thought to himself. If gods truly existed, then perhaps one day the Norse gods, the pantheon of ancient Greece, Shiva from India, China's deities, and even Japan's Amaterasu might manifest in the real world. This idea made Yang Ming furrow his brows. If he were to confront the Japanese islands in the future, would the intervention of divine powers become an obstacle? However, on second thought, the arrival of gods in the real world would undoubtedly come with significant limitations. For example, when he summoned a Chinese deity to possess him, he could only inherit a minuscule fraction of their power, perhaps 1/10th or even less. The goddess of love, Aphrodite, before him had her divine power sealed. The evil god Aminos was barely clinging to life, and the goddess of light had yet to even cast a shadow. All of this suggested that the real world strongly rejected divine entities, and there might be unbreakable laws in place to restrict their interference. Big brother, thank you. My mother is feeling so much better. Aphrodite's sweet voice interrupted Yang Ming's thoughts. Once we rest for a night in HuaXia City, she'll make a full recovery. Yang Ming responded warmly. Okay, big brother, you're so kind. Thank you, Aphrodite said with a shy smile. The group continued on their journey and safely reached the territory 10 minutes later. The moment Aphrodite stepped into HuaXia City, a system notification rang out. Ding, respected Lord Yang Ming, your territory has received a buff, blessing of the goddess of love. All crops and livestock growth rate 20, yield 100. Residents happiness, health, and work efficiency 20. Probability of natural disasters in HuaXia City 100. Aphrodite places absolute trust in you. During this period, you gain an additional special buff, luck 50. If you lose Aphrodite's trust, this buff will immediately disappear. Is this the reward for its level special mission? Yang Ming was somewhat surprised. A sealed young goddess alone could bring such immense benefits. If he could win over the goddess of light worshipped by Anna, the prospects would be even more promising. To take good care of Aphrodite, Yang Ming personally selected a villa to house her and her mother, arranging for food and clothing to be delivered to them. The resettlement of other villagers was entrusted to Carl. The residential area had expanded significantly, with orderly dormitory buildings, neatly arranged villas, and newly constructed apartment complexes providing comfortable homes for every resident. After settling Aphrodite in, Yang Ming took the blueprint for the Overlord spear and headed toward the blacksmith shop. As he pushed open the door to the blacksmith's shop, a wave of heat rushed out to greet him. Inside, a petite figure, barely 1.5 meters tall, was wielding a massive iron hammer weighing over 100 pounds. It was HuaXia, intently forging equipment. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of hammering echoed in the shop, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. Watching her focused expression, Yang Ming decided to wait quietly. It wasn't until a brand new Tang horizontal saber was completed that HuaXia finally wiped the sweat from her brow and noticed Yang Ming's presence. She quickly jogged over, her face full of apology. My lord, when did you arrive? I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm here to deliver something to you, Yang Ming replied, handing her the blueprint for the Overlord spear. As soon as HuaXia took the blueprint, her eyes lit up with excitement. This is a blueprint for an excellent grade weapon? Incredible! She clutched the blueprint like a child holding a cherished toy. No wonder she had awakened the A-grade talent craftsman's pure heart. My lord, with this blueprint, you'll be able to advance from a level 2 to a level 3 blacksmith in no time. Just give me one day. HuaXia declared confidently. An excellent grade blacksmith? Yang Ming's eyes brightened. In the hierarchy of weapon grades, common, fine, excellent, rare excellent was already the 3rd tier. Exactly, and I can craft 5 excellent grade weapons per day, HuaXia added. If we factor in Aphrodite's goddess of love blessing buff, which boosts efficiency by 20, I could produce 6 Overlord spears daily. What's the probability of upgrading to rare grade? Yang Ming inquired. In the entire Blue Star battlefield, rare grade weapons were considered top tier, and their owners were invariably elite warriors on the leaderboard. As for the next level, perfect grade weapons, only one existed across Blue Star. The Staff of Dominion owned by HuaXia, the very reason America had provoked HuaXia a year ago. HuaXia sighed softly. Only a 1 in 20,000 chance. And the higher the equipment grade, the harder it becomes to advance. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you're already doing an amazing job, Yang Ming reassured her. Encouraged by his words, Kiki Light's determination reignited. I will work even harder, my lord. The next morning marked Yang Ming's 16th day on the battlefield of myriad races. Sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room as Yang Ming woke from a restful sleep. The blessing of Aphrodite seemed to have greatly enhanced the quality of his slumber. After a quick wash, he called out toward the door, Lilith, come in. The door opened, but instead of just one person, 3 figures entered in succession: Lilith in a red dress, Lilia in a light blue gown, and Anna in a white priestess robe. Lilith carried a steaming breakfast, which she gently placed on the table. Yang Ming picked up a piece of sugar-free Chinese bread and took a bite, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. Why are all of you here? Anna looked uneasy, hesitant to speak. Noticing this, Lilia stepped in to explain on her behalf. Lord, Sister Anna has something she'd like to discuss with you. Feel free to say whatever's on your mind, Yang Ming replied, noting that the usually composed Anna seemed unusually nervous. My lord, I would like to apply for, Anna stammered, struggling to complete her sentence. Sensing her hesitation, Yang Ming spoke up. Anna, ever since you came to HuaXia City and healed so many of our wounded, your contributions have been invaluable. I'd like to formally invite you to join HuaXia City. You may continue to worship the goddess of light, and I'll arrange for a church to be built under your management. What do you think? The 3 women were stunned by his words. Anna, who had mentally prepared herself to sever ties with the Church of the Goddess of Light, was shocked to find not only her faith permitted but also a church offered in her name. My lord, you are so kind, Lilith exclaimed excitedly. Lilia was moved to tears. Yang Ming gently wiped away Lilia's tears. This is a reward you all deserve. Anna solemnly bowed. I swear by the goddess of light to follow you forever, my lord. We do too. Lilith and Lilia chimed in together. A system notification sounded immediately, indicating that all 3 women's loyalty had reached the maximum level of 100, granting Yang Ming a total reward of 120 points of national fortune. Seeing the joy radiating from their faces, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Yang Ming had finished eating as well. He stood up and said, let's go. Take a walk with me, and we'll also find Zhoming Rui to discuss building the church. All right, the 3 women responded in unison. By a little past 6 in the morning, HuaXia City was already bustling with activity. On the streets, sanitation workers were sweeping the roads. In the fields, farmers were bent over watering, weeding, and fertilizing. At construction sites, workers were sweating as they mixed mortar, carried bricks, and poured concrete. On the training grounds, neat formations of soldiers were engaged in their morning drills. This newly established city was gradually taking shape. It's been a long time since I inspected the territory, Yang Ming said as he decided to visit the agricultural zone first. Before him stretched 2 million square meters of farmland, equivalent to about 2,299 acres. As far as the eye could see, the crops were lush, and the fields were brimming with fruits and vegetables. Greetings to the Lord. Long live the Lord. As soon as Yang Ming approached the edge of the farmland, many people ran over and knelt to pay their respects. Stand up. No kneeling is allowed, Yang Ming said sternly. This outdated custom must be abolished from now on. The crowd quickly got to their feet. Are the crops ready for harvest? Yang Ming asked. A middle-aged man with a simple and honest demeanor stepped forward and replied, Lord, in 3 days, about 10% of the crops will be ready for harvesting. This was the result of using plant growth stimulants combined with Aphrodite's blessing buff. All the crops were of superior quality, with exceptionally high yields. Yang Ming had invested heavily to obtain these premium-grade seeds. I came here today to announce a new policy, Yang Ming said, looking around at the crowd. Starting today, anyone who has awakened an agricultural-related talent will be granted between 3 to 20 acres of private farmland. You only need to turn in 70 of the harvest, and the rest is yours to keep. As soon as this land reform policy was announced, the crowd erupted in excitement. For the farmers, owning a piece of land was more important than anything else. They expressed their gratitude to Yang Ming with fervor, their eyes filled with reverence. After inspecting the agricultural zone, Yang Ming moved on to other areas. HuaXia City was now divided into 5 major zones: the agricultural zone, residential zone, industrial zone, military zone, and the commercial zone, which was still under construction. The residential zone was the most densely populated. Arriving in the residential zone, Yang Ming noticed 2 jujube trees planted at the entrance, and the streets were bustling with people. What caught his attention was the long line of residents waiting to fetch water. This made him realize the urgency of the water supply issue. Daily water needs for over 5,000 residents and more than 14,000 soldiers were immense, and the single superior-grade spring resource currently available was far from sufficient. Although HuaXia City was near a freshwater river, its location close to the agricultural zone made it inconvenient for residents to access. Yang Ming immediately opened the trade interface and began searching for freshwater resource items. Actually, when it comes to obtaining water, digging a well is the most convenient option. However, Yang Ming knew that ordinary freshwater directly extracted from the ground had limited quality. So, he thoroughly searched the trading zone and eventually found an ideal resource treasury in excellent-grade spiritual spring. This spiritual spring could continuously produce fresh water in open spaces, providing up to 1,000 tons of water daily. Even more remarkable was the rare energy it contained. Drinking it consistently for 20 days could increase an individual's combat power by 2 points, with a maximum boost of 10 points. After some bargaining, Yang Ming not only purchased the excellent-grade spiritual spring but also acquired 3 additional high-quality grade springs. He quickly devised a placement plan. The excellent-grade spring would be placed at the intersection of the dormitory area and the residential area, while the 3 high-quality grade springs would be installed separately in the dormitory area, residential area, and villa area. The residential areas were planned in 3 tiers. The dormitory area consisted of 15 buildings and was open for free to working residents, provided they secured employment within 3 days. The residential area was designated for individuals with awakened talents in life-oriented professions, such as doctors and healers. Meanwhile, the villa area was reserved for top-tier individuals like Kiki Li Tay, Yang Jian, and Anna. Yang Ming took out the spiritual spring, confirmed the system prompt, and placed it in position. With a flash of white light, crystal-clear water began gushing forth. He bent down to take a sip, savoring the sweetness of the water as it flowed down his throat. With this, the territory's water supply issues were largely resolved. Once the territory was upgraded to the king level, he planned to ask Zhou Mingrui to start constructing a modern water supply system. Residents gathered around and watched the gushing spring in astonishment, exclaiming and cheering. The Lord has performed another miracle. This is incredible. How is it even possible? One day, I want to be as amazing as the Lord. Hearing the commotion, Carl rushed over and asked if any assistance was needed. Yang Ming immediately inquired about the information statistics for the 4,000 villagers from the previous day. Carl promptly handed over 3 detailed reports. 50 people had awakened grade talents, 25 had awakened to grade talents, 9 had awakened grade talents, and 1 had awakened a grade talent. These statistics were obtained using a high-quality grade tool with the voluntary cooperation of the villagers. Yang Ming handed the form back to Carl, his face showing approval. Not bad. Assign their tasks properly. Any residents who have awakened their talents should be given priority treatment. Carl straightened his back and responded seriously. Rest assured, my lord. I guarantee they won't slack off. No one will be allowed to avoid work. Yang Ming's brows suddenly furrowed. Wait a minute. On my way here, I saw elderly people sweeping the streets and children as young as 7 or 8 washing dishes. Was that your arrangement? Carl's face lit up with confidence. Yes, my lord. You provide them with free food and safe shelter. If they're unwilling to work even a little, why should we keep them? Sigh. Yang Ming let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself that Carl, as a native of the battlefield of myriad races, indeed had a hard-to-change mindset. Carl, I'm implementing a new policy, and I need you to listen carefully, Yang Ming said with a serious tone. Starting today, anyone under the age of 16 and anyone over the age of 60 will no longer be required to work. All their living expenses will be covered by the reserves. What? Carl froze in place, clearly struggling to reconcile this idea with his worldview. My lord, if they don't experience hardship, how will they learn gratitude? If they can't endure even a little suffering, aren't they just useless? Yang Ming looked directly at him. Carl, let me ask you this. Why should a perfectly fine person have to endure hardship? As Hua once said, never believe that suffering is worthwhile. Suffering is just suffering. It doesn't lead to success. Carl opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but no words came out. Yang Ming tilted his head slightly, his gaze firm. Carl, I've said before, my goal is to build a nation of freedom and equality, a place everyone aspires to live in, within this twisted, decaying world, a nation that shines with the light of HuaXia, illuminating this dark land. I hope you have the resolve to understand this. Do you? Carl was deeply moved by these words. He took a deep breath. Yes, my lord, I understand. Good. Go and make it happen. Understood. After handling the affairs of the residential district, Yang Ming took Anna, Lilith, and Lilia to the commercial district, which was still under construction. He had a plan in mind, to upgrade the blacksmith shop, the hospital, and the training ground to level 4 buildings, meeting the requirement for a royal level territory of 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings. The chief architect, Zhou Mingrui, was overseeing the construction when he noticed Yang Ming approaching. He immediately came over to greet him. My lord, what brings you here? I need you to construct a new Buldinga church, Yang Ming said directly. A church? What style are you looking for? Do you have any design plans? If not, please describe the appearance and style in detail. Anna, you explain, Yang Ming said. As the manager of the Bright Goddess Church's branch, Anna provided a detailed description of the church's design requirements. If that's all the requirements, it shouldn't be too difficult. It would at most be a level 2 building, Zhou Mingrui said with a sigh of relief. Only level 2? That's too low. Upgrade it to a level 3 building, Yang Ming immediately ordered, thinking that the Bright Goddess deserved proper respect. This would also help secure her support in the future. My lord, I assure you, they'll complete the task, Zhou Mingrui promised solemnly. Seeing how much Yang Ming valued the construction of the church, Anna felt a surge of emotion. She couldn't help but wonder, could all of this be the guidance of the Bright Goddess, leading her to meet this extraordinary lord? If it truly was the will of the goddess, then she was willing to give her all to follow him. Zhou Mingrui, show me the design layout for the commercial district, Yang Ming said. His expression was focused, and his eyes revealed a vision for the city's future. The commercial district is the most crucial part of a city's spatial structure. It must be meticulously designed. Zhou Mingrui respectfully handed over the design blueprint. Yang Ming carefully examined every detail on the paper, noting that the commercial district was divided into 3 main functional areas: a shopping zone, a trading zone, and a dining zone. The food street needs to be expanded, Yang Ming said, gesturing on the blueprint with his finger. Add more affordable eateries: 7 copper coins for a tumia tandon, a vegetable combo, 5 copper coins for a snail noodle shop, lanzhou noodles, fried rice, stir-fried noodles, 9 turn large intestines. Zhou Mingrui quickly jotted down each suggestion in his notebook. And, Yang Ming emphasized, taverns are critical. Add several more. Once the commercial district opens, taverns will undoubtedly be the most popular spots. Under Yang Ming's guidance, a more comprehensive design for the commercial district soon took shape. Finally, he turned to Zhou Mingrui. How long will it take you to build 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings? Straightening his posture, Zhou Mingrui answered firmly, the fastest would be 3 days, no more than 5. Good. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder. If you can accomplish this, you'll be the true hero of HuaXia City. This statement seemed to fill Zhou Mingrui with boundless determination. He solemnly promised, my lord, give me 3 days, and I will complete the task. A system notification immediately popped up. Zhou Mingrui's loyalty has reached 100. Reward, 40 national fortune points. Half a day later, Yang Ming finished inspecting the entirety of HuaXia City, addressing various potential issues along the way. At present, the residents were all working hard to upgrade the territory to king level. With just 1 more level 4 resource field and a blue crystal core, HuaXia City could become the first king level territory in the novice region within 5 days, effectively averting the crisis of national downfall. At high noon, under the bright sunlight, Yang Ming decided to lead the White Tiger Legion on an expedition outside the city. He arrived at the training ground, which could accommodate 15,000 soldiers, and ordered Zhang Lingfeng to assemble the troops. As the team marched out of the city gates, a refreshing breeze invigorated Yang Ming. Walking across the grasslands, a sense of untamed vitality filled the air. After covering just 500 meters, Yang Ming felt something hard beneath his foot. Clearing away the grass, he discovered a silver treasure chest. For Yang Ming, silver treasure chests no longer held much appeal. He casually opened the chest, and a gentle white light swept through. Inside, 265 silver coins were neatly arranged. After storing the coins in the warehouse, Yang Ming continued on his way. However, after advancing just 1,000 meters, he felt an unusual sensation underfoot. Looking down, he saw a faint golden shimmer emanating from the soil. His heartbeat quickened instantly. A golden treasure chest. A chest capable of yielding high-quality items had been stumbled upon by sheer luck. How has my luck suddenly gotten so good? Yang Ming wondered aloud as he brushed aside the weeds, pondering the reason. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Aphrodite's unwavering trust in him had granted a 50-point luck bonus. To confirm the value of this buff, Yang Ming immediately opened the friend chat system and contacted Zhang Wei. Wei, how much luck does your grade talent? Luck boost? Grant you? 10 points. Why, bro? Do you need help finding some materials? Nothing important, just curious. After ending the conversation, Yang Ming thoughtfully stared at the 50 luck points displayed on his stats panel. That was equivalent to half the effect of inscribed talent. Realizing this, he decided to make the most of the buff and explore further. Everyone, listen up. Move out at a run. Before long, good news began pouring in one after another. On the right, a red-striped rhino and a 2-headed lion were locked in combat. Ahead, an unclaimed level 3 resource field was discovered. 2 high-quality golden eagles had unexpectedly fallen from the sky, and yet another level 3 resource field emerged. The system notifications followed in quick succession. Ding, your army has occupied a level 3 resource field. Herb Garden. National fortune points 200. Ding, your army has occupied a level 3 resource field. Silver Mine. National fortune points 200. In less than an hour, HuaXia City had acquired 4 level 3 resource fields. Just as Yang Ming thought his luck had peaked, a breathless scout ran up to report, "Lord, 1,000 meters ahead, we've discovered a level 4 resource field." Level 4 resource field? Even someone as composed as Yang Ming couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. A flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes, searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly. "Let's go, take me to see it." Under the scout's guidance, Yang Ming advanced about 1,000 meters. The view suddenly opened up before him. A shimmering lake stretched out, its waters flowing through a winding river that extended into the distance. Towering, lush trees lined both sides of the riverbank, their greenery vibrant and alive. In the shadows of the trees along the riverbank, an enormous tiger was licking its wounds. Yang Ming held his breath. It was a rare-class beast, the Kanglan tiger. This was the first time he had encountered a living rare-class beast in the wild, and the sight sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. With a single thought, Yang Ming scanned the beast's full information. Name, Kanglan tiger. Grade, rare class. Combat power, 631. Severely injured, combat power significantly reduced. Extraordinary ability, blood absorption. Talent, Tiger King Berserk transformation. Grade A, gains a trace of demonic power and mutates into a demon tiger. Skill 1, Kanglan Fury Strike. Grade B, energy shockwave, range of 1,000 meters. Skill 2, Wings of the Tiger. Grade C, gains the ability to fly. Skill 3, Thunder Tiger Soul. Grade A, Kanglan tiger's true form, releases area-wide lightning damage. A rare-class beast in a severely injured state. Yang Ming's heart raced. This was undoubtedly a perfect hunting opportunity. Not only could he secure the level 4 resource field, but he could also claim the rare-class beast's body, a chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the Kanglan tiger's attributes were undeniably impressive. Most importantly, it had already awakened extraordinary powers, signifying its progress on the path of extraordinary evolution. Such strength was indeed intimidating. An ordinary person might retreat in fear, but Yang Ming, who had awakened the SS grade talent, Divine Possession, felt a surge of anticipation instead. With the Kanglan tiger in a weakened state, when else would he have such an opportunity? He immediately gave the order. Everyone fall back to a distance of 3,000 meters and await further instructions. Do not act without my command. Once his subordinates had withdrawn, Yang Ming approached the Kanglan tiger directly. With its heightened sense of smell, the beast quickly detected his presence. A low, menacing growl rumbled from its throat, but Yang Ming ignored it and continued forward. Seeing that its warning was ineffective, the massive tiger spoke in a deep, commanding voice. "Foolish human, do you wish to die? Leave now, or this queen will devour you whole." Although he had been aware that rare-class beasts could speak, Yang Ming remained cautious. He stopped 300 meters away from the Kanglan tiger, maintaining a safe distance. Yang Ming clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and silently chanted a prayer, deciding to unleash his SS-level talent, Divine Possession, with full force even before the battle began. As the talent activated, a surge of power, far surpassing anything he had felt before, coursed through his body. Thanks to the combat experience he had gained in recent days and the nourishment from exotic beast meat, his combat strength had already risen to 242 points, allowing him to bear an even greater divine power. Suddenly, a bold yet sorrowful voice echoed in his ears. "Loyalty unto death, my lord. Fear not. Fight to the very end. Retreat is not an option." A vivid vision appeared before his eyes. He seemed to see a battlefield, a mighty warrior, unarmed, standing alone against an overwhelming army. Even surrounded and drenched in blood, the man radiated an aura of invincibility. It was Dianwei, the valiant warrior who sacrificed his life to protect HuaXia. Yang Ming's combat strength index skyrocketed, surging from 242 to an astonishing 595 points. However, as his consciousness connected with Dianwei's, a deep sorrow and rage welled up within him. If only Dianwei had possessed armor and a formidable weapon back then, he might not have fallen in battle. This unyielding regret and fury made Yang Ming roar in anguish for Dianwei, his blood boiling with battle intent. The rift blade was unsheathed, ringing out with a crisp chime as lightning coiled around its blade. The divine power blazing in Yang Ming's eyes made the Kanglan tiger across from him involuntarily shudder. The rare beast could not comprehend how this insignificant ant before it had suddenly erupted with such terrifying power. "Beast, come at me." Yang Ming stepped forward, instantly crossing a distance of 300 meters to appear behind the Kanglan tiger. Thunder slash. The searing blade, crackling with the power of lightning, slashed toward the beast. Even heavily injured, the rare-level beast's ferocity remained undiminished. It spun around abruptly, raising its 50-centimeter-long paw to counter the attack. With a deafening crash, energy rippled outward, shattering the ground. A massive 10-meter crater, formed beneath Yang Ming's feet from the impact. Refusing to give the beast a moment to recover, Yang Ming immediately activated his second skill, Heavenly Thunder Flash. Lightning exploded outward from him, spreading in all directions. The sudden change strike caught the Kanglen tiger off guard. The beast, already bearing a gaping wound on its abdomen, now bled profusely. Human, you've completely enraged me. I'll devour you. The Kanglen tiger roared in fury, unleashing its ultimate skill, Thunder Tiger Spirit. The once clear sky was suddenly filled with thunderous roars as a massive bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the Kanglen tiger squarely. Human, you have successfully caught my attention. The massive figure of the Kanglen tiger slowly rose before Yang Ming, its towering body reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Before Yang Ming could react, a colossal tiger paw came crashing down, slamming into the ground and leaving a deep pit 3 meters wide. Using his agile footwork, Yang Ming dodged left and right, constantly searching for an opening to counterattack. Yet every time he struck, he realized his attacks barely fazed the Kanglen tiger. Human, are you just an insect? All you do is run. The Kanglen tiger roared furiously. Suddenly, arcs of lightning surged around its massive body. The technique bore a striking resemblance to Yang Ming's Thunder Flash, but it was far more powerful. The Kanglen tiger could effortlessly shape the lightning into various forms of attack. Let's see where you can run now. Before the words had fully echoed, countless tiger-shaped lightning spirits materialized and lunged at Yang Ming from every direction. Even with his strength, Yang Ming struggled to fend off the relentless assault. Even a rare-class beast in an injured state is this troublesome? Yang Ming muttered to himself as he retreated, thinking hard. His Thunder Slash and Thunder Flash techniques couldn't penetrate the beast's defenses. His only hope lay in the Thunder King Slash, but that would be a decisive, all-or-nothing strike. At that moment, Dianwei's voice resonated in Yang Ming's mind. Boy, your blade technique is disgraceful. Under Dianwei's precise guidance, Yang Ming began to turn the tide of the battle. One well-aimed strike after another caused the Kanglen tiger to roar in pain, and the odds, originally stacked 60-40 against him, began to shift in his favor. With Dianwei's mentoring, Yang Ming's combat skills rapidly improved, even earning the admiration of the ancient warrior. However, the repeatedly wounded Kanglen tiger finally entered a berserk state. Human, I will end you, it roared, opening its massive jaws to unleash a ferocious energy blast, hurtling straight toward Yang Ming. Kanglen fury. With a furious roar, the ground within a kilometer radius instantly cracked open, forming a deep abyss. Yang Ming narrowly dodged to the side, his heart pounding as he stared at the gaping chasm beside him. The Kanglen tiger was now severely weakened, its eyes bloodshot and its mind increasingly clouded. A flicker of hope sparked in Yang Ming's heart. Victory was within reach as long as he could endure for a few more hours. After 3 grueling hours of attrition, the Kanglen tiger's injuries worsened. Its roars grew increasingly frenzied, laced with madness. It had completely lost its reason, letting out a deafening cry to the heavens. Human, today you must die. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. A dazzling light erupted from the tiger's back, forming a pair of glowing wings. This was the class skill wings of the tiger. With an earth-shaking roar, the Kanglen tiger's wings flapped, propelling it forward at a speed 2 or 3 times faster than before. In that instant, Yang Ming's heart sank, knew he could no longer evade the attack. Then I'll fight to the end. A glint of determination flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. As the Kanglen tiger lunged toward him, he leaned back sharply, gripping his rift blade tightly. With a swift, sliding maneuver, he slipped beneath the tiger's belly. Thunder King Slash. In an instant, his mastery-level skill erupted. The rift blade slashed upward from below, tearing through the tiger's abdomen. A piercing sound of flesh ripping echoed as blood sprayed, and the massive body of the Kanglen tiger collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amid weak, mournful cries, the Kanglen tiger tried several times to stand, but its grievous injuries proved too much. Finally, it succumbed, exhaling its last breath in unwilling defeat. Haha, I actually managed to take down a rare-class beast with my own hands. Yang Ming slumped to the ground, a victorious smile spreading across his face. After all, in the entirety of Blue Star's 10086 Novice Zone, there wasn't a second person capable of solo hunting a rare-class beast. The system immediately broadcast a server-wide announcement, congratulating Yang Ming on becoming the first lord in the Novice Zone to slay a rare-class beast. He was rewarded with a diamond treasure chest and the title Tiger Knight. Another announcement quickly followed, recognizing him for setting the record for the fastest rare-class beast kill on Blue Star. He received an emerald treasure chest and the title Global Sensation. The public chat channel fell into stunned silence. This was a rare-class beast that even king-tier lords wouldn't dare challenge without a team of 3. Yet Yang Ming, only 18 years old, had single-handedly slain it in the novice zone. Yang Ming had no idea how much of a sensation the two global announcements earlier had caused. At this moment, his entire focus was on the massive corpse of the Kanglan tiger before him. My goodness! Yang Ming's eyes widened. This tiger must weigh at least 10 tons. He quickly calculated the potential value of this fearsome beast, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Instinctively, he activated the system's scanning function, which immediately provided detailed information about the Kanglan tiger's essence meat. Name: Kanglan tiger essence meat. Quality: rare. Description: consuming it increases combat power by 50,100 points. Special traits: guarantees awakening of a new talent above grade C, with a chance to acquire extraordinary lightning abilities. It can boost combat power this much? Yang Ming's heart raced. In the multiverse battlefield, consuming exotic beast meat had always been one of the best ways to enhance one's strength, though the effects varied from person to person. Some could gain 1 or 2 points of combat power from a single pound, while others needed to consume over 10 pounds for only a slight improvement. Everyone, come over here. Yang Ming called out to the soldiers of the White Tiger Legion who were on standby outside. Shortly after, Zhang Lingfeng arrived with his men. Zhang Lingfeng, figure out a way to bind this Kanglan tiger's corpse and transport it back to the territory later. Yes, my lord. With that task assigned, Yang Ming turned his attention to the Tier 4 resource field. His eyes scanned the lakebed, and soon he spotted a large patch of shimmering golden stones. The system instantly displayed the information. Name: Golden Mine Lake. Quality: rare. Storage: 1 ton. Description: a lake rich in gold deposits. Once mined, new gold veins will regenerate monthly. Gold mines? Yang Ming's eyes lit up. This was precisely what HuaXia City needed to perfect its monetary system. Claiming this resource would not only produce a significant amount of gold coins, but also offer the rare advantage of monthly regeneration. When the system prompted, would you like to claim the Tier 4 resource field, Golden Mine Lake? Yang Ming confirmed without hesitation. The system promptly announced, claim successful, national fortune points 600. With the battle and resource acquisition complete, Yang Ming, exhausted, sat down to rest. He could feel his strength had grown. This battle with the Kanglan tiger, combined with General Dianwei's guidance, has increased my combat power by at least 20 points. Taking advantage of the break, he opened his attributes panel. Name: Yang Ming. Age: 18. Gender: male. Preference: female. Combat power: 292. Title: Global Sensation, additional 25 combat power points. Identity: Lord of HuaXia City, favored by the goddess of love. Talent: Supreme Overlord, divine possession. Skill: Thunder Tyrant / mastery level. Overall, my combat power is decent, and my abilities are well-rounded, Yang Ming reflected. The only weakness is the lack of skills I've mastered. He pondered silently. Each day, I must ask myself, have I trained enough? Have I grown stronger? Have I strived for greatness? This battle with the Kanglan tiger had taught him a vital lesson. Mastery of skills was the key to victory. Skill proficiency was categorized into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection, and transcendence. Each level of improvement would significantly amplify a skill's power. The power of a skill is closely tied to its level of mastery. A proficient level grade skill is often more destructive than a beginner level grade skill. Following this logic, a grade skill perfected to an extraordinary level could even rival the might of its grade skill. This explains why the Thunder Tyrant Slash is far more powerful than Thunder Slash and Sky Thunder Flash. The Thunder Tyrant Slash is at the proficient level, with room for improvement. In contrast, the Thunder Slash and Sky Thunder Flash attached to the weapon are only at the beginner level, with no potential for further mastery, which limits their maximum power. To become a true powerhouse, one must master multiple formidable combat techniques, Yang Ming resolved, planning the direction of his future training. After resting for 10 minutes, Yang Ming stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. He then summoned Zhang Lingfeng and issued a solemn order. Lead the White Tiger Legion to defend this location. Ensure the protection of this Grade 4 resource field and the Golden Mine Lake. Lord, I will not fail your trust. Zhang Lingfeng responded firmly, standing tall and resolute. Do your best. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder. Just as he was about to leave, a faint tiger's roar reached his ears. The sound made Yang Ming's eyes light up. Had previously slain a mother Kanglan tiger. Could this sound be? Following the direction of the noise, he pushed through layers of grass and indeed found 4 Kanglan tiger cubs that had yet to open their eyes. No wonder that mother tiger was so weak, Yang Ming realized, carefully picking up the 4 cubs. As rare-grade beasts, these cubs, if successfully raised, could become 4 formidable warriors for HuaXia City. Imagining himself riding a majestic Kanglan tiger in the future, Yang Ming couldn't help but smile with excitement. With the 4 tiger cubs in tow, Yang Ming ordered 1,000 soldiers to transport the carcass of the Kanglan tiger, making their way back to HuaXia City in a grand procession. As the massive body was hauled through the city gates, it caused an immediate sensation. The enormous beast, standing 7 to 8 meters tall and weighing over 10 tons, left all the residents in awe. What kind of monster is this? My goodness, our Lord managed to hunt down such a terrifying beast. This must be a rare grade beast. Even a border city with a population of 100,000 would struggle to fend it off. With our Lord leading us, HuaXia City is as secure as a fortress. The residents engaged in fervent discussions, their faces glowing with pride. Upon returning to his territory, Ming ordered Yang Jian to handle the carcass of the Kanglan tiger while he focused on the arrangements for the 4 tiger cubs. After careful consideration, Ming decided to entrust the cubs to the care of the goddess of love, Aphrodite. He believed that under her nurturing, the young tigers would grow up surrounded by boundless affection. In the residential area filled with villas, Ming cradled 4 newborn Kanglan tiger cubs as he arrived in front of Aphrodite's villa. After lightly knocking on the door, a small blonde head peeked out through the crack. Upon recognizing the visitor, Aphrodite hurriedly swung the door open. She was dressed in a pure white dress, her golden hair cascading down to her waist, and her amber eyes shimmering with surprise. Even without any makeup, the goddess of love and beauty radiated an astonishingly breathtaking charm. My lord, what brings you here? Please come in. She stepped aside to invite Ming into her villa. Ming settled onto the sofa, his gaze sweeping around the room. Are you comfortable living here? Aphrodite nervously clutched the hem of her dress, standing timidly in front of him. Yes, I've never slept in such a comfortable bed before. Thank you so much, my lord, for taking in me and my mother. Ming gently placed the tiger cubs on the floor. Their eyes were still closed, and they could only lie there, letting out faint cries. My lord, these are? Aphrodite asked curiously, staring at the little creatures on the ground. I'd like to ask you to take care of these 4 tiger cubs, Ming said directly. What? But I've never taken care of tigers before, and they're so tiny, I'm afraid. It's fine. All you need to do is hold them while they sleep and feed them on time. Ming reassured her. Aphrodite's face turned a light shade of red as she whispered, But, my lord, I'm only 14 years old. I don't have any milk. Ming quickly clarified, You misunderstood. I'll arrange for someone to deliver animal milk. You just need to feed them with a bottle. I see. I'll do my best to raise them, Aphrodite said, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Having explained everything, Ming stood up and left, heading straight for the territory's main gate. There, Fifan stood motionless, like a statue. Ever since being sent by the evil sheep priest, he had maintained this posture. Aren't you tired of standing like that all the time? Ming asked as he approached him. Fifan slowly opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. I'm used to it. I died a long time ago. Now I survive on the power of an evil god. I don't need to eat, drink, or sleep. I could stand like this for a year without feeling anything. Why don't you try to become a normal human again and live a normal life? Ming scratched his head and asked. Fifan remained silent. Seeing him remain silent, Ming pressed on. I spoke with the goat demon yesterday. You're no longer the guardian of the evil god. So, how about it? Interested in joining my army and leading some troops? Fifan stood there, his face, calm like still water, finally showing a ripple of emotion. Trembling, he said, It doesn't matter to me. But if the evil god dies, I will die with him. I advise you not to waste your efforts on me. At best, I'm just a talking puppet. In his memory, the days before meeting Ming were a blur. He wandered aimlessly near the evil god's altar, patrolling like a true puppet, repeating the same routine day after day, year after year, for who knows how long. Ming reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. One day, I'll find a way to turn you back into a human. This sentence seemed to strike the softest part of Fifan's heart. His body trembled, and he raised his head to stare straight at Ming. Summoning all his strength, he uttered a single word. All right. A system notification immediately chimed. Ding, Fifan's loyalty to you has increased to 80 points. Ming patted his shoulder again and smiled. From now on, don't just stand foolishly at the city gate. I'll arrange a villa for you. Live like a normal person with meals, work, baths, sleep, and entertainment. You won't lack anything. But, Fifan hesitated. No buts, Ming interrupted. Think about it carefully. In this world, there must be something you can't bear to part with, right? Fifan lowered his gaze and said softly, Yes, I want to go back to my hometown, to light incense at my parents' graves, and I really enjoy drinking. All of that will happen. For now, at least, you'll have as much wine as you want, Ming assured him. Thank you. Fifan's voice was already choked with emotion. Another system notification sounded. Ding, Fifan's loyalty to you has reached 100 points. Reward, 40 national fortune points. After settling Yang Fifin into his new home, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's manor. Lilith and Lilia had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The aromas of fish, green beef, and vegetable salad filled the air. Just as Yang Ming was enjoying the meal, a loud rumble of hunger broke the silence. He looked up to see Lilia's face turning red. Lilia, haven't you eaten yet? Yang Ming asked. Lilith quickly explained, Lord, we wouldn't dare eat before you returned. As maids, we mustn't eat before the master. Yang Ming chuckled. What kind of nonsense is that? Sit down. If you're hungry, let's eat together. No, no. Lilia shook her head firmly. How could we possibly sit at the same table as the Lord? That would break all the rules. Here, we don't have such ridiculous rules. Sit down quickly and behave, Yang Ming said firmly. Lilith and Lilia exchanged glances before finally complying, bringing over 2 chairs. They sat down at the dining table cautiously, their bodies stiff as if they were perched on a bed of hot coals. The 2 sisters nervously eyed the dishes in front of them, hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. Go ahead, eat. Just treat this place like your home, Yang Ming said, skillfully placing a piece of premium-grade meat on each of their plates. Encouraged by his words, the sisters finally took tentative bites. Wow, this is delicious, Lilia exclaimed after tasting the bear paw meat. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a joyful smile spread across her face. So this is what premium-grade beast meat tastes like, Lilith said in awe, as though she had stumbled upon a new discovery. Yang Ming was taken aback by their reactions. You don't cook this for yourselves? The kitchen is stocked with so many ingredients, including at least 7 or 8 types of premium-grade beast meat. No, we don't, Lilith replied, shaking her head. Then what do you usually eat? He asked. Just plain rice and vegetables, Lilith answered softly. Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. With so many premium ingredients in the kitchen, why don't you cook some for yourselves? The sisters answered in unison. How could we? Lord, we're just your maids. How could we be worthy of eating such precious ingredients? In that moment, Yang Ming truly understood the nature of these sisters. Despite working in the Lord's kitchen for so long, they had never once taken even a small taste. Their blend of naivety and loyalty only made Yang Ming like them even more. From now on, you're free to cook and eat anything from the kitchen without asking me first. Got it? Yang Ming said seriously. Really? Are we really allowed to? Lilia asked, disbelief evident in her voice. Of course you are, Yang Ming replied with a firm nod. He knew very well that these sisters, with their unwavering loyalty, were completely trustworthy. Thank you, Lord, the 2 sisters said gratefully, their gratitude heartfelt and sincere. The next morning, just as the sun began to rise, Yang Ming was already up and had finished washing up. After enjoying the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilith, he headed straight to the training grounds. The expansive training grounds echoed with the synchronized shouts of the soldiers in training. Hundreds of warriors stood in formation, their voices ringing out in unison, ha, 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 hey-ha, hey-ha, in one-to-one march. The sounds overlapped, brimming with strength and energy. It was the 17th day since Yang Ming had arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races. Currently, HuaXia City was in the process of occupying resource fields on a large scale, which had led to a slight shortage of troops within the city. Fortunately, food supplies were abundant, making it an ideal time to expand the army. Just as Yang Ming was preparing to summon new soldiers, Yang Jian approached quickly, his expression serious. My lord, I have a humble request. Speak, Yang Ming replied, sizing up the general in front of him. Over the past few weeks, Yang Jian had undergone a significant transformation. His combat strength had risen to 196 points, his potential had reached 4 stars, and his loyalty remained steadfast at over 100. His innate skill, one final push, had advanced to grade B, allowing him to boost his troops' attack, defense, and speed for 2 minutes, while also granting himself a stronger under pressure state for 10 minutes. I would like to lead the Azure Dragon Legion out of the city to hunt and occupy resource fields. This will provide the soldiers with more opportunities for real combat experience, Yang Jian said, clasping his fists in salute. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. As the commander of the Azure Dragon Legion, it's good that you have such ideas. As long as your decisions benefit the soldiers, proceed boldly. I look forward to seeing you become the pillar of HuaXia City. With the Lord's approval, Yang Jian gave a crisp military salute and immediately led the Azure Dragon Legion out on their mission. After they departed, Yang Ming began a new round of summoning. A dazzling white light flashed, and 10,000 newly recruited soldiers appeared in perfect formation on the training grounds. Adding these to the existing 15,000 troops, the total strength of HuaXia City's army now reached 25,000. The new soldiers knelt in unison, their voices thunderous. Greetings, my lord. We pledge to serve you with unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of our lives. Good, stand up. This is your new home, Yang Ming said with satisfaction, gesturing for the crowd to quiet down. Amid the expectant gazes of the soldiers, Yang Ming announced a new reward system. Starting today, any soldier whose combat strength surpasses 60 points will receive 5 pounds of premium-grade exotic beast meat, 5 bottles of fine wine, and 5 packs of cigarettes. Those who exceed 70 points will see their rewards doubled to 10 pounds of exotic beast meat, 7 bottles of fine wine, and 7 packs of cigarettes. Those who break the 80-point combat power threshold will be rewarded with 1 pound of rare-grade exotic beast meat, 9 bottles of fine wine, and 9 packs of cigarettes. Yang Ming's strategy was a bold and decisive move, directly targeting the weaknesses of battle-hardened warriors. Long live the Lord! The seasoned warriors erupted in enthusiastic cheers upon hearing the announcement. The new recruits, on the other hand, stood frozen in disbelief, as if they had been transported to paradise, struggling to process the moment. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming was fully geared up and ready to lead his team out of the city. This mission had 2 objectives. First, to seize more resource fields, and second, to enhance his own strength. To meet the requirements for upgrading to a king-level territory, he still needed 8 level 3 resource fields. Yang Ming resolved to accomplish this goal today. With the blue crystal core scheduled to refresh tomorrow, his plan was to secure enough resource fields today and focus on obtaining the core tomorrow. By doing so, he could establish the first king-level territory the day after, setting a record for unparalleled speed in Blue Star's history. It's time to show the world the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Yang Ming mounted his black horse and led his 3,000 warriors into the wilderness. Brothers, today's mission is to capture at least 8 level 3 resource fields. In the battlefield of all races, time was life. Any moment of stagnation could lead to being surpassed by others. After yesterday's battle, Yang Ming's combat power had reached 292 points, making the conquest of level 3 resource fields a manageable task for him. System notifications chimed one after another. Ding, you have captured a level 3 resource field, Crystal Wheat Field. Reward: 200 points of national fortune. Ding, you have captured a level 3 resource field, Ironblood Forest. Reward: 200 points of national fortune. By sunset, the 8th level 3 resource field was finally secured. With that, all the requirements for upgrading to a king-level territory except for the blue crystal core and necessary buildings had been fulfilled. A brand new king-level territory was about to be born in Yang Ming's hands. Another day flew by in the blink of an eye. Today marked the 18th day since Yang Ming arrived on the battlefield of myriad races. 3 days ago, Yang Ming had learned from the evil sheep priest that blue crystal cores would respawn today at coordinates 758, 2569. Given the considerable distance to the location and the need to use a teleportation scroll, he decided to go alone. With his current strength, he was confident he could retreat unscathed even if he encountered a rare-class beast. After breakfast and his routine patrol of HuaXia City, Yang Ming pulled out the teleportation scroll he had exchanged for 20 pounds of excellent-grade beast meat the previous night. He swiftly input the coordinates 758, 2569, and a dazzling white light engulfed him. A brief wave of dizziness passed, and Yang Ming found himself standing on an altar where ordinary firewood burned. Below the altar knelt a group of stunning young elf maidens, their hands clasped in prayer. Merciful goddess of nature, we beseech you to continue protecting us and help us escape this calamity. As Yang Ming prepared to step down from the altar, his right foot accidentally kicked a stone. The faint sound startled the elves below. Who are you? A human? How could a human enter the Star Spirit Forest? Could it be that the goddess of nature has sent a brave warrior? The elf maidens exclaimed in amazement. A green-haired, point-eared elf with delicate wings approached him. Dear human stranger, why have you descended upon this altar? Could it be that you are truly the warrior sent by the goddess of nature to aid us? Just as Yang Ming was about to respond, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Honorable Lord Yang Ming, you have triggered a level quest. Guidance of the goddess of nature. Quest objective: help the elf maidens overcome their plight. Quest reward: unknown. Suspecting that the quest might be connected to the crystal core, Yang Ming accepted it without hesitation. He leapt down from the altar and said, Yes, I am here to help you. Tell me what troubles you, and I will do everything in my power to resolve it. The elf maidens were overjoyed at his words, their faces lighting up with excitement. One particularly adorable girl with twin ponytails even began to hop up and down, blushing as she looked at Yang Ming. This is wonderful. Finally, a strong man willing to help us. Continue our lineage. Yang Ming. Sorry, I must have misunderstood. With that, he turned around and walked away. I, Yang Ming, am not the kind of person who would sell my body just to complete a mission. Yang Ming snorted coldly, his face resolute. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a sudden warning from the system echoed in his mind. If you leave this place, it will be considered as voluntarily abandoning the mission, and you will never be able to enter the Starry Spirit Forest again. This warning made Yang Ming pause in his tracks. To obtain the crystal core, he had no choice but to turn back. Facing the group of beautiful elven women before him, each with her own unique charm, he straightened his expression and said seriously, I can help you with any other difficulties, but producing offspring is out of the question. Ah, what a pity! The elven girls around him sighed in unison. Whether it was the tall and elegant elven lady, the haughty and youthful elf, the graceful elven matron, the adorable elf girl, or the charming elven maiden, all of their faces showed disappointment. A green-haired elf girl stepped forward and said, Brave warrior, please come back to the village with us to meet the elder. She will explain the details of the task to you. All right then. For the sake of the blue crystal core, Yang Ming reluctantly agreed. Led by the elven girls, they arrived at a village that seemed straight out of a fairy tale. The area was adorned with vibrant flowers and filled with the sounds of birds chirping. Towering trees surrounded the village, and the elves' homes were nestled beneath them grass huts, naturally woven from green vines. The air carried a sweet and pleasant fragrance. Yang Ming looked around and noticed that all the residents were female elves. There wasn't a single male in sight. Is this some sort of elven version of the kingdom of women? He wondered to himself. The green-haired elf pointed to the largest grass hut ahead and said, The elder lives there. If she learns that the goddess of nature has sent a brave warrior to help us, she will be overjoyed. Entering the humble yet clean grass hut, Yang Ming finally met the elven elder. Despite her silver hair, her youthful face resembled that of a young maiden. This made Yang Ming realize that the elven race seemed immune to aging, retaining their youthful appearance even in death. Upon learning of Yang Ming's identity, the elder was visibly excited. A human warrior from Afar, you've truly arrived? Yang Ming asked with a hint of doubt. You knew I was coming? The elder nodded and explained, Yes, 3 days ago. I received guidance from the goddess of nature in a dream. She told me a powerful human warrior would arrive to help us through this existential crisis. 3 days ago? Yang Ming frowned. That was exactly when the evil ram priest had given him the coordinates. What kind of crisis are you facing? He asked. A worried expression crossed the elder's face. The starry spirit forest has been tainted by a strange and ominous force. We can no longer approach it. Noticing Yang Ming's questioning look, she continued. Our elven tribe has lived in this village for generations, surviving under the protection of the goddess of nature. Her sacred statue is enshrined within the starry spirit forest, and we must regularly perform rituals there. However, a month ago, a sinister force began corrupting the entire forest. The elven chief, with a face full of sorrow and a voice choked with emotion, recounted their plight to Yang Ming. Without the protection of the goddess of nature, the delicate elven maidens would struggle to survive on the perilous battlefield of myriad races. If I solve the pollution problem in the star spirit forest, I can help you overcome this crisis, right? Yang Ming quickly pinpointed the crux of the issue. Yes, brave one. The elven chief confirmed with a nod. Then tell me the exact location of the star spirit forest, and I'll set out immediately, Yang Ming said firmly. He had a hunch this matter was connected to the blue crystal core and wanted to investigate as soon as possible. The elven chief kindly asked if he needed to rest, but Yang Ming shook his head in refusal. He already had a plan in mind. If he encountered an elite-class beast, he would strike it down in one blow. If it was a rare-class beast, he would retreat immediately. Engaging in a hopeless battle when the odds were overwhelmingly against him would only result in unnecessary sacrifice. Brave one, please accept this gift, the elven chief said, retrieving a pure black straight blade from an ancient, dust-covered iron chest. Demon Slayer blade. Quality: elite class. Description: a blade that once slaughtered 10,000 demons, downgraded from rare class to elite class due to severe damage. Skill: damaged. Note: if reforged by a skilled blacksmith, it may be restored to a rare class weapon. Yang Ming's eyes lit up as he took the treasured blade. Rest assured, I will solve the pollution problem in the Star Spirit Forest. Since he had accepted their gift, he was determined to fulfill his promise. Following the elven chief's directions, Yang Ming headed west. The entire village of elven maidens came out to see him off, calling out phrases like, Brave one, please return safely. They held great respect for this courageous warrior. Yang Ming simply waved at them and set off alone. The further he walked, the more beautiful the scenery became, with the fresh air invigorating his spirit. About 500 meters into his journey, an unexpected sight made him stop in his tracks. A pepper tree, standing 2.5 meters tall, appeared amidst the grass, its branches laden with red and green peppers. Exquisite class vegetable? Rainbow peppers? Yang Ming's DNA seemed to ignite with excitement as he began calculating how to transplant this pepper tree to his own territory. Driven by his farming instincts, Yang Ming pulled out an iron pickaxe, bent down, and began digging into the soil. The chili tree before him was a treasure for anyone who loved spicy food, and since HuaXia City had yet to cultivate chili plants, It was the perfect opportunity to transplant it back home. Carefully, Yang Ming dug around the plant, and before long, he had successfully unearthed the entire high-grade chili tree intact. These advanced crops were known for their resiliency. If he could transplant it smoothly today and add some fertilizer, it would thrive just as well in a new environment. Dusting the dirt off his hands, Yang Ming continued on his way. But soon, something remarkable caught his attention. Rare crops appeared one after another. Sweet and juicy sugar tangerines, precious high-grade fish mint, and even frost wheat that could grow in extreme cold. Embracing the role of a diligent farmer, Yang Ming dug up every edible and plantable crop he encountered, quickly filling his storage to the brim. As he ventured deeper, the quality of the plants noticeably improved, signaling that the star spirit forest was close by. Known as one of the dwelling places of the goddess of nature, the flora in this area was extraordinary. However, Yang Ming also noticed something unusual the closer he got to the forest. The fewer traces of wild animals he saw, as if all creatures were avoiding something in fear. 5 minutes later, a breathtakingly beautiful forest came into view. This was the legendary Star Spirit Forest. However, about 20 to 30 meters from the forest's edge, Yang Ming witnessed an unexpected sight. Hordes of demons pacing back and forth. It was his first time seeing the demon race in person, and their appearances were bizarre and grotesque. Some were tall and intimidating, others were as small as dwarfs, and some were unrecognizable hybrids. All of them were hideous. A rough estimate put their numbers at over 10,000, though most were ordinary rank foot soldiers, with only about 1/10 being high-grade demons. Yang Ming quickly pieced together the situation. The pollution of the Star Spirit Forest was likely tied to this group of demons. If he could locate and eliminate their leader, the mission would be complete. With the divine power of lightning, a force of pure yang and righteous energy, dealing with these vile demons wasn't a difficult task. However, to avoid alerting them prematurely, Yang Ming decided to first uncover the mastermind behind it all. Such a large gathering of demons was clearly being orchestrated by someone. Following the movement patterns of the demon troops, Yang Ming tracked them in the opposite direction and soon discovered their base of operations. To his surprise and delight, he also found that the blue crystal core refresh point, a key target of his mission, was hidden right within the heart of the demon base. Yang Ming surveyed the demonic army before him. Over 100 elite-grade demons were arranged in a neat phalanx, with 3 outstanding grade demon leaders standing proudly at the forefront. For an average novice lord, this army would be enough to strike fear into their hearts. But in Yang Ming's eyes, they were nothing more than mediocre opponents. To ensure everything went smoothly, Yang Ming pulled up the information panel for the demon stronghold and reviewed it carefully. A special grade territory belonging to a lord named Jack, spanning 3 million square meters, housing 12,000 demons, and featuring 1 level 3 building and 10 level 2 buildings. Not the brightest demons, Yang Ming assessed silently. They don't even understand the basics of construction. Though the army's numbers were impressive, he decided to avoid unnecessary losses by seeking reinforcements. Opening the chat system, Yang Ming entered the Dawn chat group. The group was bustling with activity, as the other 10 members were enthusiastically discussing their progress. Some were boasting about newly acquired level 3 resource fields, while others shared news of developing a mage hero with 3 grade skills and a combat power of 165. Everyone in the group admired Yang Ming, considering him the hope of HuaXia. Yang Ming directly tagged all members. I found a refresh point for a blue crystal core. I need assistance. Who's available to teleport here and help grab the core? As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted into excitement. Even those who were offline quickly logged in to respond, and newcomers with a combat power of only 126 eagerly volunteered. Yang Ming shared the coordinates without hesitation and mentioned that lower-powered members could take on support roles. Before long, a flash of white light appeared, and the first supporter teleported in front of Yang Ming. It was a girl with a ponytail, standing about 1.6 meters tall. Her face was lively and mischievous, with a strikingly attractive appearance. Yang Ming, the legend himself. Hi, I'm Huang Lu. It's such a thrill to finally meet you in person, the girl greeted enthusiastically. Hello, Yang Ming replied simply. Huang Lu hopped over to stand in front of Yang Ming, a playful smile on her face. Wow, big shot. I didn't realize you were so young. I thought you were almost 30. Are you still in school in real life? Yang Ming nodded slightly. Yeah, I haven't even finished my first year of college. No way. Huang Lu's eyes lit up. I'm in my 3rd year in real life. If we ever make it back to Blue Star, how about grabbing a meal together? Let's see if we get the chance, Yang Ming replied nonchalantly. Huang Lu was about to say more when flashes of light signaled the arrival of others. One by one, they appeared in the area by Shueji, Zhang Wei, Chen Zhanbei, Ming Tian, Chunihan. As soon as they saw Yang Ming, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Ming got straight to the point. Everyone, do you see that demon territory ahead? The refresh point for the blue crystal core is inside. All eyes turned to the demon stronghold. Huang Lu couldn't help but swallow nervously. You've got to be kidding me. A height-tier demon territory? Look at that army of demons, and there are 3 elite demon leaders. Anyone who goes in there is as good as dead. HuaXia glanced at Yang Ming. Do you have a plan? It's simple, Yang Ming said. You guys handle the regular demons, and he'll take care of the 3 elite leaders. Huang Lu chuckled. I brought Nico along. She has 3 tire abilities, 2 of which are perfect for dealing with hordes of enemies. Behind her stood a graceful elven woman, clad in a flowing blue mage's robe, holding a staff. The others quickly shared their abilities as well. Chun Zhanbei would focus on clearing out the smaller demons. Ming Tian's hero unit was a heavy tank capable of absorbing damage, and Chen Yihan specialized in healing and support. Within 10 minutes, everyone had their roles assigned. Yang Ming nodded. Huang Lu and Bai Xueji start with long-range attacks. Try to lure them out. Got it. The 2 responded in unison. Though Huang Lu wasn't particularly strong herself, her hero unit, the elven mage Nico, was a force to be reckoned with. At Huang Lu's command, Nico stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the grotesque forms within the demon territory, some with 3 heads and 6 arms, others gliding through the air, and many with razor-sharp fangs. They all towered over humans in size. Nico raised her staff and began chanting, her voice steady and resonant. Ice and frost, blessings of the magical incanter. I call upon the spirits of nature to grant me strength. Second-tier magic. Winter's descent. As her staff swept through the air, the temperature plummeted. Massive shards of ice rained down from the sky, freezing a portion of the demons in place. On the other side of the battlefield, Bai Xueji moved swiftly, drawing her snow bow with precision. She stood firmly, pulling the bowstring taut, the arrow aimed directly at the densest part of the demon territory. With a sharp whooshing sound, the arrow shot forth, transforming midair into a flurry of snow and ice. As it descended into the demon ranks, it suddenly split into hundreds of icy arrows, raining down densely upon the ground. Piercing screams echoed across the battlefield. A well-armored demon was struck directly in the head, its skull shattered. The sudden attack threw the demons into chaos as they frantically scanned their surroundings, searching for the unseen assailant. Huang Lu seized the opportunity and immediately commanded the elf Nico, Sister Nico, keep launching magical attacks. Understood. Nico raised her staff, chanting spell after spell. One fireball after another roared through the air, exploding amidst the demon horde and turning the battlefield into a sea of flames. Should we take advantage of the chaos and attack now? I suggest we go on the offensive, Chun Zhanbei proposed. The group nodded in agreement. With the ranged support covering them, it was indeed the perfect moment to strike. Chun Zhanbei charged into the fray first, wielding an iron staff and wreaking havoc like a madman. In contrast, Zhang Wei and Ming Tian were more cautious, their every strike calculated and precise. Inside the Lord's mansion, in a pitch-black room, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly snapped open. They belonged to a man with a gloomy expression, who had caught the scent of humans and the metallic tang of blood. Why would humans attack at this moment? He muttered to himself. Could it be to stop me from reviving Vera? He approached a blood-red coffin, gently running his hand over its surface. Inside lay a pale-skinned girl. Vera, I will bring you back to life, even if it means sacrificing thousands upon thousands of lives. Anyone who dares to interfere will pay with their life. Casting one last glance at the girl in the coffin, the man turned and left the mansion. Outside, 3 towering, elite demons immediately knelt before him. Greetings, my lord. The lord waved his hand dismissively, his voice cold. Rise. There are intruders outside. Stall them at all costs. Even if you can't kill them, buy me enough time. Yes, my lord. The 3 demons responded in unison. Go, the 3 elite-grade demons said in unison. They rose and strode purposefully toward the battlefield. As soon as they stepped onto the battlefield, the 3 elite-grade demons halted, their sinister gazes locking onto Zhang Wei, Chun Zhanbei, and the others. Pathetic humans, how dare you invade the demons' territory? Are you tired of living? Their eyes gleamed with cruelty, as if they were already envisioning the scene of tearing the humans apart and devouring them. Zhang Wei was unfazed. With a swift slash, he effortlessly cut down 3 ordinary demons nearby. He raised his middle finger toward the elite-grade demons and taunted. Come on, hit me if you dare. This provocative gesture enraged the 3 elite-grade demons, especially the one with 3 heads and 6 arms. It roared in fury and charged forward. Although Zhang Wei's current strength was no match for an elite-grade demon, he remained calm. This was all part of the plan. The moment the elite-grade demon's attention was entirely focused on Zhang Wei, Yang Ming, who had been waiting in the shadows, finally made his move. Zap! The sound of crackling thunder erupted as Yang Ming dashed out from concealment, unleashing his most powerful technique without hesitation and advanced grade skill, the Thunder King Slash, mastered to perfection. Gripping his long sword with both hands, Yang Ming executed the most dazzling strike, just as Dian Wei had taught him the day before. In an instant, lightning burst forth, and one elite-grade demon was reduced to a heap of flesh. The sheer force of the electric current even struck several ordinary demons nearby. Despite his combat power being only 292, lower than the 325-360 range of an elite-grade demon, Yang Ming's ability to kill one in a single blow without invoking divine possession was remarkable. Not giving his enemies a moment to recover, he immediately launched an attack on the remaining two elite-grade demons. Demons, being a bloodthirsty race, were not deterred by the death of their companion. Instead, they became even more frenzied. Humans, bring it on! The two remaining elite-grade demons roared as they charged at him. Yang Ming faced the two alone, relying on his exceptional combat skills to withstand their relentless assaults. After half an hour of fierce fighting, he finally identified their weaknesses. Die! All of you, he bellowed. With a masterful strike, Yang Ming slew the remaining two elite-grade demons. However, the deaths of the three elite-grade demons did not signify the fall of the demon's territory. This could only mean that the true mastermind, the Lord of the demon territory, had yet to reveal themselves. After defeating three elite-level demons, Yang Ming headed straight to the Lord's mansion in the demon territory. With Zhang Wei and the others clearing out the minions on the outskirts, he reached his destination with ease. Looking up, he saw the mansion shrouded in a thick, oppressive black mist. Without hesitation, Yang Ming swung the rift blade, and a sharp streak of light instantly shattered the main door. A strong stench of blood filled the air, and the scene before him was horrifying. The ground was covered with white skeletal remains, piled high to form a bizarre altar. Atop the altar, a blood-red coffin stood out prominently. Surrounding the coffin were several blood pools, from which dark red blood continuously flowed into the coffin through some kind of strange mechanism. The setup resembled a sacrificial altar for an evil deity, clearly part of a resurrection ritual. Yang Ming cautiously scanned the surroundings and, confirming there was no immediate danger, approached the blood-red coffin. Just as he was about to pry open the coffin lid with his rift blade, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind the coffin. "Don't hurt my sister!" the figure shouted, lunging at Yang Ming. The slow attack posed no threat to Yang Ming. He was about to strike, but then noticed the attacker was a human boy of 15 or 16. The boy had eerie demonic markings on his forehead and blood-red eyes. Yang Ming sheathed his rift blade and effortlessly knocked him down with a light kick. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yang Ming demanded. The boy gritted his teeth in silence, struggling to get up. Yang Ming delivered another kick and warned, "Answer my question, or I'll slash open this coffin." "No, please don't," the boy cried out frantically. "My name is Jack. My sister Vera is inside the coffin. Please, I'm begging you. Don't destroy it. If you do, she'll die." It was only then that Yang Ming recalled the demon lord's name was also Jack. He found it hard to believe that the leader of the malevolent demon army was actually a frail human boy. "So you're saying all these bones on the ground are from the people you killed to resurrect your sister? How many have you murdered?" Yang Ming questioned coldly. Jack shook his head repeatedly. "No, I've never killed a human. These are the remains of beasts hunted by the demons under my orders." Yang Ming found himself in a difficult dilemma. Although he had never taken a life, he now had to resolve the pollution issue in the Starling Forest, which meant he had no choice but to take action against the demon territory. "Your demon territory has polluted the Starling Forest," Yang Ming said firmly, staring directly at Jack. "For the sake of protecting nature, I must destroy this place. That's the reason I'm here today." Yang Ming was well aware of the source of the pollution. Jack had released a significant amount of demonic energy during his attempt to resurrect his sister, Vera. Hearing this, Jack immediately fell to his knees, his voice filled with desperation. "My lord, please. My sister is only 1 day away from being revived. Give me just 1 more day, and I'll do anything in return." 1 day? Yang Ming frowned. For someone eager to upgrade his territory to a king-level domain, even an hour seemed too long to wait. At that moment, a system notification suddenly chimed. "Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering a B-level special mission. This mission offers high flexibility. You may choose from the following options. Reject Jack and destroy the demon stronghold. B. Agree to give him 1 more day. C. Demand a ransom or destroy the coffin. D. Assist in reviving Vera immediately." After careful consideration, Yang Ming chose the final option. "What are the requirements to revive your sister?" he asked. Jack froze for a moment before cautiously replying, "We still need the bodies of 2 high-quality exotic beasts as sacrifices. Give me a day, and I can send the demon army to hunt. Your 3 high-ranking demon leaders have already been eliminated by me," Yang Ming interrupted. "There's no need to wait. He'll handle it." With that, Yang Ming retrieved the bodies of a golden eagle and a 4-colored python from his system inventory. The massive corpses fell to the ground with a heavy thud, causing the earth to tremble. Jack stared in shock at the corpses that had appeared out of thin air. As a native of the battlefield of all races, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. After all, he didn't possess the privilege of a system inventory. Take them and revive your sister, Ming said, gesturing toward the bodies. My lord, Jack stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. I don't know your name, but if you can save my sister, I am willing to serve you for life. Ming nodded. Go ahead. Jack immediately summoned over a dozen ordinary demons to help carry the exotic beast corpses into the blood pool. As soon as the bodies entered the pool, they were dissolved by a mysterious force. The liquid in the blood pool turned an even brighter shade of crimson, and the blood flowed continuously into the coffin. Finally, the coffin began to emit an eerie red glow, as though something inside was awakening. The sound coming from the coffin made Jack shudder all over. He practically leaped toward it, his trembling hands swiftly removing the lid. What met his eyes was his long-lost sister, Vera, who was now slowly opening her eyes. Sister, are you awake? I finally brought you back to life. Jack burst into tears, his voice choked with emotion. Vera looked at her tear-streaked brother in confusion and softly asked, Brother, where are we? I remember. Wasn't I dead? Why am I lying in a coffin? Sister, let me explain everything slowly. Ming tactfully exited the room, leaving the reunited siblings to their private moment. As he stepped out of the Lord's manor, the battle outside was still raging. Zhang Wei, Chen Yihan, Bai Shueji, Meng Tian, and the others were locked in an intense fight against the demon army. Everyone, stop! Ming called out loudly. His command took immediate effect. Not only did the human side cease their attacks, but even the ferocious demon army obediently halted. Zhang Wei quickly approached Ming. Brother, what's going on? It's simple. I've subdued the demon lord, so now I can command these demons, Ming explained directly. Hearing this, everyone looked at him with admiration. Ming waved his hand dismissively. The battle is over now. Let's go harvest the blue crystal cores. All right. The group replied enthusiastically. Huang Lu and Bai Shueji, who had been casting spells from afar, also walked over. Huang Lu playfully gave Ming a bow. Wow, you're amazing. Securing the crystal cores without losing a single soldier. Next time something this good happens, you have to take me along. Next time for sure, Ming replied with a smile. The group, laughing and chatting, made their way to a large boulder near the Lord's manor. This was the refresh point for the blue crystal cores. There, a flawless, hexagonal crystal core shimmered with a mysterious blue light, crystal clear and radiating an alluring glow. Wow, it's so beautiful! Huang Lu exclaimed in awe. Ming carefully examined the core's attributes. Name: blue crystal core. Quality: legendary. Description: one of the essential materials for upgrading a king-level territory. Traits: non-tradable, cannot be acquired from others, binds to the collector upon gathering, and disappears upon the holder's death. Note: a maximum of 10 can be collected per day. As he gazed at the blue crystal core within arm's reach, a surge of excitement welled up in Ming's heart. Finally, the much-anticipated upgrade to the king-level territory was within reach. Ming stepped forward and gently touched the blue crystal core with both hands. The system's notification sound immediately chimed in. Do you want to occupy the blue crystal core refresh point? Yes, Ming responded decisively. Ding, occupation successful. You can now begin collecting blue crystal cores, with a limit of 10 pieces. With control secured, Ming swiftly cut 10 pieces of the crystal core and stopped, demonstrating rare restraint. Zhang Wei, Huang Lu, Chen Zhanbei, Bai Shueji, and the others stepped forward one by one to collect their share, soon all leaving with their hands full. Haha, we've got the blue crystal cores! Huang Lu exclaimed, hands on her hips as she tilted her head back in laughter. This lady is absolutely going to upgrade to a king-level territory within 30 days. Before her laughter faded, she suddenly feigned shyness, covering her mouth and saying, Oops, sorry, hee, I must have been mind-controlled just now. Drama queen, Ming thought to himself. To prevent them from interfering with his next plans, he issued a direct order. The mission is complete. You all can head back now. I have other matters to handle. Understanding the cue, everyone prepared to leave. However, just as Bai Shueji was about to use a teleportation scroll, Ming called out, Wait a moment. What is it? Bai Shueji, with her neatly cropped short hair, turned to ask. You mentioned earlier that someone high up in HuaXia has been turned. Have you identified the spy yet? Ming inquired. No, Bai Shueji shook her head. But you can start with Jibudwan. He and his family have pledged allegiance to the Zairizhi. Got it. You can go now. Ming gestured dismissively. Bai Shueji initially wanted to comment on his blunt tone when speaking to women but thought better of it. Someone achieving so much at just 18 years old probably wouldn't lack admirers. She chuckled at herself. then activated the teleportation scroll and left. Back at the Demon Territory's Lord's Manor, Yang Ming spotted Jack helping his younger sister Vera as they strolled in the sunlight. Upon seeing him, the siblings immediately bowed and expressed their gratitude. Jack, Yang Ming got straight to the point. Reviving Vera has caused severe pollution in the Star Spirit Forest. You need to address it as soon as possible. My apologies, Jack said remorsefully. I'll dismantle the Lord's Manor to let the pollution naturally dissipate. All right, make it quick, Yang Ming urged. All he wanted now was to complete the Star Spirit Forest mission and return to HuaXia City to upgrade his king-level territory. Jack demolished the Lord's mansion, effectively destroying the Demon Territory. As the dark structure crumbled to the ground, the pollution in the Star Spirit Forest was finally resolved. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on completing the level mission, Guidance of the Goddess of Nature. Mission reward. Your territory, HuaXia City, has now established a friendly diplomatic relationship with the Star Spirit Forest. You are now free to enter and leave the forest, and in times of danger, you can teleport here to seek the protection of the Goddess of Nature. This news made Yang Ming thoughtful. It seemed that the Star Spirit Forest, like the evil god's altar, was a divine domain. Establishing a cooperative relationship with a deity was undoubtedly a deal with no losses. Before heading back to HuaXia City, Yang Ming called Jack over. The demon commander bowed respectfully. My lord, do you have any orders? Take your demon army and head northwest. Once you reach the vicinity of HuaXia City, I will arrange for someone to meet you, Yang Ming instructed, fixing his gaze on Jack. Although Jack's personal strength wasn't remarkable, the demon army under his command was perfectly suited for guarding resource fields in the wild. As you command, my lord. Make sure you arrive within 2 days. After giving his instructions, Yang Ming took out a teleportation scroll. With a flash of white light, he reappeared in HuaXia City. It was around 3 p.m. The moment he landed, the system sent another notification. Respected Lord Yang Ming, your territory now meets the requirements to be upgraded to a king-level territory. Please proceed with the upgrade soon. Yang Ming was momentarily stunned. Had 3 level 4 buildings and 25 level 3 buildings been completed this quickly? On second thought, it must have been the citywide blessing buff from Aphrodite that accelerated the progress. System appear. Yang Ming called out excitedly. Respected Lord Yang Ming, I am everywhere. Begin upgrading to a king-level territory. Ding, your territory upgrade has begun and will take approximately 12 hours. A friendly reminder. During this period, your territory will be in a weakened state, so please avoid venturing out unnecessarily. A 12-hour cooldown wasn't too bad. Although progress had been swift, and there were no cooldown reset scrolls for territory upgrades available on the market yet, this didn't dampen Yang Ming's good mood. All the hard work has paid off. By tomorrow, the first king-level territory in the beginner's zone will be born. A satisfied smile spread across Yang Ming's face as he looked forward to the future. At that moment, Yang Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. His steps faltered, and he almost stumbled. He leaned against the wall, rubbing his throbbing temples vigorously. 19 consecutive days of intense pressure had pushed this barely 18-year-old boy to his limit. Though everyone pinned their hopes on him, he desperately needed a break at this moment. I can't leave for the next 12 hours anyway, so I might as well take this time to rest, Yang Ming thought to himself. Just then, Ming, the chief architect and construction director of HuaXia City, approached quickly and respectfully saluted Yang Ming. My lord, the commercial district is nearly complete. When would you like to open it? That fast? Yang Ming asked with a look of surprise. Ming lowered his head and replied, Yes, according to your instructions, we've mobilized the entire city's workforce to expedite construction, allowing us to finish ahead of schedule. Take me to see it. Under Ming's guidance, Yang Ming arrived at the commercial street, which was soon to become the heart of HuaXia City. The sight before him made him feel as if he had traveled back to the 1970s. Pristine marble streets lined with densely packed shops, taverns, restaurants, rice noodle shops, exotic meat vendors, and general stores, all in abundance. The entire commercial district consisted of 8 3-story buildings, making for a rather impressive scale. Not bad, you've done well, Yang Ming said with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Encouraged by the praise, Ming's expression grew even more respectful. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. When would you like the commercial district to open? Tomorrow. Once we upgrade to a king-level territory, we'll open it immediately. Tomorrow? The upgrade to a king-level territory? Ming gasped, staring at Yang Ming in disbelief. It had only been a few days since the last upgrade to a special grade territory, and now they were already advancing again. The speed of development was simply astonishing. A thought flashed through Ming's mind. At this rate, HuaXia City could soon become a major metropolis, perhaps even the foundation of a new nation. If he continued to be trusted and utilized, he might one day become a founding figure of this new era. Overcome with excitement, Zhou Mingrui silently vowed to himself, "No matter what, I will remain loyal to my lord." After inspecting the streets of the commercial district, young Ming returned to the lord's manor with satisfaction. He immediately summoned Lilith and Lilia. Lilia skipped over to young Ming with sparkling eyes and asked, "Lord, are you hungry and need us to cook for you?" "No," Yang Ming replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. "Tonight, I plan to host a banquet, and I need you to prepare some delicious dishes." Since his territory was upgrading to a king-level domain the next day, he decided to celebrate with this banquet. "A banquet?" Lilith asked cautiously. "Will we need to cook using high-grade ingredients? Do you think you can handle the premium-grade Kanglan tiger meat?" Yang Ming casually revealed this rare ingredient. The sisters exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions showing hesitation. Lilia murmured softly, "Lord, we've never worked with rare-grade beast meat before." Yang Ming gently patted Lilia's head and reassured her, "Don't worry, I've prepared a gift to help you." With that, he brought out two items. An excellent grade Qinglin chef's knife capable of slicing precisely to 0.01 centimeters, and an excellent grade golden tortoise pot that could enhance the color, aroma, and flavor of dishes by 50. Seeing these near-magical kitchen tools, the sisters' eyes lit up with excitement. Lilia pumped her small fists enthusiastically and said, "With these, we can definitely do it." Lilith also regained her confidence and pledged solemnly, "Rest assured, we won't let you down." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Feel free to use any ingredients from the granary tonight, no matter how precious." "Oh, and the banquet will have around 30 to 35 guests, including the two of you." After watching the sisters leave, Yang Ming began organizing the guest list for the banquet. The purpose of the event was to establish the core management team of the king-level territory. The three main generals of the army, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. The steward equivalent to a prime minister, Carl. The leader of medical care, healer Anna. The uniquely positioned Kiki Light, and Zhou Mingrui, the construction director. After careful consideration, Yang Ming finalized the list. In addition to Aphrodite, who could bestow beneficial blessings upon all the city's residents, the list included Lilith, Lilia, and a total of 31 individuals. This roster encompassed key figures from all critical sectors of HuaXia City, representing areas such as agriculture, industry, city defense, commerce, currency, and the military. As night fell, a tantalizing aroma enveloped the air above the Lord's manor. It was the scent of a culinary masterpiece crafted from the premium meat of the Kanglan tiger. Just the smell alone was enough to make one feel their life was complete. Carl, the administrative officer, stood at the entrance of the manor, his heart brimming with excitement. This was his first time being invited into the Lord's manor, and more importantly, it signified a chance to become one of the Lord's trusted confidants. The other invitees shared similar feelings of anticipation, except for Cocolet, who naively believed it was just an ordinary dinner. She had rushed over without even wiping off the dust from the blacksmith shop. When Cocolet pushed open the manor's grand door, the sight before her left her utterly stunned. A long dining table, draped in an exquisite tablecloth, was laden with a feast of rare and luxurious dishes, and even the utensils were crafted from pure gold. A team of maids in elegant formal attire moved gracefully, attending to the guests with precision. Looking down at her dust-covered work clothes, Cocolet suddenly felt overwhelmed with embarrassment. "Coco, come here." Yang Ming's voice sounded at just the right moment. He approached her and gently wiped the dust from her face. "I'm sorry, my lord. I was so busy with work that I thought it was just a casual meal." Cocolet lowered her head and murmured apologetically. Yang Ming lightly patted her head in reassurance, and then called for Anna to bring Cocolet a pristine white princess dress. When she reappeared after changing, she looked like a graceful white swan, her radiant smile lighting up the room. This once frail girl, who had suffered from years of malnutrition, now shone with newfound vitality, thanks to the generous and nurturing environment of HuaXia City. Once all the guests were seated, each found before them a delicacy made from Kanglan tiger meat, along with other exquisite dishes prepared with the finest ingredients. Yang Ming, seated at the head of the table, raised his glass, his voice steady and resolute. "Everyone, the rapid development of HuaXia City has been greatly thanks to your efforts. Tonight, I've invited you here to discuss our grand vision for the future." Although it was nighttime, Yang Ming's manor remained brightly lit. In the spacious banquet hall, a long table was laden with exquisite dishes, and an array of fine wines gleamed under the flickering candlelight. Songstresses plucked at harp strings while graceful dancers swayed, adding an air of elegance to the festivities. Guests were seated along both sides of the table, each displaying their unique dining habits. Cocolet, with her childlike enthusiasm, had her wide eyes fixed on a delicately crafted dessert adorned with cream, candies, and shredded pork floss. Unable to resist, she grabbed the plate and devoured it ravenously, leaving her face smudged with cream. Anna, on the other hand, maintained her noble poise, delicately cutting the tender meat of the Kanglan tiger into small pieces with her knife and fork, savoring each bite. Zhang Lingfeng focused solely on the various meats, from braised pork to roasted cuts, from dompa pork to fried chicken, thoroughly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Yang Fifan sat alone, engrossed in sampling an assortment of drinks: white wine, rice wine, grape wine, and cocktails. Midway through the banquet, Yang Ming cleared his throat and raised his glass. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. "My friends," Yang Ming began, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, "the rapid rise of HuaXia City to a king-level territory would not have been possible without your contributions. This toast is to all of you." He paused briefly before continuing. "Tomorrow, we will become the first king-level territory in this region. But this is only the beginning. Remember what I said. In this twisted, tragic, and decaying world, we will build a utopia of freedom and equality. I promise you, HuaXia City will be the beacon of liberty on this battlefield of all races. As long as you follow me and fight for HuaXia's rise, when HuaXia stands at the pinnacle of the world, the glory will belong to all of us. You are the true heroes." These words ignited a surge of passion among everyone present. Even the usually aloof Yang Fifan couldn't help but imagine the dawn of a golden age. Carl was the first to stand. "My lord, I am willing to give everything for this ideal." The others echoed their support. "We will follow you to the very end of our lives. I have fallen in love with this place and will dedicate my life's blood to let HuaXia's light shine upon the world." "Me too." Cocolite raised her small hand enthusiastically. "Yes, yes, me too." "Very good." Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Let the feast continue. Eat and drink to your heart's content, for there are even more important tasks ahead. Play the music." 2 hours later, the banquet concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Yang Ming, Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Jian, and Yang Fifan downed several bottles together, and, overcome by drunkenness, retired early to rest. Perhaps it was the knowledge that, starting tomorrow, the existential threat to HuaXia would be completely eliminated. As soon as Yang Ming hit the bed, he fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. The next morning marked the 18th day since Yang Ming had arrived on the battlefield of all races. When Yang Ming woke up from his sleep, the system's notification sounded in his mind. "Respected Lord Yang Ming, your territory has successfully been upgraded to the king level. It has been detected that you achieved this from scratch in just over 17 days, breaking the fastest upgrade record in the Galactic Orion Arm. Your achievement score is being calculated to grant your reward. Estimated time is 510 minutes. This news immediately invigorated Yang Ming. He was about to become the new record holder for the fastest king-level territory in the Galactic Orion Arm. Eager to see the changes in his territory, he rushed out of the room, skipping even the basic morning routine. Outside, Lilith was already waiting for him. "My lord, here is your breakfast for the day. Just leave it on the table. I'll eat it later," Yang Ming said quickly before dashing off. With a few agile leaps, Yang Ming reached the rooftop of the Lord's Manor. Before him lay HuaXia City, now completely transformed. What was a mere village yesterday had evolved into a modern city today. The territory had expanded from its original 20 square kilometers to a vast 500 square kilometers. Surrounding the city were 10-meter-tall reinforced concrete walls, appearing impenetrable. The Lord's Manor gleamed with a radiant golden hue, symbolizing its king-level status, resplendent and majestic. Even the farmland was renewed, now consisting entirely of rich, fertile black soil. "I finally did it. I've built a brand new king-level territory." Yang Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, the system spoke again. "Respected Lord Yang Ming, your record-breaking reward has been calculated and is about to be announced across the Galactic Orion Arm." Yang Ming immediately panicked. "No, no, no. Don't announce it." He was well aware of the terrifying dark forest theory. Announcing this would essentially expose Blue Planet's coordinates to all civilizations in the Galactic Orion Arm. The system replied calmly, "Your concern is unnecessary. The moment you broke the record, your name was already inscribed on the Galactic Orion Arm's record monument. All life forms can see your name and planetary affiliation." Resigned, Yang Ming sighed. "Fine, do whatever you want." Immediately after, 9 ancient and profound chimes echoed across all novice zones and battlefields in the Galactic Orion Arm, reverberating through every corner. Following the chimes came the solemn broadcast from the system. "Congratulations to Lord Yang Ming from the Galactic Orion Arm Gould Belt Local Bubble Local Interstellar Cloud Orc Cloud Solar System 3rd Planet Blue Planet HuaXia Nation, for successfully establishing a new king-level territory from scratch in just 17 days, 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 27 seconds, breaking a century-old record in the Galactic Orion Arm. Rewards issued: First tier divine position unactivated. Achievement unlocked. Supreme youth attributes unknown. Additional rewards: 1 King's Treasure Chest, 2 Starshine Chests, 3 Diamond Chests, 4 Emerald Chests." The moment this announcement echoed, The novice zones and battlefields on the blue planet fell into a deathly silence. The real world. Blue planet, HuaXia. A thick layer of gray smog blanketed the skies above the capital, like an invisible net trapping the entire city. Pedestrians on the streets all wore masks as they hurried by, while a mechanical voice from a broadcast echoed in the air. Due to our defeat on the battlefield of all races, air pollution nationwide has increased by 50. Current data shows the overall health index of residents has dropped by 30, water resource contamination has risen by 10, the incidence of infectious diseases has surged by 50, and the probability of natural disasters has increased by 25. By the roadside, a young man suddenly stumbled and collapsed to the ground. The wail of an ambulance siren pierced through the murky air as medical personnel swiftly lifted him onto the vehicle. Scenes like this were playing out repeatedly in hospitals across the country. Doctor, please save my baby. He's only 3 years old. Doctor, my son is infected, and his condition is critical. Doctor, my father is only 58 years old. The cries echoing in the hospital corridors mixed with the sharp smell of disinfectant. On major social media platforms, disaster reports dominated the trending lists. 5 consecutive days of acid rain in Jiangchuan City had claimed hundreds of lives. A mudslide in Dayang City left 500 people missing. A 7.9 magnitude earthquake struck Hebei City, with rescue efforts by the armed forces underway. In the face of all this, even the most brilliant scientists were helpless. There are no loopholes in the national fate lord system. We've failed. Scholars are utterly useless. An anguished physicist exclaimed, smashing the equipment in his lab. At the hospital, a young mother held her swaddled infant tightly, her tears soaking through her mask. My sweet baby, you have to hold on. In a high school classroom, enraged teenagers slammed their desks. Why should the fate of our nation be entrusted to a system? HuaXia, once a thriving and dynamic nation, now resembled an old man tormented by illness, slowly being consumed by darkness. But on the 18th day before the next wave of lords was set to depart for the battlefield of all races, a beam of brilliant light suddenly broke through the thick smog. Like dawn streaking across the sky, it brought a glimmer of hope to this land ravaged by despair. Ding, a crisp system notification sound suddenly echoed across the sky. Congratulations to the HuaXia leader, Ming, for successfully establishing the 5th royal level territory. HuaXia Nation has now restored all 5 royal level territories, and all negative effects have been eliminated. The system announcement continued. In recognition of leader Ming's remarkable achievements on the battlefield of 10,000 races, the entire HuaXia Nation has been granted a buff. Residents' immunity increased by 50, health recovery speed accelerated by 50, and resource production boosted by 10. As soon as the notification ended, brilliant sunlight pierced through the smog that had shrouded HuaXia for nearly a year. Miraculous changes began to occur across the nation. In hospitals, crying infants with fevers stopped wailing, peacefully sucking on their mothers' fingers as their temperatures gradually returned to normal. Patients suffering from infectious diseases showed significant relief as their conditions rapidly improved. In earthquake-stricken regions, trembling buildings suddenly stabilized. In coastal cities, a surging tsunami abruptly receded, bringing hope to the hundreds of thousands who had been urgently evacuated. At the Imperial Capital's Research Institute, a top physicist leapt to his feet, cheering in excitement. The 5th royal level territory has been restored. HuaXia is saved. He took a deep breath, then slammed the table with determination. Physics is dead. Theology shall rise. In the year of Juchen, all will be auspicious. From today onward, I'm abandoning my academic pursuits and taking up arms. When the battlefield of 10,000 races opens again, they'll fight too. Meanwhile, in the top-secret conference room of the Imperial Capital, routine meeting had just begun when a bespectacled young man rushed in hurriedly. Commander, leaders, something major has happened, he exclaimed, panting. A general with 5 stars on his chest frowned and said, Shaoli, mind your manners. Has the United States provoked us again? No, the young man said excitedly. The United States wouldn't dare provoke us now. Before long, we'll even teach them a lesson. Ming has established the 5th royal level territory. He has saved HuaXia. At these words, everyone in the conference room stood up in astonishment. Then, loud and hearty laughter filled the room. Good. Excellent. Truly a young hero of HuaXia, surpassing all who came before him. Ha ha ha. The moment Ming's territory successfully upgraded to a king-level domain, the entire battlefield of myriad races erupted in chaos. This news, like a bolt of lightning, not only caused a massive upheaval in the international landscape of Blue Planet in the real world, but also spread across the Orion arm of the Milky Way, reaching tens of thousands of alien civilizations. On Proxima Centauri b, located 4.22 light-years from Earth within the harsh environment of the Alpha Centauri system with its 3 stars, the ruling 4-body beings convened an emergency meeting. These peculiar life forms, upon hearing the news, had their eyes glimmering with greed. a solar system with only one star. Yet it possesses such a beautiful environment. One of the four body leaders slammed the table in anger. We've evolved into a level 1.5 civilization, yet we struggle to survive in this hellish environment. How is it that the blue planet people, a mere level 0.7 civilization, get to enjoy a paradise-like planet? Why don't we strike while they're still weak? Let's launch a war in the battlefield of myriad races, seize control of their territory, and eventually annex the blue planet in the real world. This proposal was immediately met with unanimous approval from all the four-body beings. Meanwhile, on the Triflame planet in the Gould Belt of the Orion Arm, the leaders of this level 3.5 civilization were equally shocked. An ant from a level 0.7 civilization managed to break a record we've held in the Orion Arm for 100 years? The upper echelons of the Triflame civilization quickly decided to enslave the people of Blue Planet and devised what they believed were extremely harsh conditions. Working only 3 days a week, 4 hours a day, with 7 days off per month, overtime paid at 5 times the standard rate, and providing each individual with a free 500 square meter villa. In their eyes, these brutal conditions would be enough to make the people of Blue Planet tremble in fear. The leaders even laughed smugly, as if they could already see the Blue Planet struggling in despair under these oppressive terms. Farther away, on the Shinli planet, governed entirely by artificial intelligence and fully automated machinery, this level 4.5 civilization also turned its gaze toward Ming and the Blue Planet. The inhabitants of the Shinli planet, though originating from humans, have long transcended the human form. Following the belief of flesh is weak, machinery ascends, they replaced all their organs, except for their brains, with intricate mechanical devices in pursuit of immortality. On this day, the alarm system of Shinli suddenly echoed across the entire planet. Beep, 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 beep. Amid the piercing alarm, a groundbreaking announcement spread to every corner. The revered priest, who had been in slumber for 1,537 years, had awakened and issued a supreme decree. Warning, warning, a highly dangerous individual has been detected. The mechanical voice reverberated across every part of Shinli. A highly dangerous individual named Ming has appeared on the blue star of the solar system. No Shinli resident is to provoke him on the multiracial battlefield. Remember, provoking Ming is tantamount to death, the destruction of your home, and the end of the path to immortality. This warning was not limited to Shinli. Across the entire Orion Arm of the Milky Way, tens of thousands of civilizations ranging from ordinary planetary societies to advanced level 4 and level 5 civilizations began urgently gathering intelligence on Ming. Meanwhile, at the center of these events, Ming was blissfully unaware of the turmoil beyond. Standing atop the Lord's Manor, he overlooked the newly transformed HuaXia city, a proud smile spreading across his face. Though the city wasn't vast in size, every detail of this king-level territory filled him with satisfaction. The residents of the city were equally astonished by the sudden transformation. They stepped out of their homes, marveling at the expanded territory and revitalized streets, their faces glowing with delight. By the gods, this is nothing short of a miracle. The Lord's power is truly incredible, they exclaimed in awe. Leaping down from the rooftop, Ming decided to add another layer of joy to the newly enhanced city. As he appeared before the residents, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Standing on a raised platform, he gestured warmly to the crowd. There's no need to be so formal, my people. Today is a day of great celebration as HuaXia City is elevated to a king-level territory. I've decided to distribute wages early and provide additional rewards to those who have excelled. Did they pay us early? Cheers erupted from the crowd, one after another. Ming's announcement sent the entire residents of HuaXia City into a frenzy. Not just wages, there's also a bonus. Joy lit up people's faces, unable to contain their excitement. Our Lord treats us so well. Clearing his throat, Ming continued, today, everyone gets a day off with full pay. Starting now, you can collect your wages from the finance department. Additionally, the commercial district officially opens today. After getting your wages, feel free to shop. Quality goods at affordable prices are guaranteed. To make things easier to understand, he briefly explained the currency system. 1 copper coin equals 1 yuan in the real world, and 1 silver coin equals 100 yuan. A cleaner's monthly salary was set at 4,500 copper coins. This sparked even greater cheers. Lord, we love you. ID follow Lord Ming anywhere. Residents bowed in gratitude before rushing eagerly to their respective finance departments. Before long, the salary system of HuaXia City became clear. Cleaners, 4,000,5,000 copper coins. Construction workers, around 8,000 copper coins. Blacksmiths, around 7,500 copper coins. Doctors, around 15,000 copper coins. Healing mages, 10,000 copper coins equivalent to 100 silver coins or 1 gold coin. Distributing these salaries wasn't a challenge due to the city's abundant resources, including 12 primary mining zones, 8 secondary zones, and 4 tertiary zones. As residents held their hefty wages, many were moved to tears, and some even fainted from excitement. A worker engaged in spatial displacement research of rectangular silicate materials exclaimed, "A monthly salary of 8,000 copper coins, I must be dreaming." Former refugees were especially emotional. Back then, cleaning toilets earned me nothing but 2 moldy buns a day. Now, in making 4,200 copper coins a month, no regrets joining HuaXia City in this life. In the next, they'll still choose to be a HuaXia citizen. Tears of joy glistened in their eyes. After collecting their wages, residents began planning visits to the newly opened commercial district. "I want to buy some new clothes. Wait for me. I'm coming too." They eagerly poured into the bustling district, and young Ming, as their lord, joined in to experience the excitement. Today marked the grand opening of the commercial district, and the streets were teeming with people. To prevent any potential disturbances, Yang Ming decided to personally patrol the area. The moment his right foot touched the streets of the district, the bustling noise hit him like a wave, immersing him in the lively atmosphere of what felt like a vibrant marketplace. On both sides of the street, vendors called out their deals in a cacophony of voices. Freshly made bo chicken, just 1 copper coin each. Top quality Wong chicken meat, 3 copper coins per pound, or get 3 pounds for just 10. Grand opening sale at the fruit store. Cherries for 4 copper coins a pound, durians for 10 each, watermelons for 2. Among the food stalls, the owner of Tainyo's beef noodle shouted enthusiastically, 7 copper coins a bowl, guaranteed with an ounce of beef, and no green onions. Butchers and seafood vendors joined the competition. Pork, 5 copper coins per pound. Chicken, 6 copper coins. Fresh hairy crabs, 8 coins each. The most attention-grabbing vendor was a fishmonger, loudly proclaiming, dragon-patterned fish from the level 3 resource field, Jade Spirit Lake. Premium grade. Boosts combat power. Grand opening special. Half price just 1,000 copper coins each. This lively scene stirred a wave of nostalgia in Yang Ming. He recalled his childhood when life was far from affluent. The most indulgent treat he and his younger sister could afford on outings was a 5 yuan chicken drumstick or a 4.9 yuan cup of sweet lemon tea. Though simple, the satisfaction from those small joys was something he could never quite recapture. "Lord, would you like to buy some roasted chicken?" A gentle voice pulled him back to the present. He realized he had unconsciously stopped in front of a roasted chicken stall. The vendor, a kind-looking woman in her 30s, greeted him warmly. "How much for one?" Yang Ming asked. "My lord, it's an honor that you've graced my humble stall." "There's no need to pay," the woman said, flustered and delighted. "Then I'll take one." The woman quickly selected the juiciest, most succulent chicken, carefully wrapping it in a lotus leaf. "Be careful, my lord, it's hot," she said. Yang Ming thanked her and, while she wasn't looking, discreetly left 10 copper coins in the corner of the stall. All the vendors here earned a fixed salary plus sales commission, and the goods came from the official warehouse, which explained the remarkably low prices. As he walked away, he tore off a crispy, golden drumstick and took a bite. While the flavor didn't quite match the culinary skills of Lilith and Lilia, it was still delicious. Hungry as he was, it didn't take him long to devour the entire chicken. Meanwhile, back at the Lord's manor, Lilia, dressed in a light blue dress, was still waiting in the dining room. She glanced at the now cold toast, pizza, and milk on the table and murmured softly, "Didn't the Lord say he'd be back soon for breakfast? It's almost 9, he'll heat it up again." After HuaXia City was upgraded to a king-level territory, the entire city underwent a remarkable transformation. Yang Ming strolled along the streets, carefully observing every change. The once ordinary farmlands had turned into fertile black soil, exuding a rich earthy scent. The simple wooden huts had silently been replaced by sturdy reinforced concrete buildings. The muddy yellow dirt roads were now paved with smooth cement, and the original tumter-high fences had been upgraded to towering 10-meter city walls, giving off an aura of invincibility. Yang Ming first wandered through the bustling commercial district, and then tirelessly visited other areas. In half a day, he had completed a thorough inspection of the entire HuaXia City and came to a conclusion. The current HuaXia City could be considered a top-tier city prior to entering the electrical age. Despite the rapid progress in urban development, it still fell far short of the ideal nation Yang Ming envisioned. The city hadn't even reached the foundational steam age, let alone the electrical age. At that moment, a bold idea sparked in Yang Ming's mind. Should he attempt to create a steam engine? Once this thought emerged, it refused to fade away. Recalling the contents of his middle school history books, he remembered that the invention, improvement, and application of the steam engine marked humanity's entry into the steam age. Although the battlefield of myriad races was a world that revered extraordinary power, where everyone pursued supernatural abilities, it didn't mean an industrial revolution was impossible. Yang Ming had all the necessary elements, materials, blueprints, talent, and resources. HuaXia City currently had over 5,000 residents, of which fewer than 700 had awakened talents. For those unable to awaken talents, or who possessed mediocre abilities, learning to manufacture steam engines might open up an entirely new path for development. Ming suddenly realized that most lords might have fallen into a mindset trap. While extraordinary power was undeniably crucial in the battlefield of myriad races, it didn't render technology useless. If extraordinary power and technology could be perfectly integrated, wouldn't it lead to even greater advancements? This realization made Ming's eyes light up. For others, developing technology from scratch might pose insurmountable challenges, but for him, with access to the supreme Overlord special store, even controlled nuclear fusion technology was within reach. If this path proved viable, Ming was confident he could revolutionize the entire battlefield of myriad races. In a world where everyone focused solely on extraordinary powers, suddenly introducing technological weapons like two-dimensional foils, star-destroying ships, deathline weapons, rule-based weaponry, and singularity bombs would undoubtedly catch his opponents completely off guard. Of course, Ming firmly adhered to one principle. Technology was a supplement, but extraordinary power was the foundation. For now, the priority was to develop the steam engine and establish a power supply system. After all, every night, HuaXia City still relied on candles for lighting, which was highly inconvenient. Having settled on this development direction, Ming turned and headed toward the Lord's Manor. With 12 days remaining before the novice zone merged into the combat zone, he had ample time to experiment with this idea. On the way back to the Lord's Manor, Ming opened his friend chat interface and quickly sent a message to Zhang Wei. Wei, can you draw me a blueprint of a steam engine? He had carefully thought it through before making this decision. Jumping straight into the electrical age from scratch was indeed unrealistic. It was better to start with the steam engine. The application of steam engines could significantly boost productivity, whether in transportation, mining, or charcoal production, potentially doubling efficiency. Especially as HuaXia City's territory continued to expand and more resource fields were occupied. Relying solely on manual labor for transportation was no longer practical. Before long, Zhang Wei replied online. A steam engine? That's easy. I can sketch that out in no time. But bro, you're not seriously planning to start an industrial revolution in the world of races, are you? Don't worry, just draw it for me. Then I'll go ahead and include blueprints for a steam car, a steam train, and other pinnacle creations of the steam era as well. How about that? Sure, thanks a lot. Alright bro, give me half an hour. Zhang Wei's efficiency exceeded Ming's expectations, completing so many blueprints in just half an hour. Ming immediately adjusted his plan and headed toward the industrial district's blacksmith shop to find Kiki Light. After all, she was a 5-star potential blacksmith, with the prospect of becoming a perfect-grade blacksmith in the future. Entrusting her to lead HuaXia City into its first industrial revolution seemed like the perfect choice. Inside the blacksmith shop, the constant clang of hammering echoed through the air. Kiki Light was fully focused, wielding a massive hammer and striking the iron billet with precision. Ming instinctively scanned her information. Name, Kiki Light. Profession, blacksmith, excellent grade. Potential, 5 stars. Combat power, 28. Talent, craftsman's pure heart, grade A. An excellent grade blacksmith? Ming was momentarily stunned. Although his current combat power had reached 292, his profession level was still stuck at the superior grade. He hadn't expected the first excellent grade profession in HuaXia City to appear in Kiki Light. Noticing Ming at the entrance, Kiki Light put down the 100-pound hammer she was holding, wiped the sweat from her face, and walked over. Oh my lord, what brings you here today? I have something for you. What is it? Kiki Light tilted her head curiously. Ming retrieved the Demon Slayer blade from his system inventory, a weapon originally of rare grade, which had been downgraded to excellent grade due to severe damage. Handing it to Kiki Light, he asked, can you repair this weapon? Wow, a rare grade weapon? The moment Cocolit laid eyes on the blade of Demon Slayer, her large eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly reached out to take the weapon, her slender fingers gently brushing over the blade. But as she examined it more closely, her expression gradually turned to one of distress. What a pity. Such an amazing rare-grade weapon, and it's in such terrible condition, Cocolit sighed. Ming watched her reaction intently and asked expectantly, Coco, do you think you can repair it? Cocolit carefully inspected every detail of the weapon. After a moment of thought, she replied, my lord, I'm about 60 confident that I can fix it. Hearing this, Ming instantly brightened up. Alright, just do your best. It's fine even if it doesn't work out. Understood, my lord. As they were speaking, a notification sound from the system interrupted them, indicating that someone had sent over a few items. Ming opened the system to check and, as expected, it was a set of steam-related blueprints drawn by Zhang Wei, including several designs for a steam engine. Ming handed the steam engine blueprints to Cocolit. Coco, take a look at these. Can you understand what's on them? What's this? Cocolete looked down at the blueprints and was instantly captivated by the intricate designs. She held her breath, her gaze fixed on the drawings as if time had stopped. Coco? Yang Ming called softly after 5 minutes. Cocolete snapped out of her trance, her eyes brimming with curiosity. My lord, what are these blueprints for? Yang Ming paused to gather his thoughts before explaining. They're for a steam engine. It's a type of thermal engine that works by using steam to expand inside a cylinder, driving a piston back and forth to create motion. Seeing the confusion on her face, Yang Ming simplified his explanation. Think of it as an oversized boiling kettle. When you boil water, the steam it produces expands rapidly. That force can be used to turn turbine blades, converting heat energy into mechanical energy. At its core, science is just fancy boiling water. Cocolete's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That I still don't quite understand. These unfamiliar terms were clearly too advanced for her. That's okay. Yang Ming reassured her before asking. The blueprints are yours now. Can you build a steam engine based on them? As a skilled blacksmith, Cocolete quickly gave a confident answer. Yes, although the blueprints are quite intricate, I believe I can create it. Cocolite took a step forward, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. My lord, I'm really curious what exactly are mechanical energy and kinetic energy, and who invented this blueprint? Seeing her earnest desire to learn, Yang Ming couldn't help but be moved. These concepts involve basic physics and chemistry. Would you like to learn about them? Physics? Chemistry? Cocolite tilted her head in confusion. What are those? Instead of answering directly, Yang Ming reached into his pocket and pulled out an apple. He held the apple about 50 centimeters above Cocolite's head and then suddenly let go. Thud. The apple landed squarely on Cocolite's head. Now tell me, why does the apple fall down instead of flying upward? Yang Ming asked. Rubbing her head where the apple had hit, Cocolite began to think. Is it because the apple is too heavy? Or maybe the ground has some kind of force pulling it down? The way you're thinking right now is exactly how physics works. Yang Ming smiled as he explained. Physics is the study of the structure of matter, the forces acting upon it, and the laws of motion. My lord, I want to learn. Cocolite's eyes lit up with excitement. All right, but you'll have to teach yourself, Yang Ming replied. He then opened the special store of the Supreme Overlord system, quickly searched for and purchased a set of middle school and high school physics textbooks, a total of 7 books for just 3.5 points. The books were automatically translated into the universal language of the battlefield. Cocolite eagerly took the books and ran back to the blacksmith's shop to start studying. After handling some other matters, Yang Ming left and spent another hour strolling around HuaXia City before returning to the Lord's manor. When he pushed the door open, he saw Lilia asleep at the table. It was then that he remembered his promise to return for breakfast in the morning, a promise he'd forgotten while engrossed in exploring the city. Seeing Lilia waiting for him all this time filled him with guilt. The sound of the door opening woke Lilia, who rubbed her sleepy eyes and stood up. My lord, you're back. I'm sorry, I must have fallen asleep. The food has gone cold. I'll heat it up right away. There's no need. I can eat it cold, Yang Ming said. But Lilia insisted on preparing it fresh. 20 minutes later, a steaming hot meal was served on the table. Although Yang Ming had already eaten plenty in the marketplace, seeing Lilia's hopeful expression, he sat down to enjoy the belated meal. As she watched Yang Ming eat heartily, Lilia thought to herself with a pang of concern. The Lord works so hard. He must have been so busy all morning that he didn't have time to eat. After lunch, Yang Ming decided to tackle the long overdue task of dealing with the stockpile of treasure chests. Recently, he had been preoccupied with upgrading his king-level territory, resulting in a warehouse full of unopened chests. With the task of technological development handed over to Cocolette, Zhou Mingrui, and others, his primary goal was now clear break through the 500 combat power threshold, shatter his internal limitations, and awaken extraordinary powers before the novice zone merges with the combat zone. Only by becoming an extraordinary Baina pinnacle powerhouse in the realm of humanity could he stand a chance against the big players in the combat zone. Yang Ming retrieved over 20 golden treasure chests from the warehouse, lining them up neatly on the floor. Before opening them, he double-checked his attribute panel to ensure the 50-point luck buff granted by Aphrodite was still active. This buff was equivalent to half-ins level talent, providing a significant advantage. Seeing the numbers displayed on the panel, Yang Ming smiled with satisfaction. He reached out to open the first golden treasure chest while silently praying, Goddess of Love, please bless me. Let me get a defensive skill or combat technique. Currently, he had plenty of offensive abilities but lacked life-saving skills. A flash of golden light revealed the contents of the first chest. Dragon Whisker Fishing Rod. Quality: excellent. Base attribute: Combat Power 5. Features: guaranteed success, 100 chance to catch excellent quality or lower fish. Description: crafted from the whiskers of a flood dragon, this is the dream fishing rod for any angler. Though it wasn't the skill book he was hoping for, this piece of equipment was still quite decent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ming proceeded to open the second treasure chest. Another dazzling golden light illuminated the room, unveiling the second item. Vibranium hammer. Quality: excellent. Base attributes: combat power 1, forging speed 10, stamina consumption 5. Features: 20 success rate for forging excellent quality or lower equipment, 2 success rate for rare quality equipment. Description: made from the super metal vibranium, this hammer is indestructible. This hammer would be perfect for Cocolette, replacing her current fine-grade hammer. Although she was an excellent grade blacksmith, without blueprints, she couldn't forge high-grade equipment. Among the millions of lords in the Blue Star Novice Zone, excellent grade weapons were rare and nearly impossible to purchase. Yang Ming decided he would hand over this vibranium hammer to Cocolette tomorrow. After storing the vibranium hammer in the system's warehouse, Yang Ming eagerly opened the third, fourth, and fifth golden treasure chests in quick succession. Golden light flashed repeatedly in the room, yet it failed to deliver the excellent grade skill book he had been hoping for. It can't be that I keep getting nothing good, Yang Ming muttered with determination. He pressed on, opening the next 10 treasure chests in one go. The dazzling golden light filled the entire room, forcing him to squint. However, as the light faded, the items revealed still left him disappointed. Is this 50 points of luck just a scam? Yang Ming gritted his teeth as a suffocating sense of frustration surged through him. Deciding to go all in, he swiftly opened the remaining 12 treasure chests all at once. I am Yang Ming, he shouted, as if willing his luck to change through sheer force of will. This time, the simultaneous burst of golden light from the 12 chests finally brought him a breakthrough. A skill book lay quietly among the loot. Unfortunately, it was a duplicate of the Thunder Tyrant Slash he had already acquired. As disappointment began to set in, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Wait, Thunder Tyrant Slash can be upgraded. Without hesitation, he chose to learn the duplicate skill book. The system promptly issued a notification. Duplicate Thunder Tyrant Slash detected. Automatic upgrade triggered. Skill advanced from rank to a rank. Yang Ming quickly checked the upgraded skills attributes. Name Thunder Tyrant Slash. Rank max level. Cannot be upgraded further. Proficiency skilled. Proficiency tiers beginner, skilled, mastery, perfect, transcendent. Description: summons thunder from the heavens to unleash a devastating strike. A supreme, unyielding offensive power. Feature can be learned by 2 individuals. Although the proficiency level had dropped from mastery to skilled, this was a minor setback for Yang Ming. The most exciting discovery was that the A-rank Thunder Tyrant Slash could now be shared with another person, essentially granting him the equivalent of 2 skill books. Unfortunately, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifin were all incompatible with the skill's attributes. Forcing an incompatible skill on someone would result in counterproductive effects, much like a fire element warrior attempting to learn a water element skill, resulting in nothing but steam. For now, it seemed that the second slot would have to wait for someone destined to wield it. After a flurry of activity, Yang Ming had opened all the golden treasure chests. Now, faced with the 4 diamond chests, he hesitated. If he still couldn't get the defensive skill book he wanted, he feared he might just cough up blood in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Would his luck improve if Aphrodite was present? Acting on the thought, Yang Ming immediately put away the diamond chests and headed straight for the residential area. Before long, he arrived at Aphrodite's 2-story villa, which spanned 100 square meters. Familiar with the routine, he knocked on the door, and Aphrodite, recognizing him through the peephole, quickly opened it. Lord Yang, what brings you here? Please, come in. Aphrodite greeted him with a polite bow, though there was a hint of nervousness in her tone. Just here to check on the Kanglan tiger cubs, Yang Ming replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft, endearing awoo sound reached his ears. 2 of the Kanglan tiger cubs immediately bounded over, affectionately nuzzling against his legs. This wasn't surprising after all. Yang Ming was the first person they saw when they opened their eyes. Picking up one of the little creatures, Yang Ming was astonished to find it already weighed 20 pounds. In just 2 days, it had grown from under 6 pounds to this is a testament to the exceptional nature of rare beast cubs. He carefully checked the health of all 4 cubs one by one, ensuring they were in perfect condition before turning his attention to the task at hand. With 4 thuds, Yang Ming placed the diamond chests on the ground and turned to Aphrodite. Aphrodite, give me a blessing. Wish me luck in getting what I need. Of course, Lord Yang. I wish you the best of luck. Aphrodite responded promptly. However, there was no system notification, and Yang Ming's luck value stubbornly remained at 50 points. With no other options, Yang Ming decided to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, he opened the first diamond chest in Aphrodite's presence. As expected from a chest guaranteed to contain rare-grade items, a dazzling light immediately burst forth. The system chimed in. Your luck for today has been depleted. Luck value temporarily reduced to 0. Yang Ming's heart raced as he saw the contents of the chest. If Aphrodite hadn't been there, he might have shouted in excitement and leapt into the air. Inside the chest lay an ancient, mystical skill book, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Yang Ming stared at the system prompt before him. Name: Thunder Emperor's Residual Armor. Grade: A upgradable. Description: summons one of the Thunder Emperor's battle armor, forming an impenetrable absolute defense around the user, as solid as a fortress. Trait: only those with a destined connection can learn this skill. Whoa, this is insane. Yang Ming jumped up from the ground, his face lighting up with uncontrollable excitement. This was like finding a treasure without even searching for it. With this skill, he could truly achieve a perfect balance of offense and defense, and his combat power would skyrocket. Without hesitation, Yang Ming immediately attempted to learn the Thunder Emperor's residual armor. The system prompt appeared again. Do you wish to learn the A-grade skill, Thunder Emperor's residual armor? Yes. Unfortunately, you failed to learn the skill. Please try again. A friendly reminder: studying the skill book thoroughly can increase your chances of success. After several attempts, all ending in failure, Yang Ming realized that mastering the Thunder Emperor's residual armor was no easy feat. He decided to temporarily put aside the unopened treasure chests and return to the Lord's mansion to focus on studying the skill. Once back at the mansion, Yang Ming locked himself in his room and threw himself into intense research. Despite repeated failures, his determination remained unwavering. An entire day and night passed in devoted learning. Finally, on the morning of the 19th day, a burst of hearty laughter echoed above the Lord's mansion. Haha, I've done it. I've finally done it. Inside the room, countless streaks of lightning wove together into a shimmering web. Yang Ming was enveloped in an ancient battle armor inscribed with mysterious runes, resembling a miniature version of a celestial giant. Although his proficiency in the skill was still at the beginner level, his base combat power had already increased by 2 points. Dusting off his clothes, Yang Ming stood up and adjusted his state of mind. After days of secluded training, it was time to venture out again. He decided to explore the area within a 30-kilometer radius of HuaXia City to eliminate any potential threats. After 2 days and nights of intense study, Yang Ming finally stepped out of the Lord's manor. Stretching his arms wide, he made an exaggerated motion as he yawned, savoring the crisp morning air. Good morning, my lord. Lilith greeted him, as usual, waiting at the entrance of the manor. She stood poised, her gaze focused intently on Yang Ming as he emerged. Lilith, I'm starving, Yang Ming said, rotating his stiff neck as he spoke. Call Lilia over. I want both of you in the kitchen. Prepare 2 types of premium-grade exotic beast meat, at least 80 pounds of each. Understood, my lord, Lilith replied gently. However, for your health, I recommend adding some vegetables to the meal. Do as you see fit. While waiting, Yang Ming decided to take a bath. Ever since mastering the A-rank skill, Thunder Emperor's remnant armor, his hunger had become unusually intense. This was the perfect opportunity to boost his combat strength by consuming premium-grade exotic beast meat. According to the rules, one could gain strength by eating up to 5 different types of meat of the same grade. Yang Ming had already consumed 3 types, leaving room for 2 more. Typically, premium-grade exotic beast meat could increase combat strength by 20 to 50 points, but with Lilith and Lilia's meticulous cooking, this number could rise to 30 to 60 points. 15 minutes later, just as Yang Ming stepped out of the bathroom, the first dish was ready. Lilith placed the aromatic dish on the table with care. My lord, this is the first one. The others will be ready shortly. The tantalizing aroma made Yang Ming's mouth water as he quickly took a seat. The first dish was a stir-fried black crane meat with chili peppers, made with a premium-grade chili that was 5 times spicier than the Blue Star Devil Pepper. If not for his high combat strength, few would dare to take on such a fiery dish. Soon enough, Lilith and Lilia brought out more dishes one after another. My lord, you're eating too quickly, Lilith remarked softly, taking out a pristine white handkerchief to gently wipe the bits of meat from Yang Ming's face. Meanwhile, Lilia was busy arranging a variety of vegetables on the table. My lord, a balanced diet of meat and vegetables is essential for good health, she advised, setting down an intimidating array of vegetarian dishes. Stir-fried fishwort with hogweed, cilantro with bitter melon, Chinese tune with okra, chrysanthemum greens with scallions, century egg with celery, potatoes with ginger, and even durian. Half an hour later, Yang Ming leaned back with a satisfied grin, letting out a loud, contented burp. The dining table was a complete mess. The remains of 160 pounds of grade excellent exotic beast meat and various stir-fried vegetables bore witness to an astonishing feast. Yang Ming could feel the surge of energy within him. His combat power had skyrocketed to 460 points. This was the true reason why grade excellent exotic beast meat was so expensive, and rarite was akin to elixirs in the world of cultivation, enabling the consumer to rapidly enhance their strength. However, The key factor was Yang Ming's extraordinary talent and physique. For an ordinary person, consuming even 20 pounds of exotic beast meat might not result in any increase in combat power. Yang Ming chuckled to himself and murmured, "Genius is merely the threshold for me. Talent makes effort seem insignificant." After a brief rest, he opened the long-neglected attribute panel. Name, Yang Ming. Combat power, 460. Grade, excellent. Extraordinary power, not awakened. Identity, Lord of HuaXia City, favored by the god of love. Talent, Supreme Overlord evolved, divine possession. Title, Young Supreme. The devolved note caught his attention. He clicked on the detailed description of Supreme Overlord. Talent, Supreme Overlord. Grade, SSS. Description, generates 3 points of resources per second within the territory. 1 resource point can summon a warrior. Initial combat power 3035. Current resource points, 1,582,500. So, both Supreme Overlord and Divine Possession are growth-type talents. Yang Ming realized. Considering the 857 Google participants in the multi-race battlefield of the 14th parallel universe, it made sense for the system to impose limitations on SS-grade talents. As he contemplated the exponential growth in resource accumulation, the mythical-grade exotic beast, the ancient ferocious Kuanping, priced at 11.2 billion, suddenly seemed within reach. Just as he was immersed in visions of the future, a system notification interrupted his thoughts. It was a message from HuaXia. Yang Ming, the intel you provided was incredibly useful. My dad started with that classmate of yours, the government official's son, and managed to uncover a big fish. What about Jibudwan? Was he dealt with? Yang Ming asked. Already taken care of. The body was thrown into the wild to feed the dogs. Yang Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the fate traitors and betrayers deserved. Yang Ming rubbed his slightly sore neck, his gaze falling on the communication interface. A message from HuaXia was waiting for his reply. Have those 2 high-ranking HuaXia officials who were turned against us been caught? Yang Ming quickly typed out his question. If not for his timely rise to power, these traitorous officials, planning their escape and betrayal, could have plunged HuaXia into irreversible chaos in just 10 days. Yes, they've been caught. HuaXia replied immediately. They were indeed big fish with significant authority. Thanks to the intel you provided. That's good to hear, Yang Ming said with a faint smile. Anything else? I wanted to tell you about Ji Bajuan's fate. I heard you 2 had some history, just some friction between classmates. That's normal. Yang Ming shrugged. I just can't tolerate traitors. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. All right, bye. Closing the chat interface, Yang Ming stood up and left the Lord's Manor. It had been 2 days since his last expedition. It was time to continue. The beginner zone had only 11 days left before merging with the conflict zone, the true battlefield. But before that, he had 2 goals to accomplish: breaking through a combat power level of 500 to ascend to the extraordinary rank, and fully securing a 30-kilometer radius around HuaXia City to establish a buffer zone for war. On his way to the training grounds, Yang Ming encountered Carl, who brought good news. The native population of HuaXia City had surpassed 8,000. As the city's territory expanded, more and more people were choosing to settle there. Population growth meant an increase in national strength, so Yang Ming not only welcomed everyone but also instructed Carl to intensify recruitment efforts. Upon reaching the training grounds, the sounds of rigorous training filled the air. Thousands of warriors were working hard, pushing their limits. This level 4 rare facility could accommodate up to 50,000 people training simultaneously and accelerated their combat power growth by 50, reaching a maximum of 55 points. Currently, HuaXia City had 3 military corps: Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuke, with a total force of 25,000 soldiers, commanded respectively by Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. As the territory expanded and defense needs increased, Yang Ming decided to summon an additional 25,000 warriors. Thanks to a robust livestock and agriculture system, sustaining a 50,000 strong army was no longer an issue. Summon 25,000 warriors, Yang Ming silently commanded in his mind. In an instant, countless figures appeared out of thin air before Yang Ming. These were warriors who had been imprisoned in dark cages after their devastating defeats on the battlefield of 10,000 races, their nations destroyed and their homes lost. Now, they were seeing the light of day once more. In unison, they knelt to the ground and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Lord. Thank you for granting us a second chance at life. We are willing to face any danger for you." "Rise," Yang Ming said with a slight nod. He then summoned Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. "Starting today, you 3 will hold the highest military authority," Yang Ming declared firmly. "You are free to choose warriors you admire to expand your legions. Additionally, establish an independent military merit system. Military credits can be earned through enhancing strength, hunting exotic beasts, competing in legion battles, or capturing resource fields. The greater the contribution, the higher the reward. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian and Zhang Lingfeng's eyes lit up with excitement, their hands itching to take action. Yang Fifan, however, stepped forward with a trace of anticipation in his voice. Lord, if I accumulate enough military credits, could you help me break free from the control of the evil god and restore my humanity? Yang Ming walked up to him and firmly patted his shoulder. You are one of my soldiers. I will make sure to bring you back to life. Yang Fifan trembled, his voice choking with emotion. Thank you, my lord. You three are the pillars of HuaXia City's military strength. Do not betray my trust, Yang Ming announced solemnly. Yes, my lord, the three replied in unison. After 2 hours of training and delegating tasks at the drill grounds, Yang Ming led his team to set out on an expedition. The long unseen wilderness stirred his spirits. My blade is itching for battle. Move out. 6 days later, on the 25th day of the battlefield of 10,000 races, only 5 days remained until the novice zone would merge with the combat zone. Yang Ming's combat power had reached 499 points, just 1 point away from unlocking extraordinary strength. Over these days, he had become invincible among those with excellent level combat power. Against rare-level opponents, while he couldn't win, he could still retreat unscathed. However, that final point of combat power remained elusive, likely due to a bottleneck. Consuming exotic beast meat from the Kanglan tiger could solve the issue, but it would be most efficient to consume it after surpassing 500 points. Using it now would be wasteful. There's still 5 days, no rush. Let's check on Kiki Light. Maybe there's progress with the steam engine, Yang Ming said after breakfast, heading directly to the industrial district. At 8 a.m., the industrial district was already bustling with activity. The clanging of metal echoed non-stop as workers pushed carts back and forth between factories, transporting materials. The inefficiency of this manual labor highlighted the importance of the steam engine. Entering Kiki Light's blacksmith shop, Yang Ming immediately spotted the nearly completed steam engine. Kiki Light was directing workers in the final assembly. You two, fit these steel plates in place. Increase the firepower. We're almost done. Every component must be welded perfectly. Under Kiki Light's command, HuaXia City's first steam engine was on the verge of completion, and Yang Ming was fortunate to witness this historic moment. Wow, it worked! The moment the first fully functional steam engine was born in Kiki Light's hands, a mix of astonishment and disbelief lit up her face. This steam engine marked the dawn of the Industrial Revolution in HuaXia City. The perfect union of coal and iron brought unprecedented possibilities to the city. Standing at the entrance of the workshop, Yang Ming witnessed everything. He clapped softly, his footsteps catching the attention of Kiki Light, who was wiping sweat from her forehead. She immediately turned around and respectfully bowed. Lord, welcome. Yang Ming stepped closer and affectionately ruffled her hair. Well done. Building a steam engine so quickly. Kiki Light gave a shy smile. It's all thanks to the physics books you gave me, Lord. They helped me understand the basics of physics. You could understand those books? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Those are HuaXia textbooks designed to prevent self-study. It was a bit challenging, but I've already mastered 8th grade physics, Kiki Light replied confidently. Yang Ming stared in astonishment at the young girl in front of him, a 5-star potential blacksmith. Someone from the native tribes of the battlefield of 10,000 races, who knew nothing about physics, had managed to master an entire 8th grade physics textbook in just 5 days? Alright, let me test you. Go ahead. Kiki Light straightened her posture, radiating confidence. Over the next 10 minutes, Yang Ming bombarded her with questions from the differences in the speed of sound and light during a thunderstorm, to the principles of force interaction, to the concept of friction generating heat, and even the law of universal gravitation. Kiki Light answered each question fluently and accurately, without hesitation. As Yang Ming gazed at the remarkable young woman before him, he was deeply shaken. Her intelligence far exceeded anything he had imagined. Is this what a physics genius looks like? Self-taught through the entire 8th grade physics textbook in just 5 days. Yang Ming noticed Coco Light staring at him nervously, her small fingers twisting uneasily. Lord, did I get it wrong? No, you got everything right. Yang Ming gave her an approving smile and took out a vibranium hammer he had obtained from a treasure chest a few days ago. Here, this is your reward. Wow. Coco Light's eyes widened as she accepted the vibranium hammer with both hands, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Thank you, my lord. She caressed the hammer lovingly, her excitement resembling that of a gaming enthusiast holding the latest 4090 Ti Super Graphics card. From now on, if you encounter anything you don't understand while studying physics, feel free to ask me anytime. Got it, thank you, my lord. Coco Light nodded happily, then suddenly remembered something important. Oh, by the way, the steam engine has been built. How exactly should we use it? That's simple. Just think of it as boiling water. The essence of science is boiling water, Yang Ming explained patiently. He was already envisioning a sprawling network of roads and railways radiating from HuaXia City, connecting resource fields, enhancing transportation efficiency, and driving a transformative leap for the city. Boiling water? Converting kinetic energy into mechanical energy? Coco began applying her newly learned physics knowledge, mentally simulating the steam engine's operation. Water poured into the steam cylinder, firewood ignited, boiling steam driving the pistons, gears turning, and thermal energy continuously converted into mechanical energy. So this is physics? The dwarf's eyes sparkled with wonder. It's so magical. This is a beautiful, magnificent, and fascinating science. I will definitely study hard from now on. Physics may challenge me endlessly, but I'll love it forever. Her thoughts quickly turned to the many conveniences the steam engine could bring. Transportation, mining, drainage, iron smelting, construction tasks that once required immense manpower and animal labor could now be handled by steam engines. My lord, can I really come to you every day to ask about physics? Coco asked cautiously. Of course. But for the next few days, focus on teaching other dwarves the techniques for building steam engines, steam cars, and steam trains. Understood. I'll do my best. Good. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye, my lord. Goodbye. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Ming began pondering a pressing question. With only 5 days left before the novice zone merges into the combat zone, how could he break through the 500 combat power threshold? Currently, Ming's combat power stands at 499 points, and he is at a critical juncture. Just one more point, and he will surpass the 500-point threshold, becoming an extraordinary being reaching the pinnacle of human potential, the ultimate limit of the human body. Once he breaks through this boundary, he will unlock the first genetic lock within him, embarking on the path of extraordinary evolution. The ultimate destination of this path is the legendary realm of becoming a god. In search of a way to make this breakthrough, Ming activated his communicator, intending to seek advice from Bai Xueji, the daughter of a high-ranking military officer. However, the screen showed that Bai Xueji was offline, leaving Ming to wait patiently. After about 15 minutes, Bai Xueji finally responded. Wait, Ming, you're already at 499 combat power? Bai Xueji's message conveyed sheer disbelief. Her astonishment was not unwarranted. As the daughter of a military elite, Bai Xueji had access to top-tier resources, intelligence, and technology, yet her current combat power was only 185 points. This number was already remarkable in the rookie zone. There wasn't a second new lord in the area who had broken through the 200-point mark. Throughout the history of Blue Planet, only 37 individuals with awakened class talents had managed to surpass 200 combat power within the first 30 days of the rookie phase. Yeah. So, can you tell me how to break through 500 combat power now? Ming pressed for an answer. Bai Xueji took a moment to compose herself before replying, well, it's simple to explain but not so simple to achieve. When a being surpasses 500 combat power, it signifies they have gained the potential to grasp extraordinary power. Ming quickly grasped the essence of her explanation. Oh, I see. So, if I encounter the opportunity to awaken extraordinary power, I can break through the 500-point barrier. Exactly, Bai Xueji confirmed. But you need to think carefully about what kind of extraordinary power you're most likely to comprehend. Then work to stimulate and activate it. Once you can sense its presence, you'll be able to surpass 500 combat power and step into the pinnacle of human potential. Ming fell into deep thought, recalling what he had learned during his university years. Extraordinary power was akin to the superpower seen in sci-fi movies, ranging from basic elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to advanced abilities such as flight, enhanced vision, super hearing, lightning, and ice. At the pinnacle were powers like time travel, reincarnation, death prediction, reality manipulation, dominion, erasure, and creation. Reflecting on his combat experiences over the past 25 days, a flash of realization appeared in Ming's eyes. His offensive techniques, survival skills, and even the weapons he used were all intrinsically tied to the power of lightning. The answer was clear: his most likely extraordinary power to awaken must be lightning. Ming quickly discovered that he had an exceptional ability to wield and control the power of thunder. However, this realization left him somewhat disappointed. Among all extraordinary powers, lightning was not considered one of the most powerful. It was like pairing a top-tier CPU with an entry-level graphics card, creating a sense of glaring imbalance. He carefully analyzed the differences between skills, talents, and extraordinary powers. Skills were primarily used in combat and were divided into 5 levels, ranging from beginner to mastery, but the skills attached to weapons remained at the beginner level and could not be improved. Talents, on the other hand, were on a higher level, equivalent to the 6th level, the unity of man and nature state. The key distinction was that ordinary skills could never reach this state, while talents inherently existed at this level from the moment they awakened. As for extraordinary powers, they belonged to an entirely different dimension of capability. If skills and talents relied on external forces, extraordinary powers were purely derived from one's inner strength. The relationship between these three was akin to the interplay of the CPU, graphics card, and motherboard in a computer. Though dissatisfied, Yang Ming had no choice but to accept this reality for the time being. He decided to focus on enhancing his current lightning power. Looking up at the sky, he silently called upon the power of heavenly thunder. The clear blue sky was instantly overtaken by dark clouds, with flashes of lightning and rolling thunder echoing across the heavens. Yang Ming had chosen to channel his extraordinary power above HuaXia City so that all its residents could witness this moment. With Yang Fifan present to protect the area, he had no fear of the thunder harming innocent bystanders. Boom! The first bolt of heavenly thunder struck Yang Ming. To his surprise, the sensation was not painful. Instead, it was oddly pleasant, like a soothing electric current massaging his entire body. More! Yang Ming exclaimed in exhilaration, leaping into the densest part of the cloud layer. The second, third, and fourth bolts of thunder struck in quick succession, lifting his body with the force of the lightning and suspending him midair. The scene resembled the legendary descriptions of immortals undergoing tribulations in ancient texts. Let the storm rage even stronger. Yang Ming challenged the heavens. In response, 5 massive bolts of thunder descended like divine punishment, crashing down and completely engulfing his figure. Boom! A colossal thunderbolt cascaded down like a waterfall from the heavens, striking directly at Yang Ming, who stood resolutely beneath the vast sky. His bare torso glowed with a mysterious sheen, resembling an indomitable war god. The sudden celestial phenomenon quickly drew the attention of the residents of HuaXia City. Thunder in broad daylight? Is that a person up there? More and more people paused their tasks and gazed upward. When they recognized the figure as their lord, cheers erupted one after another. The Lord is undergoing a lightning tribulation. With such a powerful leader, HuaXia City will remain invincible. Yet, the cheers did not distract Yang Ming. He focused intently on every bolt of lightning, silently keeping count. The 562nd strike. Each strike tempered his body further, so he abandoned all defenses, allowing the heavenly lightning to refine him completely. Time flowed with the thunder's fury. The 1001st strike, the 3520th strike, the 7888th strike, until finally, the 9998th strike. 10 hours had passed. After this prolonged baptism, Yang Ming's upper garments were reduced to shreds, but he could distinctly feel that he had touched the threshold of the extraordinary realm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply, his gaze radiating the majesty of a celestial deity. The 9999th thunderbolt descended with a deafening roar, its power far surpassing all the previous ones. This was the ultimate test. If he could endure this strike, he would achieve perfection. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped HuaXia City. 50,000 warriors and over 8,000 natives held their breaths in unison. Among the crowd stood Yang Fifan, a rare-grade warrior with a combat strength exceeding 1,000 points. He understood better than anyone the terrifying might of this final lightning strike. My lord, you must succeed. Prayers rippled through the crowd like waves. Under the watchful eyes of all, the lightning bolt, brimming with destructive force, crashed heavily onto Yang Ming. Boom! A deafening thunderclap roared through the skies, shaking the earth within a 100-kilometer radius. Blinding flashes of lightning illuminated the entire novice zone, prompting everyone to instinctively look up at the astonishing phenomenon. At the center of the storm stood Yang Ming, gritting his teeth as he struggled to endure. Blood seeped from the corners of his clenched mouth, but he paid no heed. As the power of the thunder intensified, fine cracks began to form across his body, accompanied by a chilling, crackling sound. I am Yang Ming. How could I possibly lose? I am the heavens and the earth. In this life-or-death moment, Yang Ming let out a thunderous roar, his voice overpowering even the rumbling thunder. At that instant, he seemed to truly become the master of this world. The system's mechanical voice chimed in at the perfect moment. Respected Lord Yang Ming, your combat power has successfully surpassed 500 points. You have officially ascended to the pinnacle of the mortal realm and become a powerful transcendent. Would you like to unlock the power of lightning, codename Heavenly Thunder, Transcendent Sequence 71? Heh, Sequence 71? Is that worthy of me? Yang Ming scoffed, his defiant nature flaring once more. Not enough. Bring it on. As his words echoed, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. The dense clouds abruptly parted, and a golden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, radiating divine and terrifying energy. The golden lightning wrapped around Yang Ming like a warm spring, mending his broken body. The system's voice rang out again. Respected Lord Yang Ming, you have successfully comprehended the divine power. Heaven's Retribution. Codename Heaven's Retribution, Divine Sequence 003. Description: Heaven's punishment descends, manifesting divine chains capable of binding anything you focus on, past, present, future, even abstract concepts or deities. Yang Ming trembled with excitement. Heaven's retribution? Divine sequence? This was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Back in university, he had learned that there were only 199 known transcendent powers, but he had never heard of a divine sequence. The system's voice promptly returned. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on successfully comprehending a second divine power. Codename, Purple Celestial Thunder, Divine Sequence 009. Description: Purple Celestial Thunder, one of the most domineering divine powers, purely masculine and overwhelmingly destructive. As long as you have blood left, even gods cannot withstand the purple celestial thunder. Yang Ming was utterly stunned. He never expected that not only would he endure all 9,999 strikes of heavenly thunder, but by stubbornly resisting the 10,000th golden thunderbolt, he would ultimately unlock both heaven's retribution and purple celestial thunder. This marked his perfect transformation from mortal to god. It worked. Lord Yang succeeded. The moment golden lightning engulfed Yang Ming, Yang Fifan, who had experienced this transformation himself, immediately recognized the iconic sight. Yang Ming had finally crossed the threshold and become an extraordinary being. Cheers erupted from the crowd in the square. Some wept with joy, while others trembled with excitement. They gazed at Yang Ming, who hovered in the sky, and instinctively fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly. Our Lord is a god. We vow to follow you forever. Long live Lord Yang. At that moment, Yang Ming indeed bore the semblance of a deity. He floated above the ground, surrounded by golden lightning, like a heavenly figure descended to earth. As the power within him gradually stabilized, he descended slowly onto a rooftop, his gaze sweeping across the prostrate crowd below. Stand up, he commanded in a steady, powerful voice. I've said this many times, kneeling is an outdated custom. From this day forward, it will be abolished entirely. A man's knees are as precious as gold. No one is to kneel again. If you lack this dignity, you are unworthy of being a resident of HuaXia City. Hearing this, the crowd broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly stood up. In that instant, the words, "No kneeling," were indelibly etched into everyone's hearts. Raising his hand, Yang Ming continued, as members of HuaXia City, your every word and action represents HuaXia. Be confident, be excellent, be strong. Strive to become individuals capable of standing on your own. Yes, Lord Yang, the crowd responded in unison. Remember, as men of HuaXia, you must possess unyielding integrity. Your mission is to learn from me, become me, and surpass me. If one day I am no longer here, you will be me, who rules the vast earth. It is we, the men of HuaXia. These words ignited a surge of passion in everyone present, and they collectively vowed to remember his teachings. Among them, Yang Jian felt especially moved. On this battlefield of myriad races, past rulers had always demanded submission through kneeling, yet Yang Ming had taught them to stand tall with pride. Though his current combat strength was only at 268 points, Yang Jian resolved to follow in Lord Yang's footsteps and become his most capable aide. After delivering this impromptu yet stirring speech, the newly ascended extraordinary being, Yang Ming, felt an unprecedented hunger. He immediately returned to the Lord's residence and summoned Lilith and Lilia, instructing them to prepare a meal. Upon receiving the message, the two hurriedly made their way from the church of the Goddess of Light. They burst into the Lord's manor, panting heavily, and asked with concern, My Lord, are you very hungry? What would you like to eat? Yang Ming rubbed his loudly growling stomach and said eagerly, Anything will do. I could eat an entire cow right now. I'm starving. Hurry up and start cooking. Lilith swiftly tied on an apron and turned to head into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lilia thoughtfully suggested, My Lord, why don't you take a bath first? You're covered in grime. Yang Ming looked down and finally noticed the sticky, foul-smelling residue all over his body. It must have been the impurities expelled when he recently awakened his extraordinary powers. The stench was so unbearable that even he couldn't stand it. While the two were busy in the kitchen, Yang Ming quickly headed to the bathroom and rinsed off with hot water. 10 minutes later, he emerged, feeling refreshed, to find the dining table already laden with 3 large plates of braised pork and vegetables. Hunger completely overpowered Yang Ming's sense of decorum. He didn't bother maintaining his image in front of Lilith and Lilia. Grabbing the food with his hands, he devoured it ravenously. His eating was so ferocious it was as if he hadn't eaten in days. Even bones didn't escape his appetite bit and swallowed them as if they were as soft as tofu. Wearing a redand white dress, Lilith walked out of the kitchen carrying a freshly prepared seafood dish, only to be stunned by the scene before her. Yang Ming had grabbed a roasted duck with one hand, bitten through its neck, and swallowed the entire skeleton, looking more savage than a wild beast. My lord, please slow down, Lilith said kindly as she set down the seafood dish. Yang Ming mumbled a barely intelligible response, then grabbed a handful of shrimp and crabs, crunching through shells and all before swallowing them. Seeing this, Lilith hurried back to the kitchen to prepare more food. And so it went. One focused on eating, while the other two busied themselves cooking. This cycle continued for a full 3 hours. By evening, an utterly exhausted Lilia carried out a plate of stewed pork intestines, using the last of her strength. "My lord, do you still want more?" Seeing the two of them on the verge of collapse, Yang Ming patted his slightly rounded stomach and said, "All right, let's stop here for today." He'll settle for being 80% full. Though he still wanted to keep eating, he decided to show some restraint, considering the two of them looked like they might pass out at any moment. Lilia finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the sofa. After an entire evening of cooking, she was utterly exhausted anymore, and she might have ended up joining her great-grandmother in the afterlife. "Big sister, the Lord says he's full now. You can take a break," she called out toward the kitchen. "All right, just let me finish this last pot of stew." Lilith's voice echoed back from the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged holding a steaming bowl of red feather chicken soup, her face beaming with satisfaction. Chicken soup is ready." The red feather chicken was one of the first domesticated poultry breeds in HuaXia City. Thanks to the meticulous care of the staff, their population had now grown to over 1,000. Each hen could lay half a pound of eggs daily, making them a vital source of ingredients for the city. Yang Ming eagerly took the bowl of soup and downed it in one go. The energy he had lost earlier while enduring the heavenly lightning was now fully restored. He couldn't help but marvel. Having a professional chef around is amazing. Not only is the food delicious, but it also boosts combat strength. Suddenly, a sharp scream interrupted his thoughts. Lilia trembled with excitement. "Lord, I leveled up. I'm now an advanced chef." For life skills professions, leveling up was straightforward practice made perfect. Blacksmiths needed to forge more equipment, healers had to treat more patients, and chefs had to cook more meals to increase their ranks. However, the quality of materials played a crucial role. The higher the quality, the faster the progress. Rare ingredients provided far more experience than advanced ones. "Well done, Lilia," Yang Ming said with a pleased smile, patting her head gently. "Lord, I leveled up to advanced chef too," Lilith announced joyfully from across the room. The two sisters threw their arms around each other, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Seeing this, Yang Ming chose not to disturb their moment. Instead, he took the opportunity to open his own attribute panel to examine how things had changed since becoming a transcendent. Name: Yang Ming. Combat power: 788. Quality: advanced level. Identity: Lord of HuaXia City, favored of the God of Love. Profession: transcendent. Title: Supreme Youth. Divine powers: Divine Order of Heavenly Retribution, 003. Purple Lightning Divine Sequence, 009. Talent: Supreme Overlord, Divine Possession. Compared to yesterday, his attribute panel had undergone a dramatic transformation. His base combat power alone had skyrocketed to 788. With the addition of superior grade weapons, Yang Ming was confident that his combat power would surpass 900 points. This thought filled him with excitement, even sparking the idea of testing himself against a rare-tier beast. He believed that even without using divine possession, he could hold his ground against such a formidable creature. This strength gave him the confidence to venture into the battlefield zone. Once the 30-day novice phase ended and the novice zone merged with the battlefield zone, Yang Ming planned to crush the forces of Dongying with his fists and topple those of the United States with his kicks, paving the way for HuaXia to dominate the world in an invincible manner. He envisioned the red flag flying over every corner of the blue planet, especially over Dongying Island, which, in his vision, must sink into the ocean. However, before realizing these grand ambitions, Yang Ming had an essential foundational task to complete: building roads. He planned to connect HuaXia City to all resource fields with railways and highways, establishing an efficient transportation network. With the support of steam engines, this task seemed entirely feasible. As night fell, Yang Ming decided to postpone the task until the next day. After escorting Lilith and Lilia back to the Church of the Goddess of Light, he returned to the Lord's mansion and rested peacefully. The next morning marked Yang Ming's 26th day on the battlefield of 10,000 races, leaving only 4 days before the novice zone merged with the battlefield zone. After enjoying the breakfast meticulously prepared by Liliawo's promotion to an excellent level chef had elevated even the simplest fried pancakes to a level surpassing Michelin-starred French foie gras. Yang Ming got straight to work. He summoned Zhou Mingrue, the refined level chief architectural designer, who quickly arrived after receiving the message and respectfully inquired about the Lord's instructions. Yang Ming handed him a map of the 30-kilometer radius around HuaXia City, along with Zhang Wei's blueprints for the railways and highways, and tasked him with completing the project within 4 days. Though Zhou Mingrue initially worried about a lack of manpower, he immediately pledged to complete the mission upon learning that the new soldiers from the training grounds could be mobilized. Yang Ming also promised to reward him with a piece of excellent grade equipment as an incentive. From that moment, HuaXia City's first industrial revolution officially began. In the industrial zone, Coquelet led her team in the continuous production of steam engines, steam vehicles, mining machines, and transport trucks. Simultaneously, Ming directed a large workforce to lay an extensive network of railways and highways. Thus, a grand infrastructure boom was set into motion. Time flew by like a swift river, and 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Ming had now been on the battlefield of all races for a full month. Today marked the final day of the novice phase. The novice area was about to merge into the combat zone, where the battles that could truly shape the global landscape of Blue Star would begin. At dawn, Ming woke up in his bed, and the system's global announcement immediately rang in his ears. Attention, Lords of Blue Star Region 10086 Novice Area. The 1-month novice training phase has officially concluded. In 8 hours, you will step onto the real battlefield. Here are the performance statistics for the past month. A total of 2.0569 million novice lords descended into the Blue Star region, of which 1.55 million have perished. Fallen lords will be imprisoned in the dark cage, where they will remain for eternity unless summoned by a fateful individual. The system paused briefly before continuing. Congratulations to the 506,900 surviving novice lords. You have overcome the challenges of the novice phase. Now, you have 2 choices. Proceed to the combat zone to continue fighting, build cities, establish nations, and strive for world domination. Or return to the real world and live as an ordinary person. Will you rise to fame or fade into obscurity? Please make your choice. As the announcement ended, a simple choice interface appeared before Ming. Yes or no? The chat channel erupted instantly. My talent is only a level. I'm so torn. You survived with a level talent? Both of my level friends got killed by beasts. Go big or go home. I've got nothing to lose in the real world anyway. Might as well take a shot. I need to go back and take care of my 80-year-old father. Sorry, guys. My legs are crippled. I can't hold on any longer. Good luck, everyone. Without much hesitation, Ming clicked yes. 10 minutes later, the statistics were revealed. 406,000 people chose to continue the battle, while 100,900 opted to return to reality. The system announced that those who chose to forfeit would be transported back to the real world within 10 minutes, while those who chose to stay would receive a system-provided gift package and be transferred to the combat zone in 8 hours. During this waiting period, Ming quickly completed his morning routine, washing up, changing into clean clothes, and having breakfast. With a new journey ahead, he decided to check on Mingru's progress. With a spring in his step, he walked out of the Lord's Manor. From the Lord's Mansion, one could overlook the entire landscape of HuaXia City, revealing a thriving and vibrant scene. A vast network of concrete roads crisscrossed the city like veins, seamlessly connecting the 5 key districts: residential, industrial, commercial, military, and agricultural. The most eye-catching sight was the steam-powered automobiles bustling along the streets. These iron lumps, tirelessly crafted by the Dwarven tribe, had reached an impressive number: 500 small steam cars, 200 medium-sized steam trucks, and 80 large steam transport vehicles. The shrill toot-toot of steam whistles drew the attention of passers-by. What is that thing? Can you believe that iron lump can move? Look, there are 3 people sitting inside. The curious crowd chattered animatedly. It's called an automobile, invented by the Lord, someone in the crowd explained. Not only is it fast, but it can also carry heavy loads and is easy for ordinary people to drive. Really? Even someone as frail as me? Yes, but Lord Carl said you need to get a driver's license first. A driver's license? What's that? It's all written on the notice board. Go check it out yourself. All right, I'll go. I must experience what it's like to feel the wind rushing past. The arrival of these steam-powered automobiles marked a groundbreaking milestone. HuaXia City was no longer constrained by human or animal-powered transportation, officially stepping into the steam era. Near the residential district, the bulletin board displayed prominent job openings. Recruitment 1. Driver. Requirements. Must know how to drive. Details. 10 days of training required after passing the interview. Eligible to start work upon qualification. Salary. 150 copper coins daily during training, 12,000 copper coins monthly after employment, with meals and accommodation provided. Recruitment 2. Steam equipment assembly line worker. Requirements. Physically fit. Details. 8-hour shifts, 2 days off per week. Assembly work following set procedures. Salary. 6,500 copper coins monthly, with meals and accommodation provided. Recruitment 3. Railway maintenance worker. Requirements. Construction site experience, familiarity with cement work, pouring, and repairs. Details. 3 rotating shifts, 5 days of training required. Salary. 9,000 copper coins monthly, with meals and accommodation provided. 12,000 a month? That's enough for 2,000 bowls of snail noodles. I'm good at roadwork. I'll apply for the railway maintenance job. I'm all thumbs. so I guess the assembly line is my best bet. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Residents were drawn to these high-paying jobs, and the opportunities brought by the STEAM era filled everyone with excitement and hope. Afternoon, 2 p.m. In the newbie zone of the Blue Star region, 10086, the system notification sound suddenly chimed. Ding! Attention, all lords in the newbie zone. Your beginner period has officially ended. The newbie zone will now connect to the battle zone, and you will formally enter the battlefield of myriad races. Based on probability distribution, most territories will be teleported near the main base of your nation, while a few may descend into remote areas. The system began its countdown. 10, 9, 8. Yang Ming stood quietly in HuaXia City, waiting for this moment. Strangely, the entire process was unusually calm, no tremors, no extraordinary phenomena. HuaXia City, along with the surrounding area of 10 kilometers, including all resource fields, ascended seamlessly without anyone noticing. Honorable Lord Yang Ming, welcome to the battle zone of the battlefield of myriad races. The system has activated the map function for you, allowing you to view the distribution of nearby enemy forces at any time. Additionally, you will receive a 3-day protection period during which your territory cannot be attacked. The system paused for a moment. You have also been granted a mysterious gift box. Would you like to open it now? Open it, Yang Ming replied. A mysterious box with no quality markings appeared in his hand. Yang Ming temporarily stored this unidentified item in his warehouse, deciding to first survey the surrounding environment. With a few agile leaps, he arrived at the city gate. Looking out, he immediately noticed the stark differences between the battle zone and the newbie zone. Numerous elite-grade beasts roamed within sight, and occasionally, he could even spot excellent grade ones. The variety of resource fields had also significantly increased. Level 2 and Level 3 resource fields were abundant, and even new Level 4 resource fields had appeared. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the heavens, and the entire sky darkened in an instant. Looking up, Yang Ming saw a colossal creature soaring over HuaXia City. Despite his combat power having reached 788, he couldn't help but feel a chill of dread in the presence of this prehistoric behemoth. The system displayed the following information. Name: Thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus. Grade: Epic between perfect and legendary. Weight: 2,500 tons. Combat power: 85,600. Extraordinary sequence: Talents, Skills, Insufficient level to detect. Staring at the epic-grade Thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus, a creature powerful enough to wreak havoc and destruction, Yang Ming's breathing quickened, and his entire body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but from sheer awe at the beast's overwhelming strength. Imagine one day taming a giant dragon and riding it across the world. How exhilarating would that be? As Yang Ming watched the purple thunder tyrant dragon disappearing into the distance, he silently vowed to himself that one day, he would tame such a magnificent creature as his mount. For now, however, he was relieved that the dragon was merely passing by. Otherwise, a single breath of its dragon fire could have reduced his month-long efforts in building HuaXia City to ashes. At that moment, Yang Ming realized just how perilous the true battlefield of myriad races was, far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Ruling over the beginner's zone for a month had made him a little overconfident, but now he had to admit just how weak he still was. Fortunately, he had awakened his extraordinary powers ahead of time. Otherwise, even surviving here would have been a struggle. Against the current, you either advance or fall behind. Yang Ming muttered to himself, taking a deep breath as he opened the newly added map feature in the system. With 3 days left in the protection period, he knew he had to plan carefully. This new tool allowed him to clearly see the distribution of both enemy and allied forces within a 200-mile radius of HuaXia City. However, the moment the map unfolded, Yang Ming froze as if struck by lightning. He rubbed his eyes hard, unwilling to believe what he was seeing. What the hell? The map was littered with dense clusters of red dots, representing enemy forces, while the green dots of allied forces were pitifully sparse. After counting carefully, Yang Ming discovered that there were 2,358 Eastern Lords surrounding him. In other words, he had landed right in the heart of the Eastern base camp. Fate smiles upon me. Yang Ming's entire body trembled as his eyes welled up with emotion. He had never imagined his luck could be this extraordinary. It was as if he had stumbled upon a golden opportunity without even trying. Heh, things are about to get interesting. Yang Ming smirked, narrowing his eyes. If I don't turn this Eastern stronghold upside down, I'm not worthy of the name Yang Ming. Before taking action, though, he decided to check the leaderboard to gauge the strength of the top lords from each nation. Upon entering the true battlefield of myriad races, the leaderboard had expanded as well, shifting from ranking 2 million novice lords to ranking all 3.5 billion lords of Blue Star. Opening the leaderboard, Yang Ming saw that he had already fallen out of the top 1,000. The list was now filled with unfamiliar names. This wasn't surprising after all. The National Destiny Lord system had been operational on Blue Star for 10 years, and the leaderboard was now dominated by veterans who had been waging battles for 5, 8, or even 10 years. Yang Ming's talent was undeniably exceptional, standing out as unparalleled even across the entire blue planet. He quickly skimmed through the leaderboard, his gaze pausing on several familiar names. The leaderboard, ranked from highest to lowest, read as follows. The Lord from the United States, Gaius Julius Saul, dominated the top spot with 14,500 points. Following him were 4 lords from HuaXia with 12,400 points, Zhang Ziyi with 11,900 points, Wang Lin with 11,000 points, and Mu Guiying with 10,000 points. The 6th to 8th places were held by representatives from other nations. Adil from the British Empire with 9,990 points, Mikami Yuya from Japan with 9,700 points, and Beidel from the United States with 9,580 points. Seeing this ranking, Yang Ming first let out a sigh of relief before a smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Despite a year-long relentless pursuit and blockade by the United States and NATO forces, HuaXia still managed to have 4 lords secure positions in the top 10. These 4 heroes' territories, combined with Yang Ming's own, represented the 5 remaining king-level territories of HuaXia. In the real world, the authorities had deliberately concealed the state of the myriad races battlefield to prevent public panic. However, these HuaXia lords had never considered giving up or fleeing. They understood deeply that behind them lay their homeland, the glow of countless homes, and the loved ones who called it home. With their own flesh and blood, they built a new Great Wall, enduring the onslaught of war at the front to protect the warmth and light behind them. After reviewing the leaderboard, Yang Ming felt a wave of emotion, his nose tingling. He then opened the exclusive HuaXia chat channel, where discussions were in full swing. Brothers, has everyone safely reached the combat zone? Got lucky. I landed near General Yu's territory. I'm only 40 kilometers away from General Mu Guiying's territory. Feeling totally secure. I made it to the main base too. However, not everyone was so fortunate. I'm the only one who landed in some remote area. The land, plants, and even the river water around me are all black. What? That bad? How are you going to deal with water in the future? I scanned it. The black water is actually high-quality water, but I still don't dare drink it. High-quality black water? Share the details. Soon, a piece of information was posted in the chat. Name, Blackrock water. Quality, high grade. Description, fresh water enriched by black meteorite rocks. Consuming it significantly enhances physical strength and boosts combat power. As soon as this information was shared, the entire chat channel erupted with excitement. What's going on? The chat channel suddenly buzzed with activity. A lord exclaimed, Brother, did you say there's an entire river of Blackrock water near your territory? And it's inexhaustible? That's right, Zhang Wei replied smugly. Yang Ming, who was browsing the chat channel, couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Wei's luck. Just having access to an endless supply of Blackrock water was enough to make a fortune. It seemed Zhang Wei's level talent, luck amplification, had likely leveled up to a grade. At that moment, a familiar name appeared in the chat. Young man, this is Wang Lin. I have something important to discuss. General Wang Lin? Is it really you? Zhang Wei responded enthusiastically. I'm Zhang Wei. Let me add you now. The chat channel continued to refresh with messages as everyone discussed their plans after arriving in this new world. Suddenly, an important announcement caught everyone's attention. General Yu Zhengzhong had appeared. Comrades, Yu Zhengzhong began directly. I am the Grand General and Commander-in-Chief of HuaXia on the battlefield of myriad races. Currently, the United States, leading the NATO forces, has surrounded our HuaXia headquarters. To preserve our strength, Zhang Ziyi, Wang Lin, Mu Guiying, and I have had to consolidate our territories. While this prevents us from being defeated individually, it has also restricted our sphere of influence and resource acquisition. I urge all of you to relocate near the headquarters as soon as possible so we can defend against the enemy together. Yu Zhengzhong's words immediately sparked a flurry of responses in the chat. They'll move near General Yu right away. I'm heading to General Zhang Ziyi's area. Yes, let's act quickly while we still have 3 days of protection. Yang Ming glanced at the map and saw that his territory was 2,000 kilometers away from the HuaXia headquarters, too far to move closer. On this vast, boundless battlefield of myriad races, even civilizations with level 5 alien technology couldn't fully explore the terrain. Since he couldn't support the front lines, Yang Ming set his sights on the Eastern Alliance's headquarters. He knew all too well that, as the United States' loyal ally, the Eastern Alliance's main forces had likely already been deployed to the front lines. This presented the perfect opportunity to cause havoc in their rear lines. Although the 3-day protection period prohibited others from attacking new lords, it didn't stop new lords from initiating attacks. Yang Ming opened the map and carefully considered which Eastern Alliance territory would be his first target. Huh, a king-level territory? Yang Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the coordinates displayed on the system map. 25 kilometers to the south, A king-level territory belonging to the Dongying nation was clearly marked. He quickly zoomed in on the map for a closer look, and suddenly, a surge of anger shot through him. Wasn't this the very territory that Dongying nation had snatched from HuaXia's main base just a month ago? Memories came flooding back. A month ago, the NATO coalition, led by the United States, launched an unprecedented large-scale offensive. The US committed 75 of its forces, and nearly all NATO member nations joined the assault. At that time, HuaXia had 5 king-level territories guarded by 5 generals, including General Tang Long. However, the brutality of the war exceeded everyone's expectations. Dongying nation resorted to despicable assassination tactics, leading to the honorable death of General Tang Long. To make matters worse, after seizing the territory, they used 20 territory relocation scrolls in succession, forcibly moving the king-level territory over 2,000 kilometers away from HuaXia's main base and directly integrating it into Dongying's main base. From that day on, HuaXia was left with only 4 king-level territories, entering a 1-month countdown to collapse. And Ming, on the second day after General Tang Long's territory fell, embarked on his journey in the novice zone of the myriad races battlefield. Those Dongying scum. Tang Long's blood debt must be repaid in kind. Ming clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Over the past year, every devastating blow suffered by HuaXia had traces of Dongying nation's involvement. And now, with the enemy's territory right in front of him, how could he hesitate? Ming turned and strode toward the training grounds, his mind already working out an attack strategy. Little did he know, at the same time, Dongying nation's players, using the same system map, had also spotted his territory and were enthusiastically discussing it in their exclusive chat channel. On the electronic map in the eastern base camp, an unexpected red dot caused a massive uproar. What? Impossible. A Japanese lord stared at the anomaly at coordinates 21469, 67853, exclaiming in disbelief, "We just completed a thorough sweep. How could there be a king-level territory belonging to a HuaXia individual?" The news spread like wildfire throughout the eastern camp. It didn't take long for the mysterious territory owner to be identified. It was none other than Ming, the legendary HuaXia rookie who, within 20 days, had developed his territory to king level and awakened its grade talent. Heaven is on our side. The Japanese lords eagerly discussed in the communication channel. The moment the 3-day protection period ends, we'll show this HuaXia genius what it feels like to fall into the tiger's den. Capture him alive, break his limbs, throw him into the dungeon, and make him wish for death. Furious voices echoed one after another, clearly fueled by the resentment of Ming's actions against Japanese players in the novice zone. 15 kilometers from HuaXia City, Huaxia Ree's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. As a female lord with a combat power of 421, she had fought on the battlefield of all races for nearly 2 years. Now, she saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seizing Ming's territory first, this achievement will be enough to push my combat power beyond 500 and allow me to unlock extraordinary abilities. Huaxia Rei thought to herself. Without hesitation, she gathered her samurai heroes, whom she had trained for over a year, and 2,000 soldiers, setting out toward Ming's territory. The 15-kilometer journey passed swiftly. When Huaxia Rei and her troops arrived at their destination, the scene before her left her utterly speechless. A massive city stood tall before her, its walls towering 10 meters high, exuding an imposing grandeur that surpassed even many top-ranking king-level territories. Just as Huaxia Rei was still reeling from the shock, the enormous city gate began to slowly creak open. What happened next would forever be etched into Huaxia Rei's memory. A massive iron gate, towering 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, slowly opened, emitting a deep, resonant sound. A tall and commanding figure emerged from within Ming, astride a sleek, jet-black stallion. His youthful and strikingly handsome features resembled those of a perfect protagonist straight out of a comic book. Behind him followed Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan, while the soldiers of the 3 great legions Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird stood in orderly ranks, forming an imposing army. To reclaim General Tang Long's royal territory, Ming had mobilized his full strength. This battle allowed no room for failure. Victory was the only option. 2 kilometers away, HuaXia, who was spying on the military movements, widened her eyes in disbelief. The scene before her left her utterly stunned. Ming, who had only been developing his forces for a month, now commanded such a formidable army, far surpassing her own strength of just 2,000 troops after 2 years in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Her earlier confidence was now replaced by a growing sense of dread. Suddenly, a cold and piercing gaze swept over her, sending a shiver down her spine. Though she had concealed herself meticulously, Ming had still detected her presence. An enemy? Ming's sharp instincts quickly pinpointed HuaXia's location. An Eastern woman? Already here to scout our forces? Since you've seen this, you won't leave here alive. Bring me a bow and arrow, Ming commanded, raising his hand. A subordinate promptly presented him with a finely crafted bow and a sharp arrow. Taking the weapon, Yang Ming aimed at the target 2 kilometers away, drawing the bowstring with precision. HuaXia's entire body trembled as a chilling fear engulfed her. Her survival instinct screamed at her to flee, and she turned to run. But Yang Ming had no intention of letting her escape. Allowing her to return with information would jeopardize his plans. Die! Yang Ming released the bowstring, and the arrow, imbued with a trace of the might of the purple lightning divine thunder, shot forth with a thunderous whistle. HuaXia ran desperately, but after barely covering 10 meters, the lightning-charged arrow pierced through her skull. She collapsed lifelessly, her head split in two. After confirming the target's death, Yang Ming withdrew his gaze, paying her no further attention. Attention, everyone. Our objective today is to conquer the enemy's king-level territory located 25 kilometers to the south. Yang Ming's thunderous voice echoed over the ranks of the troops. Move out at a run. With the command given, the elite warriors of the 3 great legions formed orderly lines and advanced toward their target. Each soldier in this force was exceptionally skilled, with combat power ranging between 80 and 110 points. For them, a 25-kilometer march was nothing more than a warm-up. The massive army surged across the wilderness, startling numerous wild beasts along the way. Occasionally, a hungry creature dared to attack, only to be obliterated by the heavenly thunder Yang Ming summoned with a mere flick of his hand. 10 minutes later, the army arrived at their destination. To avoid alerting the enemy, Yang Ming ordered his troops to halt 3,000 meters from the giant city. He looked up at the towering fortress before him. Its grandeur even surpassed that of HuaXia City. This had once been General Tang Long's king-level stronghold, now fallen into the hands of the Dongying forces. A surge of anger burned in his chest. Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan stepped forward. The 3 immediately obeyed. Lord Commander, we are here. I will infiltrate the city alone and open the gates from within. You will lead your respective legions to coordinate with me and ensure we reclaim this territory for HuaXia. Fueled by Yang Ming's determination, the warriors' hatred for the enemy reached its peak. They shouted in unison, "Rest assured, Lord Commander, we won't spare a single Dongying soldier." Excellent. All 3 legions, disperse and encircle the city. Prepare for the assault. Yes, sir. With his orders issued, Yang Ming darted toward the colossal city. As an awakened transcendent, he had long surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Covering the 3,000-meter distance took him less than 3 seconds, his speed too fast for the naked eye to track. Effortlessly scaling the city walls, he moved silently among the patrolling Dongying warriors. Even the garrison's general, with a combat power of 358 points, could only catch fleeting glimpses of his shadow. Finally, Yang Ming infiltrated the city and headed straight for the watchtower. It was only when he revealed himself that the Dongying warriors realized an intruder was among them. But before they could react, Yang Ming softly chanted, "Heavenly thunder flash." In an instant, violet lightning erupted around him, reducing every enemy within a 500-meter radius to ashes. Securing the watchtower, Yang Ming drew his rift blade and slashed through the lock on the city gates. With a deafening crash, the gates swung open. Dongying soldiers, prepare to face the wrath of HuaXia City. Yang Jian, who had been waiting outside for a long time, finally saw the signal released by Yang Ming. From within the city gate came the deep grinding sound of rotating mechanisms, and the massive gate began to open slowly. "Qinglong Legion, charge with me." Yang Jian's roar tore through the sky. Over 5,000 soldiers surged toward the open gate like a tidal wave, the thunder of hooves and the clash of armor echoing deafeningly. Wielding a massive blade, Yang Jian led the charge at the forefront. Wherever his blade struck, enemy heads fell one after another. Each of his strikes carried a base power of 370 points, which surged to 518 points with the enhancement of his superior-grade weapon. Blood splattered across his armor, but not a single drop was his own. Enemy attack. This is not a drill. Alarms pierce the night. Fire the signal flare and request reinforcements. Repeat, this is not a drill. The defense forces of the Eastern Army quickly organized their resistance, clashing fiercely with the Qinglong Legion. "Come on, you little devils." Yang Jian, covered in blood, his eyes blazing with unwavering determination to follow Yang Ming, shouted, "I must grow stronger, I must catch up to my lord's footsteps." He pressed deeper into the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Yang Ming had already infiltrated the second city gate. In just 5 minutes, he took control of the watchtower, clearing the way for the waiting Baihu Legion. The Baihu Legion's commander, Zhang Lingfeng, was already poised for action. As a prodigy with dual-level abilities, his power was formidable. Immovable as a mountain allowed him to reflect 80 of incoming damage, while raging as fire granted him a 100 attack boost and 80 armor penetration capability. Baihu Legion, attack! Zhang Lingfeng, like an unsheathed blade, unleashed devastating power with his combat strength of 325 points, amplified by his dual-level talents. The enemy forces before him were as fragile as paper, torn apart into bloodied remnants. However, this time, reinforcements from the eastern forces arrived more swiftly, intensifying the battle within the city. Standing atop the watchtower, Ming watched the fierce combat below and thought to himself, it seems the eastern forces highly value this king-level territory. Their defensive strength far exceeds my expectations. This was destined to be a brutal and bloody battle. Now is the time when the vigilance of the forces in the east is at its weakest. After all, who would have thought that an enemy faction would suddenly emerge behind their main base and immediately launch an assault on a king-level territory? Across the entire Blue Star, it seems that only Ming would dare to be so audacious. Standing atop the watchtower, Ming suddenly noticed that the third city gate was also engulfed in raging flames. It appeared that Fifan had successfully broken through the defenses on his side. As a rare-class warrior, it was no surprise that Fifan could lead his troops to breach a gate. With that, all three major legions had now stormed into the city. Excellent, it's time for the full-scale assault, Ming said, taking a deep breath. He retrieved a rare-class battle pet summoning scroll from his system inventory. To ensure absolute success, he had specially exchanged for 2 of these scrolls from the special shop earlier, spending 600,000 points. Although it pained him to use so many points, with his increasing level, the Supreme Overlord's rate of point accumulation had risen from 1 point per second to 3 points per second, making it somewhat bearable. Come forth, blazing flame tiger. As the light of the summoning scroll flashed, a massive tiger, 7 to 8 meters tall and cloaked in flames, emerged with a roar. Its deafening growl echoed through the sky, causing the eardrums of many weaker enemies to rupture, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. Charge straight for the enemy's lord's manor. With Ming's command, the blazing flame tiger bolted forward like a streak of fiery lightning, crushing any opposing forces in its path into pulp. Immediately after, Ming used the second summoning scroll. Come forth, Azure Flood Dragon. With a burst of azure light, a serpentine dragon over 20 meters long appeared. Its long tail swept across the battlefield, instantly obliterating hundreds of enemies. Attack from another direction and head straight for the Lord's Manor. Kill everyone you encounter. The Azure Flood Dragon obeyed silently and began its assault. At this point, the battle for the king-level territory had reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, inside the enemy's Lord's Manor, Jinshi listened with a grim expression as a series of disastrous reports came in from his subordinates. The East Gate had been breached, and a ferocious HuaXia army was advancing relentlessly. The North and West Gates had fallen in quick succession. A third of their forces, over 50,000 soldiers, were already dead. Damn it! Where did this HuaXia force come from? How could they appear behind our base in the east? Jinshi gritted his teeth, unable to believe that his king-level territory had fallen into such a dire situation in such a short time. Have the distress signals been sent out? They've been sent, but the nearest reinforcements will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. 10 minutes? Jinshi was consumed with anxiety, knowing full well that they might not even hold out for 5. Suddenly, a disheveled Japanese soldier, panting heavily, rushed into the Lord's residence, his face filled with terror as he reported to Jinshi. His uniform was covered in dust, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. My lord, terrible news. The enemy has released 2 rare-class beasts, and they're charging toward the Lord's residence. Our defenses are completely overwhelmed. Jinshi abruptly stood up from his seat, his expression shifting dramatically. What? 2 rare-class beasts? His fingers tapped the desk unconsciously as his brows knitted tightly. In the nation of Toyo, transcendent individuals were exceedingly rare, with fewer than 10 cultivated even with the combined efforts of the entire country. To deal with 2 rare-class beasts, at least 2 transcendent fighters would be required. Although Jinshi himself was a transcendent, even he wasn't confident about holding out until reinforcements arrived. This won't do. At this rate, we'll lose everything. Jinshi's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Someone, bring Tanglong out. I want to see if that HuaXia man will stop his assault for Tanglong's sake. 2 soldiers immediately obeyed the order and hurried toward the dungeon. Moments later, they dragged out a man covered in wounds. This man was Tanglong, one of HuaXia's 5 great generals, who had been presumed dead by the world a month ago. The Toyo forces hadn't killed him but had instead imprisoned him, attempting to extract information about the other 4 HuaXia generals. Over the past month, Tanglong had endured unimaginable torture but had not revealed a single word, not even letting out a cry of pain. Jinshi grabbed a basin of salt water and splashed it over Tanglong's body. The intense pain caused Tanglong to open his eyes slowly. Hey, Tanglong. Jinshi crouched down and sneered. You're in luck. HuaXia has sent people to rescue you. If you behave and act as a hostage, Perhaps I might spare your life." Upon hearing that someone had come to rescue him, Tang Long's heart sank instead. This was Toyo's main base. "Foolish, old you. You reckless idiot," he cursed inwardly. "My death is insignificant, but why send our warriors to their deaths?" HuaXia was currently facing encirclement by NATO forces led by the United States, and it could not afford further losses. Tang Long roared, "You bastard, I, Tang Long, would rather die than serve as your hostage." Anbei Jinshi grabbed Tang Long by the hair, glaring at him viciously. "You want to die? Not so fast. Take him outside. If that HuaXia man named Yang Ming doesn't stop his attack, execute Tang Long in front of him. You filthy scum. If you have the guts, kill me now." Tang Long yelled furiously, his voice filled with rage and helplessness as the soldiers dragged him away. Outside, Yang Ming, who was observing the overall battle situation from the watchtower, suddenly heard a piercing shout. "Yang Ming, one of your great generals, Tang Long, is in our hands. If you want him to live, withdraw your troops immediately." General Tang Long? Yang Ming's heart jolted. As one of the 5 great generals of HuaXia, Tang Long came from a family of soldiers and had been fighting on the battlefield of myriad races for 9 long years. His gaze quickly swept toward the open space in front of the enemy's lord's mansion. There, he saw a group of Japanese soldiers escorting a tall man, covered in blood. Despite his severe injuries, the man still exuded an air of dignity. It was none other than General Tang Long, whom Yang Ming had seen on television numerous times. He's still alive. A flicker of relief surged in Yang Ming's heart. "This is your final warning. Withdraw your troops now, or Tang Long dies." A Japanese soldier raised a large blade, its edge pointed directly at Tang Long's neck. Tang Long struggled with all his might, but his severely injured body, coupled with the iron chains binding his hands and feet, left him utterly powerless. "Stop. I'll withdraw my troops." Yang Ming decisively gave the order. General Tang Long had to be saved at all costs. Upon receiving the command, the Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuge Corps, which had already gained the upper hand, immediately ceased their attack and began an orderly retreat. Anbei Jinshi burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, excellent." He was secretly elated. As long as he could stall until reinforcements arrived, victory would surely be his. "What are you laughing at?" A cold voice suddenly echoed in Anbei Jinshi's ear. Startled, he turned around to find a young man who had somehow appeared in front of the Lord's mansion. Yang Ming had taken only a few seconds to descend from the watchtower to this location. "You're Yang Ming?" Anbei Jinshi scrutinized the young man before him, thinking to himself that this was the rumored rising star of HuaXia genius who, in just 20 days, had established a king-level territory and extended HuaXia's survival. "Yes, that's me," Yang Ming replied, his expression stern. "I've halted the attack. Release General Tang Long." Anbei Jinshi forced himself to remain calm. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Not unless you agree to 2 more conditions." He needed to continue stalling just 5 more minutes until reinforcements arrived. "What conditions?" Yang Ming asked, his tone measured. He was fully aware of the ploy but needed time to prepare his counterattack. Anbei Jinshi deliberately dragged out his words. "It's simple. Your troops must fully withdraw from my territory, and you must disarm yourself, handing over the sword in your hand." Before he could finish, countless golden chains suddenly materialized from the void, binding Anbei Jinshi and every Japanese soldier present tightly in place. "Heaven's judgment." Yang Ming spread his fingers wide, chanting softly. Codename, Divine Wrath, God Sequence 003. Yang Ming's powers were terrifying. Everything his gaze fell upon, whether it was a tangible object, ancient relic, future illusion, or even abstract concepts and deities, could be ensnared by the divine chains he summoned from the void. With just a single sweeping glance from Yang Ming, golden, sacred chains instantly bound everyone present. For the first time, Anbei Jinshi felt an overwhelming sense of fear. His body was completely immobilized. Not only were his talents and abilities rendered useless, but even his vaunted supernatural powers were entirely sealed. No matter how much he struggled, the golden chains remained unyielding. "Constrict," Yang Ming murmured, his right hand forming a claw before clenching tightly. Boom! Accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart, all of the enemy soldiers, except for Anbei Jinshi, were instantly shredded into unrecognizable masses of blood and tissue by the golden chains. The once chaotic and noisy Lord's mansion was now eerily silent, leaving only Yang Ming, Anbei Jinshi, and Tang Long standing amidst the carnage. Yang Ming quickly approached Tang Long, crouched down, and released the bindings that restrained him. "General Tang Long, are you all right?" he asked, carefully helping the battered and scarred man to his feet. After a month of brutal torture, Tang Long's body was riddled with grotesque wounds, some so severe that white bone was visible. Tang Long coughed up a mouthful of black blood and weakly asked, "Young man, who are you? Did Yu Zhengzhong send you to rescue me?" Where is he? No, I came alone. To be honest, I didn't even know you were imprisoned here at first, Yang Ming explained, shaking his head. What? You stormed the enemy's stronghold all by yourself? Tang Long looked at the young man in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Is this some sort of hallucination before I die? Mindful that reinforcements could arrive at any moment, Yang Ming chose not to elaborate further. He took out a bottle of high-grade healing potion and handed it to Tang Long. General, now's not the time for explanations. They'll tell you everything once we've safely escaped. Drink this, it'll help alleviate your injuries. Without hesitation, Tang Long took the potion and drank it in one gulp. The effects began to take hold, stabilizing his critical condition, though the severe internal injuries remained unresolved. Try eating this golden spirit fruit as well, Yang Ming said, producing a high-grade golden spirit fruit capable of dispelling negative conditions. Thanks, Tang Long replied, understanding the urgency of recovering quickly. He immediately consumed the fruit. While Tang Long focused on healing and regaining his strength, Yang Ming turned and called out into the distance. Yang Jian, come over here. Yang Jian, covered in blood, sprinted to Yang Ming and dropped to one knee, clasping his fists. My lord, please give your orders. Yang Ming carefully handed the wounded Tang Long from his shoulder to Yang Jian. This is one of HuaXia's greatest generals. He is gravely injured, and you must ensure he is properly cared for. Understood. Yang Jian gently supported Tang Long with both hands, handling the injured general with utmost care. After entrusting Tang Long to Yang Jian, Yang Ming's gaze sharpened as he strode directly toward Anbei Jinshe. Time was running out, and he was well aware of the two ways to conquer an enemy territory. Either eliminate the Lord or occupy the Lord's manor for 12 hours. With only a minute or two remaining, there was no time to waste dealing with the enemy soldiers. The sound of the crackling blade being unsheathed echoed crisply as its cold gleam flashed through the air. In an instant, Anbei Jinshe's head fell to the ground. With his death, the ownership of the king-level territory shifted immediately, and his army lost all combat effectiveness. This was because all troops and hero units cultivated by a lord were intrinsically tied to the lord's life. Once the lord perished, the army became like kites with broken strings. Even Yang Ming understood that if he were to fall, warriors like Yang Jian and Zhang Lingfeng would all be dragged back into the dark abyss. A system notification promptly appeared. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on successfully conquering the king-level territory. You may currently possess up to 5 vassal territories. Would you like to use one slot to convert this territory into a vassal? Yes, Yang Ming responded decisively. Before reinforcements arrived, this was the only way to secure the territory. Once Tang Long recovered, he intended to return the territory to its rightful owner. The system immediately displayed the territory's details. Dragon City, belonging to Yang Ming, located in Parallel Universe 14, Server 404, Blue Star Region 996, Conflict Zone 10086. King-level territory, covering 900 square kilometers. Structures include a Level 5 perfect martial arts training ground, barracks, and blacksmith shop, Level 4 rare martial hall, hospital, and more. Resources, 5,217 gold coins, 15,000 silver coins, 57,000 copper coins, and a national fortune value of 9,020. Even after enduring 2 wars, this territory, originally belonging to Tang Long, was still far more advanced than Yang Ming's own. Yang Ming took out a territory relocation scroll. System, I want to relocate this territory. This was a critical step he had prepared for before the battle. The system prompted him to select a relocation destination, with an additional scroll required for every 20 kilometers of distance. Yang Ming used 2 scrolls and set the destination near his own territory. As the light of relocation enveloped Dragon City, the Eastern Alliance's reinforcements finally arrived. 3 kilometers away from Dragon City, a massive army from the Eastern Kingdom suddenly appeared. 2 extraordinary individuals led hundreds of lords, each commanding their own elite troops, marching grandly toward Dragon City. Everyone, the battle has already begun in the city. Pick up the pace and move forward, one of the lords shouted loudly. Those damned HuaXia people. How dare they attack our king-level territory? They must have a death wish. Charge. Kill every single one of them. The Eastern Kingdom lords charged forward with fierce momentum, quickly covering the 3-kilometer distance. However, just as they were about to storm into Dragon City, Yang Ming's territory relocation scroll completed its final surge of energy. Whoosh! In an instant, Dragon City vanished without a trace. The charging Eastern Kingdom lords were caught completely off guard, stumbling and falling to the ground like overturned turtles. As they faced the now empty land before them, their expressions turned from red to pale, and finally to a dark shade of fury. Unbelievable! Those accursed HuaXia people. Curse them! If I don't destroy HuaXia, I am no true son of the Eastern Kingdom. Furious curses echoed through the ranks. Meanwhile, accompanied by a dazzling beam of light, Dragon City had safely reappeared near HuaXia City. Perfect! We caught the Eastern Kingdom completely off guard. Yang Ming laughed heartily, feeling a rush of satisfaction from the victory. However, his joy was short-lived. Yang Jian hurried over, carrying Tang Long on his back. Lord, something's wrong. General Tang Long has fallen unconscious. Yang Ming's heart sank. Even with the healing potion and the golden spirit fruit, Tang Long had still lost consciousness. His injuries were clearly more severe than anticipated. Take him to Anna immediately. Do whatever it takes to heal him. Understood, my lord. Yang Jian promptly carried Tang Long to the temple of the goddess of light. With Anna, the newly promoted exceptional healer, Tang Long's condition should receive proper care. Afterward, Yang Ming convened Zhou Mingrui, Yang Fifan, Carl, and others to organize post-battle matters. Zhou Mingrui, gather all workers and repair the damaged areas of Dragon City. Handle any renovations needed as well. Understood, my lord. Zhou Mingrui quickly set off to carry out the orders. Carl, take a census of the native population and arrange for some to relocate to Dragon City to maintain daily operations. Carl hesitated, looking troubled. But the native population in HuaXia City is already quite small. If we relocate more, it might. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, population is the most critical resource. Do as I say, Yang Ming said firmly. All right, I will follow the Lord's arrangements, Carl replied, bowing his head with a tone of resignation. Yang Ming then turned his gaze to Yang Fifan, his voice steady and commanding. Starting today, you will lead the Vermilion Bird Legion to station in Dragon City. Make sure to protect this king-level territory at all costs. I will. No one will lay a finger on it. Yang Fifan responded with firm determination. Yang Ming's decision to appoint him was not without reason. Not only did he possess the highest combat power, but, more importantly, he had the unique gift of immortality. As long as the evil god Aminos remained alive, Yang Fifan could never truly die. Under the joint efforts of Carl, Zhou Mingrui, and others, the war-torn Dragon City gradually regained its vitality. Watching life return to the city, Yang Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. This battle not only ended in complete success, but also marked the first strike of HuaXia's full-scale counteroffensive on the battlefield of myriad races. All the invasions suffered over the past year was determined to settle each and every one of them. News of this quickly spread across the chat channels of the East Island. Discussions were rife with shock and indignation over the fact that a young man from HuaXia, Yang Ming, had not only descended upon their main base, but had also seized a king-level territory. What is Abe Jinshi doing? A transcendent fighter with 5 years of experience lost to an 18-year-old from HuaXia? Killing a transcendent in 10 minutes. Just how strong is this Yang Ming? We can't let HuaXia establish a foothold in our rear. General Kudo is already on his way back. Once the 3-day protection period ends, Yang Ming must die. While the people of the East Island were in an uproar, Yang Ming, having just finished assigning tasks, received an urgent message from HuaXia. As a key liaison with the higher-ups of HuaXia, her messages were always marked as high priority by him. Yang Ming, where are you? I can't find your location on the map. Have you checked the chat channels? Everyone's migrating their territories. General Yu Zhengzhong is looking for you. Add him as a friend right away. Your king-level territory is critically important. Be extremely cautious. Yang Ming quickly replied, sorry, I was a bit busy earlier. I just reclaimed a king-level territory that the little devils had occupied. So I missed the messages. No problem, as long as you're safe. There are so many eyes on you right now. Wait, what did you just say? HuaXia's tone clearly revealed her surprise. Yang Ming repeated the message he had just shared. I've taken over a king-level territory from the Japanese, the same one General Tang Long lost a month ago. To back up his claim, he immediately sent the detailed information about Dragon City to Bai Xueji. The weight of this news was overwhelming. Bai Xueji fell into silence, clearly needing time to process the shocking information. Yang Ming, how did you manage to infiltrate the Japanese stronghold? Where exactly are you? Bai Xueji finally asked the critical question. I'm right in their main base, Yang Ming replied honestly. As for why I ended up here, it might be because I've been obsessively thinking about defeating them, combined with Aphrodite's blessing of luck. It's the only explanation that makes sense to me. What? Bai Xueji panicked immediately. How could you end up in such a dangerous place? You still have a 3-day protection period. Move your territory before it's over. Otherwise, the Japanese will definitely launch a full-scale attack on you. But Yang Ming just chuckled lightly. That's perfect. I can take them all out in one go. Yang Ming, I know you're strong, Bai Xueji said urgently, but this isn't the beginner's zone anymore. Your opponents have been developing for 5, or even 7 or 8 years. Even with your class talent, you can't afford to be so overconfident. Don't worry, Yang Ming shrugged. I'm not alone. With General Tang Long by my side, even if the Japanese come at us with full force, they won't stand a chance. General Tang Long? Bai Xueji froze in shock. Yes, the same Tang Long who is one of the 5 pillars of HuaXia on the battlefield of all races. Yang Ming explained. A month ago, his territory was taken, and the Japanese claimed to have killed him. But that was just a smokescreen. They actually captured him, and I just rescued him. Wait, hold on. Let me get my thoughts straight. Bai Zueji's breathing quickened as she realized how monumental this was for HuaXia. Yang Ming, this is huge. I have to report this to General Yu Zhengzhong immediately. Go ahead, Yang Ming replied. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after I report this. 5 minutes later, a system notification popped up. Ding, your friend Bai Shueji has invited you to join the group chat, one big happy family. Do you accept? Seeing the familiar group name, Yang Ming hesitated for a moment, but eventually clicked accept. Once inside, he discovered the group was filled with influential figures rarely seen in everyday life. The group leader was Yu Zhengzhong, the strongest combatant in HuaXia, and the other three great generals Wang Lin, Mu Guiying, and Zhang Ziyi were also present, alongside many other key figures from various military districts. The group name A Loving Family brought a faint smile to Yang Ming's face. Behind this seemingly warm and sentimental name, however, lay the secret chat group of the most elite military department of HuaXia on the all-race battlefield. As soon as Yang Ming entered the group, notifications began to pop up incessantly. The group leader, Yu Zhengzhong, was the first to send a message. Yang Ming, you're finally here. I heard from Bai that your territory was teleported to the heart of the Little Devil's base, and you even managed to reclaim Tang Long's king-level territory? Tang Long's alive? Other members in the group also chimed in with concerned questions, most of them focused on Tang Long's safety. Everyone, hold on. General Tang Long is currently being treated at the hospital. We'll go take a video right away. Yang Ming quickly replied before heading straight from Dragon City to the hospital in HuaXia City. The once small clinic had now been upgraded into a level 4 building, a fully equipped hospital. As Yang Ming stepped through the hospital doors, medical staff and patients alike bowed respectfully to him. Greetings, Lord of the Territory. Yang Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement and headed directly to the depths of the hospital. In a private room, Anna was fully focused on treating Tang Long. A green glow emanated from her hands as she worked to heal his internal injuries. Once Anna finished her treatment, Yang Ming immediately asked, "How is General Tang Long's condition?" "Rest assured, my lord," Anna said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "His external injuries and hidden ailments have been fully healed. With 2 or 3 days of rest, he'll make a complete recovery." Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. He quickly recorded a video and sent it to the group. "Everyone, don't worry. General Tang Long is fine. He'll recover fully after a few days of rest." The group chat instantly erupted. "Haha, I knew that Guy Tang Long had 9 lives. This is such great news. Why are my eyes tearing up? Well done, Yang Ming. I'm definitely reporting this achievement to the commander." Finally, Yu Zhengzhong asked, "Yang Ming, can you give us the details?" Facing these seasoned veterans, Yang Ming didn't dare to be careless. He recounted in detail how he was teleported to the base of the Eastern Devils, how he attacked the king-level territory, and how he rescued Tang Long. After listening to his story, the group fell silent with astonishment. A mere 18-year-old had achieved a feat comparable to the legendary military exploits of HuaXia, a hero who once secured victory for the Empire. After hearing Yang Ming's experience, the meeting room erupted with hearty laughter. The generals slapped the table, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. "Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Those despicable devils finally got what they deserve," one general exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air. "Yang Ming, you did an excellent job. That's exactly how we should deal with those devils." Another general nodded firmly. Everyone agreed that when Tang Long woke up and learned about this, he would surely be moved to tears. They all believed that with a warrior like Yang Ming, there was finally hope for China to turn the tide. Yu Zhengzhong calmed himself down a bit and asked seriously, "Yang Ming, what are your plans next?" Yang Ming pondered for a moment, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. "Generals, I have a strategy that can ensure peace and prosperity for the nation, while also taking the opportunity to crush the enemy. I hope for your support." This immediately piqued everyone's interest. For a year, the invasion by the enemy had left them all seething with anger. "Let's hear it." Wang Lin was the first to speak. "As long as it hurts those devils, I'm willing to go through fire and water." "Exactly. I've had enough of them." Zhang Ziyi slammed the table. "If it's about fighting the enemy, they'll lead the charge." Mu Guiying and the other generals also voiced their support. Amid the chorus of approval, Yang Ming began to explain his plan in detail. It was a meticulous strategy aimed at striking, defeating, and completely annihilating the enemy. 10 minutes later, after hearing the entire plan, the generals, while agreeing on its feasibility, expressed concerns about Yang Ming's safety. "Sending you alone into the lion's den really worries us," one general said with a frown. Yang Ming patted his chest and assured them, "Please don't worry. I never act without confidence." Seeing his confidence, the group deliberated carefully and unanimously agreed. Yu Zhengzhong, speaking on behalf of everyone, declared, "Young Ming, we've decided to mobilize the full strength of the nation to support you. Proceed with confidence. We will always be your strongest backing." Feeling the trust of his comrades, a warmth surged through Yang Ming's heart. Over the next hour, they meticulously discussed every detail of the plan. After the meeting ended, Yang Ming had just closed the group chat when he received a system notification. "Ding, your friend Yu Zhengzhong has sent you an item." Curious, Yang Ming opened the interface and found a rare item, a jade marrow fruit. At the peak of the snow-covered mountains grows a miraculous fruit known as the jade marrow fruit. This extraordinary fruit, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, possesses astonishing vitality. It not only has the power to revive the dead and heal broken bones, but it is also the best remedy for internal injuries. Yu Zhengzhong informed Yang Ming through a message, instructing him to give the jade marrow fruit to Tanglong. He emphasized that Tanglong's combat ability was on par with Yang Ming's, and restoring his strength would significantly enhance the success rate of their battle plans. With this fruit, Tanglong could fully recover within a single day. As one of the 5 pillars of HuaXia on the battlefield of all races, Tanglong's combat power, which had long surpassed a value of 1,000, would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset once he recovered. Yang Ming immediately headed to the hospital and went to Tanglong's room, where he arranged for Anna to feed him the jade marrow fruit. Now, all that remained was to wait a day for Tanglong to return to his peak condition. There was only one day left until the first battle of the counterattack against the Eastern forces. Although Yang Ming was eager to lead his troops out of the city and deliver a crushing blow to the enemy, he knew that thorough preparation was essential to ensure victory. The first step was to expand the army. Throughout history, numerical superiority has been a key factor in winning battles. At present, Yang Ming's SS level talent had accumulated 4,439,500 supreme points, allowing him to summon an equivalent number of warriors at any time. Even more encouraging was the fact that, since the transformation of his supreme Overlord talent, the base combat power of each newly summoned warrior had increased to a range of 30 to 35 points, far exceeding the initial value of 17 points. Yang Ming arrived at General Tanglong's royal territory, Dragon City. Named after Tanglong, this city boasted a level 5 training ground capable of accommodating 100,000 soldiers for simultaneous training. Standing in the center of the training ground, Yang Ming issued a command and summoned 100,000 warriors. In an instant, dazzling white light flashed, and these elite warriors, each with a base combat power of 3,035, formed neat ranks and shouted in unison, "We salute you, Lord. We swear to follow you, Lord, through fire and water, without hesitation." Standing atop a high platform, Yang Ming took in the awe-inspiring scene. He issued a brief training order and then instructed Carl to transport premium-grade exotic beast meat from the HuaXia City warehouse, ensuring that each new recruit would receive at least 20 pounds of rations. Although new recruits typically required long-term training, the urgency of the current situation left no room for delay. Once the 3-day protection period ended, their defensive advantage would vanish. Under Carl's coordination, a steady supply of premium-grade exotic beast meat was transported from HuaXia City to Dragon City. The 100,000 new recruits engaged in intense training at the level 5 training ground while consuming the meat, which rapidly enhanced their combat capabilities. Their fighting strength was improving at an astounding pace. After summoning an army of 100,000 warriors, Yang Ming immediately began the second crucial task of war preparation logistics support. From the very first day on the battlefield of myriad races, he had prudently initiated agricultural and livestock development. Today, the farmland of HuaXia City spans a total area of 5 square kilometers, approximately 7,500 acres, with 70 planted with high-yield, premium-grade crops, while the remaining 30 is cultivated with excellent-grade crops. Standing at the edge of the farm, Yang Ming gazed at the endless waves of golden wheat swaying in the wind, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his lips. A month of hard work had finally led to the harvest season. He promptly gathered all the farm workers and announced some exciting news. Starting today, you need only contribute 70 of your harvest. The remaining 30 is yours to use as you wish, whether for personal use or to sell in the commercial district at fair prices. The announcement was met with an eruption of cheers from the crowd. The farm workers, moved to tears, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to their benevolent lord. They immediately began the harvesting process, joy radiating from their faces as they brought batch after batch of ripe grain to the granaries. Next, Yang Ming visited the smaller-scale livestock farm. This facility housed various premium-grade animals, such as red feather chickens, skyhorn blue bulls, golden ring geese, as well as excellent-grade black-plate sheep and premium-grade white flower pigs. Altogether, there were over 300,000 livestock, enough to provide the entire city with meat for 10 to 15 days in the event of an emergency. The final stop was the industrial zone, where the third step of war preparation equipment manufacturing was underway. Since the invention of the first steam engine by HuaXia, the industrial zone had undergone a complete transformation, with production efficiency increasing several times over. Steam-powered vehicles shuttled between production departments, while workers skillfully operated steam machinery, mass-producing premium-grade Tang Hungdao swords and red fire guns. On this semi-automated production line, weapons destined for the army were being manufactured in a continuous flow. In the development of weaponry and equipment in HuaXia City, the current situation is as follows. In terms of armor, only high-quality iron armor can be mass-produced, while the production of excellent-grade weapons is extremely limited. Within the entire city, only Kiki Light possesses the technology to craft such weapons. The importance of excellent-grade weapons cannot be overstated. A mere 40 increase in combat power can have a decisive impact in battle. For instance, if two warriors each have a combat power of 400, evenly matched, equipping one of them with an excellent-grade weapon would instantly boost their power to 560, a gap significant enough to change the course of the fight. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming felt increasingly grateful for his initial decision to take in Kiki Light. An ideal image surfaced in his mind. If every warrior could be equipped with high-quality weapons and iron armor, it would forge an iron-blooded army that would strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. As he was deep in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "My lord." Kiki Light came running out of the blacksmith workshop, her small face slightly flushed with urgency. Yang Ming studied her closely and noticed subtle changes in the dwarf girl. Her height had increased from 150 centimeters to 150.21 centimeters since their last meeting. While the growth was minimal, for a dwarf, it was practically giant status. "My lord," Kiki Light said, catching her breath, "the weapon you asked me to repair earlier, it's done." "Really?" Yang Ming's eyes lit up. The weapon, called the Demon Slayer Blade, had originally been rare grade but was downgraded to excellent grade due to damage. If it had truly been restored, it would become the first rare grade weapon in HuaXia City. Following Kiki Light's lead, Yang Ming eagerly entered the blacksmith workshop. On the workbench lay a jet black greatsword, its attributes astonishing. Name: Demon Slayer Blade. Quality: rare grade. Attributes: increases combat power by 60 up to 300 points. Passive skill: increases all damage types by 30. Active skill: Demon Cleave Grade A, an unstoppable strike with an effective range of 500 to 1000 meters, dealing anti-demon damage. The weapon's power far exceeded Yang Ming's expectations. With his current combat power of 788, equipping the blade would raise it to 1088. Combined with the 30 all-damage boost, its destructive potential was staggering. However, as Yang Ming looked at the massive blade measuring 1.7 meters in length and weighing 150 pounds, she couldn't help but sigh. What a shame. This blade isn't really suited for me. After much deliberation, Yang Ming ultimately decided to entrust the demon-slaying blade to Yang Jian. Considering that Yang Jian was accustomed to using broadswords as his weapon of choice, while Yang Ming preferred straight swords, it seemed more practical to let the weapon be wielded by someone who could use it to its full potential rather than spending time retraining himself. Besides, Yang Jian's loyalty had reached 100, making him completely trustworthy. After storing the demon-slaying blade in the warehouse, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's manor. Having been busy all day, his stomach was already growling in protest. He summoned Lilith and Lilia, and the two sisters immediately understood his intent. Rolling up their sleeves, they quickly headed into the kitchen. While waiting for dinner, Yang Ming sent someone to the residential area to invite Aphrodite and her mother to the manor. This arrangement had a purposely planned to open the remaining treasure chests that evening, and Aphrodite's presence could significantly enhance his luck during the process. Aphrodite and her mother were both overwhelmed by the invitation. As simple rural women, they found it unbelievable to have caught the attention of the Lord himself. Before long, the modestly dressed pair stood at the gates of the manor. Aphrodite timidly greeted Yang Ming, while her mother nervously took in the grandeur of the building. "Why are you standing outside? Come in," Yang Ming said with a warm smile, gesturing for them to enter. The mother and daughter stepped cautiously into the manor. Noticing their unease, Yang Ming reassured them gently, "There's no need to be so formal. Treat this place as if it were your own home. Lilith and Lilia will be joining us for dinner as well. Won't that affect your status?" Aphrodite asked softly, clearly finding it hard to believe that a lord would dine alongside a cook. "In HuaXia City, what I strive for is freedom and equality for everyone," Yang Ming explained earnestly. Though the concept left Aphrodite slightly bewildered, it seemed to ease her nerves. By this time, Lilith and Lilia had already emerged from the kitchen, carrying a delicious-smelling dinner. "You two should sit and eat with us as well. The more, the merrier," Yang Ming said to the sisters. Lilith and Lilia happily agreed, taking their seats with practiced ease, as if this were truly their home. Seeing how relaxed the two sisters were, Aphrodite finally let down her guard completely. Tonight's dinner was a feast, with the table brimming with delicious dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted incredible. 3 types of premium-grade exotic beast meat released an irresistible aroma, while freshly harvested greens, water spinach, bitter melon, and pumpkin sprouts added a vibrant touch of freshness. In the fruit section, bright red strawberries, plump cherries, and glistening grapes were arranged, a delightful dessert selection loved by all the women. Looking at the spread of food, Aphrodite couldn't help but swallow hard, momentarily forgetting her awe toward Yang Ming. Dig in, Yang Ming said, picking up a piece of food with his chopsticks and signaling everyone to start. All right, let's eat. Lilith and Lilia responded with cheerful smiles. Unable to hold back any longer, Aphrodite grabbed a large piece of meat and took a big bite. Wow, this is amazing. It was her first time tasting premium-grade exotic beast meat, and her wide eyes revealed she was utterly captivated by the incredible flavor. Then have some more, Yang Ming said as he placed another large piece of meat onto the plates of both her and her mother. Thank you, Lord, Aphrodite said, flustered and overwhelmed by the gesture. 20 minutes later, the dinner came to an end with a loud burp from Lilia. Aphrodite glanced at the mountain of bones on her plate, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. She had eaten the most at the table. The 14-year-old girl couldn't help but steal glances at the handsome young man sitting across from her. Without him, how could she possibly live such a life? But she couldn't figure it out. Why was Yang Ming so kind to her? Summoning her courage, Aphrodite finally asked, Lord, why are you so good to me? Yang Ming immediately saw through her thoughts. Of course, the real reason he treated Aphrodite with special care was her unique identity as the reincarnation of the goddess of love. However, he decided to give her a different explanation. Because you helped me take care of the Kanglan tiger cub? It's as simple as that. You know, the Kanglan tiger is a rare exotic beast, and its importance cannot be overstated. Naturally, he couldn't reveal the truth if Aphrodite learned prematurely that she was the goddess of love, who knew what kind of unforeseen consequences it might bring. Oh, I see, Aphrodite replied, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. She had thought, perhaps Yang Ming was drawn to her beauty. As the reincarnation of the goddess of love, she had known from a young age just how stunningly beautiful she was. But Yang Ming wasn't thinking about any of that at the moment. His attention had already shifted to the 3 unopened diamond treasure chests in front of him. He had decided to open all of them tonight. If he could get something valuable, it would greatly increase his chances of defeating the Japanese invaders. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Ming placed the 3 weighty diamond treasure chests on the ground. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if Aphrodite opened one of the chests? Could her luck bring better results? Aphrodite, why don't you try opening one of the chests for me? Me? All right, sure, Aphrodite said nervously as she approached the chest. Are you sure you want me to open it? Yes, go ahead. Yang Ming nodded. He believed the luck of the goddess of love couldn't possibly be bad. All right, here I go. Under Yang Ming's watchful gaze, Aphrodite mustered all her strength and pushed open one of the diamond treasure chests. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth. Creaked treasure chest opened with a faint sound, finally revealing its contents to Yang Ming's gaze. Yang Ming's expression froze as he stared at the items inside the chest. A pale yellow fairy dress lay quietly within, its elegant and flowing design exuding perfection in every fold. It was the kind of dress that could capture any girl's heart. The system immediately displayed the detailed information of the item. Name: light feather garment. Rarity: rare. Attributes: defense 200, magic attack 100, casting speed 50, cooldown reduction 20, flight speed 30. Description: woven from the fur of 12 rare mythical beasts, inheriting 12 distinct attributes. Passive skill: wings of flight grade A. Grants the ability to fly, reaching up to the first cosmic velocity. Active skill: Phoenix Ascend grade I. Summons a phoenix projection, continuously restoring mana. Rare grade equipment? Yang Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was truly an exceptional item. Aphrodite quickly explained, my lord, I was just thinking about whether I might get a dress while opening the chest, and I can't believe it actually happened. Take it, Yang Ming said directly, handing the light feather garment to her. This? Aphrodite hesitated, shaking her head repeatedly. Such a precious dress. Couldn't afford it even if I sold 100 of my own. Yang Ming firmly placed the dress in her arms. Keep it. I have no use for it anyway, and besides, I still need you to keep opening more chests. All right, Aphrodite finally relented. This time, Yang Ming gave her a specific instruction. When you open the next chest, think about finding something that will attract more natives to join HuaXia City. Aphrodite nodded in agreement, took a deep breath, and proceeded to open the second chest. HuaXia beam of light flashed as the chest opened, revealing a resource treasure. Name: Radiant Statue. Rarity: rare. Effect: increases citywide happiness by 10, boosts native recruitment probability by 50, enhances city reputation within a 100-mile radius. Usage: occupies 9 square meters, generates a statue 7 meters tall and 3.5 meters wide. This was exactly the kind of treasure Yang Ming had been dreaming of. In the battlefield of myriad races, population was the foundation of power. With the Radiant Statue, the population problem would be solved. He could already envision a thriving HuaXia nation rising on this battleground as more and more natives flocked to his city. Fufu, you're amazing, Ming exclaimed, ruffling Aphrodite's hair affectionately. Hearing this intimate nickname, Aphrodite's heart began to race, thumping wildly like a deer caught in headlights. Seizing the moment of good luck, Ming turned to Aphrodite and said, Fufu, there's one more treasure chest. Let's open it and see if we can get a lightning element straight sword. All right, Aphrodite nodded in agreement. Being repeatedly called Fufu left the goddess of love feeling a bit lightheaded. She reached out and opened the last treasure chest. In an instant, an even more dazzling light than before burst forth, its golden brilliance illuminating every corner of the room. Wow, a golden legend, Ming exclaimed in surprise, only to gasp shortly after. Aphrodite's luck was indeed extraordinary, but the result was both amusing and frustrating. It was a lightning element straight sword, but merely a broken weapon fragment. Fragment of the Tai Huang blade hilt. Rarity, rare. Attribute, lightning. Description, the hilt of the epic weapon Tai Huang blade. Note, collect all fragments of the Tai Huang blade to forge the epic weapon. Ming found himself in a dilemma. If all the fragments could be gathered, it would undoubtedly be a huge gain. But if not, this piece would be nothing more than a useless scrap. For now, he stored the fragment in his inventory, planning to deal with it later. Finally, Ming took out the HuaXia mysterious box issued by the system to every new lord upon entering the battlefield zone. Fufu, let's give this one a try. Open it and aim for a completed lightning element straight sword this time. Aphrodite nodded solemnly, her obedience to the Lord's commands unwavering. She took a deep breath and tried to open the mysterious box, but it didn't budge. Left with no other choice, she applied all her strength and pried it open by force. Zzz. A sharp crackling sound of electricity echoed as an unprecedented beam of light erupted skyward. The light was so intense that it formed a column approximately 5 meters in diameter, piercing straight into the heavens. From a distance, Ming's Lord's manor appeared to be the site of a divine phenomenon, as though a celestial treasure had descended upon the world. The scene was so overwhelming that Ming was left speechless. Could this be a perfect-grade weapon? The weapon within the box exuded an aura of unparalleled allure. Its craftsmanship so exquisite it seemed almost otherworldly. Even someone as experienced as Ming couldn't help but be utterly captivated by the magnificent weapon. Ming never imagined, even in his wildest dreams, that he would come across a perfect-grade weapon. His fingertips trembled slightly as his eyes sparkled with disbelief. Perfect-grade weapon, he murmured to himself. Across the entire blue planet, only the scepter of dominion from HuaXia had ever reached this level of quality. And now, the weapon bestowed upon him by Aphrodite had become the second perfect-grade item in the planet's history. Overwhelmed, Ming could barely speak, managing only to give a thumbs up. At that moment, a system notification echoed across the entire server. Ding! Congratulations to HuaXia's Lord Ming for obtaining the second perfect-grade weapon in the blue planet's conflict zone. 300 points of national luck have been awarded. This announcement was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire blue planet. National chat channels erupted into chaos as countless messages surged like a tidal wave. The news even spilled over into the real world, profoundly impacting international relations and stirring up a storm. Ming rubbed his temples, recalling the scene over a year ago when HuaXia had obtained the scepter of dominion. That server-wide announcement had led to secret alliances between countries like the US and Japan, conspiring against HuaXia. Let's take a look at its stats, Ming said, taking a deep breath. He retrieved the perfect-grade weapon from the mysterious box. Instantly, pure lightning energy coursed through his body. The weapon's attributes appeared. Name, Zanpakuto. Grade, perfect. Base stats, combat power 80, up to 400 points. Extraordinary power, all lightning element attributes 50. Special effects, skill damage 100. Guaranteed critical hits, dealing double damage with no cap. Consecutive strikes, triggering a second hit that can crit, with no cap. Damage to individuals from Japan increases by 300, including both active and passive effects, with no cap. Description, the blade of soul reaping, capable of cutting down the person you despise most. The weapon's power intensifies with the depth of hatred toward your adversary. Hiss. Ming drew in a sharp breath. He finally understood how HuaXia had managed to dominate the world with the scepter of dominion a year ago. A perfect-grade weapon like this was nothing short of a game-changer. Holding the Zanpakuto in his hands, he felt unstoppable. Facing not just 2 Japanese transcendents, but even 10 at once would be no issue. A surge of confidence filled his entire being, and for a moment, Ming entertained the bold notion of taking down an entire nation by himself. I, Ming, am the war god of HuaXia. He turned around and ruffled Aphrodite's hair with enthusiasm. You're amazing. If they could annihilate the Japanese lords tomorrow, this young girl would undoubtedly be the greatest contributor. However, when Aphrodite noticed that Yang Ming had stopped calling her Fufu and instead reverted to using her full name, her beautiful face immediately scrunched up in displeasure. All right, tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Yang Ming asked with a smile, clearly in a great mood. My lord, the reward I want is, can you always call me Fufu from now on? Aphrodite asked softly, her head lowered and her cheeks tinged with a blush. Yang Ming was momentarily startled, but then gave a gentle smile. Fufu? Of course, I can. To me, you're as adorable as a little sister. He knew very well that for a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of emotion, it was important to provide the right guidance. Hearing this, Aphrodite's face lit up with a radiant smile. Thank you, my lord. The dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere. After seeing off Aphrodite and her mother, as well as the sisters Lily and Lilia returning to the church, Yang Ming, worn out from the day's activities, decided to retire early for the night. The next morning marked the 32nd day since Yang Ming had arrived on the battlefield of myriad races. As usual, he maintained his habit of waking up at 6. As a man with a clear purpose, his heart held only one goal: to avenge himself against the East. After a simple wash, Yang Ming enjoyed the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilia. As he stepped out of the Lord's manor, he was greeted by Anna's excited voice. My lord, great news. General Tang Long has woken up. Yang Ming immediately headed to the hospital. Pushing open the door to the ward, he saw Tang Long looking full of vigor, with no trace of his previous injuries. Yang Ming. Tang Long greeted him warmly as soon as he saw him. General Tang Long, congratulations on your recovery. Ha ha ha. Tang Long laughed heartily. It's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I would have been tortured to death by those devils. I owe you my life, and I will find a way to repay this debt. You're too kind, Yang Ming said, waving his hand dismissively. You're a hero of HuaXia. Saving you was the right thing to do. Now that you're well again, they'll return Dragon City to you. With that, he immediately completed the transfer of the territory through the system. This battle-hardened warrior, who had fought on the battlefield of myriad races for 9 years and faced countless life-and-death situations, was momentarily choked with emotion. General Tang Long, Yang Ming said, getting straight to the point, I'm preparing to go to war with the devils. Returning Dragon City to you is so I can rely on your strength. You can repay me later by capturing another king-tier territory for me. Understood. General Tang Long's spirit was instantly reignited. Fighting those devils is what I do best. When do we strike? I still have a score to settle from a month ago. Yang Ming smirked coldly. Tomorrow will be the day of mourning for the East. I will make sure their nation falls, and they remain in ruins for eternity. Another day had passed. Today marked Yang Ming's 33rd day on the battlefield of myriad races, and it was also the final day of the 3-day protection period. Before dawn, on the training grounds, 50,000 warriors of HuaXia City stood in neat formation. Each of them boasted a combat power exceeding 80 points. Yang Ming was clad in a silver suit of soft armor, personally crafted by Kiki Light. Though it lacked the blueprint of an elite-grade battle armor, this finely made armor still exuded an extraordinary aura under the soft glow of the morning light. Brothers, do you know what day it is today? Yang Ming stood on a high platform, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd of warriors below. Yes, today is the day we crush the Eastern Devils. Deafening responses erupted one after another. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. That's right. Today is the 3rd day since we entered the combat zone. It is the day we prove HuaXia's strength to the world. The Eastern Kingdom will be our stepping stone. Over the past year, they have repeatedly provoked us, stealing our king-level territories time and again. Tell me, can we tolerate this? No, we cannot. Crush the devils. Lord, lead us to annihilate the Eastern Devils and uphold HuaXia's glory. Kill, kill, kill. Kill every last one of those despicable devils. The warriors' furious roars echoed through the sky. Yang Ming raised his right hand. I promise, after today's battle, the Eastern Kingdom will cease to exist. We will flatten their land and sink their island nation. The crowd shouted in unison. Yang Ming waved his hand. Yang Jian, commander of the Azure Dragon Legion, stepped forward. Dressed in black battle armor, Yang Jian quickly stepped forward and clasped his fists. Lord, please give your orders. Lead the Azure Dragon Legion along with 15,000 warriors. Upon receiving the signal, advance southwest. Destroy every eastern territory you encounter without mercy. Yang Ming handed the Demon Slayer blade to Yang Jian. This rare-grade weapon is yours. May you be invincible in battle. Yang Jian's entire body trembled as emotions surged within him. 32 days had passed, and he still had not awakened to transcendence, failing to live up to the Lord's expectations. He silently swore that in today's battle, he would either die on the battlefield or awaken to transcendence in the face of life and death. After instructing Yang Jian, Yang Ming called out again. Zhang Lingfeng, commander of the White Tiger Legion, stepped forward. Zhang Lingfeng, holding his silver dragon spear, immediately stepped forward. Lord, I am here. Yang Ming looked at him with a serious expression and said, your mission is different. When the battle begins, you will lead the White Tiger Legion and another 10,000 warriors to engage in guerrilla warfare on the outskirts. When the enemy retreats, you advance. When they advance, you retreat. Keep the enemy forces occupied. Zhang Lingfeng, with your 2 talents offense and defense, you are perfectly suited for this task. Understood, Lord. Zhang Lingfeng responded swiftly and left to carry out his orders. Yang Ming then turned his gaze to Yang Fifan. This warrior's strength was undeniable, but his dependence on the evil god had frozen his combat power at just over 1,000 points, preventing any further growth. Nevertheless, Yang Ming had an essential mission for him. Commander of the Vermilion Bird Legion, Yang Fifan, stepped forward. Yang Fifan strode forward and said in a deep voice, Lord, assign me the most dangerous task. He understood the advantage of his immortality. No matter how much pain he endured, he was willing to bear it. Victory was worth any cost. Yang Fifan, your mission is the most challenging, Yang Ming said slowly. Lead the Vermilion Bird Legion and penetrate deep into the 3 royal territories of the Eastern Kingdom. Advance eastward. But don't worry, I will personally support you when the time comes. I will complete the mission. Yang Fifan replied solemnly. For someone who had already experienced death, it no longer held any fear for him. What terrified him more was living a life of cowardice. After Yang Fifan stepped back, Yang Ming announced the beginning of the operation. The moment General Tang Long leads 10,000 warriors out of the city, our entire HuaXia city army will launch the attack. Do you understand? Understood. All the warriors shouted in unison, their voices reverberating through the skies. At the same time, in the training grounds of Dragon City, the fully recovered Tang Long had already assembled an army of 10,000. Looking at this formidable force before him, his heart surged with excitement. As a veteran who had fought on the battlefield of the myriad races for 9 years, commanding such an army was second nature to him. According to the plan he had discussed with Yang Ming the previous day, Tang Long's mission was to drive out the eastern forces stationed around HuaXia City and Dragon City. In recent days, the Eastern Kingdom had deployed heavy troops, surrounding both cities layer by layer. Warriors, follow me into battle. Let those eastern invaders witness the unyielding spirit of HuaXia men. Tang Long, wielding a long blade, gave the order with fierce determination. With a thunderous roar, the gates of Dragon City swung open, and a deep, resonant horn sounded across the heavens. This was the Fearless Horn, a high-grade artifact that significantly boosted the army's attack power, defense, and marching speed. As the horn echoed, Tang Long's blood boiled with fervor. Leading his 10,000 troops, he launched a ferocious charge against the eastern forces outside the city. The first shot in the campaign to annihilate the Eastern Kingdom had been fired. Recalling the inhuman torment he endured over the past month in the dungeon of the eastern invaders, Tang Long's fury erupted like a volcano. His eyes burned red as an extraordinary force surged through him, unleashing in an instant. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed. Heavenly fire engulfs the earth. At his command, the ground split apart with a deafening crack, and molten lava surged forth from the depths. Releasing his terrifying power of 1120 combat points, Tang Long moved like lightning, crossing 1,000 meters in mere moments. The searing lava engulfed a swath of unprepared eastern soldiers, their anguished screams echoing across the battlefield. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarms blared throughout the eastern encampment. Damn those HuaXia warriors! Attacking before dawn. Everyone, grab your weapons and prepare for battle. Within moments, countless soldiers poured out of the eastern camp station near HuaXia City and Dragon City. At the same time, Tang Long's command unleashed the 10th Sand-strong HuaXia army onto the battlefield. Leading the charge, Tang Long wielded a massive blade, its edge cloaked in flames, cutting down enemies wherever it struck. Flaming blade, roaring fire dragon, crossfire dragon slash. A barrage of ferocious skills erupted across the battlefield. Tang Long was like a raging dragon, unstoppable and devastating all in his path. Meanwhile, Yang Ming stood atop the walls of HuaXia City, watching the fierce battle unfold. Turning to the 3 legion leaders at his side, he issued his orders. Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, it's your turn now. Remember, draw out all of the Eastern extraordinary fighters. We'll get it done, the 3 replied in unison. Yang Ming retrieved 12 rare-grade battle pet, summoning scrolls from the warehouse and distributed them among the 3 leaders. These scrolls last for an hour. If you're in danger, use them immediately, he instructed, patting their shoulders. And remember, come back alive. Drinks are on me tonight. Though Yang Ming preferred farming and adventuring, the atrocities committed by the eastern invaders had crossed a line. This grudge had to be settled. As he watched the three legion leaders depart, Yang Jian led the Azure Dragon Legion out of the city first. This army, forged through over a month of grueling training, boasted warriors each capable of taking on 100 enemies, strong enough to rival any ordinary king-level domain. Following closely behind was Zhang Lingfeng, gripping his silver dragon spear tightly as he led the White Tiger Legion, ready for battle. Since ancient times, the White Tiger has symbolized slaughter, and Zhang Lingfeng's mission was to transform into a sharp blade, reaping lives within the heart of the Eastern Forces' stronghold. Vermilion Bird Legion, charge with me. Yang Fifen's rare command carried an unusual excitement in his voice. Ever since becoming a guardian of the evil god, he had been numb, like a walking corpse. But after meeting Yang Ming, it was as if his lifeless heart had been revived, beating once more. Today, he was determined to kill at all costs. With his immortal and indestructible body, he would face the most formidable enemies hidden. The three legions burst out almost simultaneously from the three gates of HuaXia city. Like three sharp blades, they instantly tore through the encirclement of the eastern forces and drove straight into the enemy's stronghold. On the city walls, Yang Ming stood alone, overlooking the fierce battle below. Everything is going as planned, he murmured to himself. The situation was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. At this moment, the city walls were completely deserted, devoid of even a single defending soldier. Every capable fighter had been dispatched outside the city. It was the last day of the 3-day protection period, during which no one could attack HuaXia city, so there was no need to worry about its safety. Yang Ming's strategy was to create a spectacle, to stir up as much commotion as possible. The more intense the battle, the better it would force all the extraordinary individuals of the Eastern forces to reveal themselves. Only then could his true plan come to fruition. The battle raged on for half an hour. Far from showing signs of fatigue, Tang Long fought with increasing ferocity. He even used a rare-grade summoning scroll to call forth a golden-winged roc to aid him. Under his relentless assault, the Eastern forces suffered heavy casualties. Seeing their losses mounting rapidly, two of their extraordinary fighters could no longer hold back and were forced to join the battlefield, targeting Tang Long. Good. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is a bonus. Come on, you bastards, taste your grandpa's blade. Faced with attacks from both sides, Tang Long's fighting spirit only grew. As a pure warrior, killing was his specialty. With a thunderous roar, he charged at the extraordinary enemies, igniting an intense clash. Meanwhile, the armies led by Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifen were achieving significant breakthroughs. The Azure Dragon Legion advanced southwest, capturing 24 high-level territories and 9 special-grade territories. The White Tiger Legion employed guerrilla tactics, striking wherever they encountered resistance, destroying 18 high-level territories and 7 special-grade territories. The most ferocious was the Vermilion Bird Legion. With Yang Fifen's immense battle power and immortal body, they even stormed a king-level territory. The surprise attacks by the three elite forces plunged the eastern stronghold into chaos. Who could have predicted that the flames of war would ignite in their own heartland? For the Eastern nation, today was undoubtedly the darkest day in their history. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.